lap down the track this weekend so far.
Yeah, not ideal heading into your first round, but look, if anyone can come past that, it'll be Alex. Look at the light, he's pulled 004.
He just put the thumbs up. I wonder what's happened there for him. Did it cough and cut out, or...?
It was almost exactly the same as that first qualifier yesterday, wasn't it, where he's pulled up on the same part of the track?
Yep. He goes through for a 44-second pass at 95 mile an hour.
What do you do when you get a pass like that, Mark? You just throw the time slip out when you get it? Just look at it.
Just pretend that didn't happen.
Yeah. Erase it from existence.
Yeah. Next up here in Real Street, Dean Merchant to take on Jamie Nielsen. So Nielsen there in the Black Falcon and Dean Merchant in the Silver Falcon. .017 red for Merchant, 012 on the green side for Jamie Nielsen. The Merchant will go across the finish line first here. He's second in qualifying at the moment. Has run a best of 10.65. This time he goes 10.54, 127 miles an hour. Jamie Nielsen goes 12.99, 107 miles an hour. So a lot of these real street cars are actually going quicker than what they ran yesterday.
Yeah, well, I don't know. Have you got your weather up there, Mark? Have you looked at it this morning as far as
No, I haven't actually looked at the conditions are yet for us, but there's a lot of tragics watching on the live stream that like to know that sort of stuff, so I'll get it up for us.
I think probably the most noticeable, and we spoke about it a fair bit yesterday, was just the headwind, which we're pretty much going to have all weekend, but it's a bit more gusty today. So we'll always keep an eye on the flags and see how that wind's going. Ian Nelson and Tony Rogers.
Yeah, so the air is actually a bit better today, so it's going to pick up the barometric pressure, which is good. So it's up to 29.95 inches. We see Tony Rogers here. He goes through from 11.06, 125 miles an hour. So he's his quickest pass of the weekend. And Nielsen goes 11.58 at 117 miles an hour. So, yeah, following the trend, both drivers with their quickest runs of the weekend. Yeah, right now, it's actually they're pretty good conditions right now. So definitely the best that we've seen this weekend so far. The Gulf Western Oil Winternationals, Real Street qualifying. Liz Lancaster running for KPM Performance and Paul Nielsen in the Black Falcon.
Mate, Paul Nelson's made the last 3 finals at the Winternationals.
Has he really? Has he got a win?
He has. He's got, just having a look here, he had a win in 2023, runner-up in 2024, and he had a win last year.
That's some dominance right there in Real Street from Paul Nielsen. 017 red for Lancaster, 109 for Nielsen. And Nielsen goes 11.04, 132 miles an hour, and Lancaster goes 12.66, 109 miles an hour. So both drivers picking up a couple tenths. That's huge.
Yeah, and as you said, Mark, that's probably the trend we've seen so far this morning. And we've only seen probably 6 or 7 pairs down the track.
And the big thing is this is the pass that you're going to use for your first round dialing tomorrow in Real Street.
But it was interesting yesterday when we had the second qualifiers for a lot of our sportsman categories. We didn't really see a trend. I'm thinking back to Junior Dragsters. Some were losing a tenth, others were gaining a tenth. It was sort of all a bit of an even spread. But there wasn't any consistency in what was happening as far as ET is concerned.
Well, you can definitely see that there's consistency this morning. That's everyone going quicker. Paul Gingell here and Peter Hoey. Hoey will go through for a 12.14, 117 miles an hour, and Gingell goes through for a 12.53, 108 miles an hour. So Hoey was pretty consistent, 12.14, 12.14, 12.27 so far. And Gingell's gone 12.53, 12.67, 12.86. So there's a bit of a spread there. Next up, Zach Anderson in the Falcon to take on Stephen Warren in the VY. So you can see the white Commodore there. Anderson in the Silver Falcon. Anderson has gone a best of an 11.06 so far. Warren's gone a best of an 11.71. Charge from Zach Anderson. He goes 11.11, 135 miles an hour. And Warren goes 11.69, 117 miles an hour. That's interesting because Anderson went off his earlier passes. He's split in the middle there. Next up, we've got our number 13 and 12 qualifiers respectively. Dale Samuelson to take on Shane Grattan. Grattan there in the blue Ford moving forward. So he's running a best of a 12.45.
Yeah, number 1 on both sides of the track, Mark, with the national champ in Dale Samuelson and current track champion Shane Grattan.
champs on the start line here. Whole shot goes to track. For 128 for Samuelson. And Samuelson goes through for a 12 flat at 113 miles an hour. Shane Grattan goes 12.45, 117 mile an hour. Samuelson knocking on the door of 11-second pass there, 12.00. Next up, Cooper Lay. Did he get down track yesterday? He did eventually ran a 10.95, because I've seen the one pass where he had some issues. And David Shee in the Mustang in the lane beside Cooper. So Cooper there in the Ute. And David Shee in the Mustang.
So we've spoken about everyone this morning, Mark, picking up a little bit of ET. So I wonder what Dave can do here. Number one qualifier with that is a 9.40 sound for your daily.
Now he's got over a second head on number 2 qualifier. He's going to have some big chases tomorrow.
Whoa!
Bit of spin there. So he just pulled over on the side. Make sure there's no fluid underneath the tyres there. Cooper Lay, though, no issues. He goes 10.84, 137 mile an hour. He'll stay in the number 3 spot in qualifying. But yeah, issues for David Shee. So that's, if he's just spun the tyres, then that puts a little thing in the back of your mind, like going into round 1 of racing, like, I hope I don't spin, because you want clean passes.
And they usually have a bit of consistency too, don't they, Mark? So for something like that to happen in a street car, does ask more questions than they give you answers.
So it looks like he's A-okay, so he might start the car up and just drive it off the racing surface here. Again, so he's done the right thing. He's pulled up as quickly as possible. And we're looking at the replay here. He just started to spin the tyres just after 60 foot, because he got to the 60 foot in 1.40 seconds. Well, it doesn't look like he started moving down there. Has he got? So we're just looking at David Shee. He started the car back up, but it's just sort of idling down track.
One of these late model cars, Mark. Hopefully, it hasn't gone into limp mode this early in the morning.
Possible. So we'll probably get the gate open just where our emergency services are. That'll get him off the racing surface a little bit quicker. Because obviously the braking area here at Willowbank Raceway is actually longer than the racetrack itself. You need more room to slow down than what you do to speed up. So you can just see David Shee here. So we're just getting through our gate. And we're back underway here with qualifying here in Real Street. We'll just have a quick recap so far of the qualifying order here in Real Street. David Shee, who's on track, he's our number 1 qualifier at the moment. Dean Merchant, number 2 with a 10.54. Cooper Lay, number 3 with a 10.95. Paul Nielsen, number 4 with an 11.04. Tony Rogers, 5th with an 11.06. Zach Anderson, 6th with an 11.06. Kyle Magner is currently 7th with an 11.27. Rounding out the top 8 is Brett Warren with an 11.53. So the good thing about Real Street is a die-your-own class. So tomorrow, come racing, they'll throw dial-ins on the car. It's first to get to the finish line wins. You just can't go quicker than you dial in, or red light. It's as simple as that. But it'll be good. It'll be fun to watch Shee tomorrow with the chasers, because he could have 3 or 4 second head starts, or giving his competitors 3 or 4 second head start.
Yeah, it's interesting. The only real category we'd see that, other than as you just said with Pete, would be Junior Dragster.
Yeah, Junior Dragster, you can have some big chasers. So he's still actually on the racetrack here. We've just started our burnout procedure here of the next cars. So we got Cody Lay down there on track. He's currently the number 18 qualifier with a 12.38. So he must have lost power, so they're just pushing him now. There might be some issues there for Shee.
You can't normally park there on a drag strip, Mark.
You can't park there, mate. Yeah, that's right. Yeah, it'd be a good spot to get like a photo shoot for your car, but just not right now in qualifying session.
Imagine the
number 3.
sunset in the background.
Sunset in the background, yep. So the car is actually stuck, so now we're going to have to get someone down there. So I'm guessing there might have been some more serious issues that were it and why it was going slow. So maybe it's in the gearbox there for him. All right, so we'll get David Shee off the track and we're back here with more qualifying action for the Gulf Western Oil Winternationals very shortly.
Yeah, big day ahead of us, Mark. Of course, all of our sportsman categories, their third qualifier. So you're not too far away with modified, but mate, some of our brackets, lunchtime today, racing.
So which brackets have we got racing for?
Junior Dragster will kick us off, mate, about 12 o'clock. Super Street and Super Sedan.
Tough.
Before we get into...
and the thing is, with the qualifier that we have this morning, the teams will be looking at the data that we have this morning, but it's going to be a lot colder than what it will be at lunchtime. So the temperature is probably going to be 8 or 10 degrees hotter at lunchtime than what it is this morning. And there's sort of things that you take into account for when you want to pick your dial in. So they actually might run a little bit quicker this morning than what they will later on at lunchtime.
Yeah, 100%. So their second qualifier yesterday would be their best guide,
yes,
as far as weather conditions go for today's first round. And then the session this morning, for those that do get through to round 2,
so what
is their best guide for round 2 tomorrow.
What a lot of the teams will do yesterday, so they'll look at, okay, so what did we do in the morning session? And then what did the car do in the lunchtime session? So you're going to look at that and see, did I pick up, did I lose? And then you're going to apply that to today with whatever the weather conditions are, and try and predict what you think the car's going to run. But the big things that, obviously we've got some racing today, but I'm really looking forward to seeing some of our first of our pro sessions later on. So we've got the iTro Pro Mod 660 class. They've got 2 qualifiers today. I'm looking forward to that. But then we'll see Pro Stock Bike, Top Fuel Motorcycle, Pro Mod, Top Door Slam, Pro Hockey, finishing off the night with Top Fuel and Nitro Funny Car. I'm looking forward to that. It's a big day.
Yeah, it should be good, Mark. If you're local and you're watching on Overtaking Lane, make sure you get out here because we're on track till 7 o'clock tonight with those Nitro Funny Car sessions and Top Fuel.
Nothing beats being here.
100%, mate, 100%. And that session, given that the time it's going to be on, it's going to be under light. So I know a lot of people go, I just want to see the Nitro flames. Well, tonight's your opportunity to do that. Even if you finish work around lunchtime, there's still 6-7 hours of racing to come this afternoon. So if you're within driving distance, make sure you get out here and enjoy those sessions this afternoon.
I wonder how many people are actually sitting there just eating their toast, Vegemite on toast this morning, watching this on the live stream. Let us know where you are watching from.
Why would you be watching Karl Stefanovic, mate, when you can be listening to us talk about drag racing?
Yeah, that's right. You can watch the sunrise here. Willowbank Raceway, and we've almost got Shee off the racing surface. There goes the number 1 qualifier. Hopefully it's not terminal for him, and he'll be back out for round 1 tomorrow in Real Street.
Well, that's it. We've only got the one session, so he's got 24 hours to unpack what's going on. Never know, maybe take it down to Bremer Ford and plug it in and Control-Alt-Delete all the lights and switches going on and off.
It's funny you should mention Bremer Ford because I just had to put my car in for a service and it was a 2-month wait just to get a service. Okay, all right, we are back into qualifying here. Cody Lay in the Mustang coming forward, our number 18 qualifier with the best of a 12:38 to take on Stacey Goldie in the GTO. Currently, number 11 qualifier has run a best of an 11:83. Stacey Goldie.
Yeah, she's got the big MND sticker on the back there. So I think given it's been in the news recently, the last couple of weeks, great charity to support this weekend for Stacey Goldie.
Good light from Lay, 099 to a 161 from Goldie. And Stacey Goldie goes through for a 12.11 at 113 miles an hour, a little bit slower than what she ran yesterday. And Lay goes through for a 12.46 at 116 miles an hour. So that's interesting, both of them with their slowest passes of the weekend in that run.
Someone's got to buck the trend, Mark.
Yeah. It's just interesting, that.
Kyle Magner, your number 7 qualifier with a 11.27, his best time so far in the Next Generation Motorsport Falcon. Stefan Gowes in the Camaro, whichever one you fancy. Had a good crack at the tree. That's a big red.
Yeah, that's a big one, that one. 216 red for Gowes. Magna gets out with a 170. And Magna will go through for an 11.07 at 139 miles an hour. And Stefan Gowes goes a 12.75 at 111 miles an hour. So Stefan ran his slowest pass of the weekend, but Magna his quickest run of the weekend. Big speed from Magna, 139 mile an hour.
Yeah, that's impressive. Some good top end there. It's got a massive turbo sitting under the bonnet, so not surprised.
He takes it nice and easy off the start line and just brings it home strong. Next up, Barry Loday in the Cortina to take on Samantha Gilton.
Yes, that was our final pairing in Real Street, Mark. We'll move into Super Streets and their final qualifying session this morning.
.251 green for Barry Loday, 0.21 red for Samantha Gilton. Now we watch them go through. Gilton runs an 11.33, 119 miles an hour, and Loday an 11.46 at 119 miles an hour.
Well, it was like seeing the little dry hop from Ben Ramsey in the Chev Love, and Jenny Loy over in the Rocket Lane. So both will be looking to shore up the consistency they've seen in their first two passes, an 11.81 and an 11.87 for Jenny. Then a 10.43 and a 10.49. But if you've got those passes, Mike, you're probably looking to split the middle. You'd rather go one way or the other.
Well, I'd like my car to follow the weather.
Yep.
And probably pick up a little bit if I haven't changed anything. And the wind seems to be okay at the moment. So you see Ramsey goes 10.38, 127 miles an hour. And Jenny Loy an 11.88, 113 mile an hour. Sub John McKnight in the Tirana for KPM Performance take on Liam Mumford for Light Vehicle Solutions in the Commodore Ute. 108 for McKnight, 036 red for Mumford. Seen a lot of reds this morning. They're really having a chop at the tree here in Q3. And McKnight will go through for an 11.70 at 115 miles an hour. Very consistent for a McKnight. And Mumford an 11.55 at 117 miles an hour. He was also very consistent, running in the 11.50s.
Would you expect anything less from a McKnight?
Never. Andrew McCullen now to take on Tom Ryan. Ryan out with an 087 to a 260. The Ute has run a best of an 11.50 so far this weekend. The Wagon's run a best of an 11.87. And Ryan goes 11.47, 119 miles an hour, and McCullen goes 11.81, 115 miles an hour. So both drivers improving on their earlier qualifying passes. Next up, Seth Jarvis to take on Gary Dobson.
Obviously, these two know something that the others don't. Not running a tailgate on the Ute.
That's drag, mate.
That's it. .013 light there for Seth, so nice work on the light, a 370 for Gary. They finish off their final qualifier at 10.72. So a loss of ET there for Gary. For Seth, a 10.81 is his quickest pass of the weekend with a 10.82, his previous best. So John Riley over in the U, from the north side of Brisbane in the HQ. Dylan Bennett. John got better of the lights to 0.53 for Dylan in the Mazda. Double 1.5 green. John the 11.79, 110 miles an hour. He's quick. He's picked up about a 10 there. And for Dylan, he's picked up over 2 tenths, goes in 11.72. Only other 2 qualifiers, so he's obviously lost one yesterday.
So Lachlan McCaskill, this is, well, it's telling us here this will be his first pass of the weekend. No previous time recorded. To take on Brett Kelly and the Big Falcon. 007 for Brett Kelly, 105 for McCaskill. And Kelly goes through for a 10.24 at 128 miles an hour. McCaskill goes at 12.75, 106 mile an hour.
They're probably one of my favourite cars here this weekend, Mark. Terry Kello. Now, why did the Tirana not come out in a Ute version? Because how good does that look? He's run an 11.02 and an 11.21. Dave Andrews over there, the more traditional Tirana, the sedan version. He's run a best of 11.41.
Great light from Kello though, 002. He goes at 10.96, 123 mile an hour. Andrews an 11.39 at 116 mile an hour. Trevor Davis now in the Cortina for Hague Plumbing coming forward. He's currently our number 62 qualifier with a 12.34. Taking on Bob Conley in the 1-tonner for Big Bobby's Chicken. Has run a best of a 10.51. He's currently our number 14 qualifier.
Red for Trevor, 149 green for Bob. And a 10.55, 124 miles an hour for Bob Conley. Trevor goes at 10.94.
That's a big jump.
Yeah, given that he said he did a 12-second pass in one of his previous qualifiers, that is a big jump, Mark.
Yeah, I just noticed that his 12-second pass only had 90 mile an hour on it, so obviously it wasn't a full lap for him, but yeah, great lap. He goes to number 27 qualifier with that. Conley will stay number 14 qualifier.
So Christine Thompson and Brett Nay, your next pairing in Super Street. So we'll do a quick commentary change as Mark has to get on prepared for his third qualifier. So a big shout out to him for jumping on and helping this morning. Well, next, the birthday boy, Mr. Terry Dale. A big happy birthday to you, Terry.
I love the way you said the next commentator. Like we've got like a whole array of lady at the back. So Brett Nay goes through for a 10.52 in the Tirana, and Christine Thompson goes through a typical 10.37 at 134. Nice work there from Christine. Good morning, Wade Benson.
Good morning, Terry.
Mate, what a great day it is to be alive here. I've got Ray Ross. I just strut up to call Ray Ross in the Mighty Charger. Adrian Morton, of course, in the Mustang. What a pairing.
He's always putting on a show as Ray does the big burnout. You can expect the Charger to pick up the front end.
You know it will. If Ray doesn't, he's got it set up. That's how he loves it. He loves the show.
He'll generally put a bit of fear into the 60-foot cone if it gets a little bit sideways.
Yeah. Let's see what Mr. Ross delivers.
Mustang's Adrian's all business.
0.62 for Ray Ross, 2.07 for Adrian. Ray will go through for a 10.13 to back up at 10.18 and a 10.23 to back up at 10.19 from yesterday for Adrian, so well done to those two. Great vision there, of course, from our overtaking lane crew, as it always is. Look, you really get a good feel for this. And we look at the crowd just behind that Monaro of Dave Mundy, and you know that at some point in time this afternoon and over the weekend, it is going to be standing room only. Keith Draper, 246 light, 440 for David. A couple of Holdens head down there. Keith goes 11.25 and an 11.17 for David Mundy.
Yeah, that's it. It's only going to continue to build. So to everyone that's got here nice and early and braved the freshness of a Friday morning at Willowbank, big shout out to you guys. You've got your seat on the hill or in the grandstand. You're ready to go for what is a real smorgasbord of drag racing action here for day 2 of the Gulf Western Oil Winternationals.
Now, having a look at Kevin Toy and Sean Taskus here, you can see the little green sticker on the side of the car. That means they've gone in the buy-in. So there's some cash up for these boys. They've all put in some coin, and someone's going to go home with a nice little fat envelope of cash if they go further. But Kevin goes a 0.71 to 150 for Sean, and Kev goes a 10.97 to back up at 10.91, and a 10.93 to back up an 11.00 for Sean Taskus. Oh, look at that.
How
I even
good
got
is
a happy
that?
birthday, Terry Dale, on the thing. You know what? That I feel a little bit special. I feel like I'm gifted or something. Thank you to Overtaking Lane. Is that just from Brad, or is that from all the crew?
That's from everyone.
So Barry Adams and Darren Pennington. Oh, Barry goes red because he's got a sniffle. He's got a man flu, so he's gone red, but that's okay. Double 1.8 for Darren Pennington in the mighty Capri. Let's see what he runs. 11.00 to back up at 10.97. That's good. 11.09 to an 11.17 for Barry Ashen. So nice work there, Barry, as well, even though you've got a bit of a cold there, young man.
Mate, I rattled hard to rattle the change tin this morning to gather enough to get Dave to do that.
I was impressed that Dave actually knew how to spell Terry Dale. He was going to do it with an I. That'll be fine. Hayley Scott and Leonie Somerville. Leonie in the HJ with all the action out the bonnet. 176 from Leonie, a 155 from Hayley in the mighty Skyline. Side by side as they go through the stripe. There we go. 10.08 for Hayley Scott, a 10.29 for Leonie. And both of those races, once again, they're pretty close to their previous qualifier yesterday, so they'll be pretty happy with that. They've got a fair bit to work on. Hayley Scott in top qualifier, currently over Ace Edwards. Look at that.
Yeah, Tim Payne in the Speedway lane for Peach Performance in the XD Ford. So they've been scratching their head a little bit, just trying to work out, shouldn't be running at 12.56, but you know what, it's consistently running those numbers. So even though it's not performing at its best, it's been consistent. See what Tim can run on the tree here. 105 light, Aidan Stutchbury over there, the Golden Racing Commodore of 0.91. So he's run a best of a 10.51 this weekend. Finishes off at 10.53, so that's nice and tidy for Aidan. And Tim goes at 12.39, his quickest pass of the weekend by about 0.2 of a second for 1.08.
So Nicole Goldie and Ben Cox. Ben in the Commodore. There it is. It's all happening with Ben. Got the louvers, got the roof rack, got the dress rims.
He went all out with the extras, didn't he? He goes, you know what, throw the tow bar on the back as well.
Car is probably capable of probably high 11s on a good day. And Nicole Goldie in the total cover Earthworks XE Fairmont. That car looks all business. So Nicole gets out with a 111, Ben at 205. See the Ford just heading out there. Let's see what Nicole, how she goes compared to her previous. 11.62 to an 11.58. And Ben a 12.00 to back up a 12.06 and a 12.06. So Ben is actually, the Park Ridge lad is very consistent. So I have to keep an eye on Ben during racing. You've got to carry what you're doing now into it though, Wade. That's the thing.
Yeah, qualifying means nothing, does it?
Once you bang a dial in there, it kind of like throws you out a little bit. So Jay Allen and Corey Stutchbury, the dialed-in racing Commodore from New South Wales and Jordan Springs. Jay Allen, of course. 11.14, 11.21 previous qualifiers, and a 10.65 and a 10.67 previous for Corey. 113 for Stutchbury, 102 for Jay Allen in the little yellow Tirana with a 350 Chev on board. And Corey goes through for 10.54 at 127. and Jay an 11.09 at 123.
So Troy Hutton over in the Rocket Lane, the Northern Gold Coast. TH tiling and waterproofing for Troy. John Widgery, the big Dodge. A lot of car to get off the line, but John does it with ease.
Right-hand drive too, Wade.
Rosy diffs. So Troy, the quicker of the two cars. The 1086 is quickest this weekend at 12.32 and a 12.38 for John in Dodge. So we'll see how these times compare. And for Troy, he's improves on that quickest at 1081. So I had a 1086 and a 1086. Goes at 1081 to maybe scratch your head a little bit. John Widgery, just to get the time there for John. They're pretty quick on the button to get this next pairing underway.
Mate, they reckon it's 13 degrees out there. Wade?
Is it?
Feels like minus 10. Sammy Joe Johnson and Josh McMurray. Oh, red light there from Josh. But Sammy Joe goes 0.34 nice in that Commodore. And Johnson goes through for 10.10 to back up the previous 10.1s and 11.51 for Josh to back up a 10.49 and 10.61. But Sammy Joe Johnson looks the goods.
Yeah,
very close, very consistent.
Goes from number 4 qualified to number 3, so moves up a position there.
So Terry Grieve in the his place, the Visit Pizza Place, Calliope, and of course the Dodge all the way from Air from Anthony Spataro. 640 light for Tony, and a 385 light there for Terry. I'll need to sharpen that with some of the competitors that are in the mix. Let's see how close they go to those previous runs. Yeah, pretty good. 12.05 for Terry, and 11.96 at 106 there for the mighty Dodge.
So here's an interesting one, Terry. Josh Fletcher over in the Rocket Lane. Now, hasn't been able to put a full pass together.
Well, they've done some damage down in Sydney, so it's obviously it's in a rebuilding phase. So we just got to take that as it is. The David Rickards and Josh Fletcher, the Styromax Tirana up against the Energy Smart 5 Falcon. Red light there from Dave, the 0.67 from Josh. It's a whole new learning curve when you. But have a look at that thing of Rickards. That is out of there. 10.17 at 134. At 12.51 at 116 for Josh. But seriously, that he's gone from a 12.12 to a 10.90 to a 10.20 something to a 10.17 as Rickards.
How's that?
How much quicker does he need to go? What do you dial in at?
Some spots.
Just dial in at 10.00. Yeah. Just if he keeps increasing like that. But Stephen Hodge and Mark Elborn, the Power Place Race Fuels HQ. Stephen Hodge. Another one of the quicker cars in the field, the yellow Ford. That's a 0.63. Has run a 10.99, a 10.82. You'd think it'll be around that 10.7 or something. There you go, 10.80 for Steve and 11.54 for Mark Elborn. That's pretty consistent as well with the two 11.6s yesterday.
Yeah, that's all you want, a bit of consistency, isn't it? And that first round later on, picking your dial in, makes it nice and easy. You can be confident.
Makes it
Or
nice and
somewhat
easy.
confident.
Look at you, Mr. Jamboree.
Mr. Can't get past the
You're
first
gonna-
round.
you should have a TED talk. Wade talks how to be successful.
Wouldn't be me doing it.
No.
Unless you want to get someone cheap, then it's probably me.
Well, unless you want someone cheap. So Josh Heinrich, a red light there, and Henry Spickak, a 0.58, nice light there for Henry. We'll go a 12.00 to back up the two 12.0s previous. Josh, a 10.24 to back up a 10.30 and a 10.32. So he's gone a bit quicker this morning in that nice cool air. Cool air, and it is cool air. There's no doubt about it.
Yeah, picked up nice and fresh this morning about 4 a.m. when the wind come through.
Yes, I did see your message saying we didn't know when that winds were going to arrive, and you got up and said the winds have arrived.
They're here.
It's like on cue, Wade.
The echo winds are early. Normally they come in August. John Borg, Craig Warren. They're not going to care about the wind. They're just going to care about this pass. 0.51 line of 106 for John Borg. Always good to have the Sydney Scrap Street LJ Tirana of Craig Warren. Taking the track up here to Willowbank. Goes a 10.57 for his quickest pass at 125 miles an hour. And for John Borg, a 10.62. So improvement by about half a tenth there on both sides of the racetrack. Another one of our racers making the trek up from across the border in Tex Griffiths.
We've seen him pretty well. Or I'm just waiting to see if we have a Northern Territory car here or a Tasmanian car, but we definitely have every other state here. We do have cars from WA, from South Australia, from Victoria and New South Wales, of course.
Across the ditch.
Yeah, across the ditch. And we've got a lot from Northern Queensland, of course, Central Queensland. So Tex gets out with the 054, red light there for Christie. And a 1040 at 128 there for Tex Griffiths in the Plymouth, and 1123 at 117 for Christy Bauer in the Mighty Ford. Christy, Powder Puff track champion as well. She's got some credentials.
Through a lot of the races that have a lot of success here in our local series, they got their credentials from the street series, didn't they?
So Glenn Wardle and Dave Morton, the JDR Motorsport BMW. Not too many BMWs here this weekend. And the Mighty Challenger, Inception Day. 053 there for Glenn, 032 red for Dave. Let's see how close they go to their previous two qualifiers. 11:31 for Glenn after a 10:97 and a 12:43. He's going to have to work hard on that time slip. An 11:44 after 11:49. So Dave's probably got something good to work with there. So when do these boys race again? Do they race again tomorrow morning, isn't it?
Lunchtime.
Oh, lunchtime today, first round. Whoa.
Now we've got Trent Caldwell over there in the VO wagon. I challenged him to a big burnout last night. I was a bit disappointed with the previous efforts. He's a bit worried about going past the start line.
Well, he delivered.
That'll get a pass mark.
That's what you do when you've got you've got Virgin Nitrous there. That's a little bit of show in the VL, isn't it? Got louvers on the side, louvers on the rears. Got the front visor. I had a HT V8 back in the day that had a visor. Everyone said, "Why don't you get rid of that?" I said, "You know what? They're going to come back in style," and they finally have. After 30 years. Jeff Pacey in the GDP Metalworks Bel Air. Trent Caldwell, of course, in that tough-looking VL wagon. Both got off the line pretty nice. A 142 for Jeff, 109 for Trent. Pacey is out of there, though. Going to get a good run finally. So a 1090 at 98 mile an hour, so he's got off the pedal a little bit. Maybe it's a big car pushing that thing through, but 1185 at 112 to back up an 1176 previous there for Trent.
Matt Francis in the I don't think we've seen Matt this weekend yet, have we?
I don't think so, no. But Tim Barron's got some consistency already, and he should do too. He's a good racer. 1156 and 1161. Once again, thanks to Team Barron for dropping the commentary up here, a little box of lollies. We have already gorged ourselves on the bananas and milk bottles.
We don't take bribes, do we? But if you bring us some treats, you'll always get spoken after.
That's right. But damn it, I really hope the Barons win this category because of the lollies alone. We can't be bought. Well, we can't be bought way.
We can be, but trophies can't be bought.
Yeah. So Matt Francis will go through for a 10:09 in that fabulous Tuner Racing HQ van, and Tim Barron at 11:58 at 117. So yeah, Tim's right where he needs to be. He'll be pretty happy with that. But the Tuner Racing van finally arrived.
Yeah, and it has arrived straight into number 3 qualifier. So
anything with Tuner Racing on it, mate, you and I know they always go pretty good. So Travis Greaves in the next Tuner Racing XD. Warren Sander in the HK. Well, there you go. Travis gets out with a nice tidy 041. He's run a couple of 10.8s. Let's see how consistent he is. 1071, so he's gone a little bit quicker. The Cool Air's probably just given a little bit of extra hurry up. And Warren Sander, a 1256. I haven't got Warren's previous runs from yesterday. No, he did run.
yeah,
But the Tuner Racing boys, they've arrived. Well done. Matty McKnight, one of our, what would we say, part-time commentators?
part-time,
All-time legend.
casual.
All-time legend.
All time, yeah, We'll go with that, yep.
Part-time commentator, all-time legend, Matty McKnight,
All-round
KPM
good-
Performance.
All-round good bloke.
Yeah, Nits Hydraulics, of course, Ace Edwards, 10.09, 10.13 earlier for Ace.
How good's Matty? 000 good. That's how good he was yesterday.
Matty's, yeah. It's a wonder he didn't post it up his Facebook. I've done it plenty of times. That's 0.49 for McKnight. A red light there for Ace, but that's okay. Final qualifier for these guys and girls. Ace will go through. Let's see what he can run. 10.06, it's his quickest of the weekend. And a 12.34 at 107 for Matty in the HG. But the Nits Hydraulic Ace Edwards, that thing is still top qualifier. So Peter Thomas, Tony Harrington. The Harrington Race Autos Commodore, of course. 11.09, 11.12 for Tony. And a Pete Thomas, 11.11 and 11.1. 11.13, so Pete's consistent in that Commodore as well. Must be a red Commodore thing. So consistent. They need to be sharper on the tree though, I think. A 154 for Tony and a 123 for Pete. Pete goes 11.10. That is very consistent. And 11.04 for Tony. Both of those red Commodores. Very, very consistent. And they'll be pretty happy going into racing probably around 1 o'clock, mate, I think, Wade.
Yeah, 100% they will be. So this is, of course, their final qualifying session. Final opportunity to get the information and data they need to pop the dial in on the board because, yes, Terry, we are racing on a Friday at lunchtime. Can you believe it?
How frightening is that? Well, not for you and I, because we just got to call it and say, well, someone's going home. And that's a sad thing. Someone's just going to have to go park in their, out the back in their camp area and sit there and think about the world and go, well, why? Why did I do that?
And you don't even get a participation ribbon. Like, you
Mate,
get a participant's
even in
T-shirt, but that's about the best you
Willowbank
get.
really needs to have participation ribbons, don't they? Because it's 2026, mate. It's not 2006.
You've got to earn it. You get eliminated on the Friday, you haven't earned your participation ribbon. It's a tough trade.
Anyway, Craig Williams and Bodie Newcomb, we digress. Oh, sadly, the Mustang. That's the second of the Mustangs we've had pull over on the right-hand side there. But Bodie goes through for a tidy 10.51 to back up a 10.58 and a 10.58. Nice work there, Newcomb, but out of the Village Motors car. But Craig Williams, sadly, the Mustang has had to pull over. Once again, it looks the same thing, look. The Mustang.
No, he's not doing
Hop
push-ups.
out, had a look out. Whereas before, it was old mate in the other Mustang had to hop out and look out from the right-hand side.
Yeah.
What is going on with these Mustangs?
At least when it's a left-hand drive, you don't have to worry about scratching your door on the wall.
Yeah, well, it's not an all-forward day. What is happening? And see our crew just wandering up saying, I wonder what they're saying on the walkie-talkie. That, yeah, we've got another Mustang down. Beautiful looking car, though, isn't it? How cool is that thing?
How good, though, our racers have been doing the right thing all weekend.
Yes.
You mentioned in the driver's briefing, if you have an issue, just pull over to the side of the track. We can check the car, give you the all clear from the officials before you you continue down. And they've all done the right thing.
Yeah. I can't see any, look, even on that great vision from overtaking lane, you can't see any liquid there. So maybe it's just been something's not shifted or lost power for some reason.
Just a quick public service
There you
announcement as well while we retrieve the Mustang, which is reverse direction.
Retrieve the Mustang.
Retrieving itself by coming backwards. But just a public service announcement. We do have a car in the paddock. So if you've got racer number 7601, 7601, there's a car with your pit paddock sticker on it that we need moved. So 7601, we need that car removed immediately. It's a tow car or it's got a pit pass vehicle sticker on it. So we need that removed immediately, please.
Well, he's reversed the Mustang back, so hopefully it's something, whatever it is, minor. So hopefully he does get to race in that first round, because that would be disappointing.
Is there anything against staging in reverse? Like if you haven't got any forward gears, can you stage in reverse and just dial in a...
We've got a couple of IHRA officials down on the line. Maybe that's a question for them, Wade, and not for me. Anyway, Mark Rosso in the Camaro, 502 cubes on board. Carl Grading in the Divine Massage Fairmont with a shot of NOS. Mark Rosso used to race a little altered back in the Surfers Paradise days. Always good to have Mark still here racing. Or that 11:45, 11:46. You would think he will run 11:44. And look, Carl Grading, 11:28, 11:39. So you think he'll be in that spot as well. But let's see if Mark can run 11:44 just to keep it nice and sweet. Gets out with a red light, a 003 red. He had a stab, didn't he? So yeah, I'll have a go at that, Terry. And Wade, 158 for Carl. Let's have a little look. Goes through for, there you go, 11. There, he did too, 11:35. So 117 there for Mark, and a 10:69 there for Carl Grading.
Yeah, big improvement for Carl, given he'd run an 11:25 previously best. So whether he had some issues yesterday,
maybe might have been a NOS problem, but here we go. Wayne Nipperis, look, Wayne's been racing for years, and I've got to tell you, how did he get a buy, like a free run? It's like a little, in the mighty custom built kitchens Camaro, 383 cubes of Chev on board. Whoa, Carl launched well, but then just went nope. Oh, I hope that's not something bad for Wayne, because I really was hoping to see that car this weekend run in this category. Always good to see him here. He said something there. Everyone's looking under the car like there's a magic answer. It's a little looking for the look. When you're in a big stadium and they say, "Look under your seat. Here's a prize." You look under the Camaro and there's a prize, but it mightn't be what you want. Have a look at Brad out there. Look, mate, I've got the camera on. I've got all this video on, and I still have to push the cars back. Usually it's Dave Reed. Where's Dave Reed? He's kicking around somewhere from Drag Photos. He's kicking around. There's Bez. How are you, Bez? Good to see you here, mate. But yeah, just thinking.
There he is.
Normally Dave's having to push the cars back. It's like he's always working hard. Yeah, mate, go the rotors. Go the rotors. We've got a bit of rotor action later on with the mighty Factory Extreme. Oh, Wayne. That is so disappointing. And you know what that means we're coming into? We're just about to go into the big field. The big field of junior dragsters. So what does that mean, Wade? Does that mean...
We'll go from quarter mile to 8th mile.
Why don't the juniors race over a full track?
Would be for 3 hours.
You notice there was a pregnant pause after that nobody here, even in the commentary box, said anything.
Was brave enough to say
They
it.
just let Wade hang himself. Just, thank you, Wade, for...
Hung myself early on a Friday.
We did have the discussion yesterday, though. It's such a massive field of junior dragsters. And we talk about the junior dragsters, and we know what the junior dragsters are like, obviously. So we've got 68, so we've got 34 pairings, theoretically, right? But that means we've got 140-odd junior parents out there stressing, going, I hope my child goes all right.
They'll be in good check, Terry. They've got Tiana, one of our other co-commentators, as their bracket marshal, so she'll keep the parents in check.
We talked about her giving us a little bit of a hand commentating, but she kind of dogs us and said, "Oh no, I've already been called to do the bracket marshalling, so I don't want to have to talk. I just want to talk to my friends." So, but we are going to look. Sadly, look at that. We are going to have to get the mighty Camaro moved back.
Look, at least it's not a Mustang, because I've already seen a few of them come to
hold the phone.
Come to rest on the track this morning.
The Mustang drove off, and the other one reversed back. So if you want to have a Ford versus Chevrolet argument, and I'm not up for that because I'm none the either. I don't mind.
I'm on Team Dorito.
Man. You know what? Drag racing is the winner on the day, Wade. You know that. That's the way it works. So, look, a big welcome to everybody who's turned up here nice and early with the minus 10 degrees. I hope you're all right. How is everybody over there on the hill? Are we all good? See, they're a vocal, beautiful crowd over there. Well, look at them. All, like, waving and, like... What about our crowd? how about everybody over in the grandstand? Are you happy today? No one is ever miserable watching drag racing. I challenge that. Unless you brought your wife and she didn't know what it was, or your husband who didn't know it was, and they've gone, what is this? Oh, you'll love it. 5 hours later, no, I don't.
Yeah, when you get to the front gate and you're going, just a quiet table for two, thank you.
Oh, can you imagine the bar area here up there, right on the corner here in the new bar, the new Burnout bar? You're just sitting there and she's going, or the husband's going, this is not what I signed up for, love. Just look at it. They're fast cars. It's good. Yeah, I don't know. Oh, sadly. Wayne, I hope it's all right, mate. I hope whatever it is, I hope it can be repaired for you, good sir. But I definitely want to see you back here in round one. And round one is, what time did we say it was?
About 1 o'clock.
Yeah, thereabouts. So let's hope so anyway. But we are just about to bring our biggest field, the mighty Junior Dragsters, the future of our sport. So Chase Carslake in the AA will be beside Mia Ward in the C Junior, the Mackay's Furniture Transport, and the Go Park Yourself of Carslake. So the Carslakes here on force, 2 juniors, 1 modified. Dad and the 2 kids. Mum's just the glue. Just trying to keep it all together. At some point in time, she's going to have to race. Do you have to turn up in a street car or something?
Say, surely they'll find something that they can enter Super Street or Real Street or this.
That, you know what it should be? She should be racing the Street Series in Powder Puff, because that way, they've got the whole family racing, and that way it's the whole. It's the what do you call it?
We do have a lot of the partners.
It's the homeostasis. Everything is correct.
The partners and the wives, don't they?
Yeah.
That do race in our Street Series.
There is a lot, and they share the car. Oh, Ashley, my turn. I want to drive this thing too. Any practice, any seat time is seat time, isn't it? So Carslake and Ward. This is the final qualifier. And these guys get to race first round. Round 1 of 7 at lunchtime today.
Mate, if you've made a final in Junior Dragsters or any of the brackets this weekend for that matter, you've certainly earned your way through to the final. Give yourself a trophy come Sunday evening.
How intense will it be here on this final qualifier, Wade? You've done your 2 yesterday. You know this is the one. Yesterday, when you had that qualifier at lunchtime, you'd be thinking the conditions were right for racing today. So what can I do this morning that's going to teach me something about what my car is doing? So the Mackay's Furniture Transport car, the Go Park Yourself car, about a light, really, isn't it? Everything's a race, as Mark would say. It's all a race, isn't it? You've got to treat it all like that.
All about the light indeed. And how does a 002 for Chase sound? 086 for Mia Ward as well. That's still a pretty good light for a junior.
For a C junior. Yep. So a 767 for Chase at 81 mile an hour, and a 1227 at 53 for Mia. So Nevaeh looks like is still in top qualifier there. Is that correct there? Is that my understanding there?
Yeah, looks to be right there. What you have there on the screen shows. That next parent comes forward in Neil Paul in the Speedway lane. So how does your Thursday go at the Winternationals, and you can just sit around the campfire in the afternoon and go, well, I ran a 000. What did you run?
Do they have to shout the soft drinks around the campfire?
The happy hour on Red Cordial at the...
Red Cordial. Well, you don't give Junior Dragsters Red Cordial away. Mate, you're going close to the flame there, mate. Seriously, Red Cordial for Junior Dragsters drivers. So Cordell Di Maria, Neil Paul, the Flextron Mad Dog car, the AA Junior gets out with a 174. Cordell gets out with a 032. That's a nice light there from the New South Welshman. 811 at 78. Hotel, 775 at 82.21. So who's going to sneak in that top qualifier, Wade? You reckon someone might take it up to them?
Yeah, well, they're going to have to run either a 00, an 01 or an 02 on their decks.
Have a look at Misbehaving over there. We talked about Piper Bennett's car yesterday with the Stratisform Consulting car in New South Wales. How cool it looks with those, with the big reflective stickers on there that you used to see so much in the 70s and 80s.
Sort of nostalgia vibe, doesn't it?
I love it. So, and Philly Hickers, all the way from Victoria, from Hallam, got the flames, got the purple and orange flames down the side of that green beast. That was a 0.54 to Tilly. Red light there for Piper. That was Misbehaving. Went too quick off the line. Tilly will go a 9.62 at 66, and Piper an 8.18 at 79.
So we've already seen one go park yourself car, which is parked itself down at the junior gate. Now the second one, and Tamika Carslade.
How would you feel being Tamika? She's just watched her brother do a 002. There's no... Dad's there. Dad would have said 002 there. And, maybe they look at it as a challenge. It's like, no, whatever he can do, I can do better. So we'll find out. So Alex Ruffalo, all the way from Vineyard in New South Wales, the Sydney Waterscapes Junior, AA Junior, up against the A Junior of Carslake, the Scully Refrigeration, Go Park Yourself Junior. Let's see how they go. As I said, final qualifier for Junior Dragster, and then you go into racing around lunchtime for their first round, and that will be, oh mate, there'll be tears, tantrums, and all sorts of things. 0.45 for Carslake, 0.31 for Ruffalo. Still both good lights on the tree. Alex goes 7.93 at 79, and Tamika an 8.73 at 71. They'll be down the deep end after round one. We're going to have to put like a box of tissues down there so that when they come past, they can grab tissues because they'll be in tears if they've lost. Not for the junior dragsters, for the parents.
You need a Costco size box of tissues.
Yeah, well, they got, that's right. You would do with 80 on a deal. So Bailey Hawke in the Robust Works A Junior, Max Rowling from beautiful Tambourine in the Rowling Repairs AA Junior. As I said, is someone going to have a red hot track way at that top qualifier? That's what I want to see. For you and I want to see if someone can change the top qualifying position. More pocket money for Max. Cool sponsors down the side of Bailey's car. The Robust Works. Some cool ones there. The Auto Pro. Just can't, from my old eyes, can't see the Furniture Engineering, Country,
Darren Morgan,
First National,
real vibes.
It is quite cool, isn't it? 0.31 red for Bailey. That's okay. A 1.30 for Max. Max will put the AA through for an 8.02 at 83 miles an hour and an 8.08 at 79 for Bailey.
So next pairing coming forward will be Cody Robinson over in the B Junior. Freshly licensed as a B Junior, so that's a big achievement for Cody, so well done. Xavier Paul making the trek from the sunny coast, Lux Metalworks on board the Speedflow. But if you were watching Channel 7 News last night, you would have seen Cody.
Yes.
Got the interview down there back in the staging lane, so that's exciting.
The thing is for Cody is you don't realise that as you get older, in 10 years' time, which goes in the blink of an eye, all of a sudden Cody will think, oh, that's me. Wow, I actually sounded, pretty like I was on the money. So it's kind of good. Oh, red light there for Cody, but 187 there for Xavier. Oh, got a bit of a crackle on the pop there too. Xavier goes through for an 8.64 at 75, and Cody an 8.63 at 74.
Evenly match between that pairing.
Yeah, they were side by side, weren't they, Wade? Here's one of our Mick King Transport Juniors, the C Junior of Mason, and Chase Aarons in the Young Guns Speed Shop, all the way from beautiful Gatton, down in the scenic rim. I head out to Gatton quite often with work. I love it down there. The wife and I have looked out there, thought, oh, it'd be nice to live out here.
Property?
Oh yeah, you'd have to get 10 acres or 20 acres or something just to, and you wouldn't have to talk to people. Is that a fair thing? You and I who talk all the time, you go, yeah, just get away.
247 for Chase Aarons, 222 for Mason King, the Mick King Transport. C Junior. You can see Chase the quicker of the two there at 12.05 at 52 miles an hour, and he is heading in the direction towards Gatton.
He is too, that's exactly right.
So heading towards home, and a 13.81 at 46 mile an hour for Mason King.
So Jacob Schultz, Ryan Cheval, all the way from New Zealand, and Mount Roskill, Segedin Truck and Auto. A Junior, Jacob Schultz, from, of course, from beautiful Karana Downs.
You know the field's big when Jacob's brother Carl is standing behind in his race suit, not strapped into his race car, supporting his brother.
I can't see him, is he just behind there, is he?
Behind Brad, I think.
Maybe he's just there for encouragement. Or maybe there's so many in the field, he's got a half an hour wait.
Well, that's exactly right. Where he's going, I want to see what light he cuts so I know that I've got to cut a better one.
They've got mowing the front lawn on the ride-on. That's the bet.
So just seeing, I think Jacob might actually be on a solo. So he gets the track all to himself on a Friday morning.
That's a gift, Wade.
Doesn't have to worry about doing a maths assignment or English on a Friday. Here he is, cutting a double. Oh, wait, that's pretty sharp. He goes, hey, Carl, that's what I want you to beat, my friend.
Knowing Carl, he'll be up for that challenge. We know what he's like. He's never backward of coming forward. So well done. We'll see what he runs. But that was a good light there from Jacob. Sadly, we didn't get to see Ryan come through. Maybe there was something wrong with the Junior. Hopefully, we will get to see it in racing. So, Isabella Hunter, of course, Fanani and Pop sponsored A Junior. Cody Sedmak in the JDS Racing A Junior, all the way from Panamera. I do like that. Look at that. Is a couple of really cool liveries on both these cars, Lisa. They're running on empty with a little the Aussie Kangaroo on the side, and look at Izzy's car. That is just that anime, as Mark talked yesterday about it. Just looks the goods, doesn't it? That pink with the white, it's just understated to the point where that just looks so cool.
Yeah, we should do a bit of the creative work behind it as well.
Yeah.
So it's always cool when you can have an idea come to life inside of your race car.
You can be yourself. It's cool.
The juniors, they're not afraid to do that, are they?
No, yeah, that's exactly right.
Good pair of lights, a 0.51 and a 0.26 for Cody. Should have an 8.14 at 80 miles an hour. And for Isabella, thanks to Nan and Pop, an 8.35 at 76 miles per hour. So just a quick shout out, that car that we need to move, 7601 is the racer number. It's got a parking pass on the windscreen of the car. If that is your car, parking pass with racer 7601, we need that car removed immediately, please.
So Lucia Pirano in the Ballistic Performance Parts. B Junior, Leela Watts, all the way from East Maitland in New South Wales in the Fast As Couriers. It says ASS, but I don't know whether it is we quite often get a few typos on our instructions.
Yeah.
And we go, look, well, do we call it as that or we do not call it as that? And so look, a 006 red there for Leela, a 138 for Lucia. Nice light there on Lucia in the B. And Leela will go through for an 8.21 at 78 miles an hour and Lucia at 8.70 with an 8 at 73 miles an hour.
Why not have a crack in the third qualifier? If you don't know where the limit is, find it.
And you know that it's only a few hours before your racing weight. So if you have a go and you're feeling good, you're thinking, oh, well, I'm just going to carry that on for the next few hours' time. So Michaela Reid, Belgravia Apparel, A Junior, Nixon King. In the Mick King Transport, of course, A Junior. I tell you, we talk about the Mick King Transport Junior. The photo opportunity of all those cars together is pretty impressive. Seeing all the different colours, same stripe, different colours. It is pretty cool. I wonder who designed it. I wonder if it was any of the mums or the dads, or whether it was one of the juniors themselves. I'd like to hear a little bit of a backstory about that, because it's pretty cool. Now both A juniors, so this is 004 for Michaela, red, and a 078 for Nixon. Nixon looks like he's out in front. Yep, an 811 at 75 miles an hour, and Michaela an 824 at 79. Our top qualifier here, Leveya McDougall. Beside Charlie Usher in the MRE Electrical Cawdor in Queensland. And the Oz Wheels from McDougall. Looks trick, doesn't it, down there for Leveya, that big Oz Wheels down the side.
Always does. Plenty of sponsors on board to keep the team do a lot of travelling and support a lot of events.
And Charlie Usher, look, a lot of the races don't necessarily have a big name on the side, but Charlie's on, no, there's my name on the side, you need to know who I am. I like that for us older commentators, because we can look down and I can see it easily.
No alter ego or anything like that. Just being out.
And look at that, a 069 there for Charlie, and 100 there for Leveya. 801 at 81 for McDougall, and 885 at 74 for Usher.
There's some consistency.
Yes. Well,
Nice work for Nevaeh.
so Abigail Reid in the Let's Go Industries C Junior, all the way from Victoria in Strathfield, and Ryden King in the Mick King Transport from down by Jacobs Well, which is, anybody who doesn't know, down near the water of Moreton Bay. You drop the boat in down there. I have used to do it back in the day. Hunt a few mangrove jack or throw a crab pot in. So this is a good indication for you, ladies and gentlemen, sitting at home, of the C Juniors. A couple of C Juniors side by side. Oh, a nice 014 for Ryden, a 190 there for Abigail. So our youngest competitors. And Ryden will go through for a 1383 at 45 miles an hour, and Abigail a 1270 at 49 miles an hour. But Ryden, nice 014. You'd be happy with that going into racing. So Nash Pirano, the Ballistic Performance Parts, AA, Liam O'Neill in the B, Singleton Heights in New South Wales, and the MJ Clothing sponsored car. Nice striping there from both of those competitors, like the gold down the bottom of Nash's, and the look, the red and the black with the gold, with the yellow striping just pops there pretty well on Liam's car as well. Little wing. Look how clean that car is though. That car is O'Neill's. You could definitely, someone's worked hard polishing that thing, hasn't they? It looks cool. That motor looks like you could, everything's silver.
Yeah, 100% the presentation on the junior field. Always second run. Great job. He's waiting for Liam to come to the full stage. Be careful, Nash is in the full stage. Here we go. There we go. Very handy one. 054
Yes.
Liam, 079 for Nash. Finish off 790, 75 miles per hour. Run that 791. 790 will be very nice heading to the first round of racing later. Running at 865 at 73 miles an hour for Liam.
Yeah. Did notice that Liam had Boo on the timing on the side, so Boo. I don't know whether it's Boo because it's whatever, a nickname, or whether it's just Boo because, well, Boo. So Charlize Gravel in the MB Automatics A, Paige King in the B, AEB Services sponsored Rochdale B Junior. I didn't catch it because we don't really get to see a lot of the juniors late in the afternoon as the sun's going down. How much Charlize's junior looked under lights.
Good, isn't it? Yeah, it was real sharp. And for Paige as well. So Joel Garage Gear, new sponsors on board for this weekend. We always enjoy having new sponsors on board in drag racing.
0.35 red there to Page, a 0.87 clean to Gravel. Charlize goes through for 8.02 at 81 and 8.68 at 73 to Page. Still got Nevaeh and in top qualifier, Carlos Harvey in second, Cody Robertson in third, Siobhan Harvey in fifth. So let's see if that changes. So Heidi Allgood, sponsored by Mum and Dad, Zane Condello. Got the big number one on the side. Well, it actually has we've got number one here. So the Barrakites, New South Wales, Bussoletti, Auto Body Repairs. Zane always consistent. Wade.
He's had a lot of success here at Willowbank, but he hasn't won a Winternationals. So as a junior, I think it's one of the things he'd love to do. Because he has had that success here at previous national events.
I suppose every step brings you closer to your goal, doesn't it? In a lot of ways. As I said, this is our final qualifier for Junior Dragster. Interesting to see how they go. Look, a 001 red and a 023 red from Heidi. Both a little bit itchy. So an 8.04 at 80 miles an hour for Zane and an 8.09 at 79 for Heidi.
We were pushing the limit in juniors, Terry, a couple of red lights. They're not big reds though.
Oh no, they're squeaky. You'd be happy with that 001. You definitely would. So Mia Grace Hopkins and Flynn Nazensky, JB Automotive A Junior, all the way from Ayr in North Queensland. The Logan home, Bad Hip Racing, Mia Grace Hopkins. Now we had a look at her crewy. Got the jacket on her. You can just see down the bottom of the back of the jacket there on the Bad Hip Racing. Got the sponsor with it. You can see it there on Brad's video there. Looks pretty cool. All looking resplendent. This looks like it needs to put a blue change. Looks cool. Oh, double reds again from Hopkins and Nazensky. That's okay. So an 8.07 at 80 miles an hour for Hopkins, and 8.16 at 78 for Nazensky.
Picturing the junior with 2J or something.
Can you just cut 3 cylinders off and make it a turbo 3-cylinder 2J? What would that be called? A 1 and a? It'd be a 1.1. I don't know. Wouldn't even be that. It'd be a
Junior Sport Compact field.
Yeah, a 1J. No, it's not a 1J. It's something point whatever. Anyway, Savannah Condello and Michael Lai, the old school metal fabrication V Junior of Michael, and of course Savannah, all the way from Barrakites in New South Wales in the AA Junior. I do like the junior drag racing, old school down the side. It's all Ninja Turtle style.
Yeah, it's good. Maybe sort of retro Australian vibes.
See, they got a GoPro on the top there as well. Getting the vision. I'm sure if you go on my racing site, you'll be able to see some vision of that. But a 120 for Michael, a 0.99 for Savannah. Savannah is out of there. A 7.83 at 81 mile an hour, and Michael a 9.46 at 68. So Amelia Wright, Jet Pirano, the Beck's Hair Lounge, Jacob's World Car, AA Junior, Yarra Bilba, of course, where Amelia resides, and the Plunkett Villa Tambourine. So beautiful part of town down there, out Yarra Bilba and Tambourine Mountain, and even out the back there. So it looks like we might have a solo. Sadly, we don't get to see Amelia front. Hopefully the junior is all right for round 1. I mean, she's consistent anyway here at the QDRC, so she knows what to do. But let's see what Jet Pirano can do. See if he can bump off that top qualifier. Not with a red light, you can't. Jet will go through in the AA for a 8.18 at 78 miles an hour. So Brody Fry in the DS Fab A Junior. Cody Hunt in the A Junior as well. In the all the way from Two Wells in South Australia. I wonder how many jokes they get with the Two Wells. Well. You know what I mean? I mean, surely.
2 holes in the ground.
Everyone would be saying that then in town. They go, mate, we've heard that a million times. We need to cut that rubbish out.
What if you're from 2 wells and your name's Doug?
Anyway. So the Hunt Motorsport A Junior of Cody Hunt. See Brody, big DS Fab racing and blazing down the side. Even got their own little symbol there. Look at that. That's cool. A little bit hieroglyphic, really, isn't it?
Sharp.
But we talked about the Hunt Motorsport livery yesterday. Yeah, look at the 9241. Just looks trick, doesn't it? You can see Cody just shaking that thing. Really working hard just to get that thing into stage. Gets out with a 0.51 for Cody, 192 for Brody. The A Junior of Hunt will go through for an 8.07 at 78 miles an hour, and Brody at 8.11 at 80 miles an hour. So Lexi Lancaster, Xavier Lai.
Season 2 for Lexi and 8.11 yesterday. 1-2.
Star Trucking Jim Boombakar up against the old school metal fabrication car of Xavier. You see, so Liz having a race just before. You can see, look, gone from Real Street to having to wind the Junior up. That is my life now. That's what I have to do. I need to do this thing.
The Hot Rod Junior.
How cool is it?
Rob built everything in the house. For 1 9. It is very cool.
A red light there for Lexi, but a 161 there for Xavier. Xavier will go through for a 12.12 at 51, and Lexi an 8.077 at 80 miles an hour. So Ryder Marsden, Spencer Jones, the Senate pilot, South Ripley B Junior. Ryder all the way from beautiful local Baval C Junior, right at the start of the Ipswich precinct, really, as you drive in. You've got everything happening. You've got the Baval shops, with the train station. You've got a KFC. I mean,
That really
man,
puts you on the map, doesn't it?
it does. It does. That, mate, I've never been past that KFC and never seen it empty. It's always got a queue almost out onto the road. Everybody loving the Dirty Bird. So Ryder and Spencer. Cool number 2 there for Spencer, 6699. That looks trick. With the civil D&E on the side as well. And away we go. A 116 red there for Ryder, but 227 there for Spencer. Spencer in the B Junior will go through for a 924 at 68, and Ryder a 1283 at 50 miles an hour. Carl Schultz, Tyler Jarvis, AA Junior, of course, all the way from Pinjarra in Western Australia for the Creative Patios. Junior of Jarvis, and Carl Schultz, AA Junior, of course, from Corona Downs. Our commentator, and he has got to try and beat his brother's light, which was a 008.
Yeah, for Tyler Jarvis, he was one of about 5 that had a perfect light yesterday for 000. And Carl, he just wants to see green. He just wants to see green on the tree because he's had 2 red lights so far in qualifying.
I'm glad you brought that up to remind him that. I'm sure he's happy with that. I think he'll cut a nice one. He needs to beat his brother's time. But that's a long haul. I tell you what, Tyler, to come all the way from WA to cut a 000, nice work. Where is our listing? Good work. Let's see how the Ginger Ninja and Jarvis go.
Oh, he's got close. We'll give him that.
Carl looks quick though for Carl. 012 wide, 773 at 83, and an 806 at 81 there with a 061 there for Tyler. We're still sitting with McDougall, it looks like, in top qualifier. So Charlie Nazensky, Kenna Glasson. So the Lay Custom Imports, AA of Glasson. The JB Automotive, AA of Nazensky. All the way from beautiful Air up north. Beautiful part of the country. Just not in summer.
No? Too hot?
I don't like the heat. Go up there in any of the other months.
It'd be a lovely day out there to be sitting in the scorching heat, I reckon.
Yeah, spot on there, mate.
Nice light for Kenna, 025. Heading into round 1 later today. And for Charlie goes at 106, 769, 482 miles an hour. For Kenna goes at 805, which is our quickest pass to the 3 qualifiers at 80 miles an hour.
So Ben Attard in the ITF Hire A Junior. Emma Leaping, New South Wales, of course, in the Speed Flow Products B Junior.
We see a lot of the ITF sponsored Speed Flow cars in the junior field. I haven't seen any of them yet. This is the first pairing of both sponsors.
Both Ben and Emma, you know that they're probably destined to race something a lot quicker in the future. Talk about juniors on their next step. What do they do? What do they race like?
It's always exciting to see them continue on their journey post-juniors. It's always a big question about the Becks, especially when they're stuck in a couple of years towards aging out.
Yeah.
You start asking the questions of the kids and the parents.
And I think the kids ask the question earlier than they need to.
But they look at the parents and go, what can I say?
Yeah. How much money has mum and dad got? So a 0.30 there for Attard, a 103 there for Leaping. So Emma goes 8.75 at 74 and Ben an 8.18 at 77. So Alexis Attard and Noah Webber, the Hague Plumbing A Junior of Webber, the ITF Hire, the next ITF Hire Junior, the A of Alexis. Whoa, I thought Noel was just going to go straight in. He was coming in hot.
It's a rolling start.
Yeah, got the big checkered flags on the side as well for Webber. Alexis is nudging in all business-like. But Noah just like strolled up like he was just about to park the car, hop out and go get a coffee. It was like pretty impressive. Probably cut a good light here too. There you go, not a bad one. Look at that. Dual double 1-3s for the races. Noah goes 8.07 at 81 mile an hour and Alexis an 8.20 at 78 miles an hour.
Georgia Leaping in the next of the Speed Flow Products Juniors. Licio Spinozzi opening the rocket lane. So a pair of juniors from across the border. Western Sydney.
I think we were just short of 500 entrants, I think, for the winners this year. I think they were getting very, very close. We have had 500 plus, and I've called it some other times, but that is when you think about how many races that is, that's a lot of people getting into drag racing to come along to an event event.
I think there was over 500, but with cars not ready and whatnot, I think we ended up at around 477 or 478. Last year we had 451, so more than last year.
080 there, red for Spinelli. 068 there for Leafing. Nice work there for Georgia. And Georgia will go through for an 812 at 78 and Alessio an 821 at 78. No one's given that top qualifier a nudge, Wade.
They're still sitting there. I think that...
So Cade Fowler, all the way another one of our interstate competitors. The Fowler Freight A Junior. The ITF hire, Riley Ito. Double A. It is pretty cool how the Fowlers have got the same paint job on the Junior as the other car in top course. Looks good, doesn't it? That's a great photo opportunity, the two side by side. I'm sure that was done on purpose, but it does look cool. Let's see, Cade's got Cade's just got to cut a light and show that the Fowler livery works. Oh, 022 red. And 022 for Riley, that's a good light. And Riley will go 795 at 80 miles an hour and Cade an 836 at 77. Here we go. What do we call, have you thought up a name for Dakota after her perfect package the other week? Have we got do we call her Miss Perfect, or do we have something? Little Miss Perfect? I don't know. Is there something there for Dakota? We need to have some sort of a trick nickname after that. But Carlos Harvey, Carlos doesn't care. Carlos says, I don't care that it's Dakota. I want to get top qualifier. Dakota wants top qualifier.
Well, they are pitted together too, so surely there'd be a little bit of chit chat last night around the campfire or around dinner.
You don't know, then maybe they were just playing Connect 4 or what's the other one? Uno. They're all sitting around playing Uno.
Yeah, well, you know that Dakota is the only racer so far in QDRC that's won 2 finals from 2 events. So she's having a great 2026 season.
So coming in today, she's got to carry that on. Just be consistent. Just do what you've been doing. I know that's very easy to sit in the commentary box and say, just keep doing what you're doing. But, a red light there from Dakota, a 018 there for Carlos. So Carlos, 795 at 81 and 824 at 77 for Dakota. Nixon Canuli and Siobhan Harvey, the battle of the double A's. The Whitford New Zealand double A, the Hope Island double A, the Yuasa Batteries Speed Flow, and of course the Canuli Motorsport Junior at Nixon. A couple of pretty tough customers there, Wade. As you and I know, having called them for a lot of years, if someone's going to drop the bomb and become top qualifier, it's going to come from some of these races that are just coming up now. Whether that happens or not is another thing. Nevaeh might be safe as houses.
Yeah, they definitely took more experienced racers in the field through the AA junior category.
You know they're throwing it at it. We know that.
Oh, they'll throw everything at it.
Yep.
Of course they will break it. Why would you as a junior?
So a 068 for Harvey, a 030 for Canuli. A 772 at 84 for Nixon, a 769 at 85 there for Siobhan. Just see how many are throwing it at it there, mate. Look at that. How they're just...
went close.
Yeah, they're going close, but just... Nevaeh's just sitting there, just rubbing her hands together, going, I'm staying here. So Tyler Bellett and Jasmine Kidd. TVRE performance, of course, of Tyler. And I would think that these guys probably better together. You would think. Jazz and Tyler. You would, surely. Oh, look at that. A 005 from Jazz. Nice slide. 085 there for Tyler's not too shabby either. Tyler goes through for a 789 at 83 and an 829 at 75 for Jazz.
You're pretty happy with the 005 going into the...
I reckon you would be very happy with that way. Hasn't changed. Hasn't changed the mix though. So Taylor Canuli and Sophia Lode. I do love the sponsor. Dad's Overtime. What happens if Dad's on a salary? Is it the side hustle that's getting the money?
There is no overtime for the league. No racing this weekend.
Oh. No, I don't want to see Sophia in tears.
I will call your boss and I will make sure there is overtime this weekend.
Dad, please, get some overtime. So, but Canuli, of course, the PC Racing, all the way from London, New South Wales.
What if Dad is the boss? He has to give himself overtime.
Mate, that's a question for their tax agent, not us. Oh, 145 there for Lode, 026 there for Canuli. Lode goes through for an 823 at 78, and Talon an 876 at 71 miles an hour. So Luca Lamantina, Jake McNamara, the brothers' bank account, is that correct? All the way from women in Victoria, and the Fairfield West New South Wales car, the Jake, is the Bank of Nan and Pop. What, can I ask a question, Wade? Look, when I was a young bloke, when I was 14 or 13, I used to have a paper route. I used to go and sell papers in Brisbane City. Why aren't these kids out earning their own money?
Exactly
Seriously,
right.
what is going on?
I definitely feel like the Bank of Nan and Pop would have more funds available than the brothers' bank account.
Yeah, the brothers' bank.
Especially if it was a younger brother. But anyway, doesn't matter where the funds come from once you start your car up. You're both into an equal shot.
I was just informed by Dave from Overtaking Lane that nobody buys newspapers. What do you put on the? What do you wrap your chips and put on the bottom of the litter tray then?
They're on the Uber Eats front.
So McNamara and Lamantina. We don't know where their money's coming from the brother bank account or the bank of Nan and Pop, but they're going to race. Nice light there from Jake at 011, and nice light again from Luca with a 037. Luca will go 805 at 79 miles an hour and an 852 at 74 for Jake.
And I'll go back to and ask for another $10 for fuel for the next pass.
Yes, pretty. I'll have a lemonade stand out the back or something. You know what I mean?
That's what they're doing.
Yeah.
It's not like you even have people go around door knocking anymore, is it?
No, you wouldn't do that these days with the kids. You'd just be like, no, you can't do that. So Christian Canuli, so another one of the PC Racing double A's for Canuli, and Xavier Holtz from Salisbury, South Australia in the Mad Dog Motorsports B Junior. Love those big silver flames down the side of that thing, Holtz. Looks cool, doesn't it?
Very cool.
Canuli's just, you can see there Christian on the side, and the big PC Racing just popping out there with that red, that silver red, still silver red sticker that's on the side. Looks cool. I want to see a junior dragster driver turn up at the Winternationals with something that's shabby. You know, like, looks like it's just an undercoat, or just, you know, or looks a little bit like it's been beaten up around and
just in primer,
and then win. You know, and everyone goes, oh, that piece of junk won. But anyway, because everything looks too beautiful out here.
Didn't arrive in a big semi-trailer just on the back of a Hilux or a Silverado. Or...
He went highbrow Hilux. It could have been just a Colorado. Anyway, 0.29 there for Canuli. A 183 red there for Holtz, but that's okay. Final qualifier, 778 for Christian with an 82 and a 10.22 at 63 for Xavier. So we go from the rear-wheel drive 200 Terrors.
That's it. Blinking, you would have missed that session, Terry.
You're full of witticisms today, Wade. I'm glad I'm commentating with you because
It's like early. Getting about early before it gets serious in racing.
I just like it's the way I'm thinking you're the one who's standing on the landmines today, not me. So that's kind of good. So we are moving into junior drag bike. Reese Mason, Vans Pirano. We know what Vans is like. He's had some good successes. This young bloke is a good rider. The Beck's Hair Lounge, Jacobswell A, and the junior drag bike Oz Ninja of Mason, all the way from Roma. Here you go. Pirano was 0.40 and a 2.13 for Mason. Vans will go through for a 9.26 at 71, and Reese a 9.27 at 72 miles an hour. Who's our top qualifier? Kai Badcock, and then Marcus McDonald, Blake Hagan, Cooper Plummer, and then Kobe Ashelford. I wonder if that'll change. I wonder if somebody can do something there, whether there'll be a bit of a nudge. Just remember, Wade, we were calling this a few years ago with only a handful of bikes, even as a, what do we call it, a display runs. And now here they are.
A bit of an exhibition bracket.
Yeah.
But, big field this weekend for the junior dragster grade with 17 in the field. Jaden Bagcock looking to knock his brother off the top qualifiers. 0.79 lighter, 1.78 for the entire chalk. And the artistry sponsored Ninja.
So Badcock goes 8.54 at 77. Jatea a 9.43 at 73 on the Ninja. So Eliza Harris, Jonathan Fulton out from on the Ninja, all the way from Walloon, local. Go to the Walloon Saloon, go down there and have a nice, refreshing ale. Good little pub down there.
Got a big Thunderbird rum bottle out the front, doesn't it?
That does, I think it does, from memory. The Art with Attitude Kawasaki of Seaford Meadows rider, Eliza Harris. Oh. How about Jono, pull that front wheel up, mate. That's just what you've got to do.
Saw what Lawrence Rochelle did in the first qualifier yesterday. Just wanted to join the wheelie club for the weekend.
I want to be on that photo. Dave Reed, you're onto it. Drag photos, get on it. That's what you're going to see.
It's always the landing that looks uncomfortable, doesn't it?
That's like, yes. So a 10.35 there for Jono and an 8.85 at 74 for Elisa. Cooper Plummer, Lillian Hagan, the Dave Collis Yamaha from South Australia. The Montos are up north. Outback Flooring Yamaha of Hagan. Just in from the coast up central Queensland. Monto. 0.57 there for Cooper. A 0.61 there from Lillian. Both pretty good on the tree. Side by side. An 8.83 for Cooper and 8.91 for Lillian. At a 74 and a 75 mile an hour respectively.
So a couple of competitors, maybe they could have stayed home and settled this down at the bend, but here they are, the Winternationals at Willowbank, both from South Australia, Lawrence Rochelle and Bailey Paul.
Mate, come on. A trip to Queensland's worth riding, isn't it?
So it's probably warmer up here, but I don't know today.
Yeah, that's right.
All the ones, 111 for Bailey on the light, 133 for Lawrence, and 8.47 at 78 miles per hour is Bailey's quickest pass of the weekend, and for Lawrence a 10.15 on the Harley thanks to AMX Superstores.
So Marcus McDonald on the 1320 Motorsport Yami. Blake Hagan, another of the Outback Flooring sponsored Yamahas. Once again, another Monto bike. Looks pretty cool, that bike of Hagan's. That's nice. Looks cool. Anyway, 0.80 light there, red for Blake, but a 0.96 clean green there for Marcus. And Marcus will go 8.66 at 75 and a 9.48 at 72 for Blake. Oh, we've almost got a new.
We're close.
New top qualifier. We've got Marcus and Blake in our second and third. Kai. Where's Kai? There he is. Kai Badcock. Pro Cycle Dyno Industries motorcycle. Nevaeh McDougall. Oswheels.
She went number 1 in the junior, number 1 qualifying.
How many? Can you do 2? No, not with the red light. No.
Well, you still can with the red light. It comes to ET.
True.
So let's see what she's got.
So 9:46 at 73 for Nevaeh Kai and 8:65 at 77. Kai still remains top of the tree. Nevaeh sitting there at 13th. So she's got a 13 and a 1. Still be impressed with that. You're in the field. Kobe Ashelford, Cooper Ashelford. Well, we talked about this before. 2 Western Australians. You said the other races could have sorted it out the bend. Well, these guys, they could have sorted it out over in WA.
It's a few straight roads across the Nullarbor, isn't there?
So the Kawasaki and the Yamaha. The Denani Hot Shots out of Greenfields. Beautiful Western Australia too. Do love Western Australia.
Yeah,
been there a few times. Absolutely stunning part of the world.
For Cooper, they made the trip worth it from WA last year as the reigning international champion junior bike.
Got that. Kobe's got that right leg out as a counterbalance. I like that.
He's been watching Yvonne too much.
Yeah, that he is. 8:82 at 76 for Kobe, and a 9:32 at 74 for Cooper. And that means we're just about to move into something a little bit louder, and we get to see how our commentator, Mr. Mark Allen, goes. Got a whole field. I think this is the first time I've called modified over the weekend, which is good. So let's see how they go. Excited for this. Then we'll go into a little bit of sedan action after modified, and some mod bike, Outlaws, Factory Extreme, Top Sportsman. And then we'll go into some real racing there. And then we're going to get our boys up. I think some of the boys will be coming up a little bit later at around 4 o'clock for the Group 1 Pro categories. From Pro Mod 660 to Pro Stock to Pro Stock Light. It's going to be wild. So Dan Carranza, Ty Glasson, the Knife Earth Moving Dragster, the Penrite Oil Dragster. So Carranza all the way from South Morang in Victoria. The big bat Dan racing on the side. That cannot be missed.
He's a fierce competitor, is Dan. You look at what he's run in his previous 2 sessions so far this weekend. A 7.15 with a 3 and a 7.15 with a 7.
Who is your favourite Batman, Wade?
My favourite? Christian Bale.
Oh, I think so, yeah. I am to that. And he did it just so cool. Is that because of his other roles? His other roles? Oh, yeah, because of Heath. Heath just walks off. We just have we have Carl in the box with us, and he's just reminded us that he went green instead of red.
You know what though, Terry?
Yeah, here we go.
He's still got Pete for his brother.
He did too. His brother dusted him on the tree. Well, and I'll tell you what, he'll be mowing that lawn for the next 6 months.
Let's see the lights for Ty and Dan. There it is. How does Ty Glasson go? Carl, you can have your 012 because I've just gone 000.
Nice work. At 819 at 159 with a 000 there for Glasson. 709 at 186 for Carranza with a 032. But yes, all eyes were on that 000 for Glasson. Nice work. Carranza still in top qualifier. So Adriana Cartledge, Andy Driver, the tidy little A&K Site Services wheel standing Kingaroy Dragster, just likes to pick the front wheels up, just that touch on Andy's car. But Adriana, this thing is quick. The Pro Street Towing, all the way from Whittlesea in Victoria. Drive up the East Coast for Adriana. She really likes to give that thing a fair bit of... just got to clear the throat a little bit there. Adriana does not mess about, does she? Both of these cars could theoretically both could be front wheel, front end up here. Both these cars like to pick the front wheels up.
Yeah, that's it. The Mickey Thompson's rear tyres on both sides of the track. They'll plant them into the Willowbank surface and then They'll be hoping to propel them forward and not going really fast back a little bit. Nice work.
Yeah.
Good launches both sides of the track with 0.3 for any driver, but how about Adriana? The lights in modified. Turning it on this morning is 008 for Adriana. 707 with a 6, so quickly passing the weekend. Reaffirmed their number 2 qualifying spot at the moment. So they'd actually
Yeah,
go
Adriana,
number 1.
bang. Bang into number 1.
Yeah, nice
Andy
work.
Driver into 4. Caitlin Galea, Kerry Muller, the 27 Roadster, 452 cubes on board for the Maruka car. The Muswellbrook, New South Wales, Queensland Heavy Mechanical Dragster. Got the big QHM on the side there for Caitlin. 754, 755 previous for Galea, 830, 842 for Muller. You know what? You can write your own story here, can't you, Wade, really?
So Caitlin, she ran a PB in the drags yesterday, last weekend, getting a lot of wheel spin though. It's at the winter warm-ups.
So let's see. This is it. This is where you need to have everything right. Oh, they're looking at Muller's car. Not too sure what's wrong with Kerry's car, but mate, pushing that big blue roll cage back on that car. So I'm not too sure. Hopefully it's. Oh, look, there's a little bit of spillage there. Not as much as the Exxon Valdez, but it was still a little bit. But Caitlin Galea goes through with 0.78 light, 763 at 173 miles an hour there for Galea. And sadly, we got the mighty Roadster had to be pushed back. You can see our track staff being videoed there for prosperity, knowing and showing how to use a mop here at Willowbank Raceway. You seriously need that framed, and the wife will have that framed in the kitchen. I know what you can do. I know what you can do with a mop.
There's definitely no hiding on the start line here at Willowbank, is there, for our officials?
You know, you cannot get away with anything.
No.
Especially in the commentary box, and even worse if you run down on the start line,
That's
because we're going to call you out.
And Brad will find it as well.
Brad is like, Brad's got a lot of hate mail. He said, stop videoing me mopping, mate. The wife just texted me. So Anthony Rochella and the mighty Panini Brothers, 37 Chev, Courtney Allen, Autosec, T-Bucket. What a pairing. This is what modified brings. Full-bodied cars, rear engine, front engine, all manner of things, from roadsters, even funny cars at times as well. It's cool, isn't it?
Yeah, 100% different variety, and we love it. We do love our modified racing here at Willowbank. So always love as well in modified when we see Anthony Rochella roll around in the 37 Chev. A whole lot of car to get off the line, but does so very well. And Courtney Allen, good to have her back here at Willowbank. Stuck over there. It's been a little bit wild this weekend, but it gets some boogies.
So an 8.5 and 8.7 for Courtney yesterday. Rochella, an 8.0 and an 11.7 for the South Australian car. But we know what it's capable of. This car is super consistent. We know what Anthony can do with it. So never, ever, ever ride off a tough competitor, and that is Rochella. So Anthony will be looking to rattle the cage of that 8.0. Still got Cartledge in Adriana in top spot. That's going to be tough to beat though. So let's have a little look. Red light for both. Courtney Allen, the car just sat on the line. But have a look at Rochella. Anthony goes through for a 7.97 at 174. Anthony's got it cooking. It's in the zone now there, Wade.
Yeah, absolutely. And a 15.7.0 for Courtney. They're probably...
you don't mention
it. It is a non-representative time because he obviously left things because I didn't see it move.
No.
But it came up with the red light, so the timing had started. But it will record an ET.
So Jessica Turner and Corey Dyson. Corey Dyson in the mighty Mobile 1 Dragster, all the way from Kilmore in Victoria. The Epping Victoria car, the EDS Fuel Dragster of Jess Turner as well. So a couple of our Victorian counterparts here doing the deed. I do love that. Victoria, look, I'm going to say it. Being a rep for a living, I do know where all the good coffee shops are, but when we go to Melbourne, I hate to admit it, but they sure know how to make the best coffee in Australia. Being honest.
I've been a coffee drinker, but I'll say they do a good bar me in Melbourne.
Oh. I think it's the food capital of Australia. I know every other state's probably listening and going, this guy is talking rubbish. But I can tell you now, the coffee in Victoria and Melbourne is just divine. So here we go, Corey Dyson, Jess Turner, a couple of Victorians in the house. Let's see what they can do. Oh, 000 for Dyson. The final qualifier, Corey has arrived. 713 at 187 for Corey, 752 at 175 there for Jess. But that 000 for Dyson, have you wrote that down?
I sure have our 7th of the weekend. Second in this session alone.
Oh, the modified races have arrived, haven't they? Dyson just went bang into 3rd place. Nice work. Tony Menk, Stephanie Mole, the Caboolture. Sponsored, of course, there, this little Model T, sponsored by Dad. And Tony Menk over there in the finely tough-looking injected resurrected customs dragster. Just carefully understated down the bottom, the resurrected custom. You see that? Just down the bottom of the altered. Just has a little bit, whereas Steph has got... You know what? I want... sadly my dad's passed away, but I want to race here and have sponsored... Terry Dale sponsored by Dad, or Mum, or Nan and Pop. I want that.
Sponsored by your children.
Yeah. Mate, I can't wait for that to happen.
It's a reverse. 0.72 for Tony Bank. It was a raid 0.29 for Steph Mole.
Tony's looks like a good run here. His best run of the weekend, an 8.46 at 133. So he's got off the throttle as well. And 9.66 at 133. That's consistent there for Steph. I think Steph will be happy with that.
32 drivers qualify for round 1 of racing tomorrow morning. So after this session, they can put their feet up and become spectators for the day. For Daniel List over in the Little List rear-engine dragster. 758 and a 760 on the board so far in the 2 previous qualifying sessions. For Braden Hughes, mate, watch this altered. It gets a little bit wild, gets a little bit out of shape. Braden does a good job in driving.
Maybe he's used to hot air up in Cairns, and the cool air is just makes this tidy little altered just a little bit squirrely.
773.
Do love a good altered. Look at when you think about the difference between Listy just being able to look straight down the barrel of that beautiful looking long dragster, and then you with the 560 cubes sitting behind you, whereas Braden says, no, I want all 555 cubes in front of me with that injection stack and a scoop on top, and I don't care what I see. All I need to see is that yellow light at the end come round 1. Whoa! Oh, it is wild. 0.88 for Braden with a big fat wheel stand, and 0.58 there for Listy. Listy goes 7.57 and 175. 7.75 for Braden with a big wheel stand off the line. Did we get a replay for that, or did overtaking lane? They just played. I missed it because I was too busy thinking about other things.
What do you think? Just because it's your birthday, you get an extra review or something?
Mate, at my age, the gift is having a birthday. So Tony Brown and Steve Thorect. See another pairing of dragsters versus front engine versus rear engine. The big flames on Tony Brown's altered has run an 8.96 and an 11.86, so we know that the 8.9 maybe might go a little bit quicker. But Steve Thorect, an 8.31 and an 8.32, he is in a sweet spot there. If he rattles off an 8.30 or an 8.31 again, he'll be pretty happy with that time slip, and he'll be able to go into round 1. Oh, 009 red though, bangs that out, but it'll be all about the time because he's had a stab at that tree. There is an 8.38, so he's in those 8.3 zones, so I'm sure Steve will be quite pleased. Tony, on the other hand, the car didn't want to engage, but he's still got it down there for a 969 at 140. So he's going to have to get those 3 time slips, maybe get an abacus, maybe get a theodolite, and then work out what he's got to dial in at later on.
Whatever it is that you can tell time, or
You mean
the sundial.
it's the Mayan calendar, not the Myanmar
Whatever it
calendar.
is.
Myanmar's overseas.
Well, listen,
The
it's-
Mayan calendar. It's got 13 months. Liesl Gals, SCG Racing Dragster. Of course, Liesl's been talking up this meeting, but not about the drag. She's been talking up about the karaoke.
I'm very impressed about Lisa. She was actually awake for her brother's pass at Real Street this morning. I thought it was
Really?
early for her.
Not that she cared, but she was probably on a phone. But Bob Sinclair, the Craig's Automatic Dragster. Bob's run an 844 and an 882, so he'll be hoping to get that 844 a little bit quicker in that awesome-looking Ellis Lane, New South Wales dragster. What a tough bit of kit that is. So Liesl Gals, we'll say it now while she's it's early in the morning. The youngest ever winner of Junior Dragster nationally. And as I said, she's not excited about the racing. She's more excited about karaoke tonight.
She's also cut a 002 and a 013 light, so consistent and good on the tree.
Bob's little rocket got out with a slow light. Probably got maybe shaken up a little bit by Liesl's false launch, but at 8, there it is, an 858 at 150 there for Sinclair. And Liesl Gals will not get a time. She has run 2.860, so she won't worry about it too much.
I don't think she's experienced that in the modified before, so she probably...
She was thinking about what song she's going to do in karaoke. It's as simple as that.
So just got a quick public service announcement for another moved car. If you're blocking a race car, so we need it moved immediately. It's a Hyundai, was it an Elantra? Sonata, a Hyundai Sonata, number plate 993 LC8. So a Hyundai Sonata 993 LC8. We need that car moved immediately, please, because you are blocking a race car.
Move it or we tow it. Simple as that. Phil Bellett, Dave Porter. Porter all the way from beautiful Kingaroy, the home of the peanut. We love it. And the DK equipment drag, so 632 cubes on board. Of course, Phil Bellett, the TBRE Performance Chevy 406 cube. Phil, we used to see Phil race down at Surfers Paradise back in the day. Had 10 years away from racing to let his kids take on archery, but now here he is, still back behind the wheel. It's great to see Phil here. 020 light, and he hasn't lost his touch ever. So a 775 at 168 there for Phil. Dave Porter, a nice 746. Back up to 749 and 772. I still can't get used to Neil Grayson in modified. It's kind of doing my head in a little bit with the altered.
Is his first meeting in the car for modified.
Yeah.
Recently licensing in that car. No stranger to drag racing.
And John Sting, of course, no stranger to drag racing as well.
Absolutely.
So the Ballon Field Services dragster of Stingy with a 565 cube, 615 cubes on board of that altered. I wonder if it's the same engine. It sure looks like the same engine that's out of the Ute, isn't it? I do always used to love seeing that thing pull up, but he's even gone the same colour. Like, it's grey, it's unassuming, just understated. Whereas the Sting family racing modified looks, it's emblazoned with the stripes, looks fast. We know what John's like. 782 and a 785 for John. A 751 and a 967 for Neil. So Neil knows that 7.5 is where he will want to be on this run. Got the longest wheelie bar on an altered here. He goes all the way back to the water box. 0-0 for John, that's a good light. A 631 for Neil, but it's all about the time Neil will get. It's all about Stingy will get. 776, John quicker than his previous, but he'll be happy. And there it is, a 741 at 177. Neil Grayson's got some good stuff to work with now.
Next pairing, Harrison Fletcher in the bright orange Roadster. 906 is quickest past this weekend. Ash Castlake in the Go Park Yourself Altered. So we've seen the two juniors come out for Castlakes. Now it's Dad's turn. So Ash here. Also with Walker's Turf Supplies on board. We've become accustomed to the Altered very quickly in modified has Ash. And that success has paid off because he won round one of the QDRC this year.
Was looking at having a budding career in V8 supercars, but then realised that they weren't as exciting as drag racing. Gets out nicely, does Fletcher with his 009, 047 there for Ash. Ash will go 799 at 162. I don't know whether that's a PB. We might have to find out about that with Carslake, but a 902 is right in the zone again there for Fletcher. Oh, look at this bloke. How good is he? Mark Allen, KPM Performance. Dave Hawley from Musselbrook in the JZ Performance front engine dragster. 202 Holden. They've worked on this thing for quite a number of years. But look at that. Who would have ever thought a supercharged 202 Holden? 831, 835, consistent as you like. Holden, where are you now? What are you doing?
100%.
Dave Hawley wants to know. He said, come on.
So Mark remembered the coffee grinder this morning, so had his
did
fresh
he?
coffee, and then warmed his own car up as well.
Yeah, he said that.
Car was back in a happy place in the 7.9s. We will expect Mark.
007 red.
He's just testing where the limit is.
Yeah, but Hawley at 176. Let's see how close Dave goes. Yeah, 820 at 161. Nice work there, Hawley. 801 to back up a 796 and an 81 there for Mark Allen. Mark almost just brings the A game when it comes to racing, I reckon. Because we know what he's like. He's a good racer. He's got a good racing mind on him. He plays the game. He knows how to do it. I think his rugby league career has helped him a lot with that. Ian Phillip.
Or lack of rugby league career.
Stop it. Wade, you are really just looking at being antagonistic this morning. Normally it's me. So Brett Farnell and the mighty Team Racing Dragster. Only got only got one qualifier in last night, did Bretto, but an 831. So here's the man who has this place looking $11 million here because he's here and he makes this place look beautiful here at Willowbank Raceway. Thank you for it. The American Direct Parts Dragster of Ian Phillip. Brett is out of there, a 029. Farnell in the FED goes through for an 831 to back up his 831 from previous. And Ian Phillip, an 837 to back up that 815. But Brett Farnell, how consistent is that way?
You reckon he's been doing a bit of testing through the week between those?
I don't know, but we've just seen, sadly, we've just seen the altered of Paul Lynette in the bucket. The bucket.
A bit of fluid coming out the back there, so obviously it's got under the rear wheels, and unfortunately for Paul.
So Jay Holtz and Jay Holtz Wyndham in the altered will maybe want to hold up on the little...
Did it touch the wall, or did he pull over to the...
We're not allowed to ask for a replay because it costs $50 a replay, apparently. Oh, Sally's sitting there. Sally's sitting there going...
Sally goes, no, it's 100 now.
Sally's sitting there going, no, don't ask me. Yeah, I thought Dave was committed to the cause here, but he's obviously wandered off. He's probably down at the bar, just sitting there on his own, just on his phone, updating his gram. It's all for the...
There he is.
It's all for the... It's all for the gram.
He's got the best seat in the house.
All for the gram. So look, don't you love this little altered? I just absolutely think it's sensational. A little supercharged V6 Buick engine. Takes time. Well, I tell you what, this thing doesn't take much time. 10:08, 10:66. Let's hope Jay can get a nice light though. But let's hope Jay can get that 10:0 or even a high 9 out of this little beast. 10:08 to back up a 10:08. Mate, that is in the game well and truly, isn't it?
Doesn't get much more consistent than that. So Just got a distinctive note to it too, doesn't it?
I love that sound.
But hopefully for Paul over there in the altered, so never what you want to see in any qualifying
No.
session, but qualifying session number 3. Hopefully it's something simple, just a loose hose fitting or...
Yeah, let's hope
Thanks,
so,
Tom.
because we would like to
Come
see Paul back in that cool-looking altered.
Looks a bit green down there, so it's obviously cooling or something.
Yeah, so it might be simple. Look at you, mechanic. All of a sudden, you're a mechanic, as well as an antagonistic commentator.
Add that to my resume.
It's Wade Benson, antagonistic commentator and part-time mechanic. Part-time fluid mechanic.
What
Fluid
colour is it?
advisor, yeah.
I can smell it from up here.
We should have a little car, like a Dulux card sheet up here. What colour is that? That one. That looks like maybe Penrite oil. Maybe that might be Royal oil. That might be.
The beige, the white.
It's never Gulf Western oil because that thing doesn't come out of the block.
The beige,
They're
the
just
white,
safe.
the off-white or the ivory, as Richie Benno would say.
Well done. So here it is, Lucas Holtz, the Mad Dog Motorsports altered Lucas. There's not much he can't do behind the wheel. The guy has won a plenty in modified, in Super Street. The guy knows how to steer. Great bloke as well. Really nice bloke. 0.38 there for Lucas. Goes through from 9.39 to back up to 9.27 and a 9.29. You can't beat that, can you really? The only way Lucas could have done any better was just another 9.20 something. So Jeff Graham in the MRE electrical altered. So all the way from Cawdor.
How cool is that when you
Really?
can, the open cockpit style, you can see everything going on there. See the shift to the tacho. Jeff in the Alta gets to see the party at the front, see what's propelling him down the racetrack.
Actually, Jeff sits pretty high on that in that little altar, though. When you see it on the screen here from the overtaking lane, he's looking straight down over the top of that top hat there. The little King Pony gets out with a 0.63. So Jeff will be hoping for maybe a 10.60, something around there. There you go, 10.64 at 122. Thought the car might go a little bit quicker because it's nice cool air. So David Hutchin out of Jerry, New South Wales, the DTM Tamworth T-Bucket, the home of country music in Australia.
Beautiful town, Derek. You spent a bit of time in Tamworth.
Yeah, I've been to Tamworth quite a few times. It is a beautiful town.
It's got the drag club down there that they use at the airport.
No, Tamworth is very pretty. I can't stand the music, but that's okay. That's just me.
Not everyone's got good taste in music.
Oh. Anyway, so Mr. Antagonistic 2026 Wade Benson. So when we finish our modified, we're actually going to exit the chair for a little bit. And we're going to let Carl and Alan have a crack at the next two categories of Super Sedan and Modified Bike. So I hope they are ready and willing. I know. Oh, look at 001 Red. Look, he's had a go at it. Now 918, 919. You'd think it'd be a 917.
Oh,
Whee!
right on cue.
917. There it is. Bang on.
Welcome to day 2 of the Winternationals, Terry.
Yeah, mate.
You're on.
Mate, mate, I can guess with the best of them. If ever we go for in court and they say, how fast do you reckon he was going? Well, it was 132.4 kilometres an hour, sir. Anyway, we're going to jump up the microphone. Carl and Alan are going to jump on and we're going to give them a bit of a stretch over them. Let them clear the cobwebs out of their voice box and let them have a little bit of a go in a couple of the next categories. So, ladies and gents, we'll be back very shortly, Wade and I, but we're going to leave you in the capable hands of these two gentlemen.
So I guess I understand how this works. we're not doing anything. We're cleaning up the racetrack. There's nothing going on here. You guys take over. Is that about it? Is that what it feels like to you? I didn't make that up.
Yeah, it seems to be that way. Just, I don't think we'll be too far from getting back underway. I think they have cleared it. Bit of water in the water box. Just giving the track a bit of a tack.
How was your last hit this morning? I didn't see it.
Pretty good. It was green.
Okay, well, that's a step in the right direction.
012 and a 73. So two 74s and a 73.
So you ready to go racing?
Yes, definitely. Very excited. Get the first run. We've obviously got our first round for Junior Dragsters today, as well as Super Street and Super Sedan. And then the rest of our categories like their round one tomorrow. So for the three classes have a decent number. I know we have Super Street. We've got, not quite sure on the number, but we have the most. They're the biggest category this weekend, followed by Junior Dragsters.
And here we go, Super Sedan. First pair rolling out just like that.
We have Sean Doblin and Mitchell Bauer. Mitchell Bauer, previous, he's done a 9:39 and a 9:38, so very consistent, as well as Sean Doblin, 35 and a 26 on his previous runs.
What do you like better, the trunk-mounted spoiler or the little trunk-mounted wing on the back?
I feel like the
Do you need
wing.
to study for this and get back to me next month, or what?
Mitchell Bauer's wing, that style.
You like the wing?
Yep, definitely.
I like the baby blue, the 351 GT as it bumps into the left side. Mitchell needs one more bulb over there on the right side, and we will officially be underway with Super Sedan, final qualifying. Like that.
There you go, 001 for Mitch Bauer, 018 for Sean Doblin. Pair of very nice lights going into, getting ready to go into round one of racing, and Mitch Bauer goes through for a 9:33, so a bit quicker than his previous runs. Same with Sean Doblin, a 10:19. So both cars going a bit quicker today. Can we get a car moved? We have a Toyota RAV4, license plate 810PC7. That's a Toyota RAV4. You are blocking a racer, so we need your car moved immediately. We see Michael Osborne and Hamish Strachan.
Everybody actually should be a little bit quicker this morning. The weather is better out there right now. The correction is 101. Yesterday it was 103. So you got a little bit more horsepower. You should be a little bit quicker.
We see Hamish go 003, 117 to Osborne. Shoots out early, we go for 879. So yes, again quicker, and a 967, back up a 974 for Hamish.
Amazing how that works. Better weather, more horsepower. Cars go quicker. I love when a plan comes together. Picks up Greg Horton out of the Horton Brothers. Now, I don't even know what kind of car that is. What is that?
There's an XE Falcon, Ford Falcon, and an XD. So very similar models, but slightly different.
What is the difference? Come on, help out the dumb American guy here. What's the difference between an XE and an XD?
I wish I could tell you. I'm more of a Holden guy myself, but I can appreciate a nice Ford. We see Paulo Bonnie and Greg Horton. Pull it out with 030.262 for Greg. Oh! And looks like the bonnets come off Paulo's car, went straight up into the air there.
He didn't
Have a look at the replay on the screen at the white Falcon, and whoosh.
That's one of those. Did you put the hood pins in? I thought you put the hood pins in. No, I thought you put the hood pins in.
Went higher than the boards there. That was
Is that a track record, or have you seen one higher?
I'm not. I think that could be.
Oh, look! It almost got that guy.
Just got the camera on him now. He said, "What was that?"
Yeah.
Have an unidentified flying object with a bonnet off a Falcon over at Willowbank. So we'll get that cleared.
Tower control. They're throwing stuff at me from the drag strip down there. Copy.
Throw stuff back.
At least he didn't have to take evasive action.
Yes.
Would have been cool to see him do a loop. I mean, as long as I'm not riding anything, what do I care?
Yes, no, it'd be. We do see the planes come pretty low over the track. We have the airbase not too far from here, so it can be a cool sight to see. Well, the bottom looks one piece at the moment. Doesn't look too bad. Hopefully, can get that sorted before round one.
Get that clear, make sure there's no hardware or any other FOD down there that one of our competitors could drive over. And then we'll continue on. Full day of activity today, including get to see the Group 1 cars later on today to close things out. Should be fun. The weather looks like it's going to be good all day long and be cooling down a little bit in the evening. Should be really fast out there.
Yes, definitely. We do see Q1 out first. We will see Promod at 155 in their 660 class. So that'd be similar to what would you have in the States? Do you have an 8th mile bracket for your Promod?
It depends on the organization. Most of the pro mods in the United States do run 8 mile.
Yep.
NHRA runs them quarter mile. The TDRA, IHRA, most of the outlaw stuff is all 8 mile.
Well, this is I think this might be the only second event for the 660 class, or the third. I think it is recent to NDRC, so very exciting to see.
Should be wild. Should be 350, 360 to the 8th mile mark.
Yes, so
Somewhere around 215, 220 miles an hour. Just like that, we've got Gavin List in the Nova on the left side and Alan Hutchin on the right side in the Escort. Wonder who decided the paint job on the Escort. See, I think about things like this.
I 10 for Gavin List, 144 red for Alan. He distracted him. He's listening. What about my paint?
Said I wonder who designed it. Wow, the first car's out here that slowed down this time. Gavin slowed down a Hundo, goes 915 and 146, and 942. Or 947, excuse me, comes up on the other side.
See Rudy White and Barrymore. Barrymore, a handful of 990s and 914, 920 for Rudy in the Commodore and a Cortina. Have a look at the wheels up for Barrymore, and he goes triple O on the tree. Takes like a triple O and a 60-foot wheelie.
Yes,
Have
please.
a look at the replay there. Boom.
Wheelies in a door car are really fun. Triple O is fun when you're showing off, but that is dangerous when you get out there in qualifying mode. 906 for Rudy Wyatt, 995. Comes up over on the right side. Here comes the Boss Hoses machine. Now that is an interesting hood scoop.
That is. It's very up in the air. I don't know. Not too sure what it is. It is a Toyota. They'll tell us that much. And we have the Capri, the G&M electrical Capri for Jack tomorrow. Wayne Heath. 017 for Jack. 069 for Wayne. And Jack will get the first for an 890 with an 8. Back up to 893. 908 to back up 916. So a little bit quicker.
Ryan Hammond now on the Cortina left side out of Hammond's Automotive. Figured, how big can we put my name on the side of the car? Measure between the wheel wells. That big. Dennis Bless is on the other side.
We have Dennis Bless the wheels up. 015.343 for Brian Hammond in the Cortina, but he is gone, and he will go through for a 861. Back up at 853 and a 78. 952 of the one, back up to 964 for Dennis. The 015 on the tree is very nice. Tony Aegis and Brendan Shaw
Brendan rolling in here in the Tirana left side. The Downs Automotive Service. Tony Atkins in the right side in the Commodore 355. I'm assuming that's a small block Chevy. Would make sense. A classic 30 over 350 combo. Famous in song and story.
.40 for Brendan, 0.44 for Tony. Very close on the reaction time then. So 8.76, back with 8.75 for Tony, 9.37 to back up, and 9.37. 7 difference on his last pass. See another pair of Tiranas, Noel Green and Gary Clark.
For the machine out of Downs Automotive Service. That is Clark's car from West Queensland and Noel Green. Locklear Automotive. I can fix cars better than you can. No, I can fix cars better than you can. No.
And the rest to see who can fix them the quickest.
There you go. Well, getting your car fixed quickly is like getting a race car built quickly. You have 3 options. You can have it fast, you can have it cheap, you can have it done right. But you can only have 2 of those 3. You can't have all 3 of them.
Yes. That's a great way to see it. 0.17 for Noel Green. That's good reaction time. 3.5 for Gary.
Clark obviously having problems with the Tirana over here on the left side because that thing didn't jump up on the tire when it was time to go either.
Anyway, back to 12.02, which is a representative for that car. Have a look at the burnout for Carter. We saw a burnout very similar from Rob on the last few runs. Likes to smoke up the tyres a bit. 961 and a 965 on his previous runs.
It was interesting. Gary Clark did not have a time on the board from yesterday, so that was his first run down the racetrack. As Robert Cardin pulls in now in the Ford Ute.
And the HB Tirana for Sean. Sean in the rocket lane. Carter all the way up from Gloria. And a triple O. How many triple O's have we seen today? I think that'd be maybe 3 or 4 today. We had a handful yesterday. Cars goes through for a 956, back up a 961. And for Sean, a 27 to back up 230s.
Well, that's the second one that we've seen just here in Super Sedan, and they had about a half a dozen of them in the modified categories and earlier in the day, so just rolling along. The SMW group rolling in next, Paul Daly. And his Falcon in the left side. And Phil Yulton over on the other side for BL Race Engines, BL Automotive.
So Yulton doesn't mind hanging the front wheels up in the air. OC had the talk yesterday. Doesn't do as big of wheelies as he might have when he was a bit more reckless. Now, getting it dialed in for bracket racing needs it. You still pick the wheel up a little bit, but you can't have it going vertical every time. See Phil just edging in. He's on a 982 and an 85, 63 and a 65 for Paul Dilly on previous runs. Go, a bit of wheels up on both sides. 0.30 for Phil Yulton, 0.16 for Paul Dilly. And a 9.53 for Paul Dilly. So he improves around a 10th. We see Jaden Plant and Matt Forbes. Matt Forbes and the Camaro, very consistent. 10.16, 10.17. And a 9.81 and 9.83 for Jaden Plant.
Classic first-gen Camaro over on the left side of the racetrack. Paul Rogers Performance helping out in the Dodge Dakota. That almost had to be a pro stock truck at one point in its life, I would think. Sure has that look about it.
It does look that way. It looks a bit...
I'm curious what the engine is. It says 383. That would
Would that be a 350 stroke?
Could be a mid-block Dodge combination. Dodge actually made a 383.
See a 006 red for James Plant just on the wrong side of the tree there. 032 for Matt Forbes in the Camaro, and Plant will go through for a 76 and a 1007 for Matt Forbes.
Both of them picking up as we've gotten back into that tradition. Les White, another classic first-gen Camaro. White with the Hugger orange rally stripes. And Gary Brett. Drop Bear Motorsport. They tell me to steer away from drop bears around here. I didn't even know they had their own race.
023 for Les. 026 for Gary. Pair of nice reaction times. We see Gary go through for a 921 back up to 23, 954 back up to 958, and a 959 for Les in the Camaro. We got another Camaro out of Luke Doty and Chris Lewis in the Commodore.
That is a whole different style of Camaro over there. 5th generation flat hood. Matte black. Out of Brisbane Civil. It's like, yeah, we didn't come for the car show. We came for the drag race. That thing just looks mean sitting still.
Yes, definitely, with the flat black look to it. It was yellow recently, so only just been painted the matte black. We've seen an 859 and an 861 from him. 918 and a 929 from Chris Lewis in the Commodore. 041 for Chris, 039 for Luke. Look at that first one, 881, back up to 859, a 906, back up to 918.
It's strange for Luke. That's the slowest run he's made of the weekend by a lot. And the conditions are definitely better out there. Didn't see anything out there that looked like there was an issue with the car, but slowed down 0.3 over his best run in better weather conditions. That's kind of a head scratcher, at least for me.
Did he drop any mile an hour? Because that can normally be the top tail 2. We see Adam White in the VL and Nick Schaefer in the 57. And another triple O. Haggai 3 triple O's in Super Sedan for Q3. And a .216 for Adam White. Schaefer goes through for an 851 back up to 857. And a 963 to back up to 940. So a little bit slower as well, but up 40 mile an hour.
I just like the 57 Chevy Ute. And Mike Shelper, by the way, sitting on top of the qualifying heap with that 851, 157 miles an hour. They didn't actually make a Ute in 1957, so they had to do that one himself. Cool car. Really cool car.
Yes, I've had a chat to them, so that is a custom car they have built, which is, it's pretty unique. Very, very cool looking.
It's amazing what you can do with carbon fiber.
Yes, definitely. So we see Steve Summer and Anthony Mangano in the yellow Commodore. Double 04 for Anthony, 014 for Summer. And at 869 Summer and a 975 for Anthony.
Anthony Mango's made 3 runs within 0.03 of a second. He's got himself a pretty good grouping out there as they get ready to go into round number 1. Somber just picked up, made his best run of the weekend. Here comes Team Blue Car, the HJ Ute for Dean.
.017 for Morris, 013 for Zamet. And 991 for Dean, so he just bumps into the 9s. 1007 to back up that 1008 for Damo. Not a bad pass there. We see Ron Howarth.
The 991 for Zamet, best of the weekend by more than a 10.
Yes, so big improvement in the weather. The car's going a lot quicker, which can throw a spanner in the works for round 1, picking a dial. We see Nathan Watt in the VL.
Rod Howard's car, that thing is really nice. You're going to paint a car gloss black. That bodywork better be perfect, and that thing is.
I think I can see my reflection out of it. Come up here in the tower. Bumps it into stage. 007 for Watt. 127 for Howarth. Had like an 863 with a 4 to back up the 890, so improves massively there. Picks up 3 mile an hour. 007 for Watt. Reveal there's a great reaction time there. We see David Duncombe in the Tirana.
Looks like it's going to be the last car in category.
Yep, so this will be the last car for Super Sedan, the last qualifiers. Now we will see them, we're just about to see them into round 1 of racing. So we'll see Super Sedan back out for their round 1 at 1:27 p.m. 0.745 for David in the green Tirana. And we'll see him go over the stripe for a 969 to back up a 966 and a 969. So
Steve Page ends up number 1 on top at an 846. Mike Schaefer was number 1 for a minute and a half there. Goes 851. Luke Doherty is 3rd. Paulo Boni 4th. Brian Hammond 5. Ron Howard 6. Steve Summer. Tony Agais rounding out the top 8 in what is going to be a stacked field. Is just like that. Motorcycles are in the water box and ready to go.
how'd you like how close the qualifying list is?
I like it. I like it a lot. Of course, it's dial your own, so it'll be interesting to see what happens when we get into round number 1 a little bit later on in the day.
And looks like we'll have some very familiar faces in Mark Gordon and Johnny Lewis.
I like Mark Gordon. Mark Gordon went to, we're talking about the bike over on the right side of the racetrack, the rocket lane. He went to the chassis guy and said, I need a stretch swing arm. Johnny Lewis went, you call that stretch? Come on, man. This is stretch. Got it way out there.
Definitely probably not a fan of doing a flip with the long swing arm. Keep the bike planted. We see 024 red for Mark Gordon, 151 for Lewis, and 815 for Lewis to back up the 816 and 820. He's a little bit slower from last weekend. I think we saw an 8.0 out of him. Mark Gordon 938 to back up to the 942. So that puts Lewis in first by quite a bit.
Well, he already was. He picked up 100th, but he was already in front by close to half a tenth.
Yep, so
Close to half a second, I should say.
Puts a bigger gap on it. And we see Chris Schaefer up next and Rachel Wilkins in the Hayabusa. The S1000 for Schaefer. Schaefer best of a 9.57.
Rachel's bike didn't shift out there, got into the rev limiter, and she finally was able to get it to go into the next gear. 881, still improved. The bike had been spinning the tire pretty hard off the starting line, so at least she got it to leave clean, didn't shift clean. 154 the speed for Rachel. 963 comes up for Chris, not his best of the weekend. He'll stand on his 857 from earlier. Jason Hamilshang now comes up on the left side on the Yamaha. Not a whole lot of Yamahas in this field either, is there?
No, we do see, I think the most common bike we'd see would be the Hayabusa. We see these amount of GSXs. I don't think we have that many Kawasaki's either.
Yeah, I think it's pretty stout showing of Kawasaki's.
We see a 052 red for Jamie White, 128 for Jason. Let's see a 931, back up to 927, and 975, so quicker for Jason as well. Have a look at the swing arm on the bike for Cole Bretchen.
I like it. I mean, as long as you're not going canyon carving with the thing. That would not be a good cornering machine.
Definitely not, but built for precision in straight line. Tony Wilson from Carolee. So 2 more high boosters.
Bull's bike really lazy on the initial move. Just kind of eased it off the starting line. It's going to be difficult to dial and stay consistent like that. 10:54, 140 is the quickest he's run, but I think that bike's capable of quite a bit more than that. Tony Wilson goes 9:78, which is the quickest he's been this weekend, 149.6 miles an hour. And the first of the Harleys. Bow Strike over on the right side. The Final Strike contracting bike. The custom cycle edition machine in the left side. That's Mike Woodford.
So 22 red for Bow Strike. Woodford a 136. Woodford will go through for a 955.4 to back up a 955.6 and a 922. So a big improvement there.
Bow Strike just picked up 0.4 of a second. Moved all the way up to the number 9 spot. He wasn't even on the front page before that, so that's a big move. Up from, what, 20th? I believe 20th. Dane Wenzel and Scott Hutchins are on the racetrack right now. A couple of Suzuki's going head-to-head. 895 for Scott Mutch. He's running 95, a 96, and a 97. Well, the next one will be a 94 or 98. It's got to be one or the other. 948. Comes up on the other side. For Shane, that's his best. Put him in the number 15 spot, at least for the moment.
We see Rochelle Strike from New Beth and Don Hagen. The outback flooring high booster, the Gasoline Alley Harley in the Rocket Lane. 039 for Rochelle. 148 for Hagen. And Hagen will go through for a 954.2, 1011, to back up a 1010 and a 1025 from Strike.
Gasoline Alley Harley, that's a big sponsor of the track as well, right?
I'm not too sure. I'm just a racer.
I'm just judging by that big sign over there that says Gasoline Alley Harley.
Well, you'd have to think so.
I'm guessing they didn't give him that sign for free, so. Sean Ricketts rolling out next, the Heavy Duty Magazine Kawasaki on the left side, and he's about as stretched out as you can get. Matt Jones decided he didn't need a long swing arm on the Destroyer over there. He just needed a wheelie bar to keep the nose down.
.040 for Sean. .220 for Jones. Jones will go through 939.2, 938.1 for Sean. So that would have been a nice close race down to the finish line. Put Sean 13th, 15th for Jones. And the next pair we'll see Paul White in the Kawasaki and Dale Marshall in the Suzuki. So on-site mobile panel and paint, and the Mighty Moto Ipswich Kawasaki in the speed flow lane. 929, quickest pass for the weekend so far. Dale, an 871 and an 885. .021 for Marshall, 080 for White. And Marshall go through for an 870 with a 6 and a 922 with a 3 for Phil White.
Marshall picked up 100. Phil picks up 700s. And that 700s makes a move. Goes from 12 up to number 9 as they're pretty tightly packed in there in the center of the front page. Johnny Lewis is still out in his own zip code in the number 1 spot. But Adam Hill and Brett McEnroe coming up now. Brett's on the Suzuki over on the right side. Harley on the left side out of Wild Card Customs. Well, that would be Adam Hill.
Adam Hill out with a 147.219 for Brett. And a 972 back up to 967 for Brett. 998 for Hill. Next up we have Rebecca Marsden from Bouval on the Honda. And Jesse James Barnes in the Pro Tune Motorcycles Suzuki. .056 red for Marsden, 019 for Jesse. Jesse will go through for a 918. 1221 for Marsden, so something not right there. A bit slower than the last pass. As we see the other Marshall, we see Jeff Marshall. And an 872 previous. 881 as well, Brian Alvizio at 891 and an 896. We just have a call for a car move in someone's pit bay. The rego number is 993 IC8. And another car, 996 ZQZ. In someone's pit bay, so we just need those cars moved as soon as possible. They are blocking the bay, so rego 993 IC8 and 996 ZQZ.
All right, now Vizio goes 886 in the number 6 spot. Jeff Marshall goes 875. He was already in with the 72, staying in the number 4 position.
Next up we'll see Tammy Goldthorpe. 862 previous and a 976, so a bit of just difference between the two runs there. This is a new bike for Tammy. 010 on the tree. It's a very good reaction time for Goldthorpe. I'll see 855 with a 9. In fact, that 8, so not too far from that 862 on the last one. And I think with that, we're going to move into some supercharged Outlaws.
Tammy will end up in the number 2 spot. Johnny Lewis out there all by himself, number 1 at 8:15. He's going to be leaving last no matter who he races. Dale Marshall, Jeffrey Marshall. Got the 3 and 4 spot in that order. Rachel Wilkins 5. Brian Alvizio 6. Scott Much and Mark Harris rounding out the quick 8. We wrap up qualifying and modified bike and the supercharged Outlaws getting ready to come around the corner.
Yep, so we have a big field of Outlaws. We have 27 for the Winternationals, so making up a good field.
Talk a little bit about the class for the race fans that aren't familiar with supercharged Outlaws.
What was that? Sorry?
Let's talk a little bit about the class for people that aren't familiar with the supercharged Outlaws that are getting ready to roll around the corner.
Yes, definitely. So we have a variation of cars. So we do have altered dragsters, funny cars, and obviously outdoor cars, all with some power adder. So we superchargers. We do have seen the turbo dragster from Kelly Kidd, and it is dial your own. So I'm not too sure you guys have something similar in the States.
We do not.
There's a category that I find to be quite interesting, getting a 6-second car to run consistent. On a full tree, we see Bruno and Bill Fletcher. Bill Fletcher in a Star MX Dragster. And PC Freight Service HD for Bruno.
Bruno Matajazovic, that's a really cool story that HT Holden is driving down there. He bought that car when it was a stone stock street car and drove it on the street. And then it went through a couple of configurations after he decided he was going to take it out and race it. Spent some time as a super sedan and just kept making modifications, moving up until it basically became a full-blown pro mod that you see out there right now.
now running 650s to the quarter. So
A little faster than your typical stock HG.
yes, definitely, especially if it was the 6-cylinder variant out of the factory. But lots of heavy changes. I can't imagine they'd be apart from the roof quarters and maybe the doors.
Who would, if I told you to pick the quick car of this pair, who would pick the door car?
Other people that watch the racing, we see Bruno gets a bit loose, picks up the wheel, gets off the throttle, but he gets back on it for a 676 at 211. So he's picked up mile an hour, but he's gone 2/10 slower with the pedal, and a 675 for Fletcher.
And he still beat the dragster to the finish line. Moved toward the center line, had to take his foot off the gas, got back after it, and still beat the dragster to the finish line. And Bill Fletcher actually picked up from what he ran earlier, 675. If you want to be the man, you got to outrun Steve Swinsko, who ran 642 earlier in the weekend. It's just a fun category because there are a lot of wild machines and there aren't a whole lot of rules. I mean, obviously the safety stuff you have to do, but other than that, and even though it's called Supercharged Outlaws, as you pointed out, you don't have to have a supercharger, but you do have to have a power adder.
Yes.
Whether it's turbo, whether it's nitrous, whatever. Just put more power than you need in the chassis and have at it. Here comes the Super Bad Nova. This thing is awesome.
Yes, the Super Bad Nova for Peter Lay from Hope Island. OC representing the Lay Custom Imports. And the other Fletcher, Josh Fletcher in the Sky Marquee Dragster. Now, both the Fletcher Dragsters are very competitive. Obviously having a lot of success in the Dragster. Josh also having success in his Tirana. So there's a few cars in the stable there for the Fletcher.
Now for Josh Fletcher, we saw his dad just a minute ago. His dad's got the quicker car because, well, it's got the bigger motor in it. This one's a 360-some inch small block Chevy with a supercharger sitting on top. And the Nova, when I saw that thing yesterday, I think anybody get upset if I went out and just threw this chair over the balcony because it keeps sinking out from under me? That was a legitimate question. Would anybody get upset if I threw this chair over the balcony?
As long as it didn't hit the racetrack, I think he'd be fine.
Nah, balcony's
Can you
out
throw
back.
that far?
Yeah. Balcony's out back. I'm not throwing it towards the racetrack. Absolutely love the Nova, though. The fact that, like the old classic funny cars way back in the day, you didn't need a decal on the windshield to know what it was. Once again, if I told you to pick the quicker of the two, how many of you guys would pick the funny car? Because it's the quicker of the two. Right now, it's just qualifying, but if you get into racing, if these two line up to each other, the dragster will actually get the head start.
There you go, 026 for Josh Fletcher, 036 for Lay. Lay looks strong, and he goes 664 with a 7, and for Fletcher, a 722 to back up, a 733.
That's interesting. Pete slowed down. Josh sped up from the runs that they made yesterday. Now I have them scratching their heads a little bit when they go into eliminations later on in the day. Leahy currently number 4, Josh Fletcher number 12. 6 spots behind dear old dad.
So we see Steve Swinsko, top qualified at the moment with a 642, and then Toby Austin, obviously 651 in the funny car. And we'll see Toby Austin up now. And he'll be up against Rod Scanlon. Now this is only Q2 for Outlaws.
Did they just run once yesterday? I thought they ran twice yesterday. I'm asking, I don't know.
Yep, so our Outlaws and our Factory Extreme only ran one of their qualifiers yesterday. So I think, yep, so we'll see him out twice today for the rest of their 2 qualifiers, and then their round 1 will be tomorrow.
Rod Scanlon, the altered. Performance Parts Plus, big old wing hanging off the back of the roll cage, and Toby Austin in the funny car. Camaro bodied machine. Pete Leahy custom import. if you're going to paint a truck on the side of it, you should have just made a truck body for it, don't you think?
I don't think that'd be quite as aerodynamic as the Camaro, but it'd definitely be something cool to see.
It would definitely stand out from the crowd.
Yes, definitely. I like the length of the wheelie bar, the Scanlon. He's got the, if you're counting front wheel to wheelie bar wheelbase, it'd be the, I reckon you'd find it similar to a rear engine dragster.
Pretty close.
I-20 for Toby Austin, 069 for Rob. And also we'll get the first for a 669. So he slows down a bit, but the mile an hour is down a lot, so he might have been off the throttle early. A 673, so an improvement for Rob in the altered.
Yeah, Scanlon steps up about 3 spots there. Goes to number 6 with that 673.
Toby Austin bumps up to second by 1 thou.
Nah, he was already there.
He was already there?
Well, he slowed down that run, didn't he?
Yes, he did.
Okay.
So Bruno just then, with a few passes ago, only 1,000th.
Mm-hmm.
And there's a bit of a distance to Steve Swinsko with that 42. As we see Trevor Cooper and Simon Madigan. Now we have a pair of very aggressive cars. Trevor Cooper, we talked about this car last weekend. So the Tirana in the speed flow lane loves to dangle a front wheel in the air. It's a very, very cool piece of machinery. So watch it off the start line and you'll be able to, most times you'll see the spoke of the wheel because it's not spinning when it's in the air. But it's very cool to see for Trevor Cooper and Simon Madigan in the Falcon from South Australia. That's also a very nice, well-presented car. So a 722 from him in the first qualifier and a 764 for Trevor Cooper.
A couple of orange machines going at it. I don't know what you guys do over here, but it makes me think about like pumpkin spice time of year. Halloween and Thanksgiving when everything turns to pumpkin spice. That Tirana is wild. Short wheelbase, 2-door version. It almost looks like a cartoon, and I mean that in a very positive way. Like, okay, what do we got? We got a little bitty car. What else we got? We got a great big engine. You think we could put them together? No possible chance. Let's try. Oh, look, it worked.
So when Terry's got the phone out to take a video, you know to pay attention. So watch the Tirana in the close lane. Watch how they do it most runs. Yep.
That car's just wild.
So it's an LC Tirana. Yep. So the LJ has the divider and the taillights. Very small differences. And
I mean, Simon Madigan's car over on the right side of the racetrack, that thing is ridiculous.
and how do you like both cars with
No, it's like when you put it
4 to
next
1?
to Trevor, it's like, okay, that one's not quite as ridiculous.
And very different to the zoomy style heads we normally see. Got the 4 to 1, 4 horns. Have a look at the Tirana. There's the front wheel. There's a 006 red for Trevor. 065 for Simon. And Simon will go through for a 711 to back up the 722 from earlier. And a 764 with a 6 to back up the 764 with a 5.
Simon picks up a 1/10 of a second, picks up 2 spots, goes up to number 10. Trevor Cooper, as crazy as that car is, he just made back-to-back runs within a 1,000th of a second. And when it comes to dialing it in, if he can keep that going all day long, or all weekend long, he should be racing around late on Sunday afternoon.
It's definitely a very consistent car there. Also putting on a show, dangling the front wheel a little bit. It didn't get too high on that pass, but it carries a bit. And we see Fiona Reed in the Keating Transport rear engine dragster, and Adam Solomon from Deception Bay in the Sunshine Glamping custom line. Have a look at that.
See you later. Thanks for stopping by. nice day. He just wanted to come out and do the best burnout of the whole week and then go home.
So it almost sounded like the throttle might have gone hung a little bit.
The throttle stuck.
So he will. That's a. Yeah, so it looks like we'll see Fiona Reid on with a solo. From Victoria. We have plenty of Reid cars out here this weekend. Obviously, Daniel Reid in the Pro Alcohol Funny Car. In the Outlaws Dragster. Abigail and Michaela in the Junior Dragsters. They're bringing the whole family out for the event.
I like it. All of them got the Belgravia apparel logos on the side. All-Star batteries, Keating Transport all helping out. All right, Fiona, you have center stage. Because Adam didn't want to come play. Well, I mean, he wanted to, but sometimes the best laid plans, you know.
541 red for Fiona. Did do a 730 with an 8. And she goes 717 with a 4, so big improvement. She picks up plenty of mile now, 193. She's 185 on her first qualifier.
So Fiona did the big move, 1300ths of a second as a matter of fact. Moved up to the number 12 spot. Couple of spots on the board. Sally Watts and Pete Wheeler. Waiting next. We're going to get after it with a couple of dragsters.
So we have the pro drivers briefing down at the scrutineering shed. It is going on right now, and it is compulsory. So we need all the pro drivers down at the scrutineering shed right now, if you're not already there. Thank you. So Peter Wheeler and Sally Watts. We did see Peter down at the Nitro Champs in Sydney. Unfortunately, grenaded the motor, so bit of a rush to get it ready for this weekend. They are relatives of mine, so yeah, have a listen to the hunt.
Did you get caught up in the crash?
No. So they're further up north. So I wasn't caught up in the thrash, and they actually have put a smaller cam in from Sydney, and it still sounds pretty aggressive there. Sally Watts. Sally's pretty new to the dragster. I don't think we've seen the car out on track too many times. 718 on the previous run, and I don't think we have a time for Wheeler.
Did he make an attempt yesterday?
I'm not too sure. They ran Outlaws the class before Junior, so I was strapped in the car and didn't get to see. I'm looking at it lurching forward.
So for Peter Wheeler over on the right side, important run because he is not yet on the qualified sheet. Once the tree comes down, that'll take care of itself.
Red for Wheeler, 119 red for Watts, and shoots out early for Wheeler. And Watts will go through for a 717 with an 8 to back up a 718 with a 9. Very consistent, and Wheeler goes through 753, but that was not a full pass there, but
I'm not sure we can look at that or not. I didn't see anything from this angle. Didn't look like it popped or banged, or wonder if he felt something wrong in the car, or maybe they were just planning the first time out on a new motor to click it off early and go back and look everything over.
it's not too sure there, but yep, so he will go to the bottom of the sheet in 16th place. Wheeler. Watts, I'm not too sure if she has moved up. She's in 13th, 717 with an 8. Yes, so we see Wheeler only at 96 mile an hour.
We got another car coming up that doesn't have a run on the sheet yet, Matt Loy. The Monaro, lined up on the left side of the racetrack. The speed flow lane. I wonder with one qualifying session yesterday and 2 today, if there are some people that just decided that we'll sit out Thursday, go get qualified on Friday and ready to race.
There might have been a few people that have decided that, so we do have.
Matt yesterday couldn't get the thing to back up after the burnout.
And
Thank you, I recall that now.
This is also a new car. I think this might be its first full event. Showed up at the QDRC a few months ago. Went for a single test pass, put it up. So I think just a familiarization in the new car. Obviously he had that Tirana. So Matty Loy.
By the way, have you been through the store down here that's got all the Winternationals apparel in it?
Yes, I have. Have you been down there?
I have. They got about everything.
Yes, they do. It's
Hats and shirts and hoodies and koozies and mouse pads and kid stuff and a ladies section, and I mean it's like a mini mall.
It is. So we do have plenty of merchandise up just to the left and behind the tower there. So any of the spectators wanted to purchase some official merchandise. Nice on the ground there for Matty Loy. Play a smoke.
I just hope it goes backwards.
Khan Tate in the TC Racing Monte Carlo funny car. I don't know if he's got fire yet. As Matty Loy, yep, there we go. So he's got reverse. Okay, so Khan got fired up now. The body's dropped.
I have a feeling that Matt and his team might have gone over and
So Khan Tate has qualified with a 733, but only at 127. So I know that that car can run pretty deep into the sixes. Seen this car run before, so
it'll certainly go faster than 127 miles an hour.
Yes, definitely. He might even have a crack at the top qualifier, depending on the setup they've got in it this weekend. But I know the car can run fast. Matty Loy, we haven't seen too much of him, and well, we haven't seen a run from him this weekend. But obviously, a new car and the
Again, yesterday did the burnout and wouldn't back up.
Yes, definitely.
So he tried.
You have to have a look at Matty Loy's car close. So it looks black from here, and if you get close enough, it has a gold flake in it. It's a very nice color, very aggressive looking car, same as the Monte Carlo, the Khan Tate.
So this will definitely add one more to the ladder. As soon as Matt pulls in and stages the car, he will officially be on the qualified sheet. Do you think Dave can go number one?
I think if he goes a full car, I think he'd have a good chance at it. 016 for Loy. This smoke at Floy, and Tate goes 616.
Oh, we got a wall down
yep.
there in the shutdown area, it looked like. If he didn't, he missed a golden opportunity to do it. That thing made a hard move to the right when the parachutes came out. He did go to number one, and any contact would have been past the finish line. We'll have to take another look at that one on the replay, hopefully. Watch
Here we
again.
go. Oh, yep. So chutes came out, and unfortunately there, Khan has made a bit of contact with the wall down the bottom end. We do see him go up into first qualifier by quite a margin, 616. Steve Swizz goes 642. I don't think we've seen him out yet for this second qualifier, and Matty Loy will go up into 11th with a 698.
Take another look at it down here. The car's looking pretty good for Khan over there. until the parachute comes out. When the parachute comes out, it turns the car to the right, just kind of kick the tail sideways. By the time Con could fight it back in.
We do see something going down the track after, so there might have been something that went wrong with the car before. I'm not too sure, but we did see something roll down the track.
So it'll be a couple of minutes here. They certainly want to check on Con down there, and I'm imagining they're going to run a sweeper down there. You saw it kicked up a whole lot of dust and dirt and stuff. It'll be a couple of minutes while they get things squared away down at the other end, and we'll continue on with Supercharged Outlaws. Qualifying session number 2. Hey, while it's quiet, give us an opportunity to welcome everybody. Glad to have you out here. Willowbank Raceway, the Gulf Western Oil Winternationals. My first visit to this facility, and absolutely love the place. Love the people, love everything about it. Yeah, we did get word from the top end of the racetrack that Con is out of the car. They're just kind of looking things over and checking the damage. It didn't look like a debilitating hit. It just looked like a side swipe down there on a wall. Of course, anytime you're going 220 miles an hour and you hit something, it's never going to be good.
Yes, definitely so. Hopefully we'll see that car back out if nothing was too severe, and I think we'll just still have a quick break while we get things sorted in the deep end.
Kick things up the screen. We'll be back.
Tropical Meltdown join forces for 4 days of burnouts, drag racing, power skids, show and shine, live music, camping and more. There's almost $60,000 in prize money up for grabs. For tickets and event info, visit northernnats.com.au.
We can do better. Needs more boost. Whether you're running a business, working on the job, or prepping for your next pass down the strip, a Super Cheap Auto trade account gives you trade pricing on essential automotive parts and consumables.
Street Machine is Australia's favourite car magazine, documenting the achievements of the hot car community with a fiery passion. And that includes drag racing, with the crew on deck this weekend at the Winternationals, covering everything from top fuel to sportsman racing. You can get a Street Machine subscription for yourself or a loved one from as little as $89, which includes free delivery to your door before it hits the shops. Get on it at streetmachine.com.au. VU4U is an iconic Street Machine project car, and it's just copped a massive restoration. It's flamed, it's slammed, and it sounds awesome. Valued at $75,000, it could be yours. Enter now at win.streetmachine.com.au. T's and C's apply.
This is an exciting time for Top Fuel Racing as we literally blast off on the Blast Australian Top Fuel Championship. What is Blast? Well, this guy's a good guy to ask. Lee Bartlett, the co-founder of Blast. What is Blast?
Well, Blast is what you think it is, what you expect it would be. It's the ultimate car cleaning ecosystem. So it's all wall mounted.
Yes.
And it's mounted in your garage, no setup time. Just pull up in your rig, your four-wheel drive, your car, your caravan, and start cleaning.
Marine too, right? You can do
Yeah,
boats.
boating, yeah, absolutely, boating too.
If it's dirty, blast it.
Absolutely.
So vacuuming as well. You've got the
Yep.
chemicals as well for cleaning.
Yep, so it's about, the 3 stages of keeping your car clean. So vac, wall-mounted, wet, dry vac, with a 10-metre retractable hose. Then obviously the wash, we've got a 30-metre hose in this machine, a 2,300 PSI. This thing is the perfect tool for not just washing your car, cleaning your driveway, cleaning the solar panels on your roof, cleaning your gutter, your caravan, your boat. This thing is a game changer. And then this is what car dealers use. These are the detailers. This is how they get that really good pristine finish on the car. It's dry your car with heat and air. So this is an Air Max car dryer blower. This is the ultimate car care setup.
So basically with Top Fuel, we're all about high performance, right? Nothing's more high performance than a Top Fuel car.
Yep.
This makes perfect sense.
Absolutely. For us, it's all about saving our customers time so they can get back to doing what they love, and every second counts. That's the same in car racing, right? And the same in motorsport. Every second counts. So for us, it's the perfect match. It's the perfect reason why we would be supporting the Top Fuelers.
Bang Shift Automatic Shifters by Aeroflow Performance. A premium range of performance automatic shifters engineered for positive engagement, smooth operation, and precise gear selection when it counts. From tough street builds to dedicated race cars, Bang Shift delivers clean, confident shifts and total control, pass after pass. When precision matters, make every shift count. Upgrade to Bang Shift from Aeroflow Performance. See the full range now at aeroflowperformance.com. X-Pro Ignition by Aeroflow Performance. A complete range of high-performance spark plug leads, ignition coils, control boxes, distributors, and supporting components. Engineered for stronger spark, sharper throttle response, and total ignition control. From street builds to serious race applications, X-Pro delivers the spark your engine demands, with reliability you can trust. Don't leave power on the table. Upgrade to X-Pro Ignition from Aeroflow Performance. See the full range now at aeroflowperformance.com.
Street Machine Drag Challenge, presented by VPW, is the playground of Australia's toughest, genuine street cars. 300 plus competitors will drive over 1,300 kilometres across Victoria and South Australia, racing 5 days in a row. Drag Challenge is the ultimate test for any tough street car. Running from October 27 to 31st, visit dragchallenge.com.au for more information.
Like
Everything scored away at the top end of the racetrack. Shane Atkinson and Steve Swinsko coming live. Steve Swinsko, didn't he used to be the #1 qualifier?
yes, he was.
Doesn't seem like it was that long ago.
He was #1 with a out of park with a 616. another one of our drivers we didn't see yesterday. So quite a few of them just not seeing the point of running the Thursday when it's on the 2 on the Friday. A lot different. A big difference in weather.
Now, how many left-hand steer LJ Torontos did they make? That looks weird even to me. Even as the All-American guy, that looks weird.
I'll tell you what, I think he'd have a bit of a struggle seeing the Christmas tree as well with the loop blowing away.
Nah, that's fine.
So this one is a LJ, so the orange one we saw before with the big blow on it. So you can look at the taillight that has the dividers on the taillight. I think they have a different grill.
But why would it be left-hand steer?
I'm not too sure. It might be a preference. I doubt there'd be very much stock Tirana left in that. There'd be plenty of fiberglass and tube chassis in that. We see Swissco, which we haven't seen apart from. And we see a 656 for Swissco, but I think it's off the throttle early, and a 730 with a 7 for Atkinson. Swissco only at 190 mile an hour.
That'll put Atkinson at least on the qualifying sheet. Swissco.
Yep, so that puts Atkinson down at 17. Next up, we'll have the Turbo Dragster of Kelly Kidd and Christine Steffens in the Lockyer engine reconditioner.
Now, Kelly Kidd did not get a clean run down the racetrack yesterday, and I got to tell you, I'm not familiar with the car, but I would think a 500-inch big block with turbos would be capable of running down in that low 6-second neighborhood.
Yes, so she has been to, I think, the mid to low 6s in that car. She has been struggling a little bit recently with start line tire shake, and even it shake, it pick the front wheels up pretty high. So we'll see if she can get a nice pass down. So she at a 997, nowhere near representative. A 667, a decent pass on her. We see Kelly just go through her burnout procedure, wait for Christine to roll forward. And we have seen Christine in a number of different cars, so not too sure if you're familiar here with our Outlaw Nitro funny cars and Nostalgia funny cars
I am not.
series. So we have a similar to the Superbad Nova, similar style, the older style funny cars with Nitro. Here we have a separate series that they run occasionally. We see them up at Warwick Dragway a few times. So she obviously running the Pirano's Time Traveller car on occasion. So
I like going fast, but I'm not sure I want to go so fast I go back in time. Actually, if I could go fast enough to go back in time and buy like Apple and Amazon stock, that would be nice.
Yeah, that'd be good.
It'd be really nice. So a couple big old hair dryers here on the left side. Power and Kelly, who did not get down at the track yesterday, and the Locklear engine machine over on the right side.
Yeah, so this Dragster of Kelly is pretty aggressive on the start line. That was a bit better for Kelly. I think she might be off the throttle again. And we see a 662 to back up a 668 for Steffens. And Kelly goes a 992 and 86. So no, that is not a full pass there for Kelly. So
that's interesting. Kelly looked like they calmed it down. I mean, 104 to 60 foot is not world beating, but it's certainly not bad for a turbo car. And then normally you get out there 150 or 200 feet, start ramping the power in, and shortly after that, well, there was no power being ramped in. So if they're going like one step at a time, I would say they got the first 150 feet down. Now they just got to get the ramp in.
It's definitely they have their third qualifier later on today, 301. So hopefully she can get the car sorted there, make a full pass for her third and last qualifier. And have a look at the wing on the altered. For Gary Cameron. And Paul Anderson in the Camaro. Now, I think we have seen this car from Gary, and I don't think the last time I saw it, I don't think it had a wing on it. I think it's a car that is a car. I think it's a pretty quick altered. Runs into the sixes. And I don't think he had that big long wing on it last time. Looking for a bit of stability, maybe a 697 for Gary on his first qualifier. 715 for Paul Anderson in the Camaro. That's a very tough looking car for the Easy Vehicle Rentals. Garment Property Group. Altered in the Rocket Lane.
See, if you're going to put a wing on the altered, you got to get it up high enough that you don't bump your head on it when you're changing the tires. That's the important part.
Yes, definitely.
Nothing else matters. Nothing.
I think you could ask anyone on a crew for that car. There'd be plenty of head bumps. I know Dad has a issue with the Junior Dragsters sometimes. Have a smaller wing than the last car we had, so it's not as bad. So there's a very tidy Camaro there, and for Gary Cameron, a very aggressive looking altered.
Paul's almost got to have a mirror in that thing to see the tree, doesn't he?
I think he might have to. Gary Cameron well over towards the center line. Oh, and looks like
Looked like it either threw the belt off or banged the blower down there and shattered the hood when it did, because there was a whole lot of carbon fiber.
And so I think that
chippies flying around down there.
So I think Paul Anderson, a bit of debris, bit of bodywork that's come off the track. We have a look at the replay. So Gary Cameron was well out, went towards the center line a bit. Might have gone off the throttle, yeah, boom. So not too sure what happened there. Might have been a burst panel out of the side of the blower. Not too sure there, but so we'll have a look at that.
They're going to have some shrapnel to clean up down there and get all the FOD off the racetrack. I do believe we've got, is it one more? It looks like there's at least one more. For supercharged.
Yes, I think we
Outlaws
have
back there.
Dave Wilson out on the start line. So I think that might have been Paul Anderson's first pass for the weekend.
Well, I have another moment. Again, I want to welcome all of you race fans here. Great to have you here at Willowbank for the Gulf Western Oil Winternationals. Especially want to welcome all the VIPs from the Gulf Western Oil Company. A bunch of them in the tent over there. Glad to have you folks out here today. We were just kind of getting warmed up. A little bit later on the day, we'll bring out the Group 1 machines, but we got some wild action coming up before then. And by the way, if you are a fan of Sport Compacts, they are going to have the Sport Compact Show and Drag Race Jamboree coming up in August 7, 8, 9. Mark your calendars if you like the Sport Compacts, whether it's show and shine stuff or whether it's performance. Geared Advanced Motion Jamboree presented by Fuel Tech will be right here at Willowbank coming up first weekend in August. I guess technically second weekend in August, because the first weekend will be the first and second. But 7, 8, 9, mark your calendars.
Yes, definitely an event you do not want to miss. You going to come up for that?
If I get invited. I'm pretty easy to get along with. I'm an independent contractor. If somebody says, we'd like to have you someplace, send me a plane ticket. Just don't make me sit on the tarmac in LA for 4 hours before we take off. Yeah, the plane's making a funny noise. We're going to have to check on that. And then 4 hours later, they go, well, we think it'll be okay, so we took off. Well, hell, if you thought it was going to be okay, we could have taken off 4 hours ago. I mean, I realize there's no place to stop between there and here to fix the thing, but still. I'm sorry, I vowed not to whine about that. Did I sound like I was whining? I was trying not to whine. I do want to say, though, personally, a very, very big thank you to the folks here at Willowbank, along with Santo Rapazarda, because they're the reason that I came down here after being in Sydney a couple of weeks ago. And they reached out and said, hey, are you available? Would you like to come? We'd love to have you come to Willowbank. I've heard so much about this racetrack. I've got a lot of friends over in the States, both drivers and crew chiefs and folks like that have been down here, and all have raved about the place. So when they invited me, I was pretty quick to adjust my calendar so I could make it down here, but really do appreciate the invitation. It's my pleasure to be here.
Yes, definitely. No, it's great to have you here. We enjoy the commentary. Just a quick shout out to all of our media down on the start line. To Dave Reed, big love hearts on the other side. doing a great job getting coverage over the weekend. So obviously drag photos on Point Media.
Speaking of coverage, we're going to be on 7 Plus.
Yes. So would that be the Saturday, Sunday?
Saturday, Sunday.
Saturday, Sunday.
You got friends, family that couldn't make it but wanted to follow along. They can follow along on 7 Plus. Wade Unger going to be the lead commentator, and he's going to shepherd all the rest of us through it. I was just told Sunday only on 7 Plus, not Saturday, Sunday, so for eliminations day anyway.
So I think the rest of it will be on Overtaking Lane on Willowbank. So Willowbank channel on YouTube, streaming the rest of the coverage for the event.
David Wilson's car has come to life. They've gotten everything cleaned off at the top end of the racetrack, and I think we're about to put Supercharged Outlaw Q2.
So I'm not too sure. 678 for Dave, so that's not too bad. But they did have issues with the car. So for a few events, they've been sorting out a rattle. They've had a lot of vibration in the car, trying to sort out. I think they've got it fixed, and then I think they had a Zeus for the pan. One of the Zeuses in the pan come up, so they had a bit of work to do last night. Went down the pits, so we'll see for Dave Wilson, New Beth.
I know this, if I had $1 for every time a drag racer told me I think we found our problem, I'd have my own top fuel car. I might have 2 of them.
That is a very common words to come out. It's hope as well.
I think we found the problem.
So Dave Wilson for CWT Services in the Whiplash.
Throttle stop off, showing Dave that when he smashes the gas this time, it's going to go all the way to the floor. See if we can pick up from that 678 thing. That was interesting. The crewman back here is working on the barrel valve, was trying to signal the guy in front of the car, and he didn't get it. And they just set him off. They had a problem with the barrel valve down there on the side of the injector. The guy behind the car noticed it, was signaling the guy in front of the car who didn't see, and I'm not sure.
So Ethan and Rod Oberg on the start line there, just not happy with sitting on the injector hat of Dave Wilson's dragster, so unfortunately he'll be pushed back. But he did get a representative pass in the first qualifier, and we will hopefully see him out for the third. Should be just...
Well, one thing for certain, if you got a problem with the fuel delivery system, you don't want to run that thing down the racetrack, because if it goes lean, it goes bang, and it's a whole lot cheaper and easier to shut it off than to blow it up and have to go back and work on it again. All right, well, we got some more wild cars coming up, and we're going to do a little change of voice up here in the tower as well.
And a big thank you there to Alan and Carl. Great to hear your voices on here at the track. Welcome back. It'll be me, Terry, and Mr. Wade Benson. How are you, Wade?
I'm excited, Terry. I'm very excited.
You know what we're excited for?
Because it's Jamboree-esque.
It is like Jamboree. Terry, there's lots of beautiful cars here. This is it. What do we have? Jerry Kale in the direct clutch RX-7. Colin Wilshire in the prime signs Mitsubishi. The Eclipse. So close. So close. What do we need to say, Wade? What can we talk about Jamboree and how exciting it is? It's the carnival you have with your pants on. That's what it is. But this is it. This is what is happening here. We get to see one of the fastest 4 cylinders in the world and we get to see the beautiful 20B rotary here. Jerry, how good is it to see it here? The direct clutch car, it is just a wild bit of kit.
Well, at one stage it was the quickest four-cylinder in the world.
Yes.
And they're called Willowbank home. So now it's well and truly the quickest four-cylinder in Australia. It's run a 600, but we're all waiting to see the magic number.
Wait, it's unfair when you get tapped on the shoulder and said, okay, mate, you're out. I've just gone a little bit quicker than you. Yeah. It's just unfair. And we know Colin doesn't like that very much.
No.
Because he's very competitive, as is his children are. So let's have a look. All eyes will be on Wilshire. Let's see. Look, we did see Jerry ran a 7:42 at 142. We know the RX-7 is a genuine 6-second car. We know Wilshire theoretically could be a 5-second car. Now, what we will see today, as I said, just so privileged to have the Factory Extreme deciding to jump in with us this weekend at the Winternationals, and I'm sure everyone in the crowd is very happy for this, but what you might witness here might be something special. We're not going to say anything. I'm just going to shut the hell up and let it talk. Oh, absolutely. Oh, looks like something's going to miss there, but all eyes will be on Cole. The car is just tapered off, and there'll be a 675, a lazy 675. The car wasn't happy, but you can see the direct clutch car. It's got some little bit of shrapnel there, not to what it was. Can't see any fluid there. The boy's just cleaning up. Might have been a bit like diesel assault, or might have been a bit of Moreton Island sand.
Probably a bit of rubber that's come out from underneath after the burnout.
We'll have to ask him if he's been on holidays with the family recently to the beach.
What's the equivalent for a rotary? What is the equivalent for a rotary going to the beach?
Actually, I don't know. I have no idea. I'm just trying to think. Would it be? I don't know. It's got to be something Japanese, hasn't it? I don't know any Japanese beaches. I've got no idea. But we have a look here. Alan Dodd, Archie Kieski, the Mazfix Performance 20B, the mighty Boostworks 13B of Alan Dodd. How good does this thing of Alan's look?
Yeah,
it's green. It's like a green, like when they've gone to paint this thing, they've gone, what colour green do you want? And you go, how about we just mix a few things in there and just do it?
Yeah, we've seen that. We've seen Alan campaigning in Pro Compact previously at Jamboree in the What Up G, but how about we go from a What Up G to a bit of Sup G?
See what it's going to do, but look at it. How is the Sup G? Look at that. That's a great shot from overtaking lane. Looking straight down the barrel of that big hole on the bonnet with that turbo sitting there. Always remember that Archie, the first rotary in the world to 200 mile an hour. The first rotary into the sixes in Australia. The guy has history. I actually raced Archie. I reckon, you ready for this? I don't promote illegal activities, but I raced him in Toowoomba, probably in about 1984 in an RX-3. I won't tell you how that went, but I can tell you now, that's why he's driving a 20B and I'm sitting here commentating.
Because you had to talk your way out of a speeding ticket, right?
I'm not saying anything.
He was quick enough to get away.
But let's hope, look, they've been creeping up on that Mazfix car, running 6.4s. The Boostworks car. 7.5, but let's get Doddsy. Let's get him into those sixes. Let's get both these rotor-powered cars. Let's see a couple of side-by-side 6 seconds. That'd be sweet. The mighty Dorito, the mighty Jamboree. Get online and get your tickets. They're available now. The Jamboree, do not miss out. You will not be disappointed. It is a carnival. Look at it, it's loose, both of them. It's like they're having a bit of a dance. No one wants to hold hands, everybody's away. Well, let's have a look at that back shot from that if we get a chance from our overtaking lane. You got another $50 just to get a replay? Dave? Dave's getting all work done on his car. Oh, this is his new next cruise. Have a look at the videos on this, folks. Have a look when we see them go down the track. Watch for Alan and Archie. Cars did not want to hook up. Well, it did hook up, but it just got loose. Both of them said, "No, you know what? Live to fight another day."
Yeah,
Wade.
well, it's only your second qualifying session for Factory Extreme. So as you said, they both got towards the centre line, got a little bit loose, and with the lack of aero that these cars have, it's always been.
What are you talking about? The lack of here's a good shot. Lack of aero. Those things are slipperier than a pencil. No, seriously, have a look at this. Stodzy picks the front left up. Bang. Archie goes out. That green thing just pops, doesn't it? But yeah. So here we go. Do you say it? Do we say it?
Current number one qualifier with a 6:41.
2J Supra. Ben Slaughter. Eddie Hawatch. Another one with the mighty piston engine. We get to see, look, 6:41 for Ben yesterday. That thing was on a march. It was looking good, wasn't it, that Supra? 219 mile an hour. I have nothing to say about that.
We've just been given the solo signal to
Oh,
so we
no.
won't get to see Ben, unfortunately.
Yeah, Ben and the boys have been hustling over there. Every time I walk past them, they're working hard. So hopefully whatever it is just something minor. Sometimes these little gremlins just come out at the most inopportune times. You know, it's like saying to your mechanic, look, I've got a knock. And then you take it to them and it says, no, I can't hear anything. Then you're driving back home and you get, there it is.
It's back.
There it is.
For Eddie, though, it's a pretty wild bit of kit for Eddie down there. So you usually expect something pretty spectacular.
Now let's hope that Eddie can get this thing down here, get this RX-7 down there. Let's see what it can do. Hopefully he can hook it up because we know it's quick. Genuine 6-second car. So if you like what you see, as I said, don't forget Jamboree, 7, 8, 9 of August. It's a 3-day carnival. You get to hear Chris Steagles on the mic. You get to hear me at some point in time as well on the mic. Red light, but it's a wheels up affair. Car really just dug down and tried to turn the earth.
So won't see improvement on the 11-second pass from
No,
yesterday.
sadly.
So we haven't seen the potential from Eddie yet. Qualifying session number 3 a little bit later on.
Yeah.
All 8 cars will make it to race day tomorrow. You can see the rear shot there with Eddie as he come into stage. You can see that bottom bulb just would not stay on, would it?
So here comes Isaac Afcal, of course, in the Queensland Property Group RX3. Isaac, son of Sammy Sam. Let's see what he can do. He's coming in fresh from a win down the road. And gets put behind the wheel of this stunning 20B RX3. Give him a round of applause. Just a young bloke having a crack in a rotary. Do you like that? That's
very good, isn't it? It's, and if you're a young bloke like Isaac, he doesn't have a lot of fear, does he? He just knows how to drive the wheels.
He has no fear.
He's probably sat behind more different cars than I have owned at his age. But he knows how to drive the wheels of every single one of them.
Yeah, he's not scared, is he? He'd be the sort of kid where you know, like they'd be saying, "Oh, mate, is that a big jump off the cliff into that water?" He'd go, "Yeah, I'll have a go." You go, no, don't. But I wonder how his mum and dad, how Sammy and his wife go with it. They, you know, like these boys. I have met mum quite a few times. She doesn't seem like she worries too much about the boys, which is really cool.
Got it under control.
Yeah. They know what they're doing. Safe. It's all safe.
Even when they're behind the wheel and they're out of control, they're still in control.
That's it. So Isaac will be looking for a high 6-second. Maybe even a bit better. You can see Sam just walking back there. Obviously not bringing the RX-8 out on this run. Not too sure how it is. But all these rotaries. It's warming my little rotary heart, I can tell you. But Isaac, come on, my man. Let's get this thing down there. Let's see what you can do, brother. Oh, that was a pop and a no. Just like that. We'll try and start it again. No. No, it's the silence. It's the sound of silence.
It's almost like anticipation, isn't it?
You see Royce wandering up going... Royce wandering up to the side of the car going, did you want fries?
Is that really what he's asking?
No. He's saying, are you okay? You see Isaac trying to mucking around with a couple of... There is a whole lot of looking in the window there.
Well, if you can get the car started under his own accord within the car, he's entitled to do the run.
And he's not in full stage, so that sound could be heard right through the Lockyer Valley. That rotor on the two-step. Come on, Isaac. It is.
Is that not the boost?
Does not. It's not just. Gonna go no. You watch it'll hit it. No. Oh, you know what? It is what it is.
Good thing, Terry, we don't have to wait too long to the next factory extreme session because qualifying session 3 is later this afternoon.
And I'd say a lot of the guys will be waiting for it to be a little bit more cooler. And it was a bit of an indifferent mix there. Well, Wade, I'm going to actually chuck you off the microphone because I'm just about to get a special... Before we go into our first rounds for you and I'm going to get a special guest commentator on to call Top Sportsman, someone who we've never had on the microphone before. It may be his first time on the microphone. It also may be his last. We don't know.
Swapping the helmet for a headset, and I reckon he could give you a run for your money, Terry.
Oh, calm yourself,
mate.
You
just watch yourself.
Do you want to be on here?
Yeah,
you want to be on here with him?
I'm glad I'm not wearing a hoodie.
Mate, I'm just going to wait for someone with a difficult name, and then I'm just going to throw him to it, and he can do it. But this will be our final qualifier for Top Sportsman. And please, ladies and gentlemen, we welcome Top Sportsman Racer Extraordinaire, Mr. Dan Morris.
I don't know about extraordinaire, mate.
Oh, well, mate. Have you ever seen one of these screens before? Big skid there from Dave Knightley, Carl Davies, of course.
No, I can't say I've ever looked at this side of the fence before.
Well, that's their names, because it says their name. That one says what he's driving.
Right.
That one down there says what he's previously run.
Right. Okay.
You got it? You're all over it?
I think...
As a racer, how do you feel about that?
Mate, that doesn't really bother me, to be honest. It's different, that's for sure. But
so, you're going to love it. It's only qualifying. We can get it wrong, we can get it right, we can do whatever we like, Dan. So look, Carl Davies, of course, in the Chevy Monza, Dave Knightley in the EH sedan. Have you ever raced against Dave, or have you only? I know you would have raced against Carl plenty of times.
Mate, I think I've lined up against him at winter warm-ups and... Actually, no, sorry, I'll tell you what. At a QDRC, yes, absolutely. Yeah. Raced Carl a few times.
Yes, I know you would have raced Carl a few times.
Yep.
So how does it feel sitting up here with the small block at home and having your bum in the chair of here?
It feels pretty cool, actually.
Don't get too comfortable, mate. Red light, but a big wheel stand there for Knightley. A 117 for Davies. Carl is going to punch that little Monza through for a 823 at 166. Dave Knightley, an 817 at 165.
Mate, it's good to see Dave Knightley getting on top of that thing. He was sitting on the bubble there for a while with that new car, struggling to qualify last year and the year before, but it's good to see him on top of that now.
It's a beautiful looking car. It presents very well. So look, so Troy Daniel and Craig Chapman. So Craig, of course, and the Lee Anderson, the owner in the Ford. Barra-powered turbo. Used to campaign a red Ford Ute here, of course.
He did.
Back in the day at the, at the Winter Nationals for a lot of years. And then we got, of course, we got the Tirana. The purple Tirana of Troy Daniel. 632 cubes. How are those big blocks go, mate? They go all right?
Mate, they're all right. They've beaten up on me probably just as much as I've beaten up on them, if I'm honest.
But I've got to be honest, they don't sound as good.
Hell no. They don't
Because
sound
when you've
anything-
got that thing up in... What sort of revs would you have your small block in your car, generally as a rule?
Mine goes across the line at about 8,500 or 8,500, and I shifted at 82. So
That's a
up there.
sweet sound
That's
for a
good.
V8. That's nice. So Troy Daniel is previous run a 787 and an 81, and Craig an 820 and an 820. So Craig is on the money.
that
So we got-
car of Craig's is actually an ex Wayne Daly.
Oh,
Pro
truly?
stock car. Yeah, a
But
long time ago.
It goes straight. It's a beautiful looking
Yeah.
car. It's had it for a few years now. That Craig's been driving it as well.
He has, yep. They've been slowly progressing that car too, and starting to get on top of that into the 820 range.
When you see that consistency, Dan, you know that they're onto a good thing. So 002 red is okay, 085 for Troy. But there you go. There's another 821 at 166 for Chapman. He is super consistent.
He is, mate.
And 782 there for Troy.
Yeah, Troy's been a reasonably consistent campaigner too. We don't see him down here all that often anymore because he's a minor, but when he is here, it's always good to see him. So.
Awesome. So Andrew Lang in the KPM Performance Tirana, Brett Burra in the Scott Speed Probe. The Mighty Probe 780 at 175 and 832 previous for the North Mackay car. And the Tirana, of course, of Langy, a 786. He finally got it sorted. I was pretty pleased to see that thing head down the track at the last qualifier. But this is it. This is all what you've got to do today. Dan, it's no more going back after this.
No, mate.
Attacking that third qualifier.
Yeah, Q3 is where you want to sort of set yourself up for like a practice run for tomorrow, round one. Like a lot of the guys will probably, whether they put it on the car or not, or they have it written down, they will have a prediction or a dial-in set that they want to just test for tomorrow morning. Obviously, you sort of want to have a crack at the tree to see where you're at and make sure that your lights are consistent. So it's Q3 is important for race day.
And Sportsman will be on just before 10 tomorrow.
Yep.
So not too sure what's going on here, whether there's something. Just checking a few things. Whether we've got a, because it looks like shut them both down.
So I heard Alan saying last night, or asking how many of these probes that we have in the country.
There'd be a lot.
There's not actually that many. So John Barbagallo used to campaign one in Superstock and then in Pro Stock for a little while. But there is two others that I know of. So there is only probably 3 in the country.
Truly?
That I know of, yeah. So
They're a slippery looking car though. They look like they're designed in a wind tunnel pretty nicely.
Yeah, absolutely.
It does with that short back as well. It just slopes down nice and neat with that little wing that kicks up.
Yeah.
To push the rear tyres down across the line, keep it straight.
Absolutely.
How do you go with that? Trying to keep these things a little bit. They wriggle around a little bit. What's your top end? About 100 and...
We've gone nearly 171.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. So my car's pretty good actually. It doesn't move around too much. It has scared me a couple of times at a couple of tracks sort of up north, but mostly when I was building it, I got some really good advice off some dude by the name of Peter Ridgway.
Oh, Peter Ridgway. He, Mr. Superstock.
Because it used to be his car.
Yeah. Oh, was it really? I didn't know that.
So,
Pete used to be a Superstock racer from way back. He was very experienced.
Absolutely.
Obviously.
That man ran the first 7-second Pro Stock and 6-second Pro Stock runs in the country. One of them was in my car, just quietly.
Oh, that's a flex. So I'm not too sure what's happened here. It
is a little bit strange.
Whether they pushed him back, I'm not too sure.
They've pushed back the next pair too, mate. So must be something going on.
I'm just waiting to see what our
I'll tell you what, but if you want to see a category where there's a lots of cool cars with cool history, Top Sportsman is the one.
You're only saying that because you're in it.
Correct.
And that is fair. You are allowed to be unashamedly biased towards your category.
I am, don't
worry.
But
maybe they had a problem with the light or something, or maybe there was something down the deep end they just quickly cleared up. Sometimes we don't get the vision on we don't know what's going on right down the deep end, but we do get to see Andrew and Brett go through their burnouts again, which is always a good thing because you want to go through that routine, I would assume, Dan, every time. You don't want to be going, oh no, just bump it up to the front. It's like, no, I've upset my rhythm now.
Well, you've got to be a little bit careful too, Tez, that you don't overheat the rear tyre. As you will have seen, they will have just done short little burnouts just to clean the tyre off, pretty much. Because if you overheat it, it becomes a little marshmallowy, doesn't give you a true indication of what's going on.
So we know that Brett will be aiming for that 7.8, and we know that Andrew will be aiming for that 7.8 zone as well.
Both a couple of turbo cars too.
Yeah. Always love it when you see that TSAA. Oh, 0.39 there for Langer, 1.12 for Brett. Eyes on the Tirana. The Tirana is going. 7.87 at 161 and a 9.14, obviously off the pedal for Brett.
That's not bad. That backs up his 86 from last night. So you have to be pretty happy with that.
I think so. So Adam McNichol, where's Adam sitting? Adam's sitting at about in 4th position in the qualifying. Whitford, of course, in number 1. Vlado Jurek 2. 3 will be Fowler.
So there's one of those cars with lots of history sitting on the line, Terry. Adam McNichol's car. That is an ex-Warren Johnson pro-stock car from the US.
Really? That's some sweet history there.
Yeah, it's a pretty tidy looking thing, and it's still, if memory serves me correct, that's actually still Warren's painter.
Oh, truly.
Yeah.
And when you see this thing of Adam McNichol's, look, you can see the consistency already, that car that the Light Vehicle Solutions Pontiac has got with a 696, a 699 already. Yeah. Greg Fowler, but we know what Greg Fowler's like. The Fowler Freight Management Beretta, 766, 774. Brett probably hoping for something around that 7576 again. And got to be in that box, don't you? Give yourself something to think about with your 3 time slips.
100%. And Greg probably wouldn't be too overly happy with that spread. He'd probably like to see it a bit closer.
I wasn't going to say that. I was giving you. I was just being generous. Oh, look at that.
There we go.
A couple of cracker lights. A 013 for Fowler, 018 for McNichol. McNichol goes through for a 694. He is in the zone, and a 766 to back up a 766 for Fowler.
He'll be happier now, mate.
They will be, and I'll tell you what, those time slips almost. You just tell you what dialing you need to do.
Yep, absolutely.
And well done to those two. So Steve Horvat and Kayleen Gooley.
A couple of locals.
Certainly is. So the mighty Monaro from beautiful Beachmere, just about to get a new speedway track by the look of it up there. So well done to everyone up there. Yes. Boo to all the naysayers, because I reckon it's a good thing for the community. That's just my opinion, not the track's opinion. That's Terry Dale, so you can...
I'll agree with you, Tez, don't worry.
Yeah, and Kayleen Gooley, of course, in one of the toughest little Piranhas. Kicking around, look at that.
How good that small block supercharger, wheels up.
Yeah, awesome.
And little red light.
It doesn't matter.
Just a little red light.
813 to back up an 811 and an 817. Steve Horvat an 850 to back up an 847 and an 853. These time slips are riding themselves, really.
They are, mate.
So well done.
Are. Yeah.
So how good is this Mustang, a Max Carpenter?
So Maxie's car was actually built by Gonzo.
Oh, truly?
Yeah, so it's a local car through and through, but I have always loved that car, Max.
Look how good that thing is.
Tough as hell.
So he has run an 830 and an 833, has Max, in the Lockyer Car Wash Mustang. Of course, Michael Obst in the DMK Industries Cobalt, the black Cobalt, 739 in his qualifier at 185 miles an hour. We know the 643 cube Cobalt is capable of something pretty tough. And let's see, let's hope that Michael can get it down there to exactly where he needs it before we go into racing.
He'll be after something solid now because he got pushed. He didn't even cross the water box last night. They had a bit of a leak in the staging lane, so he didn't make Q2. So he'll be definitely after something solid now. Killer on the tree at times too, I'll admit.
Ball gets out with a 001 red, and then a 037 for Max Carpenter. Pulls the chute. 739.
39.4 to back up at 39.5.
How good is that? 184 mile an hour to boot. And nice work there. And of course, Max an 8.36. He's sitting in that nice 8.3s, isn't he?
Absolutely.
Nice and comfortable.
Yep, he is.
So Stephen Fowler and Paul Partridge. Paul Partridge, of course, New South Wales racer here in the BK Race Engine Mustang. Steve Fowler, the other Fowler Freight Management Pontiac. Well, we know what it's like. 694, 702. Like I said, once again, that's a little bit of a spread there for Steve, but that might be sorted out very shortly.
Yeah.
Whereas Paul, on the other hand, in the Fox body, an 807, 809, he's in the zone.
But his 809 probably wasn't representative last night because it rolled the beams a little bit.
Yeah. Did you see
How many times do you reckon these blokes have raced each other?
Oh, a lot. A lot. Did you see Fowler's... Did you see Fowler's the Junior Dragster?
Yes.
In the same livery? It just looks the goods.
It looks mint, doesn't it?
How cool is it? Well, a lot of toing and froing over there, but I'll tell you what.
Setting wheelie bars.
Yeah, Dan, it's the routine. The routine. People don't understand the routine is so important. You have to have that same routine every time. The racer needs to know exactly where his crew is. They need to know that everything has been done, isn't it?
Absolutely.
It should be just like second nature to everyone.
When your crew has been with you for a while, it just becomes second nature, mate. And you know from the looks on your crew's face when they're backing you up, and if everything's okay, it's situation normal. You know, if there's someone feels a bit off, that then sort of a little bit of doubt in your mind.
There we go, 013 for Fowler, 039 for Partridge. Have a look at Fowler. Watch that 6.9 come up. 6.92 at 200 mile an hour. There's the 200, Dan.
Yep.
And Partridge an 8.02 to back up an 8.07 and an 8.09 at 169 miles an hour. Steve Fowler third in qualifying. So nice work. We've got 3 cars in the 200 zone, and we've got 2 in the 190s, and we've got 1, 2, 3, 4 in the 180s. So a lot of quick cars out there.
5-6 second cars.
Yeah. How good is that?
Pretty cool.
So Dave Foster.
So Dave Foster's car, when it first came over, was brought over by Paul Russo, and it was actually an ex-pro mod car with a nitrous engine in it.
Big block all night, all gas,
632,
all gas. I love that. That sound of those.
And Neil's car
on the big gas cars. They sound wild.
They thump hard.
And I love the blue flame.
Yes, yes. But Neil Maxwell's car is actually an old Jason Line car.
Oh, is it truly? Now, how is this sponsor retirement? Are you kidding me?
Yeah.
The government don't pay that much for that.
No, they don't.
Well, it cuts a red light though, Neil, but a 060 for Foster. So Dave in the Spry Civil Chev will go through to 767. And Neil Maxwell is 719 to back up a 719. And so they might have cut a red, but you know what?
And Foster backs up his 67 with a 67 from Q1 and Q3. So
I haven't seen too many of these top sportsman racers who'd be unhappy with their result in their final qualifier. Here he is, the man, Mr. Tony Wyatt, the Pine Mountain Performance Calibra.
Oh, and don't we give it to him about his car?
Oh,
Nobody drives a Calibra except the hairdresser.
Oh, that is brutal. That's going to be on. That'll be on the overtaking lane on the Willowbank site forever.
Oh, he knows. He knows it's a hairdresser's car.
So Harry Sommer in the Berryman Harvesting Commodore, 814, 815 there for Harry, 780 and a 784 there for Tony. Had some good success over the last couple of years, has Mr. White, up here and down south.
He has, mate.
So really good to see.
Yeah, he's got that car.
And he'll tell you about it too.
He will.
Oh, he's not shy in coming forward about how good he is.
But he's got that car working really well.
049 for Wyatt, 043 for Sommer. Tony will punch it through for 782. So there he is in those 780. 817. Once again, another racer comfortably in those 8-1s. I bet you're glad you're not out there. They're all, you are. That face says, I don't care, Terry. I still would like to be out there.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
Well, here we go. A man who needs no introduction.
Oh, hang on. Which one? There's two.
Well, not Sean Doblin. It's not Paul, so it's Sean. So Sean's all right. He's a nice young fella. 572 cubes in the Cobra Ute. 848, 851. This bloke knows how to race. But Simon Isherwood.
They were a bit on the nervous side last night, and you could see Brandon, his crew chief, when they ran the 40, he was up in the air because they knew they were in then. So
yep. So Simon Isherwood in the Evolution Water, 714 cubic inches of big block. So 696, 697. Will he run a 695 and just make it sweet?
Do you reckon he's going to leave with a 30-second reaction time again?
I've kept that. I snapshotted his 33-second reaction time, and I'm going to post it up on his memories every year.
I'll let him know when I walk in.
Oh, gets out with a big fat red.
A bit of shake too.
He's gone from one extreme to the other. Half a minute to under. So Sean Doblin goes 8:49, which is sweet, and Simon Isherwood goes 7:11 at 197. That wasn't a happy run there for Simon.
No, he won't be happy with that, actually.
He might have to go and see if he can go buy the RX2 back.
I spoke to him this morning. He wasn't. He actually made some changes, so he probably won't be.
No. Well, Vlado Churik in the BK Race Engines Mustang, 687, 200 mile an hour, so that's quick. Then we got Matthew Barron in the Aussie Diffs Beretta, 580 cubes, 843, 845. Now, Matthew, will you run an 844? And you know it will be absolutely perfect. Now, this, out of all the competitors, I think Matthew Barron is the sleeper this weekend in this competition. That's my thoughts.
Absolutely, he is a sleeping giant, that's for sure.
He is. He's like the Barons. Not only do they give us free lollies, they sneak up on the rest of the field and they go, hey, hang on, I didn't even think about the Barons. And all of a sudden, bang.
Yep.
They're there with a gold trophy in their hand.
But I tell you what, Vlado has stepped up in the last few meetings. That car has been on fire, and he has been on fire.
That looks like that'll be quick too.
Yeah.
688 at 198, and look at that, an 844. There you go. I predicted it. 843, 845, 845. Thank you, Matthew, for doing exactly what was required.
Doing is what you're told.
Mate, how good is it? It's just a guessing game up here, Dan. That's all you got to do. Wade and I just guess all day.
But you've done it twice this morning, I've heard.
Mate, I have. It's my birthday, so I'm allowed to guess it correctly.
Yes, happy birthday.
Thank
you. Happy birthday, mate.
Mate, well, I'm going to kick you out unless you want to call 4 hours of Junior Dragsters, which you are not.
Probably.
But most importantly, this is going to be round one, so I'm going to grab Wade on.
No worries.
But Dan, mate, enjoy Cooley Rocks, my man.
I will do.
Good to see you, brother. And thank you. That was awesome having Dan on board. We're going to get Wade's. They're just lining up the next QDRC meet. Wade and I are going to have a day off. He'll go, hang on. I'm not doing this for just a gift card. Seriously? That's all you get? Yes, mate, you do. But you get the love from the races. But how did you feel about that, Wade? I'm sorry we kicked you out for Dan, but we got an experienced sportsman racer in there. How good was he?
Yeah, he knew the race. I bet you gave a bit of favouritism to the small block guys too.
Mate, I think gave favour to the small block guys and gave grief to everybody else that he knows. And it's all on the celluloid forever.
Yeah, that's it. It's signed, sealed, and delivered, isn't it?
Simon Isherwood's going to go back and probably get a lawsuit against him.
Or a restraining order.
And me. Well, he's got one on me, I reckon. After all the shenanigans I say, Simon keeps telling me that, mate, you need to get over the RX2 thing, Terry. You need to move on.
Well, enough time for shenanigans, Terry. There'll be time for that later. It's serious business. The fun and games of qualifying is over. And can you believe it? Friday, day 2 of the Gulf Western Oil Winternationals. It is 12 o'clock, and we are into round 1 of Junior Dragster. So there'll be dial-ins on the board. If you lose, your Winternationals has come to an abrupt end.
Got a couple of interesting things I've had emailed and about a couple of the questions you and I asked this morning. We got some good answers, actually. Got some really good ones.
So we'll start talking dial-ins. So first parent coming forward, eliminations, Michaela Reid and Alex Ruffalo in the double A junior for Alex. The A junior for Michaela, who has dialed in an 8-1-0. So we'll leave first. So instead of seeing both competitors leave together, like we've seen so far in qualifying, it is time to get down to some serious business. Alex Ruffalo, he has dialed in a 7.94, which is about where that junior has been running all weekend. So I'm sure there'll be some nervousness, some tension in the lanes, and that's just with the parents.
As I said, there'll be a tears station down at the end in the return road. There'll be people there just going, how do you feel? Well, I'm okay, I can go and do something else. The parents will be in tears going, we waited all the year for this.
So we know we've got a big field of 68 juniors which are qualified. So Sunday evening, if you are holding a gold or a silver Christmas tree trophy that has been thoroughly deserved, the parents give the thumbs up to the kids. It's over to Alex and Michaela.
Well, this is tense first. This is the first bite of the apple for the Junior Dragsters.
How's the lights, Terry? How's the lights? 003 to a 006. Michaela had the advantage and will convert that to a win. An 814 with a 6. A 003 light. Michaela will go through to round 2. For Alex Ruffalo, he just was too eager to get to the finish line. He breaks out a 791 on a 794. But from the start, it was anyone's race, Terry.
We get to see the Belgravia apparel car back. Well done. Absolutely fantastic work there, Michaela. Worked hard. So Cordell Di Maria, the 810 dial in for the A Junior, the URN Performance New South Wales car, the Sophia Lode, the 820 dial in with Dad's overtime. Let's see if Dad's made enough overtime to bring Sophia home. Got some hard work to do because both A's, and there's nothing in it on the tree, with an 820 to an 810. Yeah, will Dad's overtime be enough? That's what I want to know. Oh, 166 for Sophia, 051 for Cordell. That's a better delight. Will Cordell make the most of it? Certainly will, with an 810 with a 9 on an 810, and an 8131 is, it says it's under the dial in, but it's actually, yeah, well under it, 7/10 under it, so there you go. So Sophia's gone too quick for Dad's overtime, but Cordell from Teresa Parker, New South Wales, will go through to the second round.
Yeah, nice package there in the first.
How good is that? 810 and an 810.
Nice work. Isabella Hunter dialing in an 830 for Cody Hunt, Hunt Motorsport from South Australia. Has dialed in an 810, so 2/10 the difference on the tree. We'll see. Isabella leave first.
Look at Cody just, and once again in that Hunt Motorsport car, just absolutely shaking it like it's a like a man shake drink. Like, you know, I don't want any clumpy bits in that. Just
like the protein in the morning.
Yeah. Shaking it like a Polaroid picture. That's how it works, wasn't it?
Yeah, we see Cody, there he goes, jumps into pre-stage, but now we'll again try and shake it into to full stage.
Will the South Australian be able to knock over the Queenslander? Will the Hunt Motorsport car?
Oh, how's the light?
Oh, easy. Will she make the most of it though? I heard a whomp. Definitely made the most of it. An 836 on an 830. Well done with a 000 there. The first one in racing for the weekend. Isabella Hunter, well done. An 806 on an 810 is too quick for Cody from South Australia. But Isabella Hunter, you got to feel hard done by. You get beaten on by a trip zip.
How's that when you just go, you know, I've done some good lights through qualifying, but I'm just going to wait till round one.
Are you writing these down?
It's on the list.
It's on the list.
It's on the list.
I love it. So Jasmine Kidd, Liam O'Neill, So the MJ Clothing, Singleton Heights, New South Wales B Junior. Jasmine Kidd, 8.29 to an 8.65. So Jazz, a little bit of a chase. Oh, it's a bit tense. I'll tell you what, 000 and going right on your dial in from the last two winners, you got to feel like, well, hang on.
A bit of a flex, isn't it?
Just, you know what, it's a little bit casual today. No, it's not. Junior Dragsters have bought their A+ game. Just waiting for Liam to nudge it into full stage. Taking a bit of time. There we go, good to go. Oh, gets out with a 0.56, but a 0.53 for Jazz. Will Jasmine have enough? Most certainly will. An 8.31 and an 8.29 for Jasmine Kidd will go through. And Liam O'Neill, an 8.73 and an 8.65. A little bit off the dial in, but I'm sure that Liam has had a good weekend here, or a good stint here at the Winternationals. So, Wade?
Yeah, 100%. Everyone's got a story to tell. Even just being at the Winternationals, I was speaking to some racers last night, they're just happy to be here and competing and being a part of the festivities of the biggest drag racing event outside of North America.
But you can make it so much better if you've got a big gold tree.
It would, wouldn't it?
Yeah.
Someone that's got a lot of those gold trees, Zane Condello, the big #1 down there, current national champion in the speed flow lane. He has dialed in an 8.03, rattled off a couple of 8.04s in qualifying. Tilly Distance over there, from Victoria. A 9.49 the dial in.
Yeah, a little bit of a chase there for Condello in the Bussoletti Auto Body Repairs. An 8.03 to a 9.49, so it's 2.5 pretty well. So it will seem like a fair bit of time on the tree for Tilly to leave and then Zane to chase. I'm sure Zane has done it a million times. Well, Tilly gets out with a 109. Zane with a 0.50. Zane's got the better of the tree. Let's see what he can do with it. Most definitely an 8.04 on an 8.03 with a 75 mile an hour. And Zane Condello will go through to the next round. I bet you everyone was hoping that Tilly might have bumped Zane off, but I'll tell you now, everyone who's sitting out the back down those lanes, Condello is in the field.
That's why he's a tough competitor.
Start to shimmer and shake a little bit because Zane Condello is coming for you. Bailey Hawke and Ryder Marsden. Ryder with a 12.70. Bailey Hawke in the A with the Robust Works A Junior. A big chase. We are talking close to 5 seconds.
Yeah, 100% for Bailey. Last time she was out on track in racing conditions, made the final, ran right on that dial in to a 0, had a 0.19 light, so knows how to compete in the big races.
How's this chase going to be? That's enough to put on a brisket on in a smoker.
I didn't let it rest.
So here it comes. Ryder just waiting to nudge the car in. So is Bailey. Bailey next. Nice work there. Oh, the answer is Ryder's red lit, so it doesn't matter. Bailey knows it's a free go.
I'll Bailey take a free go and go at 0.14 on the tree, so it doesn't matter if my competitor's red lit.
Test the dial in too with an 8.08 on an 8.10, but a 0.14 light, that is good. So would have been tough to beat anyway, I think. Ryder did go well and truly under the nominated dial in as well. So Charlize Gravel, Charlie Usher. So the MRE Electrical Corridor Queensland car, the A Junior, 8.84. Charlize Gravel in the MV Automatics, 8.02. So we are talking upwards of getting up there close to a second. I'm going to throw that out there. We can go down to hundredths or tenths or whatever, but how about we just
round up or down?
We'll round up or down. That's how we'll do it. We'll do it because everybody's going, man, it's a bit of a chase. Let's see how they go. Charlie to lead first, Charlize to chase. Ravel got the better of the tree with a 0.21. Will Charlize be able to do it? Will she be able to do it? Most certainly. An 8.08 on an 8.02 with a 75 mile an hour. And Usher, an 8.86 on an 8.84. But the 0.97 light, which you would normally think is pretty good, was dusted by the 0.21 light by Gravel.
Yeah, it's tough, Terry, isn't it? A lot of the juniors have been cutting good lights. And they haven't waited until the third round of qualifying. It started in the first qualifier. They've a couple of good lights and they've been getting better and better.
They've thrown it in early. They've gone, this is what I can do.
If you want to get a round one win, cut a good light first.
Yep.
And when we say a good light, like as you just said, it's 0.97 wasn't it?
Yeah, no. So Piper Bennett with an 8.17 to the 12.08 of Chase Aarons.
So good light there for Chase. He's got a 0.94 to 3, and it will be good enough because Piper Bennett has left a red light on the tree. Chase will see that win light down on the scoreboard. Does he test the dial in? He goes a 12.17 on a 12.08, so nice and comfortable there. And for Piper finishes off, well, she was right on the dial in, an 8.17 with a 7 on an 8.17, but the red lights will leave you.
They hurt.
They do.
Don't they?
They do.
They hurt. They get hurt to the point where when it's this time of day, they hurt more than...
Well, as the racer, that's what you're in control of.
Yeah.
The car's done what it's needed to do. It went right on the dial. And you have the discussion back in the pits going, do we do an 8.17, an 8.16, an 8.18? What do we do?
I think it's an interesting way that you're just giving these poor junior dragsters a hard time for failing.
I'm giving them a hard time.
Savannah Condello.
Imagine what their parents are going to say.
Oh, the parents. What were you thinking?
Imagine what their siblings are going to say if their siblings make it through a round and the others don't.
Flynn Nazensky at 8.12 in the JB Automotive A Junior, all the way from beautiful air, the Barrack Heights, New South Wales, Tara Condello. Both lead clean green, 0.50 for Flynn, 0.94 for Savannah. It's anyone's race, and the win will go to Flynn with an 8.13 on an 8.12. That is tidy. And a 7.81 on a 7.81 with a 0.94, believe it or not, is not good enough for the win here at the Winternationals.
As you know, Terry, we deal with facts, and sometimes the facts hurt.
But it is. Look, a 7.81 on a 7.81, and you think, no, you're not good enough.
2 passes in a row, we've seen that. It's not good enough.
But that's not a good enough ATAR to get you into medicine. So Nevaeh McDougall, the Oswheels A Junior, 7.99 to a 12.66 of Abigail Reed. Now, Abby in the Let's Go Industries Strathfield Victorian car. Got a tough competitor there, Abby, in Nevaeh. Got a fair bit of a chase too. We are talking 4.5 seconds.
Yeah, we saw me.
Or a touch.
We saw Michaela Reed go through earlier in the first pairing. So Abigail hoping to go through to round 2 as well. Nevaeh, your number 1 qualifier.
Nevaeh says, hang on, hold the phone, Wade. Calm it down. I'm not letting the Reeds have it all their own way. Abigail gets out with a 2.14. With a big chase with a 2.06. I reckon Nevaeh had a right foot snooze. Well, that's unusual. Let's have a little look. Oh, both have gone under their dial in, but Nevaeh, with the lesser of the two evils, will get the win with a 7.97 on a 7.99, 12.61 on a 12.66. Will not be enough, so sadly we get to see the Victorian bid us farewell, but Nevaeh McDougall, she must have known. She thought, that's a chase, that's a chase. How is Abigail in front of me? What is going on? And just kept the boot in. So Kenna Glasson, Nixon Canuli. So a 7.72 for Nixon, an 8.07 for Kenna in the Lay Custom Imports Super Bad. Oh no, it's over. Is it over?
Yeah, unfortunately, it looks like down to the bottom of Junior Dragsters. It will be a solo for Nixon.
Oh, poor Kenna. I feel sorry. I feel sad. Gets a hug. But Nixon says, Terry and Wade, all eyes on me. I'm going to have a crack at this. Let's see if Nixon gives this 7.72 a test. I reckon it goes 7.70, I reckon.
Good on your calls today, Terry. 014 light, so sharp on the tree. 787.
No way.
6.
Next has kept it nice and safe with 787. Actually, probably switched it off, put the radio on, the air conditioning on. I don't know what Nixon was doing there.
Sometimes drag racing just sucks, though, doesn't it? When everything goes to plan through your 3 qualifiers and you come up to round 1, and you don't get that crack.
Sorry to hear, Kenna, but you know what? It's the next QDRC. Don't you reckon?
Yeah.
So Amelia Wright in the Plunkett Villa Tambourine sponsored A with an 8:30, and Amelia will lead first to be chased down by Max Rowling. Another Tambourine vehicle in the Rowling Repairs AA with a 7:75.
And it's a battle of the top of the mountain versus the bottom of the mountain.
It is too. Yes, the Yarrabilba, if you don't know, looks down the valley of Mount Tambourine. Oh, Amelia, 005 to a 049. Will it be good enough? No, because Amelia's gone way under her dial-in with a 795 on an 830. That is like driving a semi-trailer down the road. That is huge. So Max Rowling 770, thinking I've got to get there. Only just going 500s over. So Max Rowling will get the win. Amelia Wright puts it back on the trailer, running a 795 with a 005 on an 8.30 dial-in. She's gone close to half a second under a dial-in. That is wild.
100%, yeah.
That is wild.
Neither of them wanted to give that race up, though.
Amelia,
so Max was just like, I'm not losing.
Amelia, now is not the time to go fast.
Yeah.
So Michael Lai, Charlie Nazensky. Oh, gets out quick. Here comes Nazensky. Chasing the B Junior. Oh, another double breakout. They're all a little bit itchy trigger fingers, aren't they?
No lifting here, Terry.
No. Charlie Nazensky will lose with a 771 and a 777. Michael Lai gets the win. 934 and a 940 for the old school metal fabrication car. Well done, Michael. Oh, this is savage. This is a drag him out, stop him out, isn't it?
For Heidi Allgood, she has dialed in an 807, courtesy of Mum and Dad. Spencer Jones over in the Rocket Lane.
If this is a double breakout, yeah. I'm putting the cans down and I'm walking out for half an hour.
Your weekend's done.
I'm just going to walk away and everyone's going to, where'd Terry go? He got so annoyed with all the juniors double breakouts. It's like they were so keen. Bit of a chase. We've got over a second chase there for Spencer to Heidi. Oh, 209 for Jones and 084 for Allgood. Let's see if the Mum and Dad sponsored A can do it. What
are you going to do, Terry?
Putting the cans down.
It's a double breakout. A 798 on an 807 for Heidi Allgood is good enough for the win, the lesser of the 2 breakouts. Spencer Jones, he won a 913 on a 922. But the double breakout, Terry is off to wherever he's off to have a bit of a calm down in the walk. And who knows, maybe eat some birthday cake, and we'll see him in half an hour. Next pairing, though, is Riley Ito for IKF Hire in the Speedway lane. He has dialed a 796. And young Mr. Carl Schultz over there has had a busy morning. He's done his 3rd qualifier. He's been up here on the mic. And now he's down there in round 1. It's all business. The helmet's on. Got a good light in the 3rd qualifier this morning, so he's set to jet in the Ginger Ninja Junior. He's number 1 in the points at the moment for the Aeroflow Sportsman Junior Dragster category as well, Terry. So there's a lot on the line, not just the Winternationals. Comes in as a defending Winternationals champion as well, but he knows how to win big races.
Mate, I'm not talking anymore. Those juniors are naughty.
Well, there he goes. This morning goes a 008. A 031 is pretty handsome for Riley as well. And there you go. Runs a 768 with another double breakout. Terry's going to continue his walk. He'll walk for 500 miles and then probably walk another 500 more.
I'm going to walk and find a kangaroo for Alan. That's what I'm going to do.
On a 796 for Riley Ito. But we will see Carl in round number 2 tomorrow.
That is how many? That is 3 or 4 in a row.
4 in a row.
4 double breakouts in a row.
Here we go.
Can somebody go to head of lanes and just tell these junior dragsters that the pedal on your right, you can actually ease off of it a little bit.
Tiana's their bracket marshal, and she's got experience as a junior, so maybe she can sort them out. But Mia Ward and Xavier Lai put us out of our misery and we put a win light on without breaking out. But we just want to see good, hard racing, and that's what we're getting. A 12.10 to a 12.20. So nearly heads up. A 0.70 to a 0.62. So it could go either way. Is it going to be the hot rod of Xavier Lai? Or will it be Mia Ward from Mackay's Furniture Transport? The C Juniors doing battle across the 8th mile, and it will go to Mia Ward, a 12.37 on a 12.20. Xavier Lai, he breaks out. He was too eager. 11.98 on a 12.10. But Terry, you can come back.
That's not even a half breakout either there for Xavier at 11.98 to a 12.10. Like the kids are saying, oh, well, look, the juniors are just going, well, if I'm going to break out, I can understand if someone's got a big chase. You know what I mean? You're going to try and keep in it. But look, thank you, Mia, for being the saviour that I can now come back on the microphone because, that was just wild. How many in a row did we need? So Alexis Attard and Noah Webber, the Hague Plumbing A Junior 8.05. Dial in to Alexis's 8.18 in the ITF Hire Junior Dragster. Just show the pressure that it's on, doesn't it, Wade? The pressure is on, isn't it? Oh, gets out with a red light though, Alexis. So Noah getting the automatic win, 8.05, and will go 8.048. So gave it a test, but a good test too. Only just a fly's wing in it there for Noah, but an 8.16 and an 8.18 with a red. Sadly, we don't get to see the little ITF Hire Alexis car back. There we go. We talked about it before in Top Sportsman. The Cade Fowler, the livery. It looks so cool. The cars matching. They look good. So 8.36 for Cade. Cody Robertson, an 8.58. So not too much in the dial-ins here for the CJ Racing car as well. All a bit nerve-wracking down there, Wade.
It is. Well, Cody did a great job to put himself in number 3 qualifier, but it does not matter if you leave a red light off the tree. So unfortunate for Cody.
Cade cut a nice 0.12 though.
100%.
That's a winning light. So an 8.37 on an 8.36 is good as well. Package almost perfect. Just a little bit off. But an 8.57 on an 8.58 with a red light. We won't see the CJ Racing car back, but we will see the Fowler Freight Services car back.
Pretty much going to be heads up here at 8.10, plays an 8.15. Mitch Bernard and Cody Sedmak. He's running on empty junior down there.
So we are going to go from 68 way down to 34. Tears, tantrums, and tidal wave of emotion down there. Yeah, it'll be it all. Some of the drivers will care, some of them will not care. So as you mentioned, Wade, not much of a chase here between Sedmak and Attard. Another of the ITF Hire Juniors. Well done for them for jumping on board sponsoring. Always good to have a sponsor that sponsors a few cars.
Big commitment, isn't it, Terry?
Yeah, it is. It is.
Juniors, Top Sportsmen, or Top Fuel.
But like the Mick King one, it looks good. Yeah, seeing all the cars come out like that. It's excellent.
0.37 light for Benjamin was beaten by a 0.13 of Cody. And again, double breakout. 8.09 with a 5 for Cody is the lesser of the two. So I think it's a slight breakout. But for Benjamin, he goes an 8.13 on that 8.15. You're still with us, Terry?
Yeah, the tension that is created by double breakouts. That is a lot of double breakouts. That's a lot of races just trying maybe not saying trying too hard, but maybe the car a little bit quicker, maybe the cool air, maybe just not judging the competitor who's going a little bit quicker than they are as well. So you're kind of gauging them as well as yourself. A lot of the racers maybe need to just concentrate on themselves and race their race.
Sometimes it's okay to be selfish.
Yeah, exactly.
But the margins are so fine, and that's what we're seeing in juniors, which we knew we would see.
Now watch Chase catch a lot. You're going to need to cut a light here, does Chase, to get Riding King. And that he does. 0.33 for Carslake. Will Chase make the most of it and catch Riding King? Most certainly will. There is Run Your Own Race. 7.75 and a 7.68 with a 0.33. Ryden goes under his dial in by a fair bit too, actually. A 13.61 and a 13.71 with a 1.92 light in the Mick King Transport C. But Chase Carslake, stand strong, stand firm. You get the win.
Great call, Terry, as you said. Ran his own race and got the victory. So next pairing, Xavier Paul and A24, Lux Metalworks. A Junior coming up against Paige King over in the Rocket Lane, and 8.60 for the dial-in. So 4/10 will be the chase. Leave Paige to leave first over in the Rocket Lane. So both have dialed in what they think will be their quickest pass of the weekend. With the amount of breakouts we've seen too, I'm not surprised.
Yeah.
So we'll see how the crews have gone. But over to the drivers first. Reaction time, all important in this first round of racing.
Well, good light there from Paige, a 0.29, a 1.86 there from Xavier. You'd think if Paige just plays the game correctly, and Paige does, an 8.67 and an 8.64 with a 0.29 for the AEB Services car gets the win, and an 8.04 on an 8.24. Xavier is way too quick. And we'll be putting the car back on the trailer.
Yeah, 2
or under the awning, or in the back of the ute, or wherever they put, maybe in the bin if they didn't like the run. I don't know how Xavier feels about that.
In the naughty corner.
Yeah. No, I think Xavier will be fine. So Mason King and Neela Paul. Neela with a 7.76 in the Plexcon Mad Dog sponsored car, and a 13.70 for Mason King in the other Mick King Transport in the black and orange Mick King Transport C Junior. So this will be a chase. Close to 6 seconds.
That's probably the biggest chase you would see in juniors, I reckon.
That's a big, wide stretch. So
pretty much
Neela will be able to play a game of Donkey Kong before she heads off. Won't even have to worry about it because sadly Mason is red lit. Neela goes, there you go, 0.26. Will Neela test the dial in? Or will Neela go, I'm going to go right on this dial in? How does right on the dial in sound? Neela Paul, 7.76 on a 7.76 with a 0.26 light. That is how you do it. That is how it's done.
Don't care if my opponent red lights. I'm running my race. I'm running it my way.
That's a winning event. That's a winning event run just there. That is impressive.
Fantastic Friday crowd. Exactly what I could do.
But even Mason, 13.70 on a 13.70 with a 0.63 red.
Shouldn't discount that. So well done to Mason as well. Unfortunately, the red light. But well done.
If Mason's going home with anything, Mason can go home knowing that Mason has gone smack on the dial-in. Neil has gone smack on the dial-in, and it was only the red light that has cost you the race.
We always talk about, Terry, that getting a perfect run on a 0 on your dial-in is harder than a 000.
Yes, without a doubt. So Tyler Jarvis, Lucia Pirano, 8.66 to a 7.95. The Western Australian Creative Patios, all the way for Pinjarra. The Rocky View Queensland Ballistic Performance Parts of Pirano. That was some sweet racing from those two. That was impressive, that last race. If it hadn't have been a red, how good would that have been?
Lucia goes, guess what, Terry? I'm going to go with 002. Tyler would be hard done by because he's got a 0.32. But we'll turn on the win line because Lucia's gone too fast. An 8.65 on an 8.66 for Tyler Jarvis. He goes a 7.97 with an 8 on a 7.95. So that's tight here for Tyler. But Lucia was just too eager.
You ready, Wade? To Lucia. How fast did you go? How fast was it?
Yeah, too fast.
Too fast. I went too fast. In drag racing, it's like, I went too fast at the drags. Yes, you did. So Christian Canuli and Ryan Cheval, the Mount Roskill New Zealand Segedin Truck and Auto car, the PC Race in Luddenham, New South Wales car of Canuli, AA Junior. 808 to a 775 of Canuli. Not much in it for Ryan and Christian. 1 an A, 1 an AA. Oh, I'm still getting over that. That was an impressive pairing before. There's been some beauties. A little bit tense out there, but here we go.
Like the Christian Canuli, 0-30 to a 1-0-4 for Ryan Cheval. So the Kiwi's got some work to do. And it won't be enough because he's gone too quick. An 806 on an 808, left himself too much to do. Christian Canuli, a 780 was safe on that 775.
Yeah, that's in the zone there for Canuli. So Leela Watts with an 819 in the fast as couriers, and Jacob Schultz with an 807 in the A Junior. So Carl's gone through. Will Jacob go through? Or will he be the one out there packing up all the stuff back at the camp? I mean, you need to go pick up papers in the oval.
That's rough. But you know what they've cut exactly the same light today at 008 in 2 different sessions.
Well, hang on. The East Maitland car of Leela's saying, like, you're not getting it all your own way, mate, just because you're a local. Maybe Leela might have something to say about this.
Yeah, that's exactly right.
Well,
red both sides of the race track.
And the first red gets the naughty corner. So an 826 on an 819 with a red, but an 815 on an 807 with a red is a win.
Yeah, sometimes that can be the advantage of the second cut lead, isn't it? That if your opponent cuts a red, doesn't matter how big your red is, we might already be on in your lane.
We've often talked about the true red, how some tracks actually will go by the true red. So, but anyway.
Interesting conversation, isn't it, Terry?
Yes, we're not going to have that conversation now, Wade. We haven't got...
Wade, hopefully we will.
We might send it to the community page and see what they have to say about it. So, Tamika Carslake, Emma Lifting, of course, the Oxley-Island New South Wales Speedflow products. The Junior of Emma Lifting, an 873 to an 870 of Tamika Carslake. The Scully Refrigeration, go park yourself, car of Carslake. Chase has gone through. Let's see.
Right, but you can't split them on the tree, a 114 to a 112, so anyone's race.
Tough customer and lifting. And there it is, Tamika Carslake. Emma's got the win with an 875 and an 873, but an 876 on an 870 with a 114. That's still a tidy package, but not enough because the Speedflow car goes through. Tough, isn't it?
Do you say it? It'll have to go park itself.
Oh, Wade. But that's actually a very good segue into it. Go park yourself, Carslake. So Brody Fry, the DS Fab, 808. And then you've got Jet Pirano, of course, in the Bex Hair Lounge, 813 of the Jacob Well car. So not much of a spread there in the two dial-ins. So Fry and Pirano. Fry to chase. Pirano to lead first. How does that go? You're in a double A. Woof. This will be interesting. So the A to chase, double A. Oh, that was tight. Pirano with a 156, a 106 for Fry. This is anybody's game. And the win will go to Brodie Fry from Jacobs Well. An 808 on an 808 at 80 miles an hour. Everything's 8s. Everything's coming up 8s. 813 on an 831 is not enough. And Brodie Fry, smack on the dial-in with a 5 at the end. So nice work there from Brodie.
Yeah, you run as close to your dial-in as that, and it allows you to have that little bit of breathing room if you haven't cut as good a light as you were hoping for. And probably Brodie was hoping for a better light, but look, let the dial-in do the talking.
You're right, we know that Brodie would cut it better than a 106. Probably not happy with that, but made up for it by going right on the dial-in. So Xavier Holtz in the Mad Dog Motorsports B Junior, 10.20 dial-in to an 803 for Lexi Lancaster in the Star Trucking Jim Boom car. Down at the Boom, the mighty Boom. A lot of cars from the Scenic Rimway.
Yeah, what's in the water out there, Terry?
Mate, I think they've just got, because they've got acreage, maybe they've got plenty of space to have cars. I don't know.
Plenty of practicing opportunities.
You don't have it at a quarter acre where I live. It's like in suburbia.
The Mount Lindsay Highway is not too straight.
No.
You can't practice down there.
Be a bit of a stretch here because Lexi is going to have to chase with a couple odd seconds. Oh, but it won't matter because Lexi will see the wing light come up and Lexi will go, oh, this is the best thing since sliced bread. I get a win. Let's see how close Lexi goes to that dial-in. That is sweet. An 805 on an 803 with a 041. And Xavier Holtz goes 1019 under red light on the 1020. How many things can you do that are mischievous? There it is. They're all.
The best
it's
thing
all.
since sliced bread.
The best
is a win light.
So Luca Lamatina and all the way from Women in Victoria, of course, with the Brothers Bank account sponsored. I love that. We still want to know what's going on with that. Now, we did have a bit of a question before, and Tyler Bellett's out there with the 786 with the TBRE performance car. Tony Menk's kids sponsor him.
Oh, there you go.
Because we were talking about it earlier. I had a message, and they said, look, Tony Menk's kids actually sponsor him. How good is that? That's the kids giving back to the parent who's looked after them all their life. I love it.
Well done. I wonder what pays the better interest rates. It's not like it's going into a savings account. It is just going in one way and straight out the next.
I'll be barraged with people saying, well, you know, he did pay for my college education and and that was worth $100,000 or whatever. Or
well, Tyler and Luca, they don't care about interest rates at the moment. They're just worried about cutting a good light. Luca's in full stage now. So he will leave first, the angry carrot. He's left too soon.
That is an angry light, an angry red.
It's an angry red, it's an angry carrot. It'll be an angry Luca Lamatina. Tyler Bellett will be a happy Tyler. The 786 goes to 795 on that 786 dial-in. And for Luca, it was a little off the 801 with an 808.
And here's the thing, Wade, as you and I know, look, Tyler's still raced it like a race. He's still cut the light. He's still gone 795 on a 786. Tyler will know he'll need to improve because he's just got lucky with that Lamatina red light. So we know that Tyler, when he comes out, I reckon Tyler, that'll tighten up.
Yeah, 100%.
Without a doubt. So Jake McNamara, Carlos Harvey, the mighty Yuasa battery New Zealand car, 795 for Carlos. Jake McNamara, the Bank of Nan and Pop, all the way from New South Wales. You've got a mountain to climb here because Carlos does not take prisoners very easily. He's a bit savage. He does like to win. Carlos and Siobhan, 850 for Jake McNamara, 795 for Carlos. Carlos to do the chasing. You do not want that Yuasa battery car chasing you down.
They certainly have a knack of having to book extra luggage to take some trophies home, don't they?
They do too.
The Kiwis.
Do you put it on your carry-on or do you put it in the hole? Oh, but Jake's got the better of the tree with a 034. Carlos is going to have to work hard with that 057. And not hard enough because an 852 on an 850 with a 034. Jake McNamara, well done from the Bank and Nan and Pop. They paid enough, but a 797 on a 795 on a 057. Can you believe it? It's a loss.
Yeah, you're right.
That's wild. Yeah. Jake McNamara, take a big bow. That was good work. You've knocked over one of the big ones
100%.
First round.
Yep, there'll be a few sighs of relief from the others that have gone through to round number 2, that's for sure.
What if they all had a pool in? Who can knock off who and whatever and all these...
Well, they're not seeded. They're not seeded yet, so they're in actually lane 1 and lane 2, basically based on their qualifying order. So we'll see next pairing, Taylor Canulli, PC Racing on board, and Dakota Bray So we've spoken about Dakota and the success she's been having, but none of that matters when you roll up for your next race.
No.
It only matters about what happens in the next 25 seconds.
So going smack on your dial-in with a 000 the other week is all superfluous, because now maybe you need it now, first round. Maybe you need it in the last round. I don't know. You tell me. When you can win with it, do you hold on to it?
Yeah, that's right.
Because Dakota got it in her back pocket going, I'm holding on to that Terry and Wade.
People say drag racing is easy, just go from A to B.
Yeah.
Plenty can go on between A and B, that's for sure. So
It
we'll
is.
see. Taylor will lead first with a 142 lot, 170 for Dakota
Ooh,
Ray.
Dakota, that's a bit lazy.
So she's got a bit of work to do in the chase here against Taylor. And we'll get the job done. Goes, you have got to be kidding.
No. Now Dakota's just showing
You
off.
have an 824 with a zero on an 824, which means her last 2 rounds of competitive racing competition, she has been bang on the dial with a 0. Tell me how many races have done that, Terry?
Not many. Certainly not Mark Allen. I know that much, and he's sitting there behind him. But how good is that tailed cannoli? Like, that is 879 and 878 to get beaten, get dusted by someone who goes smack on their dial-in.
That's just showing off.
It is just showing off, but that's okay.
We should have got a photo of that.
So Nash Pirano, Ballistic Performance Parts, of course. Nixon King in the Mick King Transport, the little orange and silver one this time. 800 to a 786. So that is not much of a stretch there between these two. So Pirano to do the chasing. You won't be able to see it too much on the tree, ladies and gents. I can't believe that. There's been some crackers here in this first round of Junior Dragster. You just see Nash is going, just trying to push that little double A in. Wants to get it right, doesn't want to go too deep. Got it set. Oh, both clean. A 0.63 for Pirano, 0.75 for King. Oh, this is anyone's game. Look at that. And the win will go to Nash Pirano, 793 on a 786.
Yeah, could he one of them was off the throttle, back on it.
And an 809 and an 800 for Nixon King. But we will get the win. The win will go through to Nash Pirano. So Georgia Leafting, 811 in the Speedflow products car. Mia Grace Hopkins in the Bad Hip Racing, 803. So once again, not much of a chase there for Mia Grace to chase Georgia. Oh, these lady races are tough, mate. Seriously, I know it just sounds like it's me just saying that, but it is so true. When it comes to drag racing, it is one of the great equalisers in the sexes, without a doubt. Do not tell me anything else. The ladies just know how to do this sport so well.
There for Georgia, 0.34, 164 for Mia Grace Hopkins. It'll be pretty close across the tree. Not much will separate them except the reaction time will, and Mia Grace has gone too quick. An 800 with a 3 on an 803 dial in for Georgia. She goes an 815 with a 4 on an 811.
Mate, I reckon probably about 20 years ago, I had an interview with a junior drag racer when I was commentating with Terry Sander, and we actually asked this junior drag racer, who do you like to avoid when you're racing? And it was Casey, and Casey went, I don't like racing the girls. I said, why don't you like racing the girls? He said, because they're too good. And that was an honest response from a child, you know what I mean? It's like, nah, they're just too good, and that is a fair thing. So Siobhan, speaking of good, Siobhan Harvey. Will Siobhan be able to go through? She just watched her brother get bumped out. So the Iwasa Battery Speedflow AA of Harvey, Alessio Spinozzi, with the Terra Civil, all the way from London in New South Wales, 822 dial in. Siobhan to do the chasing, with a half a second on the tree. Siobhan in the 888 will have a lot of time to think about it, won't she?
Yeah, 100%. So just over half a second will be the chase. So we'll see Elisio lead first, the Terra Civil AA Junior. Siobhan, plenty of experience though. Nothing will play when you ask about trajectory.
No.
Against the better of the line, probably would have been hoping for the 109, but that's what she's got to work with. 2 of 1 light for Alicio. And win light will go to Siobhan Harvey. A 777 with a 0 and a 770 dial in. And for Alicio, an 829 with a 5 on an 822. But unfortunately, if you cut a reaction time starting with a 2, it will hurt you in 9 out of 10 races.
And to be honest, look, Alicio might have got the 211, but really the distinct advantage, it was not so good for Alicio, but it was definitely a good thing for Siobhan. Siobhan had the distinct opportunity there with the 105 to say, well, not knowing what the light was, but would have gone, oh, I hope that's close, because there Siobhan went pretty well right on the dial-in as well. So, but with a 105, which is a rare thing for Siobhan. And yeah, nice work there from that first round of Junior Dragsters here at the Gulf Western Oil Winternationals. I hope you enjoyed that. That was most certainly entertaining for Wade and I. That was some, I've never seen that many double breakouts since, I was going to make some prison joke then. I was going to make some prison joke then, but I don't know.
Thanks for hanging around, Terry. I know you threatened to walk off for a few moments there.
I was going to throw my cans at the glass, but it's just been cleaned, so I just didn't think that was right.
Well, I'm glad
it looks beautiful.
Yeah.
So Liam Mumford, Christine Thompson, we are in Super Street. 11.55 for Liam, 10.45 for Christine in that Impact Office Supplies XR6 with the big top-end charge. The Light Vehicle Solutions Commodore, all the way from Western Australia and Uli. Got a mountain to climb here, Liam. He's going to have that hard charging forward of Christine's. 130 odd mile an hour on the top end. Oh, 077. Oh, Christine, a red light. Our Western Australian will just go, this is beautiful. Look at that yellow light. Goes through for 11.59 and 11.55, and that is safe. Christine goes red light under the dial-in and says, Christine's just going to keep driving. She's going to drive out the back, going to keep driving out into the litter, out through the net, just keep driving.
And here's a couple of tough competitors for your second pairing in round 1 of Super Street. John McKnight has dialed in 11.69 in the Tirana. For Sean Taskus, he has dialed in 10.93.
And they're thinking about that money, two odd grand. Yeah. 2 odd grand.
So if they're running the green sticker on the left rear window, you know that they're in with a shot at the pot, which the races have contributed to. A 106 love for John McKnight, 0.72 for Sean Taskus. So the Capri will be chasing hard, slight advantage on the tree, and converts that to a win. An 11.00 on a 10.93 dial for Sean. We'll go through to round 2 for John McKnight. An 11.76 with a 4 on an 11.69. But the light.
How brutal would it have been if Sean hadn't gone through? Yeah. So it's $1,687.50 for the winner of the buy-in, and the runner-up will get $562.50.
Well, mate, you would have earned it because you've gone through, 7 rounds of racing in Super Street? So 0.27 line for Josh McMurray. Gary Dobson with a 4.27.
Oh, Gary.
Understatement of work to do in the EH. But can Gary do it? No, there's always an opportunity that you could.
Well, because he could have broke out.
That's right. But Josh,
he was safe.
2/10 and 11.64 on 11.45. So I reckon he's backed off there. And Gary will go through a 10.72 on a 10.60.
That is super safe, super safe. Well done there, Josh. So Kevin Toy and Tom Ryan. Tom Ryan, I love it. Tom sponsor, Dad. So Kevin Toy, 10.91 in the double tap racing Commodore Ute. And 11.47 for Tommy in the Holden Ute as well. Tom has run a 11.47, 11.50, 11.51. Kevin, a 10.91, 10.96, 10.97. Picking to choose the last dial in with the 10.91. Kev believes that the double tap racing car can just go consistently on that 10.91. Got a little bit of a chase. Tom will get out. Oh, Kevin, a 002. Will he make the most? Tommy Ryan still got a good 0.71. Unless one of these boys go under their dial in, it should be safe. And it will be. Kevin with that 002 has given him a win with a 10.99 on a 10.91 with a 0.02. 11.48 on 11.47. You'd think that's good enough.
Yeah, that's right. That's what you call a classic whole shot win there for Kevin Toy. It was 4,000s across the finish line, so it's that's tight at Super Street.
Here's a bloke who'll be thinking more about the win and the money. Tim Barron, 11.60 on a 12.00 for Keith Draper. So the Monaro to go first, the Toronto to chase. Oh, look at that, a 0.16 from Tim Barron. I tell you, you cannot cut a 278 against Barron, because this is what will happen. 11.99. He even got off the pedal. He's probably hopped into the passenger side. Tim Barron, well done. Keith Draper, 13.20 on a 12.00. Sorry, my man, but we love your car.
Troy Hutton and Warren Sandy, your next pairing coming forward. Now, Troy's got a little bit of a chase here. So he's going to be patient as Warren, who's dialed in the 12.58 in the HK for Troy Hutton and the Ute. They're both the HK.
Forget about it. Forget it. It's all over.
It's all
forget
over.
about it.
Forget what I was saying, because Troy's turned on the wind light. He'll just go down for a Friday afternoon cruise after a tough Friday morning for the Winternationals. Crosses the finish line, goes, anyway, folks, I'll see you tomorrow for round 2.
That's it. 10.86 on a 10.83 with a 164. And Warren gives him the red and says, oh, well, never mind. So John Riley, Brett Kelly. Brett Kelly all the way down from Gladstone. We love this car. I took a cool photo of it before. Loves to pick the wheels up on this thing, does Brett. John Riley, he's all business-like in that 308 HQ. 11.85, and he will be chased down by Brett in that hard-charging Ford with a 10.27. Here it comes. Oh, red light there for Brett. That's disappointing. I wanted to see that thing go a few rounds. I can't not be disappointed with that wheel stand. But John Riley, our local, look at this. 11.90 and 11.85 with a 0.58. Done everything correctly, and that's how John goes through the next round. Oh, Brett Kelly, that is disappointing for you, my man.
Always love seeing the car here, though, Terry. So next pairing is Bodie Newcomb, the Commodore, and Terry Grieve. It's 11.95 for Terry over in the Falcon. So you'll see that white car leave first, which he's done in the 0.55. 143 right there for Bodie. So the Commodore will have to charge hard.
That VH is a six-banger.
Terry will be looking over his left shoulder going, where's Bodie? Is he coming?
You can hear it.
He's coming, but it wasn't coming quick enough.
No, it was going too quick.
It wasn't.
He's gone sailed on past him, and Terry's probably thinking, oh, what have I done? You've done nothing wrong, good sir. 0.55 is a good light. 11.98 and 11.95 is good.
Ray Ross, plenty of attitude on board for the Charger. Does a big burnout. It'll pick up the front wheels. It's got plenty going on for it, and Ray's a tough customer as well. So for Tim, he's over there. They've been trying to dial in the Ford. Hasn't wanted to play the game. He's dialed at 12.38.
You can see with Brad there on the camera, you can just see behind Ray. You can see Jody there taking video of Ray, and Jody is our most winningest powder puff champion here at the track. So Ray has got got some good brains trust. Not that he needs to be told what to do. There is watch for Ray in the wheel. Oh, red light there for Tim. Wheels up there, 006 for Ray. That's a good light with a wheel stand. Sadly, the mighty XD, the Peach Performance. Now, oh, that is so sad.
And for Ray, he actually broke out.
Oh, no.
10.81 or 10.08 on that 10.13, which is quite a breakout for Ray.
Ray goes, I'm going to test. Yeah, look at that. He goes, that is a big breakout for Ray. Ray's gone, I wonder what it'll do. Goes, hey, Charger.
And the red light for Tim was only just went red. It was a 0.10. So it wasn't like it was a big red. But a red light's a red light. So unfortunately, we won't see Tim back for round 2. But I know that he's just happy to be here and a part of the Winternationals and have the car back out on track, because he's a bit of a tough trot. He's had surgery, had a work injury on the hand, so he's recovered from that, and he's just back behind the wheel.
Yeah, good to see. You know what? Any time back behind the wheel's a good thing, though, isn't it? So Mark Elborn and Darren Piddington. The mighty little orange Capri packing a 302. The Power Plus Race Fuels Barimba, New South Wales Super Streeter of Mark Elborn. 11.55 to a 10.98. So a half a second chase there for Piddington. The Ford having to do the work. Tidy looking cars. There's there's so many of these cars pretty well presented here today. I know it's the Winternationals and you've got to dress up for the show, but that doesn't mean you do. But everybody has. Everyone got the Mimo. So 0.60 for Elwood. Oh, Darren's got some work to do with a 2.59 light. But if we know Piddington, unless he can push Elburn to a breakout, not a chance. 11.58 on an 11.55 will get the win. Sadly, we won't get to see that. Get this, a 10.98 on a 10.98. But a 2.59 light will hurt you every day of the week, Darren Piddington. Sad to see we won't get to see that little Capri back.
The car's done the job, but the driver just not quite.
Yeah. So Mark Rosso and Terry Kello, the Get It Done Customs Tirana. Look at the paintwork on that Tirana utility. Do you say that? It's not something you say very often. The Tirana utility, the Camaro
wish we could
Mark
say
Rosso.
more.
Yeah, look at it. Oh, Mark Rosso, what were you thinking, my man? A big 099 red, but a 040 for Terry in the Tirana. Terry in the Tirana goes 10.91 on a 10.95 with a 040. Goes under the dial-in, gives it a bit of a test because he would have seen that beautiful, big, yellow win light down the end of the track. That would have said, oh, there it is. There's the win.
And we're going, no, it's not time for a sunbreak, Terry. You do have a win light.
Yeah, it is a win light.
That is a win light in your lane.
I wonder how much your heart rate goes up when you see that yellow win light straight away. It's got to be satisfying, doesn't it? So Sam Yulton, two-time track champion here at the Street Series. Tex Griffiths in the mighty 68 Plymouth, 505 cubes on board for the Texas Automotive North Curl, New South Wales car. 10.44 for Tex, 11.36 for Sam. Sam all the way from the boom in the BL Race Engines Commodore.
Yeah, Tex banking the track up from across the border down in Curl, New South Wales, in the Plymouth.
So good they named it twice. Caught you out then, didn't I?
Did.
Yeah. I haven't even been working on that one. It's just one I threw in.
Very nice. You've got a local racer, a lot of knowledge of the track. Very successful local racer. You've got Tex Griffiths. He's just successful, full stop.
Yes. Oh, 152 light percent. That's a little bit lazy. A 0.52 for Tex is good. This will be a breakout will solve this if it's going to happen. And it most certainly won't. A 10.50 on a 10.44 for Tex Griffiths will get the win over Sam. 11.36 on 11.36. Spot on the dial in, but it doesn't matter. The 152. Sam will be mad at herself. She'll be thinking maybe I should go race Jamboree. But anyway. Henry Spicker.
We do not need any more street compact races.
No,
the field is tough enough as it is.
Just because you're in it doesn't stop it. So John Borg in the Performance Parts Ford. Henry Spickak in the mighty... Now we've got here, look, it's the mighty Ute, but we still have it as a 56 Volkswagen on our screen. Now we know Henry is not in that. But Henry won't matter because Henry's gone red, sadly, and John Borg will go, there it is, there's the yellow light, look at it, it's beautiful. Will you look at that? Will you look at that?
Well, he's been waiting. He'll be thankful to see that win light because he cut a 343 light. So that is.
I wasn't going to mention that
because win lights on.
I didn't think John needed that mention,
Sometimes
but you know,
it pays to be lucky better than good.
I just want it known, John, that Wade mentioned that 343 light. So Dylan Bennett in the Mazda 929 with a 347 V8. Leone Somerville in the HJ. Oh, Leone's going to have to work hard. We're off. Big skid off the line. If the Mazda 929 just plays the game and doesn't break out, it should get the win. I have nothing to say.
And Dylan has broken out. He's got an 11.59 and 11.72. I'll finish Terry's sentence for him. And Leone, she can cruise.
There's a chicken.
Through to a 10.80 with a 10.30.
Big Bobby's chicken. There's a chicken.
There is a chicken.
Oh.
A mascot.
That is the foulest mascot I've ever seen. I don't know. I'm not pregnant, but I'm feeling plucky.
That is excellent.
Oh, that's the best yoke you've done all day. Oh. Jay Allen and Bob Conley in the mighty Big Bobby's chicken.
That'll scare a few kids later on.
Jay Allen was so frightened of the chicken he red lit. He was spooked. The chicken collapsed. Big Bobby says 0.46. Bob Conley, watch him go under that dial in. There he does, a 10.48 on a 10.50. The chicken is the kicker. Everybody should have a mascot.
The chicken's stuck in a tantrum, but he hasn't realised the win light's come
You got
on.
the win. It's all good. Dave, can you explain to the chicken mate. I think he just realised yesterday on the commentary, I said, I went home early and got the dirty bird. I got a KFC. The
Good thing we got security on the tower today, Terry.
Where is that commentator? Oh, that was fantastic. Seth Jarvis, Dave Morton. 11.44 for Morton. 10.81 there for Seth. Creative Patios VZ. Let's see how quick it goes. The mighty little JDR Motorsport BMW had an indifferent time, but look, it's got some good times there. Has decided the last run was the best run. Well, that ute gets out nice and tidy, does it? Gets out quick, but got a better reaction time for Jarvis. Will he make the most of it and go past the BMW? He most certainly will. A 10.91 on a 10.81 there for Seth Jarvis. That'll be a good win. 11.58 and 11.44 for Dave Morton from Bargo, New South Wales. Sadly, we won't get to see that tidy BMW back.
I'm just excited we'll get to see the chicken back, hopefully.
I have nothing to say except positivity about that chicken. It's made me hungry just seeing it there.
Is Alan, where's that? Oh, yeah, Alan's there. He hasn't seen a kangaroo, but he's seen our local chickens.
There he is. Alan just said he's having wings.
Maybe we won't see the chicken back if Alan's having wings.
Brett May, Peter Thomas, 11.08 to a 10.57. Nice light there from Thomas. He's 0.90 in the Commodore. The Widgie Commodore is out of there. Brett May's going to have to really work hard on the Breezy Garage car, and not enough. So 11.08.
Oh, that's good.
On an 11.08, Pete. That is how you do it. Well done, son. Good work. That's a good win.
That's 100% a good win.
He really, that was a dominant.
Number one qualifier, Ace Edwards, and the under the Aussie bracket racer.
Whoop, hold on. There's a lot of people running around. Look, Ace is saying something here.
Yeah, the dial-in's
wrong.
Yep.
Now, we always talk about this. If you see your dial-in, and if you look it up on the board up the end there, and you know that your dial-in is wrong, if you accept it and you take it, that's it. You have to accept that dial-in, and that obviously is not what you've wanted. So Ace has had a look and said, I've dialed in at 10.07, not 10.01, as it says on there. Look, now it's on 10.07.
Very experienced racer, so good thing that he's picked that up, but now he's just got to compose himself, take a breath.
Maybe slamming the steering wheel. No, Ace wouldn't. 11.15 for Dave Mundy. Dave will lead first, Ace to chase. That even rhymes. How good is that? Oh, Dave. Red lit. Ace will go, look. Change my dial-in, but you watch, he'll run 10.01 now. 10.09.
Dave throws his toys out, he red lights, he goes under the dial and breaks out by the tiniest of margins at 11.14 with a 9 on 11.15. But it doesn't matter what you run over the quarter mile once you've red lit.
Have you seen Dave Mundy's car, that Monaro? That's a beautiful. He won't be unhappy going home in that, I can tell you. I'd take that any day of the week. So there you go. Look at that beautiful Challenger from Glen Wardle, the Peninsula Metal Recycling Challenger. Trent Caldwell, front louver, rear louver. It's got the visor. I still talk about that visor. And you got the scoop with the air cleaner still sticking out of it. Like, what do you want?
Yeah, for Glenn, he's gone into deep stage. He's got to be careful that he doesn't red light. He's done the exact opposite. He's probably gone slower than he was hoping to. But Trent had a bit of a snooze on the tree as well. So Glenn's still in this.
Trent's just got to play the game, though. And he hasn't. A 12.06 is off the dial-in. And Glenn Wardle in that Challenger, a 10.96 on a 10.95. So he's reeled that 3.43 light in and said, I can salvage this and I can salvage a win. And that's exactly what he's done.
Yeah, it was interesting for Trent as well. The car was pretty happy in qualifying across the 3 runs, but then just lost a bit of ET.
Yeah, that won a racing. Disappointing. I do love that car. So Lachlan McGaskill in the Mach 1 Welding Commodore. Haley Scott in the Scott Bead Skyline. I do love a good Skyline. Look at that 10.15 to a 12.72. Lachlan is out of there with a 0.72, a 1.57 for Haley. Haley's got to work very, very hard to try and chase that Commodore down. Will it be enough? It most certainly will. They've both gone onto their dial-in, but Haley, the lesser of the two evils, will get the win with a 10.09 on a 10.15. 12.64 and a 12.72 is too much. And Haley Scott, we get to see that tough grey Skyline back.
And we will see a new winner in Super Street in 2026 after Lachlan, last year's winner. He's gone in round 1.
Ouch. Travis Greaves in the Tuna Racing XD Ford. Anthony Spataro in the Dodge, 1190. Oh, Travis. You can't do that with the Tuna Racing. Why haven't they got a big, giant tuna? Anthony Spataro, look at that, 206 light, 1195 and 1190. Nice work there, Anthony. All the way from there. He's made it worth it in that Dodge, so good work. So Christy Bauer in the Fernwood Landscape Supply and Supply Garden Supplies is what it is. So the 346 cubes all the way from beautiful Lowood up against Stephen Hodge with a 1085 in that bright yellow looking Ford. How cool does that look? That's a couple of cool looking old school Holdens and Fords on the line there. So 1125, Christy will leave. Stephen will chase. I tell you what, you don't want to give much to Christy Bauer. She's a good racer. Has been track champion here at the track.
Yeah, car cuts a lot.
Oh, and there it is. Wade.
That'll do.
093 to a 328.
So she'll be looking over her right shoulder. She's an experienced racer as well, so you wouldn't expect her to break out as we hold our breath. And she won't. She goes an 11.30 on 11.25. So we'll get the win. We'll go through to round 2. Stephen, on the other hand, he was too eager to get to the finish line. Had to make up that difference. Goes a little 10.77 on 10.85.
And Christy has washed off probably about 5 or 6 mile an hour, knowing probably just eased off the throttle
so
just to squeeze that in. Okay. That's a seasoned racer. So Barry Ashen, Adrian Morton, the Mustang versus the Commodore. All eyes will be on Barry Ashen. He gets out first with a 0.92, a 007 for Morton. Here comes the Mustang chasing the Commodore down. Will it have enough, or will Barry go on the dial in? The win will go to Morton with a 10.23 on a 10.20 with a 007 light. Barry Ashen, 11.15 on an 11.15 with a 0.92. That seems unfair.
It does. It's tough. It's tough, and that's what round 1 of Super Street will bring at the Winternationals. You're cutting a 0.92 light. You're running on your dial in, and you're going home.
So Ben Cox and David Rickards, 10.20 for Rickards and the Energy Smart Mackay Falcon. And, of course, Ben Cox in the Commodore, 11.99. He will lead first. Dave to chase.
Watch Rickards. This thing will get up and boogie.
Oh, no, it won't.
Well, it still will.
Something out.
It still will, but it's going to...
Something just popped out of that car too as well. So, look.
Turn on a wind light.
But Ben Cox would have seen that wind light. Oh, he's big puff of smoke out of the back of Coxie's car. Gone under the dial-in because he would have seen the wind light. 11.90 on 11.99 with a 0.22 for the Park Ridge car. But a 10.25 and a 10.20 with a red for Rickards. 124 mile an hour. That thing has been pumping out 130 plus mile an hour over the last 2 days. That thing of Rickards does, it cooks, doesn't it? It goes hard.
Yeah, 100%.
But you can just see the Commodore, a bit of a puff of smoke. Well, have a look at those marquees just wrestling with the wind out there. Mate, it's a hairdresser's dream out there if you're a hairdresser. Everyone will be coming in to get their hair done tomorrow.
You getting yours done?
You know what? You're not allowed to pick on your co-workers, all right?
Just because it's your birthday. If you do see Terry kicking around the venue, wish him a big happy birthday.
Do not.
His Facebook's been lighting up.
Don't say hello. Don't say happy birthday. Just send me money. Jenny Loy and Josh Heinrich. We are still in Super Street, round 1. 10.27 there for Josh, 11.81 for Jenny in the mighty Brougham.
Just a reminder for all of our viewers on Overtaking Lane that it is Terry Dale's birthday.
Thank you, Dave, from Overtaking Lane. So, thank you to the cruise director for putting that up.
You've just lost one of your replay requests.
The Rosenthal Heights Brougham. A Brougham. What a great car they were with the longer boot. Always wanted one. Had an uncle who had one.
Good exhaust too.
Well, they come with a 327 or a 350. So a 133 light for Loy, a 052 for Heinrich. Has Josh got enough to put the Brougham away? He certainly has. A 10.28 on a 10.27 is tidy there. Wade, for Heinrich.
And mate, if Thornland's had a pub, that's where we'd be celebrating. But it doesn't.
It doesn't have a pub? How can Thornland's not have a pub? It's got about 28 roundabouts. Just sell one of your roundabouts. So Andrew McClellan, and in the Drop Bear Motorsports Commodore 1182, to Ben Ramsey with a 1038, who will do the chasing in the Ironclad Fencing Chevy Love. 372 cubes aboard that little tiny ute. 383 cubes on that Commodore. Looks sedate, but it is not. Oh, red light there for Ramsey. It won't matter. Andrew will look at that win light and go, 312 light, mate. That's a bit of a get out of jail there. But 1182 and 1182, that is absolutely spot on. Cut a crack light, but he right on the dial in.
Nice
How
work.
good is that? Yeah. We get to see that Drop Bear Motorsports Commodore back, which is good.
Sometimes it just saves you bacon, doesn't it, at the end of the day, when you can run right on your dial in.
Yeah.
Make it look easy. But,
He didn't even need to, but he did.
Car rating.
Yeah.
And, here we go, Manning Knights. Mr. Trip Zip from qualifying.
Oh, is there anything he can't do? Commentate, build engines.
Just an all-round good bloke.
That he is. 1068 for Carl with a shot of Nos and the Divine Massage Fairmont. He will chase down Matty in a KPM performance car. Oh, red light there for Carl. Matty McKnight's probably listening to the radio because he loves to hear our voice. And he's going, 065 there for Matt. And let's see how close he goes to that dial in. He gave it a test. Gave it a nudge. 1242 on a 1246 with a 065, and Carl, he'll be packing up the mighty Fairmont, sadly.
Do you reckon Matty's going, mate, can you give me the 330 foot time? Can you give me my half-track time? What are my increments,
They all
please?
do. That all started with Johnny Lewis when he used to race the street meet. Can you give me this? Can you? I'm going, hang on. Josh Fletcher. Now, this car, as I said, it had some damage the other week at one of the other meetings. The Fletchers are wrestling with this thing to get it right. This car is usually what we would call one of the most consistent cars at this track, one of the most consistent races here at Willowbank, Josh Fletcher. But Corey Stutchbury, he's got an opportunity in the dialed-in racing to take advantage of the Fletchers trying to sort out this Styromax Tirana, and you can see it's not happy.
Corey's still going to chase him down, though. Do you think he knows if Josh has been having these problems? Because it looks like Josh might get to the finish line first.
Oh, can you believe it? How often would you see Josh Fletcher break out? Whatever motor they've got in there, it's obviously all new, all trying to get it right. They probably just chuck something in there just to get it running, to get here to the winners, because he is in the big car, in the Outlaw car. So the Styromax car, sadly, we won't get to see it back, but a 1063, and that'll get the win.
And that's why it looked like he was going to get to the finish line first, because he broke out.
So Aiden Stutchbury, look, a red light there for Barry Lode in the Cortina, sadly. But a 028 for Stutchbury. Let's have a look and see how close he can go to that dial in. He gave it a big test, a 1052 on a 1059 for Aiden in the dialed-in racing Commodore. Well done. But no more Barry Lode in the Cortina.
No. The next of the dialed-in racing cars coming forward. New sponsor on board this weekend for Sammy Joe Johnson as well, the Dave's Custom Designs.
We'll have a look at the previous, all these 10-1s that Sammy Joe has been running. So the Dave's Customs, look at it, have 10-1, 10-1, 10-1. Dave Andrews in the DA Industries Tirana, a little HB, packing a 355.
For Dave, it's running 1139 and an 1141. So he goes, you know what? Well, we may as well split the middle. Let's dial in an 1140.
Gets out with a 236. Sammy Joe, after all those runs, so close, sadly pops up the dreaded red, and we won't get to see Sammy Joe back. But Dave Andrews says, I will take that win with aplomb.
Yeah, breakout as well there for Sammy Joe Johnson at 10.09 on a 10.13. But as you said, Terry, race was over on the red light.
Yep. So Nicole Goldie, Trevor Davis, the Hague Plumbing Cortina from Deeming Heights, the North Ipswich Total Cover Earthworks XE Fairmont of Nicole Goldie. 11.59 to a 10.60. So Trevor to do the chasing. I'll tell you what, if Nicole cuts a light, you don't want to be Trevor in that Cortina, because she's a hard customer, very tough racer. Comes from a family of, well, what can you say? The families just who know how to race.
Yeah, 100%.
Seriously. So Nicole knows, look, the car is sitting at that 11.59. I think eventually the car will be probably dialed up to go a fair bit quicker. But let's have a look what it can do. because Trevor is going to have to do a hard task here and chase Goldie now. Not up the coal red lights, because the 201 wheel standing Trevor Davis. Keep it in control, mate, because don't cross that centre line because you'll hand the win over.
Had a good look, didn't it, the centre line, and that would have given Nicole the win had it crossed the centre line. But for Trevor, a 10.64 on a 10.60. Unfortunately, Nicole will have to. Oh no.
11.59 and 11.59 with a .20 red. Nicole Goldie, you need to talking to, miss. So Jeff Pacey, Matt Francis and the Tuner Racing HQ. But we did just see a big fat skid from the GDP Metalworks Bel Air. The Bel Air says, how about a sideways skid like I'm at Cooley Rocks or somewhere? How cool is it?
Well, how about
10-10?
Yeah, you want to talk about how important a dial-in is? Well, this is the race that it'll be all the more important because they are dialed in heads up. It's a 10-10 versus a 10-10. They'll be leaving at exactly the same time.
Get someone out there with a flag.
100% the flag drop for these two cars will be very appropriate. A 103 for Matt Francis, 291 for Jeff Pacey. So Matt will already know that he's got the advantage because they were leaving at the same time. And he can convert that to a win because Jeff left himself too much to do. He would have known that he left second. Then he breaks out a 10.07 on a 10.10. For Matt Francis, it's a 10.16 on that 10.10 dial-in.
See, back in the day, we used to have the actual lights up on the screen, the actual reaction times, but we don't do that anymore because we don't want to give the racer any advantage. So Tony Harrington, 11.05 to Craig Warren's 10.57. So there is a blink and you will miss it between these two. The Sydney Scrap Street, LJ Tirana, the Harrington Race Autos, Commodore. Tony gets out with a 0.29 and 1.65 for Craig. I don't think you can give that much of a light away to Harrington. And that is proven correctly. 11.19 to 11.05 is good for the win for Harrington. 10.67 on a 10.57 is good, but a 1.65 light will just hurt you.
It will indeed.
So that means we are moving into our Super Sedan. So we're going to probably call one more category and then we're going to exit the chair, I do believe, after this category. And we'll give the boys a bit of Mark and Alan a bit of a shot at the mic.
Yeah. So
for the IHRA Pro Mod 660. So we got Super Sedan though to get out of the road. Super Sedan, great, 54 in the category. That's a big field once again.
Yeah, it has been a big field. We know how tough, but we thought the Junior Dragsters, we thought the Super Street were tough, and they are tough brackets. But then you start talking Super Sedan. Do they come much tougher than Damien Morris down there? Of course he'd be in the first pairing out. He's always at the front of the staging lanes, even in eliminations.
He's at the front of the gate.
He always is.
If the gate opens at 7, he's there at 6. We know what Damo's like. And as I said, he was rewarded with the first run down this track when it was completed. Because I tell you what, when you're if you're not first in line, you're not first in line. Hey, so there you go. Chris Lewis and the Jason Bray Plastering Commodore. A 9.08 to chase down, a 10.09 for Damien Morris in the Morris Painting Solutions Monaro. Oh, got out nice there with a 0.28 for Domo, a 0.72 for Chris. I don't know if that's enough, Chris. Damien's out in front, he'll be safe probably, and he will. 10.16 on a 10.09 for Damien Morris. Chris Lewis, a 9.14 and a 9.08, but a 0.28 light. Damien, you know how to cut them. Yeah. You know how to win them.
Nice work. A nice pairing to get us underway for eliminations in Super Sedan. Sean Doblin and Gary Brett. So a 9.19 as a dial-in for Gary and the Premier down there. All the business hanging up the bonnet down there for Sean Doblin. He goes, no, keeping it sedate. I'm keeping it under the bonnet. I'm business-like. I know how to tell when win lights.
Packing a chute, packing louvers, packing twin carbs, packing a blower. Is there any that car of Brett's hasn't got? Sean Doblin. What is going on?
Even for Gary, you're going, mate, you've just got a win line with a 5.73 reaction time and you've run a 9.13 on your 9.1 dial-in. But for Sean, it is not often that you're going to see a red light from...
Gary was listening to us talk it up, me talk it up, and he's gone... that's why he left half a second on the tree. He goes, did you hear what that guy said about my car? That's pretty cool.
He loves the louvers. I'm going to put them in.
I'm going to have to race. Anyway, Sean's gone red and given him the gift that keeps on giving.
Paul Dilley in the Falcon now coming up against Steve Somar. The Pontiac over there in the rocket lane. So about a 1 second chase here for Steve. An 8.69 is the dial in over there. The Falcon of Paul Dilley, a 9.55 will lead first. So edging that forward in the stage ever so slowly. Pulls the finger from the handbrake. Nice result, really. There's problems for Steve Sumner, so for Paul, all eyes are on Paul.
He needs to look.
He's done the hard work.
Make sure they're not there. Oh, Paul Dilley, well done.
And exhale.
972, yeah. And exhale. 972 there with a 955 with a 004, Paul Dilley. That is good work.
I don't think I ever get more nervous than watching a racer at full tilts.
That's got no one beside him.
When the racer in the other lane is idling down the track here, and you're just going, don't break out. Don't do it to yourself.
Look, I'm not allowed to swear here, but we've seen some dumb stuff here where you, not at some of the meetings and you go, mate, there was no one beside you.
Paul Kelly
and you went under your dial-in. And old mate crept across at 2 minutes and won it.
Mate, Paul Kelly will tell you he's seen some dumb things.
Oh, nice pun. Anyway, Noel Green in the Lockyer Automotive Tirana, 925 dial-in for the North Ipswich car. Barry Moore, Performance Parts Plus in the Cortina, all the way from Currajong in Queensland.
Yeah, you can see the Steve Sommer car there has come to a stop just after the finish line. So, of course, we've just got to wait for that car to clear the braking area, which is longer than our quarter-mile racetrack.
So Steve's just having a casual... Look at the number plate on Barry Moore's car. Look, no EFI. No kidding, we can see the carbs. If he had injection stacks, it'd be even more. It'd be like a... Hang on, that's like an in-joke, you know, but look at that thing looks tough.
Okay, calm down.
No EFI, it looks cool. Back in the day, the Cortinas were a little bit of a sleeper back then because that and the earlier model Cortinas all come out, a lot of them would come out with a 250. Now, a lot of people would have thought, oh, well, you know, it's all about the Tiranas with the 202s and that, but these things with a 250 in them, they were no slouch. They went hard.
You're telling me they didn't come out of the factory looking like that?
They had, no, they did not sadly have had twin carbs as opposed to Barry Moore's, which looks pretty tough. And it did not have a 429 cubic inch V8 in it either.
That would have got your soccer quickly back in the day.
Look at Barry's previous runs though, 990, 993, 995. So 992 dial, and he knows he's going to go, he's hoping to go in between his last two qualifiers, whereas Noel Green, 924, 925, 932, he goes, I'm just going to go once again, second qualifier. Both of them have pretty well gone on that. So let's see what happens with Noel Green, and he will have to chase, but not by much. The Ford, the Holden, what a battle. Barry Moore, no EFI. So double SA to a double S, double A of Noel Green. He's got the double SA on the back now. We have liftoff. Noel Green 012, 056. Noel has gone too quick, and the wheel standing Cortina of Barry Moore with a 10.02 on a 9.92. His time was off because I tell you what, that thing launched. How was that, folks? How everybody in the crowd over in the grass? What do you reckon about that skid? Give us a thumbs up. That was sweet. Thank you, Barry. That was wild.
That's excellent. The best part is we'll get to see it again tomorrow.
If we had a replay, but you got to pay $50 for a replay. But anyway, so Luke Doty and Brendan Shaw. So
Stamp your coffee card, Terry. Every 6 requests, you'll get one.
Stamp my coffee card.
Anyway, for Luke Doherty and Brendan Shaw, all they're hoping to see is a win light on their ticket down on their 936. Brendan will lead first. For Luke Doherty. Oh, well done, Brendan. That's why you're your current track champion, mate, because you've got a 002 light. Luke Doherty's got all the work to do in the chase, and it will not be enough. So Brendan Shaw will go through a 937 on a 936, a 002 light. That is going to win you 9.5 races out of 10.
That was tidy. He just was all business-like, was Brendan. Just got it out there with a 002. Went so close to that dial-in, and that was impressive. But here's a bloke that might have something to say about it. These two, Dean Zammit and Mick Shaper. Mick and the 850 dial in the mixed towing services Chevrolet Ute. And you got a 993 for Dean Zammit in the Slade Point Mechanical HJ Ute, all the way from down from Mackay. We know Dean is a good racer. He's up against Mick. We know he is a good racer. So a bit of a chase for Mick. But Dean won't mind that at all.
And he sold it right off the bubble that 8 as well. So cut to 134 light work. Good for number 1 qualifier, Dean Zammit. A 0.32 on the tree. And it'll be enough for 10.04 on a 9.93 for Mick Shaper. Goes at 8.59 with the reaction from her. The whole shot win goes to Dean Zammit. 10.04 on that 9.93, courtesy of a 0.32 reaction. Next pairing coming forward will be Nathan Watts over in the Black Commodore and Jaden Plant in the Dakota.
So what will Jaden do? Ka-chow! He's got the number plates. Got the ka-chow number plates.
Yes,
the car looks like it's straight out of cars.
Doesn't it? Would look the part.
When you see him in the pits, just walk past and give him a ka-chow. So Nathan Watt, he will chase down Jaden Plant with a 9.75.
He made the semi-finals of the Winternationals last year, Jaden, and always very consistent racer. Knows how to cut a good light, and he's got another good one. Nathan Watt at 0.28 is pretty tidy, but Jaden with the advantage of 0.10 light does not get the win. Jaden has gone too fast. A 9.74 with a 9 on a 9.75. Oh, so close. But it's too fast, and Nathan does not mind. He goes, thank you very much. I'll take the win in my Commodore at 8.95 on an 8.94. But Jaden did all the hard work, cut the good light, but it was just the slightest of too quick on your dial in. And unfortunately, we won't not see the Dakota back this weekend. Gary Clark and Sean Maher now. So great to see Gary Clark back out in the Tirana. So it was out of their last QDRC events after a bit of time off with the car getting a service. Sean Maher though at 9.27. Oh, unfortunately we saw Gary as well in qualifying where he didn't want to hold on the trans brake. It's driven through. Leaves the red light on the tree. He's gone before the tree. At 9.33 on a 9.27, and Gary won't.
Yeah, give Sean some credit. That was a good good light, and he done the deed anyway. But sad for Gary there. So Rudy Wyatt, the Pine Mountain Performance Holden, Anthony Mangano, all the way from Edmonton in Queensland in the Holden Commodore. 9.72 for Anthony, 9.08 there for Rudy. Rudy to chase. You don't want to have Rudy Wyatt chasing you. He's cut some good lights this weekend.
Yeah, he will, and always continues to cut good lights, but he's generally pretty consistent as well with you look, he's running 9.06 and 9.14. So it's actually probably a bit of a spread that
Oh, red light there for Anthony. So Rudy Wyatt will say, how about a 0.92 and a win? Because Anthony is sadly red-lit and has ended his campaign. But a 9.17 on the 9.08 to the 0.92. Rudy Wyatt. Oh, the Cardham Racing boys. They have to do a skid. It's just they cannot help themselves. Trying to concentrate on Rudy Wyatt's run, and then Robert Cardham says, hey, hold up. Give us our Victorians some love.
Yeah, we need a tyre sponsor.
Yeah.
We keep going. I don't know why we keep going through rear tyres.
Now have a look at this, 9.58 there for Robert Cardham. It is not a Winternationals unless we're calling his name out. Jack Moreau in the G&M Electrical Capri, 8.90. This will be good. Cardham gets out. 001 red, Rob. Jack Moreau's going to win the race with a 2.25 light. 8.95 though, close to that dial in. Well done, Jack. But Rob, well, that's disappointing for everybody who loves that Ford Ute, and I'm one of them.
Brutal, isn't it, Terry, in round one of Super Sedan?
So here comes Pricey. Rob Price, Gavin List. Gavin List concreting in the Nova. 468 cubes. The Pine Mountain Performance Tirana. 400 cubic inches of V8 on board. 9.39 for Pricey. He will be chased down by the slimmest of 915s. Oh, both good lights. Price is 0.43, 0.82 for Gavin Liss. Have a look. Here comes the Nova. Is it going to catch the Tirana? It most certainly will. A 9.20 and a 9.15 and a 9.52 and a 9.39. But Gavin Liss got him, didn't he? You know what? That was tough. I didn't think that Nova was coming that quick, but it did.
No, drove around him, didn't he? So nice work there for Gavin. We'll still hear him in round 2 tomorrow on day 3 of the Gulf Western Oil Winternationals. But currently in elimination round 1.
Steve Peach, I've got to tell you, one of his crewy, Shane, he is the king of Murray Bridge, right? That's what his moniker is apparently. Yeah. But it's his birthday today like mine, so happy birthday, Shane, from another one Gemini to another.
Oh, well done. So 0.24 light there for Steve. Hopefully get the job done here, but he's got a 0.62.
Oh, Adam's out in front though.
He is, and Adam's a tough customer when it comes to trying to drive around, and he goes to 9.55 on that 9.53 for Adam. So unfortunately for Steve, we won't see the HJ back. He goes at 8.53 on an 8.50 to become a spectator.
Will we be able to go back and have a beer with the King of Murray Bridge then this afternoon? Those boys will be on it all afternoon now. They'll say, well, who are those blokes down there with the jet trucking HJ? Well, mate, it was his birthday and they went out first round, so they're on the beers.
Can you have a bad birthday when it's at the Winternationals?
No, you can't. No, you can't. So Wayne Hyatt, Les Wait, 9.57 to the 9.09. Here comes the Celica chasing down the Camaro. It's going to need to work hard because the 0.74 light is not as good. And it proved correct. A 9.61 on a 9.57 on a 0.11 light. The Canadian Victorian and the Camaro gets the win. And we don't get to see the mighty little Toyota back.
No, that's a bit disappointing. But
here he is. Look at this. Look, what a pairing. The mighty XP of David McKirby up against the fabulous Carl Chevy Taylor in the Tilly Motorsports bubble top. Genuine 1962 bubble top. How good is that thing? We had beers with Carl after last year's winners. Had a great chat.
We did
for hours.
He was sporting a Christmas tree last winners.
He was too. Yep.
So it was extra reason to celebrate. But top bloke is Chevy. We wish him best of luck in this pair. Dave McKirby, though he doesn't mind. He's just going, I just want to get out there and run as close to my 9.21 as possible. Gets up in boogies, but he's left himself work to do with a 2.59 light.
Won't matter because Carl with a 0.74, 10.30 on a 10.22. Mr. Taylor will go through to the next round. 9.62 and a 9.21 is off the dial-in with a 2.59. That beautiful looking XP Ford we won't get to see, but the bubble top is back.
We will tow back around in round number 2. So Tony Aegis and Rowan Ward making the trip from Bowie Desert. And wide. So unfortunately, we won't see that one back in because he's got the red on the tree, a 0.72 red. Tony got a good light, 0.65. Contest at 8.85 dial-in. Goes an 8.87 with a 7 on that 8.85. So they're in the zone.
Yeah, we know how good Tony is. That Commodore is a super consistent package. Good racer. So Rowan Ward, sadly the Pro LED screens XY with the barrier we will not see back. See him running in double S, double B. So the Hammonds Automotive Cortina. Just waiting for our screens to readjust. You'll see that crowd building there on the overtaking lane vision. So Hamish Strachan, of course, in the complete property and home Commodore. The Hammond Automotive Cortina, all the way from Garbett. You'll see that smoke just gently creeping out of that Cortina of Brian's. Brilliant. This is like a smoker's lounge back in the old days. Oh, the Commodore has crept. Brian will see that. Brian will say, oh, I can just send this thing. And it looks like he will. He did, most certainly. An 8.54 and an 8.60 with a 1.26. Sadly, Hamish's car crept through the beams and just ended his campaign. But the Hammond Automotive Cortina says, oh yeah, he did say. Oh, here we go. We talk about the XP Fords. We've just seen one get bumped out. But there has been some tidy XP two-doors. Thought all of them would be down at the Hot Rods down this weekend, but no, they're all here at Willowbank, which is awesome. Tim Ablett in that tough-looking HG. Ron Howarth in the, have a look at this, double S, double B. So she's got a power. She's got a power at her. 862 for Howarth. 955 for Tim Ablett. Then the Aspo car. Oh, red light there for Ablett, but hang on. 073 for the Ford. Watch for this hard-charging XP Falcon. 878 on an 862, but Tim Ablett, red light, 948 on a 955, because I'm just going to send it as well. So we won't get to see the Holden back, but we will get to see one of the survivors of those XP two-doors.
Yeah, we do say often though, Terry, if you can't win, be spectacular.
Be spectacular.
That's exactly what Ablett did there with picking up the front wheels, put on the show.
So Mitch Bauer, 934 in the Fernwood Landscaping and Garden Supplies Fairlane. The Fairlane is in the far lane, Wade.
Well done, Terry.
Got in. You were waiting. I was getting in quick. And the mighty Tirana of David Duncombe, the Lower Mount Walker, which is just out the back here. Beautiful part of the world out there at Lower Mount Walker. 968 to a 934 of Bauer.
So we saw one Bauer go through in Super Street. Now we've got an opportunity to see Mitch go through. Love to chase down the Tirana though.
Mitch has done the better of the tree. Can he turn it into a win light? Mitch Bauer most certainly can. A 946 to a 934. And a 986 to a 968. But a 026 light will get Mitch Bauer the win.
Yeah, it was only 124 mile an hour across the finish line, so I dare say he knew he had a bit of margin there. He's backed off it.
Did exactly what Christie did. Did exactly what Christie did, his wife. Just eased off the throttle. So Matt Forbes in the Paul Rogers Performance Camaro. Greg Horton in the Horton Transport XE. I love that car. That is a tough looking car, that XE. 898 to a 1012. Horton will be coming hard and fast after Forbes. Forbes gets out with a 055. Here comes Horton. Have a look at that Falcon Cook. Oh, too quick.
Too quick.
Too quick. An 893 on an 898. Matt Forbes says, I've got this. 1014 on a 1012 with a 055. That's tidy.
It was cooking, but it was overcooked by the end.
Yes, it was. The yellow Ford of Horton just went on through and got too quick. So Michael Osborne with the Tuna Racing Hilux. Once again, we always talk about, where is the Tuna mascot? Where is it?
Opportunity missed.
Opportunity missed.
Opportunity.
Anyway, Alan Hutchin and the Brule Cranes and Rigging Escort. 942 for Alan, and he'll be chased down by Mick with an 879. Something fishy going on here. On a scale of 1 to 10 out of the jokes. Anyway,
Michael just goes, this stinks.
The Tuna Racing, sadly, we don't get to see back, but Alan Hutchin in that tough little Escort. 944 to a 942 with a 278. That is good for him. Oh, this bloke, they don't even want to let you know who his name is. And we know who this fellow. Mr.
Talk Time.
Mr. Talk Time.
Paolo is in the house.
You got to say it in a different voice.
Do you reckon there's, out of the 470 competitors here this weekend, do you reckon there's many that have a die-cast model of their own car? Like, that's a bit of a flex.
You know what? I wonder if he's going to have to paint some scratch marks on the models now after he lost the bonnet this morning.
Would have had the chalk pen out.
Dennis Plessis, the Big H Racing.
Still missing an indicator as well, so if anyone sees an indicator along the side of the track.
That is actually true. So Pello, let's see how we 857. That Barra's down and strong. Oh, big wheel stand there for Dennis. Oh, 210 light Pello. I don't know if you can give that much away. The hard charging Ford, not enough. 873 and an 857 for Pello. And the Mr. Talk Time 957 is good for the win. How did Phil Yulton get the bye? Phil Yulton getting the bye. What's going on there? What, did he pay him off in cooked halloumi last night?
Sometimes you just got to
cooked halloumi. I've had halloumi down at the Yulton tent a few years ago. Phil goes, "Have you ever had halloumi before?" I said, "Mate, I might be Italian, but I look Italian." So Greek boy, here he goes. Look at this. Just waiting. They're just holding it up. So what's down the deep end there? What happened down the end there? Just pulling him back. We are not far off doing a change, but we're going to throw down to Benny Bishop as soon as Phil's had his run. I'm going to throw down to Benny Bishop in just a moment before we let Mark and Alan just come back on the microphone to call the IHRA Pro Mod 660. So for you and I, mate, we'll probably put the pen away for a little bit. And
we'll get to enjoy some half-track action.
yeah, but I don't think the guys are going to want to be on there the whole time. Well, Mark might, because he's got no racing left for the day, has he? Have a look. There's a procession out there. Look. You know what that means.
Group 1 not far away when they start getting the group meter out on the track.
When they're all when that crowd, when that many people are walking out, you know it's not because they're giving out. It's not the sausage sizzle. It's some serious talk about what's going on. You see Mr. Brett Farnell there just spraying some traction compound down there. Look at that. Give the track a little bit of stick for these Pro Mod cars. So just waiting. We just see comes Phil. Phil goes, hang on, Brett, you didn't do my lane.
Well, it almost is like a jamboree with that many people down there.
It is. It's either jamboree or like a no. What is it? What was it? The Friday Night Lights or Street Outlaws. Give him the bump.
You reckon when he's on a solo, he just picks the front wheels up a little bit extra, just to put on a bit more of a show?
Who, Phil? Oh, he used to wheel stand this thing wildly, but he's always told me, Tez, no, got to keep it down. I've got to keep it sensible, because you know what, you win more races that way. But maybe tell that to Ray Ross. He says, I love a wheel stand. But honestly, there used to be a bunch of them. Noel Green, it used to be Phil.
Josh Luter.
Perry Georges.
Josh Luter picks up the front
wheels. Yeah, Josh Luter. They all used to just be part of the Bad Boys wheel standers here. It's pretty cool. Just a tiny little wheel stand just to be sedate.
I'm disappointed.
But look at the light. 009. That's a boom from the boom, because he's all the way from Jimboomba. 978 on a 977 with a 009, and that is impressive. So, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to jump off the microphone. We're going to throw to... We're not throwing to Benny? We don't want to talk to Benny. He's not even singing the anthem. Him or I.
No, you guys both got...
We got pushed aside.
You're on the short list.
Mate, just because I'm short.
Yeah.
Sorry, boom, boom. I'm here all day. I'm here for the next 2 days. If you think I'm funny, just send something to my account. Anyway. So, ladies and gents, we'll just have a quick a little bit of track prep, because we are just about to see the IHRA Pro Mod 660, and I am going to jump off the microphone, and I think Mark Allen is going to jump on this side, and thank you very much. We will talk to you all very shortly.
Hey, race fans, just a quick little piece of advice. Wherever you are right now, if you can't see the racetrack, you need to fix that. Group 1 is getting ready to come out in just a couple minutes.
Going to take a break and we'll be back shortly.
Well, welcome everybody. Great to have you out here at the Gulf Western Oil Winternationals, Australian style. I've been to Winternationals about 35 times, I think, in my life. I've never been to this one before, and I'm looking forward to it. My name's Alan Reinhardt. I'm from the United States, and I'm teamed up with
Mark Allen here, mate, and it's good to have you here. This is our equivalent of Indy, the Big Go, the Winternationals here in Australia.
I have heard so much about this racetrack for so many years from competitors, crew chiefs, people in the United States that have come over here and raced in this part of the world, and it's a genuine pleasure to be invited to get to come down here and see it for myself. You know, there are a lot of times when people give you expectations, and you kind of go, okay, yeah, sure, whatever. You know, but there's no possible way you could live up to expectations. But coming in here yesterday and again today and going out and seeing the number of cars that are in the pits, the quality of the cars that are in the pits, the passion that everybody has down here, it has actually exceeded my expectations. And I got to tell you, I came in here shaking my head a little bit.
How are you walking through the pits again and asked for a lot of selfies from the Australian races?
One or two. I'm trying to keep it incognito, you know.
Yeah.
It's like I didn't wear the shirt. I'm trying to, you know. But the problem is, as soon as I open my mouth, everybody goes, hey, I know that voice.
Yep.
And can you teach me an Aussie accent? And then I could really go undercover.
You want to try a good day, mate, with us?
Good day, mate.
Good day, mate.
How was that?
That was all right.
Shrimp on the bobby.
Shrimp on the barbie. There you go.
That's not even a thing, right?
No.
Yeah.
No.
Well, it's definitely good to be back down here. It's good to be working with you again, and I'm really looking forward to today. A little bit of a headwind, but at least that'll keep the smoke off the starting line and keep the smoke out of everybody's eyes.
Yeah, and we've got one of our newest classes here in Australian drag racing, which will be out very shortly, is the IHRA Pro Mod 660 class. So it's the equivalent of like the Outlaw Pro Mod classes you have in the States running over the 8th mile. So we should see these cars running in around the 370s, 380s here over the 8th mile. So the iTray Pro Mod 660 class will only run to half track, so 200 metres. It's a very popular format or style of racing in the United States of America, and we're trying to get it started here in Australia.
Yeah, one of the reasons it's so popular is because 8th mile racing really shuts down the margin for error. You don't have all that extra room to make up for it if you're a little late on the starting line, if you miss the tune-up a little bit. It also lets you really lean on the combination because it doesn't have to live all the way to the scoreboards. And it's pretty amazing what the guys do as far as making power, as far as applying power, when you know it's only got to last half the time.
And it also makes the racing a lot closer as well across the finish line. So it's very tight racing. You have to be on top of your tune-up as a team, as your crew chief on top of the tune-up. As a driver, you need to be sharp on the tree as well.
Well, the thing about 660-foot racing is you have to be aggressive. Nobody comes into this with a conservative approach, because if you come in conservative, you're just going to get your teeth kicked.
Exactly. You've just nailed it on the head there. We can see the first cars pulling out of the staging lanes right now. We had, looking at the entry list, there were 8 entered, I believe, in the IHRA Pro Mod 60, 7 entered in the class this weekend. And if you want to be at the top of the field, you need to be running to that 3-second zone. Oh yeah, you need to be deep into the 3-second zone. If there are 7 cars on the property, that makes qualifying even more important, because the number 1 qualifier has a bye run in round number 1. And what would you give to have an automatic 3 pass into round 2? Everything, especially at the Gulf Western Oil Winternationals. Obviously, you want to be in the top half of the field as well, because you get lane choice when it comes racing. But it's going to be good. We've even got a couple of teams from New Zealand here this weekend competing in the IHRA Pro Mod class.
That's a long swim, right?
Yep, and we've also got Rod Harvey. It's a 6-cylinder car.
Really?
Yes, one of the quickest in the world.
I'm going to have to go seek that one out and just get a look at it.
He's run 560s over the quarter mile.
Really?
Yeah.
I'm impressed. What's the turbo, like off of Kenworth?
All right, we can hear the first of our cars fired up. It's one of these 57 Chevys that we've been talking about this weekend. And that will be Matt Abel. And he'll be taking on one of the heavy hitters here. Johnny Ricker, you might have seen him compete in the United States of America.
Absolutely have. We're going to start off with screw blowers being the order of the day. And again, with the outlaw format, there are a number of pro mod organizations over on my side of the world that run different blower restrictions, different boost restrictions, different things in the name of parity, trying to keep all of the different cars running equally so that you can run a nitrous car, you can run a turbo car. And again, they try to keep the playing field level. When you get into an outlaw 8 miles, it's like rules, who needs rules?
What have you got? Have you got enough?
That's it. It really all started in the States, at least, down in the southeastern part of the country, where there were a lot of little outlaw kind of backwoods racetracks that didn't have a whole lot of rules, safety or otherwise. And they would run a quick 8 format or a quick 16 format on any given Saturday night. And that was kind of the theory, is run what you brung and hope you brung enough. And if you didn't brung enough, well, see you next week.
Well, you need to bring a lot if you want to take on this man on track here. Johnny Ricker, this thing's been to the 360s over the 8 mile. Actually, it might even be quicker. For Johnny Ricker, Matt Abel, he should run to the 3s as well, but it's all about that power management. First time we've seen these cars on the track this weekend here for the Gulf Western Oil Winternationals. We have a little bit of a headwind here. It won't matter too much with these cars.
Weather conditions out there pretty good right now. The correction is 102, density altitude 260 meters. Making power, not going to be a problem. Getting it to the racetrack, that's where the magic happens. The new gen Camaro on the left side, that's Johnny. Matt Abel on the right side.
Tell you what, with a couple pedals, he still goes 400 for Johnny Ricker, 196 miles an hour. Matt Abel had a bit of shake as well, 533 at 100 miles an hour. He got right over towards the center line there, Matt Abel. But Johnny Ricker with a couple pedals, and it looked like he was a bit soft off the start line as well. 400, so he goes to the early #1 spot here in the IHRA Pro Mod 660 class.
Matt just absolutely took the tire off. When you look at the 109 60 foot, and if you're sitting high up on the hill over there on the right side of the racetrack or high up in the grandstands on the left, just look at the tire pattern over on the right side. It's like somebody took a basketball and bounced it through a paint booth and then just kept bouncing it down the racetrack. That's how hard the tires were basketballing on that 57 coming off the starting line.
Damn, I didn't think Johnny Ricker's 60 foot was as good as it was. A 974. It didn't look that quick.
Yeah, you said he was lazy.
It looked a bit lazy from me. What do I know? That's why I'm up in the commentary box and not down there.
Johnny actually got out there, solid initial move, and then it hiked the front end about 100 feet and started really making a move towards the right.
You know what it was? It's because Matt Abel had a big hole shot.
Yeah.
Yeah, so he was out on him early.
Yeah, reaction times in qualifying, who cares?
It doesn't matter. No.
Who cares?
They were close. They almost had it. Johnny Ricker almost had it.
I do believe that's a camera cable that they're taking care of down there on the starting line, so it'll be just a moment or two while we get that secured, and then we'll continue on. Just getting started. The Outlaw 660 Pro Mods. If you haven't seen this class before, just hang around for a minute. You are going to become a fan, just like everybody does the first time they see them.
Well, we just had the screw blows. We're going to go to the turbos. Next up with Stephen Smith. So he's lined up behind the burner pad for RCE Performance in the Corvette.
What would be your power adder of choice?
Ooh, maybe turbo. I think I'd go turbo these days, yeah. Maybe Pro Charger. I like the Pro Charger.
Yeah. I'm a supercharger guy. I don't know why. I'm old school, you know, when I got started in this, which was, you know, when they had wooden wheels, turbos were a absolute dinosaur. You'd see, you know, one a year.
Yeah.
And I'm not talking about Pro Mod cars. I'm talking about any car at the racetrack. But the blowers were something that made an impression on me when I was a kid, and that's something that just hasn't changed.
Yeah. I'd love to have a go at like a clutch car, like in Pro Aki, like a Pro Aki Funny Car or Pro Aki Drag. So that'd be good fun, just old school clutch.
There's a guy in the States by the name of Stevie Fast Jackson, and if you follow Pro Mods, outlawed or otherwise, you might be familiar with him. He is not a fan of turbos whatsoever. He once said that when you go to the racetrack, you can tell who the real racers are because the nitrous racers will unload the trailer. The first thing they get out is a box of spare parts. The blower guys will unload the trailer, and the first thing they get out is the toolbox. The turbo guys will unload the trailer, and the first thing they get out is a barbecue.
I like that.
That is Stevie Fast Jackson. You can send your cards and letters to him.
This is one of my favourite cars, though, here this weekend. Stephen Smith on track. He was here last weekend testing, went to the 3-second zone. So this is a 370 Corvette here. If they get everything right off the start line, he can go 210 plus mile an hour over the 8th mile.
RCE Performance just down the road. They've got their name on the big grandstand right there on the starting line. Of course, Garrett Turbochargers delivering the boost. And Mike's Fabworks, race car fabrication. That is an absolutely beautiful piece of artwork that is also fast. You're going to hear him spool the turbos up on the start line and then bump that thing in violently.
Oh, he was close. Goes through for a 435, 129 mile an hour. So that 60 foot's pretty good for the turbo car, 998.
Yeah, turbo cars, as a general rule, are a little bit lazier off the starting line. Watch again on the replay, and watch when the power starts coming in about 100 feet out. It hikes the front end, rattles the tire, and points the thing toward the wall. And Steve goes, nope, let's not get concrete poisoning. We do not want to put any green on the white. Don't want any of that white on my green. Pedal it, got the front end back down, straightened it out, and then drove it on down to a 435. So far, the first 3 cars coming up to make an attempt, I tell you this, nobody looks shy. They all look pretty over-aggressive.
I'd have to agree with you here, mate. It's been Tyre Shake City at the moment. And this is the 6-cylinder car that I was talking about earlier. And Rod Harvey, the US of batteries.
What type of 6-cylinder?
That is a good question. Someone will send a message to me right.
V or straight?
Straight.
Okay.
I think. Oh, someone will text us a message shortly.
There was a crazy
3.2 litre.
Okay.
So.
Is it a J2Z?
I was going to say 2J, but.
My favorite ever 6-cylinder, 100 years ago, there were a bunch of guys over in the Mideast that used to do hill climb sand drag stuff, and they had a category, and the only rule was 6-cylinder, period. 6-cylinder, that was it. Anything, have at it. One of the sheiks over in that part of the world commissioned Alan Johnson, the Nitro crew chief and parts builder, to build him a 6-cylinder. He built a 565 cubic inch V6 billet, made like 5,200 horsepower. And the guys went, what? It's a 6-cylinder? Really? That actually ended up in a pro mod over in Qatar, I believe. Anything is possible. We're going to have Stu Walsh on the left side in the Camaro. The big old supercharger sticking out of the hood. 2JZ. I got to find out what the boost numbers are they're putting through that thing.
Single turbo.
I got to find out what are they putting in that thing for boost? 70 pounds? 75 pounds?
All of it.
More than that? 100 pounds?
So in the lane beside Rod Harvey, though, we've got Stu Walsh in a brand new Camaro. He was out here last weekend testing in it. He was a turbo guy. He's still got the turbo car, which is, I believe he's running this weekend. In our other Pro Mod class that we've got, their Heads Up 585 class.
Okay, I knew I recognized the name, so it's neat. All right, that's where I recognize the name from the Heads Up 585 class. Again, we're going to see that one just a little bit later on.
So he likes a little bit of both worlds, Stu Walsh.
Some guys just can't make a decision. And I'm good with that.
Why not both?
Why not both?
So Rod Harvey, this Super Rod Harvey, it is one of the most aggressive launching cars that you will see here this weekend. So if he can get it planted and straight, watch out.
Well, that's been the problem so far, keeping the tires from going square out there about 100 feet out, or, well, in the first car's case, right off the starting line. And then keeping the nose on the ground so the thing will be pointed straight, or so that you can make the adjustment if you need to.
Currently number 1 qualified, still that 400 from Johnny Ricker. Both these cars have the potential to knock that off.
I just want to see our first 3 and our first 200 mile an hour.
It was close, 408 for Rod Harvey, 199 mile an hour. And Walsh goes through for a 459, 124 miles an hour.
199, come on, come on.
It was close.
Rod Harvey, if you were watching close on the starting line, it bumped in way deep, and that's not something you want to do, especially in qualifying. Knocked out that top light, and then it was very lazy to the 60-foot, only 114 to the 60-foot clock. So he gave up a lot of elapsed time in the first 60 feet of the racetrack, which probably kept him from being the number 1 qualifier.
I wonder if Harvey went too far the other way. He was a little bit too soft off the start line for the cut. For that car there. Walsh, he had a bit of shake as well.
So far, we haven't seen a good clean run. Come on, guys. We need to get at least one 3-second, 200-mile-an-hour run out of here of our 8th mile pro mod. We've been bragging about you guys. So
We've had a little bit of everything now. What about a bit of nitrous for you? Barry Plumpton.
I like nitrous.
In the Camaro, all the way from New Zealand.
You can see him out there taking a look at the racetrack. You saw a little smoke out of the right lane. They use a battery machine. Pretty typical of a turbo car in the shutdown area because those turbos have a tendency to superheat. And when they shut the car off, they will just pour fuel into them just to cool the turbo down. That comes out off as the exhaust is smoke, but they are double checking down on the racetrack to make sure all is well. I do like nitrous. When I was 17 years old, I had nitrous on a street car back in the day when there were people that would tell you that nitrous was taboo and nitrous was cheating. And there were also people that when I would go out cruising, pull into the burger shack, park the car, get out, somebody would see a nitrous bottle in the back seat, and they would move their car because they thought mine was going to go off like a bomb. It's like, dude, really, it's going to be okay.
Yeah, so Barry Plumpton in this Camaro, he's running to the 5-second zone over the quarter mile. He has campaigned it in that 585 heads-up class as well, so he runs into the 3-second zone over the 8th mile. I'm not too sure, mate, what sort of changes they've done to the car to compete now this weekend in the 8th mile bracket.
You know, it's crazy. I couldn't tell you what Barry has done, but I know that I've talked to guys over in the States because there's very little crossover between the 8th mile guys and the quarter mile guys. And NHRA is the only place to run quarter mile. Everybody else runs the 8th. And in speaking with the guys, they tell you almost have to have a different car.
Yeah.
Because legitimately, the engine combination is different, the transmission is different, the rear gear is different, the suspension is set up different. Everything out there.
I believe it's a pack weekly set up as well. Barry Plumpton.
Popeye power, 959 cubic inches, and a whole lot of laughing gas going to be fed through the car in the right lane. And if you are at all a Pro Mod fan and have been around it any length of time, you know the name of the guy in the other lane. John Zappia is legend.
Competing in 2 brackets this weekend, so he's in the ITRO 660 class here right now, and we'll see him out here later on in Pro Slammer as well.
John Zappia is one of those guys, been around forever and just like hates to lose. I think even more than he loves to win, he just hates to lose.
It's going to be interesting to see how he goes this weekend in this class. Again, the potential's there. Both these cars are 3-second cars that we know they've got. It's all about that power management. At the moment, off the start line, we haven't seen a clean hit yet.
The Summit Racing, Fuchs Lubricant, DP Carrillo Machine, JP Palace, all those folks that have been behind Zappia for a number of years. The old nitrous purge that still gives me flashbacks to the days when I was saving money to fill nitrous bottles, and these guys are just throwing it away. Throwing it away. I'm almost over that. Okay, I'm nowhere near over that. Well, are we going to get it? Are we going to get a 3-second, 200-mile-an-hour run?
Well, if they go 3 seconds, they will go to the top of the leaderboard. Zappia's already in full stage. 7 seconds for Plumpton to get in. $3.79 for Barry Plumpton. He goes to number 1. Zappia with a big pop there across the finish line. 397 at 190 mile an hour. But Barry Plumpton goes to number 1. 379, 197. We didn't see that 200 mile an hour pass, but there might be a bit of work back in the pits for John Zappia and that team.
I hope we can see that again. Watch the pipes on Barry Plumpton's car. That thing was not happy going down there. It was popping and banging a little bit from about 300 or 400 feet on down to the stripe. If we can watch it again, you're going to see some flames coming out of those bullhorns. If you see a solid, normal orange, that's good in a nitrous car. But if you see a pop and bang, take a look. I couldn't really tell from that angle. But when you look at the speed, only 197 miles an hour, neither one of those cars was really running happy when it got to the finish line stripe.
Yeah, Zappia definitely had a pop backfire through the supercharger across the finish line.
So the final 2 go 1 and 2 with Barry number 1, John 2, Johnny Ricca is 3rd, Rod Harvey 4th, and those are the only 4 that are even remotely pleased with the run. I guarantee you nobody's high-fiving down at the end of the racetrack, but if you're in the 4.0s or if you're in the 3s, then you've got enough data that you can work with. If you're Steve Smith, Stu Walsh, or Matt Abel, all you know is we missed it by a mile, and now we're going to have to go back and make adjustments and try again tomorrow.
Yeah, 7 cars down the track here in the ITRA Pro Mod 660 class.
And it looks like we might have one more.
I'm sorry, I lied. We're going to see the IHRA 660 cars again later on tonight, according to my schedule. Am I reading that right?
They got all 3 qualifiers
all three,
today.
That's right, all 3 today. I'm still learning, you know, the dumb American commentator. What does he know? I still keep looking at my watch on the
This is interesting because this is actually Russell Pavey. Now, he was originally entered in Pro Slammer, I believe, but he's now out here on track for the IHRA Pro Mod 660 class, so that'll give us 8 cars in the field.
That's even better. High runs are not my favorite thing, especially in round number 1. Like, I don't want everybody to have to earn it.
So being a pro class, they probably would have had their lanes allocated to them for qualifying.
Yeah, I think if he decided to make the last minute entry, that's what it just said, put it down at the bottom of the sheet and let him go.
So Russell Pavey, he's campaigned in Pro Slammer for a lot of years. He's run into the 580 zone over the quarter mile. So he can run into the 390s, 380s to the 8th mile. If he can do one of those sort of laps, that'll put him into the top half of the field.
Anything to breeze and put him in the top half of the field. Yeah. I'm still hoping for 200.
Still want that 200 mile an hour pass. It might be a bit harder for the supercharged cars here. Because out the back door, they're probably only going to go about 202 to 205 mile an hour over half track.
Well, it kind of depends on how they're set up. You know, the Outlaw cars over in the States will run 220. But again, you change the car considerably if you know you're going 660 races before you leave the shop. Knocked the burst panel out of it as soon as he cut it loose is what it sounded and looked like. You saw the little puff down there at the front of the blower. Didn't look like a big kaboom, but it definitely looked like the panel came out. These cars, for those of you that may not be familiar, matter of fact, every car that's got a supercharger on it has got a burst panel that is designed to fail in the event of a backfire or of a problem. You want to relieve the pressure and not blow the blower off of the thing. Now, if you get into a nitro car, you get into an alcohol car, you get a big explosion, well, that's not going to be enough. But if you've got a small problem, that burst panel will fail, let the boost out, hopefully without doing any more damage, and it sure looked to me for all the world like the burst panel came out down there as soon as he cut it loose on the starting line.
I think you're on the money there, mate. But that brings a close to our first session of our pro classes there. So they'll be back out later on. We will see the rest of the pro categories on track at 4 o'clock this afternoon. Now we're going to move into the final qualifying session of performance bike. It was the belt. It was actually the belt on the hit for Russell Pavey.
Okay.
So he lost the belt. So that's one of those weak points when they went to the converter style cars at the supercharger belts. Their lifespan became dramatically shorter.
Well, it's a whole lot different when you go in and stage the thing on a two-step because the engine's kind of ratcheting anyway, and then the belt's the thing that has to deal with that.
Yeah.
Looks like they've got him under tow at the top end of the racetrack. Should be around the corner momentarily. And performance bike is at the ready line.
Do you guys have like a competition bike class?
Other than pro stock, no. They do run top fuel bikes at some of the events.
Yeah.
But there isn't a competition bike class that runs at the national event level. A lot of the divisional and regional, they will have motorcycles that compete as part of the program as well.
Okay. Yeah, so
what we don't have is the junior bikes, and a lot of guys are lobbying for that. That's a cool category.
Yeah, it really is actually. All right, moving on. Looking at the performance bike qualifying at the moment, we've had 2 qualifying sessions down the track. There are 18 bikes trying to get into a 16-bike field. Number 1 qualifier is John Mengele. He's gone 2/10 under his national record. Joe Curry is second. Edge Mellis is third. Pete Farnellis fourth. And rounding out the top 5 is Arvin Otto, who's actually on the track right now. He's about to move forward on his BMW bike.
How about Neville Langley here on the left side, who is not yet on the sheet, which either means he wasn't here yesterday or had problems yesterday and never got an official run down the racetrack. So, hey, you got one shot to qualify if you're Neville. Get her done.
To get into the field, he needs to run within 0.8 of a second of his national record on the A Street bike, which is an 880. So he needs to run 960 or better to get into the field, Neville Langley. That's the number you're looking for on the scoreboard for that side of the track. Arvin Otto, he just wants to improve on his earlier 896, currently qualified number 5.
Wow, look at that thing. Neville was hovering the front tire out there at 400 feet. 899. Welcome to the qualified field. 154 the speed. 911 comes up for Ravine over on the right side. He'd already run 896, so he's not going to improve. But Neville, that thing was trying to hike the front end up out there about 200-300 feet. Just hovered it through the middle out there. That looked like fun.
That it did. He will actually go into the number 10 spot, so he's got himself into the field. Is it enough to stay there, though? Let's find out. Jason Clark, and currently qualified 12th to take on Nathan Nielsen on the Hayabusa.
Bump spot just fell a 10th and a half.
There you go.
One run down the racetrack. It's all about the national record. Look at the number down on the scoreboard. If the bike goes, well, that's the how far are you off the bump, the 641 that's down there. So you got to do a little math to get this all figured out. Disregard the red light. We're not going to count that. Here's what we're going to count. 754, slowest of the bunch for Nathan. He was already in. He'll stay number 8. 928 comes up 155 for Jason, who was and is in the number 12 spot. Now we'll just have to wait and see if 37 under is going to be enough, or 37 over is going to be enough.
All right, next up we've got Cheryl Bedows to take on Bobby Schluter. So we're just having a look at the racetrack at the moment. So we just got two riders stopped in. We can see Bobby Schluter on her bike there. She's currently qualified number 11. It's got a best of a 906, which is 3/10 over that de-altered bike record of an 869. So they're just being told to shut down here by the looks of it.
I believe they're taking care of something up at the top end of the racetrack that we can't see, or the deep end, as you guys say here. See, I'm working on my Australian, the deep end.
The deep end.
The deep end.
Yeah, we're just looking at the camera. Yeah, we can see one of the officials is just down in the braking area. Maybe one of the riders has gone deep. I'm not too sure. No, there we go. We've been given the fire-up signal by the looks of it. So we're all good, ready to ride. Bobby Schluter. So Bobby Schluter actually raced on a junior drag bike here in Australia.
Really?
Yeah.
How long ago did you graduate?
It's probably only about 18 months now for her.
Really? Okay.
Yeah. Just taking on Cheryl Bedows on the Harley. So Cheryl's running on the B Comp bike here with a national record of an 869. She's run a best of a 919 so far.
Both these bikes are currently qualified, just trying to solidify their spot in the field or move up the ladder a little bit, if at all possible. That's a big step in the right direction. 911 for Bobby. That's not going to help. Bobby was 11. Cheryl just stepped up to number 11, so Bobby's going to get bumped back to 12 by about 0.03 of a second. Our bump is still 64 above your national record.
Next up, the number 1 on the bike here, our national champion in performance bike, Ken Collin. Currently qualified number 9 with a 775. Edge Mallison beside him, currently qualified number 3 on the world's quickest H2 engine Kawasaki.
Ken's bike really stumbled at the gear change out there about 100 feet. That's going to cost him a little bit. 747, 177 for Edge. That is getting after it. 814 for Ken, not the number he was looking for. And that 747 is going to take Edge Malice to the top. Brand new number 1 qualifier, 44 and change under the record.
Next up, Dylan Lacey now to take on Samuel Fry. So Lacey on the Hayabusa that we can see here, the blue Hayabusa. Number 15 qualified with an 806. He's probably wanting to improve on that and consolidate his spot in the field. He wants to be there on race day. Samuel Fry on the Harley beside him, running for Alpha Performance Engines. He's currently qualified number 7. He's run a best of a 972. He's on the street bike, national record 963.
Now we do have 3 bikes that are not yet qualified, and we haven't seen them yet. So if I'm in the number 15 spot right now, like Dylan is, I'm not feeling very confident. 816, no help. Dylan's going to have to wait and see how it shakes out. 952 is 0.2 better for Samuel Fry. He was number 7. That 0.2 only gets him 1 spot, but does put him under, put him in the number 6 spot. So probably safely in the top half of the field. And for Dylan Lacey, well, it's wait and see time.
Exactly. Chris Collin now on the high booster for Rascal Race Engines take on Philip Webster from Princess Charters. So Webster is our bump spot driver at the moment with a 915 on his 851 Zelda bike record. So he will want to improve on that.
If Webster can run 9-0, he'll get himself a little breathing room. Chris's bike is pushing him towards the center line. He had to fight it back into the middle of the group. Finish line 796, 165 miles an hour. Philip goes 935, didn't get what he was looking for, so now it's going to be wait and see time for Phil Webster also. And he really gave up quite a bit on the starting line. That thing was 151 to 60 foot. That's at least a couple of tenths off where he needed to be in order to get down there and make an improvement on the 915.
Next up, Loretta Linriz on the Suzuki to take on, well, we haven't got this rider on our screen. It might be the wrong number for us. So Loretta is currently outside the field.
There we go. Jason Roberts on the left side. Good call on the wrong number. Both these bikes are not yet qualified, so this could really shuffle around. Loretta's not going to go anywhere. Jason's got a shot. 965, 151 miles an hour. I do believe that's going to be enough.
Let's have a look. So Jason Roberts, he goes up into the number 14 spot, bumps out. He just bumped out Phil. So Dylan Lacey's now on the bump spot.
Yep. Phil Webster has been bumped out, and remember, he's already made his run. Dylan Lacey, who's also already made his run, is now on the bump spot. And here comes Craig Edwards, who is not qualified here on the left side. And they look like they're having a committee meeting down there just before he staged.
Well, I can tell you, Craig Edwards, he can go under that record. He can definitely run into the low 7-second zone on this bike. P. Farnell on the left side, he's solidly in the field. He ran a PB 684 in qualifying yesterday at a PB speed as well, 200 and, I should know the speed. 200, I think it was 210 mile an hour or 209 mile an hour. He's gonna get at me for that, for not knowing.
That's just showing off.
Yeah.
The red light doesn't matter. It's all about performance. 761, 182 miles an hour. Craig Edwards goes in all the way up to the number 7 spot. Carl Pacey is now on the bump spot. Dylan Lacey just got bumped out, so Dylan, Phil, and Loretta are the 3 that are going to miss the cut, and the rest of them are just going to be shuffling for position. Everybody now is locked in the field. It's just a matter of who will race whom in round number 1.
That was a pressure cooker run there for Craig Edwards. He was on the outside looking in, needed 1 lap to get into the field, and he does it.
Piece of cake.
Yeah.
Piece of cake.
So John Mengel, he started this session in the number 1 spot on the Suzuki for Pro Cycle Dyno.
Carl Pacey over on the right side is number 16. Now, he cannot be bumped out, but he potentially could move up, and that's exactly what he's looking to do here.
Yeah, Carl Pacey has aspirations to campaign in Pro Bike. Here he is, the number 16 qualifier. So let's see if he can step up in performance here. On a national record of 7.77 seconds for Pacey. Mengel with a 7.69 record. Went 7.40.
So are you a stretch swing arm guy or are you a wheelie bar guy?
I've never ridden a motorbike.
At all?
In my younger days.
Okay.
So issues for John Mengel on the start line here. Carl Pacey goes through for an 8.11, so he improves by a couple of tenths, 160 miles an hour. He might have moved up a couple spots there. He was number 16. Will we get to see before they switch the computer on us, Alan? That's the question. He does. He goes up to number 12 spot. So Pacey, he jumps up 4 spots. Mengel will stay in that number 2, and we've got a field here for Performance Bike.
Edge Malice, number 1. John Mengel started 1, ended up 2. Joe Corey is 3. Pete Farnell, big run. That run was 4. Avin Ator is 5. 6 is Sam Fry. Craig Edwards is number 7, and Chris Collin is in the number 8. That's your quick 8, and all 8 of them ran better than their record.
Next up, it is the Factory Extreme class. We have got Alan Dodd on the start line and Jerry Kell.
Factory Extreme is a good name for these guys. Because I guess the name Factory Lunatic was already taken.
Pretty much. So Ben Slaughter is our number 1 qualifier at the moment in Factory Extreme with a 6:41. Colin Wilshire is number 2 with a 6:75. Sam Afkal number 3 with 6:94. Jarek Hill on track here. He's our number 4 qualifier with 7:42. Alan Dodd is 5th with a 7:54. You can see Alan Dodd here in the Mazda. Franken Boost works. He can run to the 6s as well.
This entire class is like a microcosm of drag racing from day one. I've got a really simple, basic idea. Okay, let's blow it completely out of proportion. How big a turbo can you get on the thing? How much boost can you get on the thing? And then let's build the lightest, swoopiest, craziest car you can think of and cut them loose.
Yeah, Factory Extreme brought to us by the Jamboree event here at Willowbank Raceway. We'll see that on 7th, 8th and 9th of August here at Willowbank Raceway.
That's a big deal here, isn't it? You guys got a big import crowd here.
Yeah, that's what the Factory Extreme class is, all the import cars. Alan Dodd goes through 689, 201 miles an hour. Jarek Hill goes through for a 722. A lot of smoke down there.
That's a lot of smoke. That's a lot more than the normal cool the turbo smoke. Definitely something wrong with Alan's car as it crossed the finish line stripe. It looks terrible. I hope looks are deceiving.
Fingers crossed as well for that. Well, he moved up to the number 3 spot with that 689. Let's have a look at the replay here, Alan. There was an initial puff and then there was a big puff.
Yeah, it's that second puff.
Yep.
I talked about it a little bit yesterday. The most important thing with race cars is the same as the most important thing with really high-tech electronics. You must keep the smoke inside. If you let the smoke escape, that's a problem. If you've ever got a new computer, got out of the box, put it all together, a new sound system done, and then you hit the power button and the smoke starts coming out, that ain't good.
It only comes out once.
Yes. It is next to impossible to get it back in.
Yep.
Next to impossible. It's like lassoing a cloud. Ain't happening. They're going to do a quick inspection, obviously, at the top end of the racetrack, see if there's anything out there that needs attention before we send to the next pair.
I must admit, I've never heard anyone say lassoing a cloud.
It's a difficult proposition.
Yeah.
Yes.
I like it. I'm going to use that in the future.
It's all yours.
Thanks.
It's
I
all
appreciate
yours.
it. I must admit, I might have used your straight to the top line a few times over the years as well. So.
Oh, I get royalties for that.
Oh, do you?
Yes,
okay.
Yes. You owe me a beer for every time you said it. How many?
I owe you a few beers then.
Well, good news from the top end.
I never expected to call with you, so.
Well, believe me when I tell you, the pleasure is mine. Coming over here, everybody has been so very friendly and very welcoming. And I know it's not always the most comfortable thing in the world when a stranger comes into your office to work, but you guys have all been terrific, and I really do appreciate it.
We appreciate you getting here, mate. So let's see what we put on here in this display. Colin Wilshire. So Colin went 6.04 seconds in testing last weekend, this 4-cylinder Mitsubishi for Prime Signs.
Well,
6.0.
I can tell you from a couple of weeks worth of experience doing this, looking at his numbers from earlier, 675 at only 163 miles an hour tells me that thing stopped making power somewhere probably down around 900 feet. It was absolutely not running all the way down to the stripe.
Yep. They're knocking on the door of a 5-second pass here, the first we would ever see in Australia for a 4-cylinder. Ben Slaughter is our number 1 qualifier. He's gone 6:41 at 219 miles an hour. He's in the lane beside Colin. And Colin's a man behind Jamboree as well, so the Brisbane Jamboree.
All right. Well, Colin, that's the J2Z, right? The 3.2 liter. The Alitech machine.
I believe so.
And the 4-liter Mitsubishi rolling in here on the left side. All righty, boys. Spool them up, stage them up, and let's see if we swap spots. Colin number 2 wants the number 1.
Oh, lots of shake there for Colin. And Slaughter goes 654, 218 miles an hour, backs up that earlier, 641. And Colin is back to the drawing board for the team. See if they can get this Mitsubishi off the start line without that shake.
You know, I have a feeling that You're number 2 qualifier. You know you're solidly in the field. You're not too concerned about it. It's like, let's take a crack at it, because that thing was massively aggressive off the starting line.
Yeah. Well, one thing that the crew chief for Colin Wisheye, Blaze Hanson, does, he prides himself on getting from A to B and fast. So they like to get those completed runs.
Yeah, but every once in a while you just got to go, let's see exactly where the line is, and then, instead of putting your toes over it, like, Mother, may I take one giant leap?
Yeah.
Well, this is my favorite car in the class coming up here.
Which one's that one, mate?
Isaac's. Aerodynamics. It's like, you remember what Enzo Ferrari said all those years ago? Aerodynamics are for people that don't know how to build engines.
I like it. I like it.
His feeling was, if we got enough horsepower, I don't care about the air.
Well, I don't think they were thinking about running 6 seconds over the quarter mile at over 200 mile an hour when they were designing the Mazda RX-3.
I'd say that's probably true, but I'm telling you, if you don't love that car, then I'm not sure why you came to Willowbank today.
I love these style of cars. They've got the wheelbase of a shopping trolley with a couple thousand horsepower.
Okay, come on, Isaac. Backwards. Okay, he was just waiting for the instruction.
And they do what a shopping trolley does. It doesn't go straight.
Actually, when I went shopping, I went to Kohl's the other day just to grab a couple of things for my week here, and are all your shopping trolleys 4-wheel steer? Because in the States they aren't.
They don't veer from side to side of the aisles in the States?
No, our back wheels are locked straight, so you can steer with the front. And we also have a bar across the back, so you can stand on the bar and like skateboard on the thing if you really want to. And you guys didn't have that, or at least they didn't have
Do they make you put coins in like a little slot to make sure you bring your trolley back as well in the States? No? They don't have any trust issues over there?
Well, I wouldn't say they don't have any trust issues. What they do is they have a wheel lock that is a proximity sensor.
Oh, okay.
So if you get like 100 feet from the door, just like locks the brakes.
Well, hopefully none of these cars have got any sensors on them, because we want to see 6 seconds at over 200 mile an hour from Isaac Afkal and Eddie Howich here.
I love the RX-3. I just absolutely love that thing.
Eddie's on a good pass though. Watch this for Eddie. He goes 6:44. He goes to number 2 spot in qualifying at 218 miles an hour. Unfortunately, Isaac Afkal there, issues with that Mazda RX-3. He's still got another qualifier in Factory Extreme to get it down the track. They already last weekend and they had some promising numbers here. But yeah, Eddie will go to that number 2 spot with that 6:44.
That was a really solid run. 218 miles an hour.
It was soft off the line, only 110 to the 60 foot, so you can definitely pick up a few numbers there.
And looks like we've got one more back here getting ready to roll up into the water box.
So Sam Afkal now in the Mazda RX-8. So this Mazda's got a little bit more aerodynamics to it.
Definitely, but not quite as much personality.
Yeah, I'm with you there.
The fire engine red Mazda, the 20B. Those rotary engines are like a fascinating science project, I think is probably a good name for it. If you're not familiar with how they work, they could not be further from a piston-driven engine. There are some that just absolutely would rather fight the switch, because getting parts for these things, making them run like they do, is a difficult proposition. And you don't have as big a club, you know what I mean? There's not as many people you can call and get advice or get help when you're trying to put one of these together.
We have a decent rotary field here in Australia. A lot of quick rotary cars, especially because the Jamboree is such a popular event. We have the Jamboree events all over Australia, so we have in Sydney, down at the Bend in Adelaide as well. So Sam Afkal is currently qualified number 5 with a 694.
Precision turbos, sending as much extra air as possible into the 20B. Well, let's watch and listen. See if he can move up to the number 5 spot. Been in the 6s, but only 178 miles an hour. It has not run to the finish line yet. Hang on. Wow, able to stay with it, fight it back into the center of the lane. 676, 203 miles an hour. I got to get me one of them.
How cool is that? And we've got Benny Bishop's actually on the start line as well. How good was that session of Factory Extreme?
Exactly what Alan said before, guys. It's because what was it? Factory Idiot was not on the offer as far as names go. Super Comp on its way out, guys, but just want to check in and we'll give you some updates. One of the most unpredictable things that I don't think I've seen in all of my years at the Winter Nationals is just the inconsistency of temperature and inconsistency of the wind. We've had some gusts up around 35 to 40 k's an hour coming straight up the track. So you can imagine it's okay for cars, I guess, but when it comes to the bikes before, they were experiencing heaps of that. The other thing is the difference between the shade and the sun is absolutely massive. So lot of unpredictability out here today. It's going to be interesting once we get into Group 1.
For the record, I said Factory Lunatic. Lunatic.
Lunatic's good. I like that. And it's not even night time.
I can just see everybody parading up the commentator's box going, you call me an idiot? No. Called you a lunatic. That's way better.
I agree. So this has been one of my favourite classes so far this weekend in qualifying. This is the final qualifying session for Super Comp. We've got 22 cars trying to get into a 16-car field. If you want to make the field, you need to be within 900ths of a second of your national record. Megan Anderson is one of those vehicles on the outside looking in. Has run a best of an 8.91. She can run into the low 7-second zone in this dragster, but it's about that power management, getting it from the start line to the finish line. That is the big challenge.
I really feel like before this final session is over with, you're going to have to be under your national record to qualify. I think we're close now, and I think we're going to get there.
Well, the air pressure today is a lot better than what it was yesterday, so they'll naturally pick up a little bit of performance. Peter Pizzolitti's in the lane beside. He's currently qualified number 12 with a 6.23 under his record of a 6.25. And that was a soft setup for them.
Now, the Drags are very lazy off the starting line. They're not going to get what they wanted.
How about a 6.15 from Peter Pizzolittis? Goes 237 miles an hour. Megan Anderson goes 8.30 at 158 beside. But all eyes on Peter Pizzolittis. He's going to move up the field there. So he went almost a tenth quicker than what he ran earlier. He moves up one spot. So he moves up one spot from 12th to 11th with that pass. A 6.15, 900s under his record.
That's crazy. That speed, especially ridiculous. 237 miles an hour at the finish line. I will tell you this. Your Super Comp is way different from my Super Comp. I like yours better. Mine is an index category over in the States where everybody's just trying to hit the same number, and we don't have anywhere near the wide variety of crazy cars.
They're like the mad scientists because they've got to stick within the rules that they've got for their designated class that they've chosen. And then it's a matter of just tweaking the cars, trying to find that that hundredth of a second, that thousandth of a second, whether it's in the tune-up of the car or whatever it is, where you're trying to find that ET.
It's cute that you think racers stay within the rules.
Patrick O'Shea here in the Ford to take on Luke Hartledge in the dragster. Hartledge on the outside looking in. O'Shea on the outside looking in. Hartledge is one of the heavy hitters in this B dragster. Has run a best of a 7.25 so far this weekend. Has a tendency to pick up the front wheels in the dragster.
Well, as it stands right now, he's number 17. Doesn't need a lot to get I think that's stuttered. Did a little hip hop the first 100 feet or so.
No, he doesn't improve. A 7.27, 184 miles an hour, so he will stay on the outside. Patrick O'Shea goes 9.13. That won't be enough to get the shot either. He didn't improve by a bunch, but not enough. So sort of sorting itself out here as we go through. Tony O'Connor on track to take on Mitch McDonald. So Dan Case is still on the bump spot. 900s over the national record. So that's Mitch McDonald out in the burnout. We can see Tony O'Connor just waiting patiently. He's got a shorter burnout procedure.
do like the classic Torino. 605 cubic inches. Massive air scoop. Parked on the front of the hood.
So he's run a best of an 870. The national record for 8-gas automatic. The class that Mitch McDonald is in is a 762. So he needs to run a 771 or better to get in the field. So that's the number you're looking for Mitch McDonald. Tony O'Connor, he's already in the field with an 897. He's 4/10 under his record. Currently qualified number 5. There's issues there for McDonald.
Yeah, McDonald's car, when it was time to go, didn't. And then he just kind of drives it down, throws the laundry out about 800 feet or so, and he's going to take a little parade lap on Friday afternoon, knowing that that's going to be his last trip down the strip here at Willowbank this weekend. Going to go home disappointed.
Yeah, Tony O'Connor goes, he had the shoots out early, went 9.26 with the shoots out early, only 117 miles an hour. So a lot of the Super Comp guys, they like to hang back here in the final qualifying session, especially the ones that are qualified solidly into the field.
Yeah, I think when you know you're locked in top half,
Yeah.
why go outside and crush the record any more than you really have to? Let's just wait and see what we need to do on race day.
And also saving race parts and all that. So
we can get more of those.
So Dave Tucker, he has not completed a lap yet this weekend. So the burnout was strong. Burnout was strong for Dave Tucker in the Camaro, Robbie Bartlett in the Corolla. How cool is this little Corolla? I was calling it the Corolla Coaster yesterday.
I like that.
Yeah.
I like that.
8:47 on a 9-flat national record for Robbie Butler. Currently qualified number 3.
So a little 4-cylinder with a big turbo. Top Camp, where's Top Camp? That just sounds like a cool place.
I know Robbie's from Toowoomba.
Oh. Okay.
So I'm not too sure if Top Camp is in Toowoomba. I'm not too sure about that. So Dave Tucker looking to get in the field. He needs to run around an 890 or better to get in. He goes 885. Dave Tucker might have got into the field there with an 885. Robbie Butler goes 856. Let's have a look at Dave Tucker. He's gone to number 16 spot with that lap. He's pushed out Dan Case. So to get into the field now for Super Comp, you need to be within 600ths of your national record.
Yeah, if you're Dave Tucker, you want the good news or you want the bad news? The good news is you made it. The bad news is you're a long way from safe.
Here you go. Next up, Jason Simpson to take on Rob Evans. So Evans in the Daytona there.
Bright red Daytona over on the right side, currently sitting in the number 12 position. Simpson in the number 14 position. Simpson has run 8:02 against his 8-second national record. And
Yeah.
Evans has actually run under his by a couple of ticks.
Yeah, I was talking about Jason Simpson yesterday. So he's probably got one of the toughest records in Super Comp racing, the G-Gas automatic class. It was definitely one of the more popular class designations over Super Comp over the years. Rob Evans running an A-Gas automatic record of a 762.
The Mopar performance machine over on the right side. Now, I'm assuming that's like the P5 small block Hemi-headed version. I don't know that for a fact. But if I run across that car in the pits, I'll stop and look.
Yeah.
I love finding these things out.
Well, the Super Comp guys wouldn't mind you walking through the pits down there, checking out all their cars.
Where are they? I walked around and around and around and just get to the Super Comp area. Oh, hang on. Don't hit him. We're going to need that later.
Big move there for Rob Evans. Simpson goes through for an 802, very consistent 802.5 and 802.6 yesterday. So he'll stay in that number 14 spot, but Rob Evans had a big moment at half track. We might get the replay up shortly.
Yeah, that thing actually got over and went across the center line, which would be a disqualification, but it's not going to make a difference since he slowed down. Watch this again.
Yeah, let's have a look. He was over towards the center line. Maybe he overcorrected it.
It actually looked like, if we could watch that again from the starting line, it looked like he might have been lined up crooked because that thing went dead left.
Yeah. You can see the tire marks there as he's launching.
Here we go. Watch this.
You take us through it, Alan.
There, the tree. Man, that thing chatted a tire and just absolutely went dead left. Once it started driving that way, he tried to get it back. It wagged the tail once, got up on the center line. Fortunately, in this case, really no harm, no foul. No damage done to the car, and so they'll come back, check everything over, and try it again tomorrow when we do it for real.
And, you know, as a driver, sometimes when moments like this happen, it's a good thing that nothing happened, but it's also a good thing that in that situation, because you always play in your head, okay, what will I do when the car loses traction, makes a move, and he saved it. So he's had that moment, and that will give you confidence as a driver. Okay, I've had that moment. I know what the car does now. I know the feeling. We're all good. Let's do it again.
Absolutely. You're going to learn something every time you go down a racetrack, and sometimes you learn, I don't want to do that again.
Exactly. The other thing with drag racing is there's no such thing as a perfect pass at all, ever. Doesn't matter if it's Tony Schumacher running a world record to win a championship.
I don't know. Sean Langdon's made a couple pretty good ones this year.
I'm sure back in the pits of crew, he's like, oh, we could have picked up 1,000s here.
Here comes Sam Kiprose. Now, this is a car that I actually did trip over. It's the Australian version of a Chevy Chevette. When you look at that, doesn't that just scream race car to you? Let's see, it's small, it's square. The MKM car. It actually has the stock engine in it.
So what's the equivalent of a Chevy Chevette?
That, right there.
I'll have to Google that later.
Yeah.
And see what they look like.
I mean, they made them in the late 70s, early 80s. It was a real economy car. I think like the only option it had was, windows that actually roll down or something like that. They were not fancy. But this thing has got the same engine in it that it left the factory with, and a turbo off of Kenworth.
Well, Darren Gay in the lane beside him, he had a great lap last night, a 7:21 out of that Lumina. He's currently qualified number 7. Kiprios, he can 100% get in the field. He's been way quicker than that 7:69 record that he's running in double D gas.
You better do it now, though, because he does not yet have a run of record on the board.
Pressure situation here for the Sam Kiprios team. No laps on the board yet. Doesn't matter that he's going red.
He's going in.
Not only is he going in, he's gone way under, 3/10 under Sam Kiprios. He will get into the field. Darren Gay improves as well. He goes 7:17. Kiprios goes to number 6 qualifier. Darren Gay actually bumps down, even though he improved to number 8 qualifier there. There you go, up to the top half of the field.
So Kiprose had no official run whatsoever. Goes 299 under, we'll call it 3/10, and into the number 6 spot. That changes the bump. Rob Maddox is now on the bump. Dave Tucker just got bumped out. You remember Dave Tucker already ran about 3 pairs ago. He was the one that bumped into that number 16 spot, so he will not be part of round number 1 of eliminations. And here we go again. We got Jay Schulter on the left side, Dan Case on the right, and Dan Case is not yet qualified.
At the start of the session, he was in the field.
Yep.
So he now needs to improve. So his best is a 9:18. To get into the field, he needs to improve by 0.05 of a second. So he needs to go 9:13 or better to qualify for Dan Case. That is the tail of the tape. Josh Schluter, he's in the field. So he's run a best of an 8:39. So it's just a matter of seeing what they want to do. If they want to do a full lap, trying to improve on the number 5, that number 7 spot in qualifying.
What exact shade of purple is that over on the right side? Is that like Barney?
Are you saying isn't Barney the purple dinosaur?
Well, yeah. I mean, it's not quite plumb crazy,
Yep.
if you're a Dodge guy. I don't know what other shades of purple there are.
I couldn't tell you either. Dan Case out, 0.55 light. Jai Schluter. Dan Case, can Case get back into the field? Case goes 9:22, he doesn't improve, so he will be staying on the outside looking in. Jai Schluter goes 8:32, he does improve by 0.07 of a second. He was 7th qualifiers, enough to move him up. It is, he goes up 1 spot, so he takes back that number 6 spot that Kiprios took from him.
Kiprios did it just a moment ago, and Jay just went back and got it. For Dan Case, he needed to go 5 forward, he went 4 backwards. And he will end up below the line, as we say in the business. That'll bring up the top line Camaro on the left side, John Parisi. Pro Race Engines. Holding up the hood scoop, and the Mobile One machine, Chris Sankey. The Altered currently qualified in the number 11 spot. A 10th under the national record, and that's not good for top half of the field in this Shark Tank.
It's crazy. I knew that Super Comp was going to be one of my favorite classes this weekend, and it's everything I hoped for so far.
I'm with you.
It's almost like a semi-professional bracket because, they've got a lot of these cars are like pro stock engines, and they spend a lot of money on what they can and how they can maximize what they can do on track.
On my side of the world, these guys would be running in what we call comp eliminator, which is the same basic thing. Performance-based, we run against a class index instead of a national record, but it's the same deal. You've got to qualify on performance, and then you've got to win on performance as well. And it's the same. You get pro stock technology, whether you're dealing with a 4-cylinder or a 6-cylinder, or in some cases, literally a pro stock engine that'll be in an altered or in a dragster.
Exactly. As we see Chris Sankey, he is our number 11 qualified, round of best of a 765 so far in that Mobile One Racing altered. The Camaro of John Parisi, number 4 qualifier. So the Alta will go across the finish line first here, goes 779, doesn't improve, only 157 miles an hour, but Parisi does improve by 200ths with an 858, 157 mile an hour. I'm not sure if is that enough to move him up. It is. He goes to number 3 spot, so he bumps Robbie Butler back down to number 4.
I think the number 1 qualifying spot is safe, but everybody in the middle of the field down there, 100th here, 100th there, really is making a big difference. Here comes Mike Bailey, who is not yet qualified.
So this altered of Bailey's has run into the 7-1s.
Okay.
So he can definitely qualify. He's taken on Warren Allen, number 9 qualifier in the dragster with a 699. But I think all eyes on this pass is going to be on Mike Bailey and whether or not he can get this Bailey's braking clutch altered into the field.
Talked about comp eliminator. That Warren Allen car actually was imported to the United States, where it raced in the comp eliminator category over there and had a pretty high success level. I'm kicking myself because I can't think of the guy that drove the thing, and I should know that.
And speaking of pro stock technology, you got Aaron Tremaine on the track with Mike Bailey. He does the power plant package for him here in the altered.
Well, let's see if they've made the right calls to get this thing
he could,
into the field.
He could probably run 730s, 740s quite easily, nice and soft, and get himself into the field. It's about finding that sweet spot, that power management, because this altered launch is so hard for Bailey. He's driving the altered, the drags as well out in front. Bailey, has he got enough to get into the field? He goes 722 at 191 miles an hour. Mike Bailey, put your hands together. Warren Allen goes 699 beside him. But Bailey, he gets into the field. And he goes to number 11. He was a 10th under that national record. Have a look at the bump spot now. Jason Simpson, 200s over.
And Rob Maddox didn't make it.
Well, I don't think we've seen Rob yet this session. Or have we?
Oh, I'm sorry. Rob Maddox is up now. Rob Maddox just got bumped out, and now he's got a chance to get back in.
Just incredible performance there from Mike Bailey.
I was reading my screen here while race control was adjusting their screen upstairs, and they clipped each other. All right, Mr. Bailey. Or Mr. Maddox, I'm sorry, simple as this. He's in the left lane up here right now. He just got bumped out. He had run 944. Needs to run 941.
He's one of the Super Comp teams that asks for you to go down there and check him out. And that's Jordana pulling over there on the other side for Team Finance Group, Monaro. She's in the field, currently qualified number 15 with a 735. Maddox is number 17 with a 944. So the tail of the tape is Maddox needs to run a 942 or better. Simple as that.
Now, if Maddox steps up, he could put pulling on the pump. And let's see, has everybody run yet? Or
I think they might have. I think this might be the last pairing to set the field here in Super Comp.
Well, the bottom line is simple. If you move up a couple of spots, you feel a whole lot better about things. The real pressure's on the left lane. Not yet qualified. Currently sitting as the number 1 alternate, just needs a smidge to fight back in. Maybe a smidge and a half.
You seen what Bailey did on his last pass? He sat back and just waited, wanted everything perfect before he launched. Didn't worry about the reaction time. Jordana Pullen will go through here with a 736, 183 miles an hour. And Rob Maddox goes 946, doesn't improve, goes a little bit slower than his earlier 944, so he'll be on the outside looking in here at Super Comp.
I'm sorry, he needed +2 and he ended up -2 to the 44 that he had run earlier. And that's going to leave him in the number 17 spot. So the bump spot.
Oh, there we go. We still
Jason Simpson. And here comes Sarah Roderick.
There we go. So we still have one more vehicle to come out.
Sarah's in the dragster, and she is not yet qualified. And to be fair, she's going to need a big chunk.
What's interesting, I've seen that Sarah put up a post on Facebook about the team because they were qualified in the field after Q1. They decided to sit out Q2. And it's sort of come back to bite them a little bit, I think. Unless they had issues after Q1. But she will need to run at around a 750 or quicker to get into the field.
LS style, 350 plus cubic inches.
Yeah, Adrian Bell in the lane beside. He's qualified number 10, so he's in the field. He'll be here on race day in that little Chevy. 341 cubes on board. Chev Power, Adrian Vella has run a best of an 8.11. But all eyes will be on the drags to this pass.
Sarah's got to run in the 740s to have a chance.
Yep. So I'm thinking around 750, 749 area. 210.
Maybe. No.
Does improve by a bunch. 761, 173 miles an hour. But I don't believe that's going to be enough there for Sarah Roderick. She will end up in that 21 spot. She's a 10th over the record and ends up 21st. Just incredible. That Supercom field is just, it's amazing this weekend. And that whoever wins that NDRC Gold Christmas Tree Sunday night has earned that.
I absolutely love the fact that a field that has got such a wide variety of cars, from dragsters to alters to turbos to this to that to the other.
Would you have ever seen a Gemini before?
This is your 1 or 2 qualifier right here.
Yep. And a Corolla.
No, the only Gemini I ever remember was on Star Trek, I think. Oh no, that was Genesis.
Well, so I spoke to Steve Sloan before. He said if he was still in the top 2 at the end of the session, it'd probably be more like just to hit the tree and roll it out. So Sloan is saving the car for racing later on. But Scott Hoffman goes through 781. So he has gone, I think he might be a full second under.
Oh yeah, that
over
is
a second.
118.8 under the index.
That is incredible for Scott Hoffman. He has got a huge advantage over the rest of the field. We're not going to be able to see it because they're going to be going into the next class, but yeah.
1.188, I'm doing the math in my head under the index, but that's just showing off.
Yeah, no, you are correct there, 1.188. So Scott Hoffman, when you look at the rest of the field, like he's got half a second on number 2 qualifier.
That's great.
He's just got to go clean green.
Yeah. Yeah, don't mess this up.
This is drag racing and anything can happen.
All righty, it looks like it is time for the Supercharged Outlaws. Getting ready to come at us as we're getting closer and closer to the Group 1 machine.
Yeah, this will be their final qualifying session for Supercharged Outlaws.
Speaking of fun categories that we do not have on my side of the ocean, Supercharged Outlaws is cool.
Yeah, just a good old-fashioned die your own bracket off the bottom bulb. It's simple rules, run quicker than 7.99 seconds and have a power adder on the vehicle. So supercharger, turbos, nitrous, and have fun. We even had injected nitro one year.
Really?
In Outlaws, yes.
That counts? What's your power adder?
Well,
nitro.
Nitro, yeah.
Well, you know, no matter what your power adder is, they're all doing exactly the same thing. You're putting more oxygen in the engine. If you put more oxygen in, you can burn more fuel. It's as simple as that. Turbos, blowers, more oxygen, nitrous, higher oxygen content. And because nitromethane, one of the ingredients in the chemical breakdown, is oxygen. Didn't we see this yesterday? Father and son going side by side, Team Styromax.
It's good. It puts a lot of pressure on. You know, one thing as a driver, I like to put pressure on myself in qualifying. You try and replicate those, the racing nerves that you might get, the pressure that you feel, you know, first round of racing. And it's good to line up against good drivers or in this case, your dad or son, because you want to one-up them. You want to beat them.
I think it's definitely a little extra added incentive when you've got the family feud going on, especially if they haven't figured out yet, you know, who's cooking dinner or who's doing the dishes.
The barbecue later on for the crew. So Bill Fletcher here is our number 8 qualifier with 675. George Fletcher, number 16 qualifier, third qualifying session. They're solidly in field. They're just looking for repeatable performances. You know, they want a consistent race car. Good ride.
Oh, the kid got him this time. Last night, the old man had a better reaction time. This time, the kid crushed him on the starting line.
I wouldn't say crushed him. It was a 003 to a 19.
I'm 003. I crushed you. 722. That's exactly what Josh had run earlier. And a 677 comes up for Bill Fletcher, so he's got a pretty nice grouping as well. I think both of those cars are going to be pretty easy to dial, and it's going to come down to making sure you smash the gas at the right time.
Yeah, their first round of racing, I believe, is tomorrow for Supercharged Outlaws.
I believe that is correct.
Yep. Yeah, it is tomorrow. So around 2 o'clock, so similar time as today. Next up, Gary Cameron in the Altered for Garbett Property Group to take on Toby Austin in the funny car. Austin has done a lot of laps here at Willowbank Raceway in the last week. I reckon he did about 10 last weekend at the warm-ups. It's our number 3 qualifier with a 651. And Gary Cameron is our number 10 qualifier with a 697.
The Altered Times machine rolls out. Here comes Toby Austin. Toad to racing and engine back machine. Again, great thing about it, you know, whatever car you want, whatever design you want, whatever power adder you want, just bring it. Fun category, very entertaining, very wild. The Peter Leary custom. I think Peter Leary should make a pickup body for the funny car, don't you?
So that's Pete Lay, custom imports,
Pete Lay. I should have got my bionic eyes out.
So if you were running in a dye your own category, would you go an Altered as your pick of choice?
Yes.
Yep.
I would run an Altered.
So I think they're crazy, these Altered guys. They're running in 6 seconds over 200 miles an hour.
When I was a kid in Tucson, Arizona, they used to run the Fuel Altered Nationals every year.
That would have been awesome.
And there would be like 35 of these nitro burning crazy machines that, and if they went straight, everybody went, whoa, that's different.
Great reaction time, a lot of fuel hazing out of Gary Cameron's Altered, so he's buttoned it off, and Toby Austin goes 650, 210 mile an hour, and Cameron with some issues there, 767, 125 miles an hour. So yeah, it looked like a lot of fuel hazing out there.
That's what it looked like to me as well. It looked like he smashed the gas and either a line was loose, came off, or broke, and it was blowing fuel, and he really stayed with it, I think,
He did for a long time. I'm sure it was covering the visor.
I wonder what that is. It'll be all right. We can make it. We can make it. I don't know if we can take a look at that again or not, but I think they're going to go out there and at least take a quick look at the racetrack.
If it was fuel, it should dry up fairly quickly. Methanol. Yeah.
They're going to re-rack it for us. Watch this. Just watch the mist off the red car. Yeah, tough to see it from that angle, but
yeah. Oh, we saw it though.
Yep, it was definitely there. Definitely there.
He did the right thing anyway. He backed off eventually.
Well, the thing is, you run that thing down there lean, and it is not going to be happy. Lean hurts parts. For those of you that are familiar with metalworking, running an engine lean is kind of like running a cutting torch when you hit the oxygen. If you've got enough fuel, you just got a warm flame and everything's good. But when you've got more oxygen than the fuel, it burns whatever's in front of it. Aluminum, iron, pistons, valve seats.
Exactly what you don't want to happen.
Yeah. Exactly right. Still think they're doing a quick inspection at the top end of the racetrack, and then we'll get right back after it. Hey, while we have a quiet moment, I want to welcome everybody. Great crowd here on a Friday at Willowbank. I said, I've heard so much about this place, my first visit here, and a genuine pleasure to be here. Everybody I've met has been very kind and very welcoming, and love being here, especially Want to welcome the people from Gulf Western Oil. They've got the big hospitality over there on the right side of the racetrack. Thanks, guys, for coming out. We appreciate you being here, and we certainly appreciate the corporate support, not just here at Willowbank, but of Australian drag racing in general.
Yeah, we love Gulf Western Oil, so big supporters of drag racing here in Australia. So we've got another couple cars fired up.
Got the all clear from the top end of the racetrack, and
here we go.
We continue. That's Bob Scanlon, speaking of wild, crazy altereds. And that's Fiona Reed.
Some of my earliest memories here at Willowbank Raceway as just a 6 or 7 year old kid watching the likes of Jeff the Burner Burnett running his Apple Altered here at Willowbank Raceway up against the likes of Harold Campbell and Gary Phillips, who's here this weekend, obviously with son Shane. And that was some of my favourite times as a kid. I used to sit over there on the other side of the racetrack and I wouldn't stand watching them. So I do love the Apple Altereds.
That's cool. I like it. Some of my earliest memories of the racetrack was when I was a little kid going out there and people going, "Hey, kid, get out of the way." I'm sorry. Now, and it's funny, my first time at the racetrack, I grew up in southern Arizona, and that's desert territory.
Yep.
And everybody had dirt bikes. If you didn't have a dirt bike, you didn't have any friends. That's what we did after school weekends. We took our dirt bikes, went blasting across the desert. The motocross track was right next door to the drag strip. And so we would occasionally go out to the motocross track and watch the old guys race, you know, the guys that are, I don't know, 20 or 22. And one night they were running funny cars, and me and a buddy of mine went hop the fence and went over to the drag strip. And at that point, it's like, okay, I gotta get involved in this. Years and years ago.
Here we go. Fiona Reed in the drags has run a best of a 7:17 so far. Gets over the 10 red this time. Scanlon goes 060 green in the altered. And the altered will go through for a 680 at 204 miles an hour. Fiona Reed goes 723, 187 mile an hour. The speed was down a little bit for Fiona Reed there from her earlier 193. Might have clicked it off early across the finish line there.
Rob Scanlon, unless I was seeing things, it looked like his car rolled the beam a little bit. He was down in 60 foot, and I think the car gave up about 300 or 400. Like it rolled off the starting line a little bit before he had the throttle wide open, and that cost him some elapsed time. Because the speed was still solid, but it slowed down a considerable amount.
Yeah, down 700, so that would explain it. So next up, it'll be the super bad funny car, Peter Lay. Obviously running Peter Lay Custom Imports, and he'll be taking on Sally Watts in the Dragster.
See, if he can make one of these, he can make a pickup body for the other funny car, don't you think? Peter Lay actually they had the blower off of this thing. They were doing some pretty heavy engine maintenance in between. I did happen to walk by that one when I was out wandering around.
You really are just a drag racing fan, aren't you, as well?
I am,
just
yeah.
through the pits. And
I'm a car guy.
You are a car guy. I love the fact that you've got these cars that you want to go check out, that you see on the track that you haven't seen before, and you want to go down and just see what the combos are and what's under the bonnet, and that's really cool.
Well, I still own my high school car, so that's how much of a car guy I am. And it's not a Chevette, just for the record. It's not a Chevette.
That is cool. So Pete Lay, super bad funny car. And Sally Watts in the Dragster. Tail of the tape. Sally Watts, currently number 15 qualified with a 717. Very consistent in the drags, actually. 718, 717 so far. Pete Lay, not as consistent in the funny car, but still reasonable. 664 and 653 so far to be the number 5 qualifier.
Yeah, you don't have to be the fastest car on the property to get out of here with the trophy. You just got to be consistent. You got to be able to hit the tree. You got to be able to run the number. So far, Sally's made 2 back-to-back runs within a 100th of a second.
Well, let's see. She's got 711 on the dial-in board on the side of the dragster, so maybe they're thinking that's going to pick up a little bit of ET here in Q3.
I'm not sure that's not just left over from last week.
Possibly. You know, a lot of the teams like to treat qualifying as a race, so they will throw a dial-in on their dial-in board and see how close they go to their prediction.
That wouldn't be me. When I was racing, I was happy if I remembered to put a dial in when I went up for round 1. So the super bad Classic Nova lining up in the left side. Talked about a little bit yesterday. If you're going to run a funny car in this category, it needs to be fast because you're going to have a very difficult time picking up the person in the other lane. you're in an altered, you're in a dragster, you definitely have better sight lines than if you're sitting in a funny car.
Yeah, definitely. That's a good thing. If you have got the quicker car, you can control the race and you can watch your opponents as you pull up on them. Hopefully you've got the reaction time advantage and you can play the other end. But you don't see too much whomping in Supercharged Outlaws. There we go, 6:48 for Leigh, so he improves with 214 miles an hour. Sally Watts, 7:11.
There you go.
There you go. They knew something.
She put it on the board. You called it out. She put it up there, put it on the dial board, and then put it on the scoreboard. Solid run. Puts Sally in number 14 spot. Pete actually picked up a little bit. He is third now behind Contate and Steve Swinsko.
It's a huge field this weekend in Supercharged Outlaws. We've got 21 qualified so far.
And Supercharged Outlaws is an all-run field. You don't have to be in the quick 16. You just have to be able to dial and run at least 799.
The simple thing is with Supercharged Outlaws, the rules are get to the finish line first, don't go quicker than your nominated time, don't red light, and you get the win.
Simple.
And have a supercharger, obviously, or power adder that we spoke about earlier. Next up, Bruno Maticevic to take on Trevor Cooper in the Tirana.
See, this is the cool thing about the category. I mean, dragsters okay, altereds okay, funny cars, you expect that, right? Supercharged, any kind of supercharged class, you're going to have dragsters, altereds. But this is what makes the class cool, is you've got cars like this that are racing right alongside. Cars that at one point in their life rolled off an assembly line and probably figured they would spend whatever life they had on the road running back and forth to the grocery store or taking kids to football practice or school or whatever. But no. What if we did a little remanufacturing and ended up with one of those?
They were literally family cars back in the day, the Tiranas and the HGs, the Holdens.
I had a nice conversation with Bruno when we were down in Sydney last month, and he was telling me about the history of this car. When he bought this car, it was a stone stock street car, and he drove it on the street for a while, and then said, okay, we're going to make it into a race car, and spend a little time in either super street or super sedan, and we're going to go a little faster, and then and through 3 or 4 different configurations of his life, it ended up here. And I think there ain't nowhere else to go from there.
I tell you what, there was an award for best appearing cars. It could be one of these two on the track here right now, Trevor Cooper and Bruno Maticevic.
If there's an award for best appearing car, please do not make me one of the judges, because I will go nuts. My ballot's going to have like 78 cars on it, just so you know. That's why they never let me do that when I was over on the other side of the pond.
And Bruno is legitimately quick. He's our number 5 qualifier with a 6:51. Trevor Cooper, number 19 qualifier, 7:64. That's just cool. How's a 6:37, 222 mile an hour for Bruno? Trevor Cooper goes 7:53, 190 miles an hour. But Bruno Maticevic, he will go to the number 2 spot, 6:37, 222 mile an hour.
I got to get me one of them.
This is a genuine smile on my face right now.
And you know, the beauty of Bruno is, like, you only have to buy a left front tire about once every 4 years. Because most of the time it ain't touching nothing.
It just hangs there. It's the dangle.
That was really cool.
We've got 11 cars into the 6-second zone now here in Supercharged Outlaws. And Contain's still number 1, but yeah, Bruno goes to the number 2 spot there with that 6:37. Steven Swinsko is now number 3 with a 6:42. This man on track, David Wilson, he's our number 9 qualifier in this blue dragster. Has run a best of a 6:78 so far this weekend at 200 mile an hour. And he'll be taking Simon Madigan in the Ford.
Now, I'm genuinely curious as to whether Con is back in line to go ahead and make another run. Because remember, he had the top end incident in the first session after the parachutes came out, got the car sideways. And
I wasn't calling for that session, so I was unaware of that.
yeah. So, like I said, I'm genuinely curious if he's going to make it back for this session, or if he's just going to spend the evening getting the car ready, hopefully for eliminations.
So yeah, if he locked up the brakes, there could be flat spots on the slicks, and he sideways, and okay.
Yeah. Simon Madigan coming up in the left side, and David Wilson. There's nowhere in my racing repertoire from the United States where these two cars would ever be on the same track at the same time. That's the beauty of Supercharged Outlaws.
That is Australian drag racing for you, mate. We're all inclusive. Simon Madigan for MV Automatics. 632 cubes on board. You mentioned that yesterday. You don't normally see an engine with that sort of cubes with a supercharger.
Not where I come from, anyway.
Yeah.
But another just absolutely great car. Now the Whiplash machine, if I'm not mistaken, didn't they bring this thing up here earlier and shut it off on a starting line?
He's only done the one lap, so I saw his pass yesterday, the 678, so I didn't see the earlier, the second run.
There was some kind of an issue with the barrel valve just as they were literally getting ready to pull in at stage. And the gentleman down there's got his arm in a sling, walked up and was messing with something and went, nope, we ain't doing this. And they shut it off and pushed it back into the pits. But obviously whatever the issue was, I think they shut it off before it became a big problem, which is exactly what they needed to do.
So I like Wilson because he's just got good taste in music.
Yeah.
Yeah. Loves his heavy rock.
Okay.
Obviously that's the name of the car, Whiplash. Seen him at a Steel Panther concert as well.
Yeah, Whiplash. That wasn't a Dolly Parton tune, was it?
I wouldn't say that around Wilson. Simon Madigan, just waiting on him to bring it into full stage. Dragster was moving around. You can see it twitching. Still goes 678, 200 mile an hour. Madigan goes 722. So he goes 196 miles an hour. Not as quick as early 711. But Wilson's consistent. 678 passes now. But he was moving around a little bit.
No, the Dragster was losing something up at the top of the injector over on the right side. I thought when he left, it almost looked like blower lube at first. It didn't look, at least to me, like fuel. But you know, it ended up motoring on down there. Hopefully, whatever the issue was is another small issue that could be fixed.
It definitely looked like there was a haze there coming out the back, and that's I got a little bit nervous when it was moving. I was like, hopefully that's not liquid getting onto the tyres.
But they're going to be definitely doing a close inspection on that car before we see it again tomorrow. It's not quite the same, but when I see the Adam Solomon car out there, I have a Christine moment. You know what I mean?
Yep.
Now, Kelly Kidd over on the right side, that is a little bit of an unknown quantity. A couple of times that Kelly has been up here, and Kelly has not made a full pull as of yet. That's the twin turbo machine. You can see one hairdryer hanging off each side.
Yeah, so Kelly Kidd, she's a local here at Willowbank Raceway. She has run into the 660s in this dragster. When they first campaigned it was run really consistent 690, 680s, and they've upped the boost and all that, and they're going a little bit quicker, but now they've got the problem of tyre shake and getting through that shake zone. That's the big challenge for the team in the dragster. Adam Solomon, he has not yet put down a representative pass either. So both these competitors are looking to get a pass so they can somehow pick a dial in tomorrow for round one of racing.
Yeah, you definitely don't want to go into round one dialing blind, having never made any kind of clean run down the racetrack. Soften it up, whatever it takes. Just get it down there.
Yeah, Kelly's won a lot of championships here at Willowbank Raceway, campaigning in modified before. They put the turbos on the dragster. Sort of looked like Kelly took off in idle a little bit. The custom line goes 664, 215 miles an hour. Kelly Kidd goes 805 at only 128 miles an hour, but it had no power there off the start line for Kidd. But great run for Adam Solomon, 664.
No, I think that's a good call for Kelly. It didn't sound like it boosted up. Didn't sound like, the normal turbo pop and bang that you get. But once it got out there about 100, 150 feet or so, started making boost, and the car was moving pretty solid through the middle.
Yeah, only 128 miles an hour, so she obviously shut it off early. So it would have been probably a mid 7-second pass out the back door.
That was kind of like a half-track run, but the half-track was like from 200 feet to 800 feet.
Yes, yep.
Didn't leave hard, didn't finish hard, but
I'm wondering if it was a tactic for him just to get a lap down and then get a dial in for tomorrow. I'm not too sure.
It'll be very interesting to see what the number is on the car tomorrow when it comes up around number 1.
Yep. She's a very competitive racer, Kelly Kidd. So I would assume it's still going to be in the 6s to dial in. Next up, Christine Steffens to take on this man, Shane Atkinson, in the LJ Tirana. 468 cubes on board for Atkinson. The dragster of Christine Steffens. Good to see her back out here competing at Willowbank Raceway. Has run 2 660 laps time so far this weekend with a best of a 662.
Good to see her back. Where was she?
Oh, she's hadn't raced for a while.
Oh, okay.
Yep.
Is it just me, or do you think that if you had the Tirana over there on the right side, you'd have an exhaust fan?
That's what you get the crew for. But you didn't get much out of it, though. You probably could have done that for a little bit longer for him.
See, the help would be open the door on the other side and then fan one door while the other one's open.
It's interesting because when you look at the live stream of overtaking lane, you don't actually see all the smoke inside the car that we're seeing live here. It looked fairly clear.
Yeah, it ain't.
No.
It is not very clear.
So Christine, she's going to be guided into stage by her husband, Ricky Steffens there, the man behind Lockie Engine Reconditioners.
Final pair in category. This will set the ladder for tomorrow's eliminations.
Bit of haze out at the back of Atkinson there. Great lap for Christine Steffens, another 662, 205 mile an hour. But Shane Atkinson goes through for a 724, 190 miles an hour.
Blue smoke, I'm not 100% sure I want a tire rub.
It could have been. It was only on the one side, yeah.
It was definitely getting worse the further it went down the racetrack, but Christine's going to end up number 6. So Conte did not run that session, but he was number 1 and stays there. Bruno ends up in the number 2 spot with that great 637 that he put up. Steve Swinko is 3rd. Peter Lay is 4. Toby Austin 5. Christine Steffens 6. Adam Solomon and Rod Scanlon rounding out your quick 8.
We'll get a quick word from Benny Bishop. You're down on the start line, Benny.
And with very, very empty staging lanes, apart from Stu Walsh, who's set to come out for IHRA Pro Mod 660. Just throwing it out there, possibly one of the most beautiful race cars I've ever seen produced in Australia. But anyway, that's a side note. Just having a chat with Stu, who's obviously on the Spanners for Taylor Motorsport, and he's talking really nice numbers. So don't be put off by that headwind at the moment. That's not a terrible thing. Racetrack surface at the moment is somewhere around 82 to 85 degrees Fahrenheit. In Australia, we would refer to that as somewhere around 28 to 30 degrees. And I said, where would you like it to be? He goes, 82 to 85. So beautiful for him. And I may or may not have just glanced down at the tractionometer, and we're sitting up at really high 300s to 400s. So it's pretty much brilliant conditions for what we're going to see for the first round here this afternoon, guys. So I'm excited. You excited?
We're always excited up here. It's the Gulf Western Oil Winternationals. We've got a large crowd coming in, so we will have that first session of the pro categories very, very shortly here.
I'm at a racetrack and the sun's out, so I'm definitely excited. That's how you make me happy. Put me at a racetrack and make sure that the sun is shining. The teams are out there right now checking that track surface that Benny was just talking about. You see the apparatus that the guys have got down there on the starting line. Put it down on the track and stand on it. There's a rubber pad on the bottom. And when the crewman stands on it and then twists the handle on top, that handle on the top is actually a torque wrench. And as he twists it, it will give a reading before you snap the rubber pad loose, and that gives you a coefficient of friction. And that translates into just exactly how sticky the track is, how much traction is available, and how hard you can press, because, well, obviously, you want to press as hard as possible without putting your toes over the old line down there.
Drag racing is all a numbers game.
It is. It absolutely is. They actually call that a trachometer if you want to do a little Googling and check it out. Hey, while it's quiet, if there's anybody out there who has a question, comment, or something you want to send me, feel free to send it. If you use the email address dragannouncer@gmail.com, that comes to me, dragannouncer@gmail. I do not monitor this in live time, so if you have a problem right now, flag down one of the officials or one of the ushers, and they will get you taken care of. But if you're wondering about practices, procedures, or what the heck are you even doing in Australia, shoot me a note. I'll get you an answer.
I might send you an email later on, mate.
Please do. Please do. I had a couple of guys actually yesterday that sent me emails when I was asking questions about sponsors and what people do that enlightened me. So always good to have the right information when you're sitting up here in the commentary box, and especially for a guy like me who's in not a familiar part of the world. So people want to send me stuff and make sure I get it right. I'd rather get it right. So a lot of times they'll start with "Dear Idiot."
Well, that's if you ever want to know if anyone's watching or listening to us in the commentary box, just say the wrong thing.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
You make one wrong call, and you'll know about it.
Mm-hmm. No question. But that's part of the reason that I like to go out and wander around in the pits and find out what I can find out and take a look. I'm genuinely curious about the cars and the stuff that you guys have here. Some of the workmanship and the arts and crafts that go into them, and just the different combinations that are very different from the stuff that I see. And I'm always curious about what exactly we're looking at. All right, we've got a few minutes of track prep. It's going to be quiet on the racetrack for a little bit, but not for long. If you want to go grab a snack, grab a bottle of water, grab an ice cream, do it now. In the meantime, we'll take a look at some of our sponsors and give a big tip of the cap up on the big screen.
6 at Spring Mount Raceway. Northern Nats and Tropical Meltdown join forces for 4 days of burnouts, drag racing, power skids, show and shine, live music, camping and more. There's almost $60,000 in prize money up for grabs. For tickets and event info, visit northernnats.com.au.
We can do better. Needs more boost. Whether you're running a business, working on the job, or prepping for your next pass down the strip, a Super Cheap Auto trade account gives you trade pricing on essential automotive parts and consumables.
And we're live, and I thought I would just take this opportunity as well, sitting here, just waiting for a little bit of track prep. 2 very, very parochial Queenslanders, John Barbagello, we're just boasting a little bit about how good this weather is. I mean, it doesn't get much better than that. We were just talking to Stewie Roll, and how Stewie was saying the conditions are brilliant. Is it the same for you for Pro Stock?
Yeah, I think the conditions are excellent. The barometer's probably, the pressure's a little bit low to run really fast. But you're going to see probably the 3 fast guys, they're still going to make a good number.
Hang on, so the 3 fast guys, do you include yourself in that?
No.
Well, what happened to the days where everyone, it's Rooster Power,
Oh, Rooster Power's just got to work harder, eh? Time changing. But no, we're working hard. We're interested, we're really keen. So the next probably 6 months, hopefully, we'll start making some really good runs.
It's interesting, isn't it? Because you've got that challenge of seat time and track time. And if you don't have that, how do you develop?
Well, I think at the end of the day, my job's always been the engine job. Yeah. And so at home we can do that and develop. But then the main thing is you want to come here and then, the scoreboard really tells you how everything's going. So this weekend and obviously last weekend, it was about getting the car to run a bit better. So we sort of been working on that. So hopefully, within the 3 qualifying runs, we'll just improve as we go along.
Mm-hmm. In this, say if we go to our touring car world, you talk about championships and then you talk about Bathurst, right? And I remember Alan Moffat saying once he would trade his 4 Australian touring car championships for 1 Bathurst. Is it sort of similar when it comes to national championships in drag racing and a Winter Nationals crown, of which you don't have one yet?
I would trade every national record I've ever set to win the Winter Nationals. It's the hardest race to win. I mean, Aaron Tremaine, he makes it look easy. He's won it so many times. Yeah. But I mean, it's really a race that's eluded us. And every year that we come back, it's really important to try and, bring our A game.
Yeah. And we always know you will, mate. Best wishes.
Thanks a lot.
Johnny Barbagallo there, the Rooster Power, who's going to be coming out in pro stock very, very shortly. Of course, he references Aaron Tremaine, and of course, both the Tremaine boys together. We're talking to Kerry, the dad. They've been to the Winternationals 16 times. They've won this event in pro stock 9. Not a bad stat, boys, is it?
That is incredible there. So I'm up to about my 25th, I think, Winternationals, and I'm yet to taste victory.
Sounds like Tremaine's just a trophy hog.
I've got 4 runner-ups, but no win. That's it. That's my personal dream. I want to win a Winternationals. So.
Well, you know, if you want to go big, and like in my part of the world, everybody wants to win Indy. You want to win the U.S. Nationals, and it's interesting because I've talked to a number of guys. Ed McCullough is probably the funny car driver from back in the day. Won Indy 6 times, never won a championship. And he's been asked on a number of occasions, would you trade one of them? Not a chance. No way. He said, I'd rather have the 6 Indy trophies and not have a championship than have 6 championships and not have an Indy trophy. And that one race really is that big. And from everything I've been hearing down here, this exactly the same mental down here about this race.
Yeah, it is. It's the holy grail of Australian drag racing, and that's the thing. It brings out so many cars and teams that you haven't seen for a long time, because that's what attracts everyone to the event, and because it's such an atmosphere here, it's sometimes not even the racing attract you. You just want to be here amongst all the teams, because you're just amongst your brethren of people with all the same hobbies, the same passion that you've got, and it's not only it's on the racetrack stuff that you want to be here for, but it's also the off the track stuff here in the pits and some of those most special moments. You know, it could be just sitting around the campfire with other teams and just talking and having a laugh, bench racing, you know, and that's what makes the Winternationals so special.
Understood completely. One more note, like U.S. Nationals. Do you ever find yourself in Michigan and you're driving around and you find yourself behind a car with a license plate that says, I won Indy? That's Shirley Muldowney. That's how much her U.S. National Championship meant to her.
So you've just dropped Ed McCullough in conversation, now Shirley Muldowney as well. Just incredible. Some of the stuff that you've probably seen over the years. I've
been around a long time.
The legends of the sport, and I'd love to just sit here and pick your brain about everything that you've done over the years as well in the NHRA, and the stories that, you know, the stuff that happened off the track as well in the pits, and I'm sure you've got plenty of those.
I've been very fortunate. I've been making a living drag racing for about 30 plus years. The first time NHRA put me on an airplane was 1991. And, you know, in the history of the National Hot Rod Association, right now they're closing in on 1,100 national events, and I think I've been to almost 800 of them. But you got to remember that in the early days, there was one a year.
Yeah.
Then there was 2 a year, then for a while there was 4 a year. So you go to a decade and, you know, only go to 20, 25 races. And then, you know, when I got involved, we started ramping up, and for a long time there was 23, 24 a year, and so they add up quite a bit quicker. But no, I've been very fortunate. I've got to see a lot of history and be part of it, and I think my most prized possession, next to my '67 Mustang, is my Rolodex, and the fact that you know, that just about anybody you could name in professional drag racing, I can get in contact with if need be, and that's very important to me, and I'm very blessed.
I'm just having a look at our live stream here. Stu Walsh, that Camaro, that is immaculate. I don't even know what colour that car is at the moment. It's like a teal green, but it's one of my favourite cars this week. Debuted at the warm-ups last weekend, but yeah, that is a special car there for Stu Walsh. You can see Steve Smith behind him in the Corvette. So we've got the RCE Pro Mod 660 class about to come back out. They had one qualifying session earlier today, so this will be Q2 for them. And we saw a few of the cars get into the 3-second zone. That man there, Steve Smith, he was one of the cars that didn't get down the track. He had a bit of a shake.
So you're kind of like me, aren't you? If they told you, okay, you're the one, pick best appearing car, it'd be a week from Tuesday before you figured it out.
Yeah, I actually get to call the Kenda series. So I do that with another man, Chris Diggles, and one of the awards that we have to do every event is the Commentators Award. So what Diggles and I do, we actually write down a list of cars, and then we compare our notes at the end of the night, and we see if there's a common car, that's the one that gets the win. So, but yeah, you can see Johnny Ricker, you know, that man's he hasn't been around for a long time, but what he's done in a short period of time is just incredible for that Australian team and what they've done overseas as well in that Camaro.
Yeah, he's definitely made a name for himself, especially over on my side of the world. It's, by the way, race fans, it's going to be a real treat. Remember, tomorrow These guys are going to run to conclusion. So is that correct? 3 qualifiers today, and then tomorrow they're actually going to run to conclusion. So we will crown a champ in the IHRA 660 Pro Mod. They're going to be racing it out for real tomorrow while the other Group 1 cars are qualifying and setting the field for Sunday.
And it's a lot of the spectators probably haven't seen 8th mile racing here in Australia, so it is very, very popular, obviously, in the United States of America, and we're trying to bring that here down under, and we'll try and convey and let you guys appreciate what these guys do to the half track and what goes into running those 3-second passes. And we see the nitrous engine there, the nitrous car of Barry Plumpton, all the way from New Zealand. They've actually got the car here based in Australia at the moment. They fly in. And
you know, it's funny, you think about, back in my day, when the cars had wooden wheels, a 454 was a big block.
Yep.
Right? 468 is 60 over. Some of the guys would go as big as, 480 cubic inches. 500 was like the holy grail. And then IHRA started the mountain motor program, and you'd get some of those things done in the 640, 650 range, and it's like, holy smokes, how big can you get? And now it is very common. Pat Musey does it, Rare Moore's in it, 959 cubic inches. And it's just incredible.
I don't know what that is in litres, because a lot of Australians would understand litres.
Wait, I can do this.
Here we go. There you go. We'll do the quick calculation, Alan. Sorry, I didn't. We sometimes we do maths here. Probably weren't expecting it.
How about 15.7?
15.7 litre engine.
15.7. But it's crazy. I have a little bit of a museum in my shop in Arizona over the years from stuff, because I have a number of friends that are mechanically inclined, but the drag race stuff is just so much different from the normal car stuff, whether it's pistons, whether it's rods, whether it's crankshafts. So I have a crankshaft collection. I have a NASCAR crankshaft with 358 cubic inches as a standard. I have a Pro Stock crankshaft, which is a work of art. I mean, what the guys do in Pro Stock, let's just say that you wouldn't want to run one of those crankshafts in the Indy 500 or, in Daytona, because it wouldn't last 500 miles. I have an injected nitro crankshaft, I have a top fuel crankshaft, and I have a 959 cubic inch mountain motor crankshaft on the bench. And everybody that looks at it goes, what is that?
Well, it's interesting to say that, because some of our Pro Stock engine builders over the years have actually developed engine programs for what we call our supercar series here, which is the equivalent, sort of like NASCAR in America. So they see the value in drag racing engine builders, because they can build a lot of horsepower from those sort of engines. And that just I point out for you. And
back right in the late 90s and early 2000s, I was actually involved with a guy by the name of David Nickens, who was a Pro Stock team owner back then. We ran the factory Dodge program, and I'm a heavy equipment mechanic by trade. Now, nuts and bolts and pistons and valves are nuts and bolts and pistons and valves. It doesn't matter if it's a Caterpillar excavator or a Pro Stock engine. It's nuts and bolts and pistons and valves. So I certainly don't claim to be the world's foremost engine builder, but when I went to work for David, I'm kind of the nut and bolt guy, right? We need to take this apart, we need to do this, we need to do that. But hanging out in that shop was really interesting. We were the factory Dodge program at the time when Ray Evernham was the factory Dodge program in NASCAR, and we actually did quite a bit of back and forth stuff. Back in those days, the NASCAR guys had qualifying engines, and then they had race engines, and they literally would swap the engine between qualifying and racing. Well, drag racers have found a lot of 1, 2, 4, 8 horsepower that wouldn't dare live 500 miles. They wouldn't live 50 miles, but it'll live 10. And that's what the NASCAR guys needed. So we did a lot of technology trade with us helping them with some of their qualifying stuff. And it was always interesting. We get together and go, well, why don't you guys do this? And it's like, how long does that last? Well, we change valve springs every 2 runs. It's like, hello, McFly. This thing's got to run 600 miles. But it was a fascinating education going back and forth between the engine shops. And it was just, like I say, it's an education that you couldn't buy. But the technology exchange is there. The good news for the NASCAR guys, because they had a very superior budget to what most of the drag race engine guys had, they have also found a lot of things that's 1, 2, 3, 8 horsepower that wouldn't live 500 miles. So they go, okay, well, this is something, we can't use it. So for them, it's like wad it up and throw it away. And we're going, excuse me.
I like how you said the drag racing cars are going to last 6 miles. So you mean 30 seconds?
Well, the crazy thing
in track time.
Here's a real world story, if I have time to tell it.
Yeah, you're right.
Valve springs were a real problem.
Yeah,
they still are in drag racing. Valve springs are a real problem because you just beat the snot out of them. At the time, we were running a little bit over 1 inch lift, about 1060 give or take, and the engines were running about 9,700 RPM. And every time it would go down the racetrack, it would come back with 2 or 3 valve springs that needed to be replaced, either a broken in or down 100 pounds or something. And it seemed very cut and dry that if we could come up with a valve spring that would live, there was some performance to be had there. Well, Mopar was also a partner with Ilmor, which is an engineering think tank in England. They did their own stuff for Formula One. They did Penske stuff for NASCAR, and they were helping us. So they sent a couple of engineers over, like PhD in mechanical engineering, to come over and look at what we were dealing with and what we were doing. They came over, they brought some test cells. Now, if you're an engine guy, try to wrap your head around this. They brought a test cell that you could put underneath a valve spring. And on the Spintron, which is basically a dyno backwards, it's an electric motor that spins a dummy engine that you can do valve train testing with. In real time, with the engine spinning 9,500 RPM, this sensor would tell you how much pressure was on the seat under the spring.
Really?
Really.
That's incredible.
Fascinating. So these guys, well, if we get time, I'll tell some more of the story later, or you can send me an email, I'll give you a cut and paste. But it was a really, really interesting story that had an outcome that I would never have imagined.
Okay, now we move into qualifying session number 2 for Pro Mod, iTray Pro Mod 660. Matty Abel and Stu Walsh.
Just for a point of reference, if you want to be number 1, you got to outrun Barry Plumpton. He went 379. And if you don't go over 200 miles an hour, I'm going to come down and throw I don't know. I was going to say I'd throw a kangaroo at you, but I haven't seen one yet. Oh, yeah, drop bear. What are you going to...
The drop bear. You got to watch out for drop bears. That's probably the most dangerous Aussie animal around, so... Oh, it's just giving me shivers thinking about it. Next up, Matt Abel here and Stu Walsh. Stu Walsh in that Camaro that we saw in the staging lanes just before. He's currently number 6 qualified with 459. That's not representing what we know this Camaro is going to be able to do. It's got a lot of potential. It's a brand new car for the team. They're still learning. He's still learning how to drive this thing as well. Matt Abel, he's been around for a while in this 57 Chevy. He's currently the number 7 qualified with a 533.
If you recall the first session, Abel was first pair out then, too. He was in the right lane in that 57 Chevy, and that thing was so aggressive, I think it was shaking the tires before he put his foot on the floor. I mean, it literally had basketballed the tires before the back tires got across the starting line, and he still was able to straighten it out and at least drive it down the racetrack. But if that 57 moves, if it gets to the Christmas tree clean, he should be your new number 1 qualifier, at least for a moment.
If either of these cars get past the Christmas tree clean, we could see a new number 1 qualifier.
All right, gang, come on. You got a freshly prepped, ready to go racetrack. Well, Abel's car, when he cut it loose, jumped off the ground here on the starting line. He wanted to put some kind of number on the board, so he got back after it. 460, 182 miles an hour, and that'll move him. Oh, look, number 7. 724 comes up at 166 miles an hour for Stu Walsh, who also very, very overly aggressive on the early part of the run.
He almost got past the shake zone, so he was underpowered. I missed the increments there for both drivers. So Stu Walsh, similar issue. He got to about 40 foot out, 50 foot out, and still he was shaking the tyres, and he had to pedal it. He cleaned it up to a 443, but still not really representative of what we'll see that Camaro, what it's capable of.
Now, nobody yet has really figured out the riddle of the starting line here at Willowbank.
I think the next man up here, I've got a good feeling about Stephen Smith. We don't usually see him miss 2 laps in a row. So I've got a good feeling about this RCE Performance Corvette. That's my call of this session, Stephen Smith.
Okay.
Here we go.
All right.
He's taken our number 1 qualifier, Barry Plumpton, in that 1968 Camaro. 959 cubes on board for Barry Plumpton. 379, 197 miles an hour, and probably wasn't a clean pass for him, was it? It looked like it was mixing something up a little bit there on that run.
No, it definitely looked to me like it was popping in the pipes coming up on the finish line. I mean, only went 197 miles an hour, and that thing should be able to crack the double century mark. But they're just waiting for the signal to fire the next pair. And how crazy is it that there are 2 non-supercharged cars in the field, and we're going to run them side by side?
So we are just waiting for that fire-up signal here on track. So we're just checking the braking area. Make sure everything is A-OK down there. And we're back underway here with qualifying session number 2 for iTray Pro Mod 660. These cars only race to half tracks, so 200 metres. It is all about the power management. It is depending on how serious the teams are, because it is a brand new class. So some of these cars were campaigning in Pro Slammer, so they would have been set up for quarter mile, and it does cost a lot of money to convert these cars to get the maximum potential to run over the 200 meters.
Now, here's a curiosity, and I'm being serious. Why do you guys run quarter mile in Australia? Everything else is kilometers, right? I mean, even like your football fields, everything is kilometers. Is there anything else in Australia officially that uses American measurement?
No.
Okay.
So we class it as 400 meters. I know it's not exactly 400 meters, but it's just one of those terms that stuck, and we still call them mile an hour as well. Sometimes we call them kilometers per hour, but I'm not too sure. It's a really good question. Yeah, 500 kilometers an hour sounds a lot better than 300 mile an hour, but the crowd is trained. They understand it. But to put it in perspective, I was never taught that terminology in school growing up, so I wasn't taught about miles or inches or anything like that. Yards.
I'll have to show you. I'll have to show you a video. There's a great YouTube video about George Washington explaining, we're going to start a new country. We're going to have our own sense of measurement.
I think I've seen that. Is that a Saturday Night Live?
Yeah, it's Saturday Night Live. It's hilarious.
On track, though, it is all about Barry Plumpton here and Stephen Smith. So I think Stephen Smith is the one to watch this session.
Stephen Smith did not get the burnout that I think he was looking for when he pulled out of the box. Normally, that thing is rolling smoke off the big Hoosiers out there, at least 100 feet past the stripe, and didn't get what he wanted there. But hopefully, that will not be a detriment when he pulls up and boosts that thing up on the starting line.
I think if Plumpton gets the tune-up right, he's probably still got another few numbers of improvement in that Camaro as well.
Oh, I don't think there's any doubt about that. He had at least one happy pipe down there on the first run. If they get that cleaned up, that car will certainly run 200 miles an hour to the 660.
I've always been a big fan of the Corvette body. There of Stephen Smith. They always just look fast, like a rocket.
They certainly are aerodynamic. All right, let's get our first 200 mile an hour, 8-mile run here, please. Shoots out early.
There's your 200.
No, maybe not. 379, 201 miles an hour for Barry's car. A little black smoke out of there, and that is a good thing in a nitrous car. Black smoke means that it's rich, and rich is better than not rich. So 200 miles an hour, at least we got that. Stephen Smith didn't get what he wanted at all.
No, he had to pedal it again. So 410, 197 miles an hour is good though, good speed. But they just missed it again there, the Smith team. They're currently qualified number 5 with that 410. They've got another qualifying session later on. But the man that can make a big shift in the qualifying chart right now will be up next, and that is Johnny Ricker. 60 foots were okay. Smith 993, so he's a little bit quicker to the 60 foot than his first pass. Plumpton was 986, so that's solid for a nitrous car. They can definitely go quicker, so you can pick up some performance there.
Yeah, and then as you mentioned, Smith had to pedal it before they got to the 330 foot mark, and that cost him a little ET, and then was able to get back on it, chase down the finish line, and here we go. Johnny Rickett. Looks like nobody wanted to play with Johnny this time.
It was a bit of a short turnaround between that first and second qualifier, but we still got a few more cars in the lanes by the looks of it over there. Yeah, Johnny Ricker, such a professional outfit, this team for Giles Garage Gear. Backing up. So 379, that's the number to beat. He can easily do that.
You see that little pipe on the trunk that's just got a little bit of wisp of smoke coming out of it? That is nothing to be concerned with as long as it's just a little wisp of smoke. The blow-by tubes come off of the valve covers on these machines and get routed through the chassis, and that's where they vent back there. If that thing starts puffing smoke out like a freight train, then the crew chief knows there's a problem, and that also sets it up so if it burns the piston, pressurizes the crankcase, does something, it's shoving oil up in the air and not under the tires. So there is form and function in that little pipe coming out of the trunk back there. So a 4 flat was Johnny's first number. So close, so close.
This is another team. You very rarely would see them miss 2 hits in a row. So I'm expecting the team to have learnt from that first pass, and maybe, just maybe, we might see a new number 1 qualifier here with Johnny Ricker. mowersdirect.com.au, the Camaro in pre-stage.
There it is.
There you go.
366, 208 miles an hour, and Johnny Ricker goes to the top. Barry Plimpton and everybody else can take a step back. All right, boys and girls, the gauntlet has been thrown, and it was thrown by Mr. Ricker, Johnny Ricker. Great looking run.
That was a great pass here. 9.3 to the 60 foot, 9.37 to the 60 foot, 366, 208 miles an hour. He has just laid down the smack right there.
That's it. I'm not going to guarantee you that that's going to be number 1, but it is going to take a monster shot to knock him off that top spot right now.
It'd have to be a giant PB from all of the teams in the field to get that number 1 spot off Johnny Ricker. Incredible. That was a great lap, and we know that the potential's there. And
See,
as I said,
it's simple. Just do that.
Just do that every time.
Do that.
Yep.
Yeah. How tough can this be? Waiting for the next machines to pull around the corner.
So we can see shots there of the Pro Stock teams there. We've still got another couple of the iTerrain Pro Mod 660 cars to come forward. We can see Russell Pavey moving out. So in the first session, he was our number 8 qualifier. Had issues at the blower belt for Russell Pavey in that first one. Came off the car on the start line. It's always disheartening when something as simple as that aborts the run.
Well, yes and no. It's always nice when you get back and find out it was something simple. Right?
That's true. And it happened on the start line.
Yeah, look, it's a $150 fix, not a $150,000 fix. So they're getting the Corvette plugged in and hooked up back there.
Yeah, line-to-line coating supporting the Corvette of Russell Pavey. And it looks like he might be on a solo pass here to finish off this session of qualifying for the RCE Pro Mod 660 class.
Yep, I think you may be right. Just a little run of show for you race fans out there following the Pro Mod 660 category. We're going to have Pro Stock at the ready line, and Pro Stock motorcycle coming behind him, then Top Fuel motorcycle. Our regular Pro Mods, which are wild and crazy, the Slammer, Stop Door Slammer, Pro Alcohol, and then of course we'll have Top Fuel, Nitro Funny Car a little bit later in the evening. Should be running under the lights. Header Flames at Willowbank.
I've just been told that Ricker and Walsh are also EFI, 100% EFI on their cars as well.
Very cool.
Yeah.
That's some crazy technology that is light years.
It just goes all over my head, mate.
One of the main guys that's doing R&D on that is the guy that's behind the PSI superchargers. He's got a shop about 60 miles south of me, and they will make 40 pulls a week on a hub dyno.
Really?
Yeah, with the top alcohol dragster combination.
Yeah, Russell Pavey in the 63 Corvette, they're going through the burnout procedure. Currently our number 8 qualifier. I didn't get down the track on that first session. But it has the potential to dip into the 3-second zone.
If I'm him, I'm lining up exactly in Johnny Ricker's tire tracks. I'm going, okay, do what he did. Do what he did. So you said you like the modern day Corvette, the 63 model, yay, nay?
I like that as well, mate.
Yeah.
I like the Corvettes, yeah.
You know, I think it's great that, the 63 split window Corvette is one of the most iconic cars, right? I mean, no matter what.
Yep.
They only had the split window for 1 year. Do you know why?
I don't know why.
Because people hated them.
Really?
I mean, hated. Couldn't give them away. Couldn't see out of them. They were awful. The general public absolutely hated them. So after 1 year, GM went, okay, we won't do that again. And then all these years later, obviously, because they were built in such low number, they become one of the more collectible cars in the history of the universe.
Russell Pavey now moving forward. You can see he's got his hand up, so he's just trying to see through the glare of the sun, getting into stage. Well, he only has to get up the start line. He's gone better than he did last run. Oh, a bit of shake there. Moved the car around a little bit. And there's a bit of a haze there from the back of the car. Rolls through for a 543 at 90 mile an hour there for Russ Pavey. 100 to the 60 foot, so it was solid off the line.
Yeah, it was still chattering a little bit, though, by the time it got there. It got in trouble fairly early and then started pushing over towards the right. And I think he got a little closer to that concrete than he really wanted to be, and I called it a day. Is that going to be it? That might be it.
Yeah, that brings a close, I think, to the second qualifying session of iTro Pro Mod 660. And that, looking at our schedule, Alan, I think that means we're going to be moving into our first qualifying session for all of our pro categories.
Group 1 getting ready to roll out, starting with Pro Stock.
It's going to be a big evening here at Willowbank Raceway thanks to Gulf Western Oils. We'll see Pro Stock Bike, Top Fuel Motorcycle, Pro Mod, Top Door Slammer, Pro Alcohol, Top Fuel, Nitro, Funny Car. Then we'll see that final qualifying session of iTro Pro Mod to finish off this evening.
I'm in. Sign me up for all of it.
We'll see. Oh, no, we've got another.
Okay. Looks like we have one more of our 660 Pro Mods that snuck into the back of the lanes there. As you mentioned, it was kind of a tight turnaround, and if anybody back there had any kind of an issue, they were...
Well, our entry list said there was only 7 iTro Pro Mod 660s entered. We had Russ Pavey enter the field in that first qualifying session to give us 8, and now I think we're going to get 9.
Why would you lie to me? We're not even dating.
I'm sorry. I should buy you dinner first.
Yeah, then you can lie to me.
Then I can lie.
Then you can lie to me. All right, so the next one pulling around the corner and getting set ready to go.
Yeah.
He is feverishly working through his pile of statistics and historical data and all kind of other good stuff.
And it is going to be John Canelli. I just wanted to see if that was the case and see if he had entered in either Pro Mod or Top Door Slammer this weekend. But his name is on the list in either of those classes. But here he is. He's in iTro Pro Mod 660. So that'll give us 9, and we're going to have a bump spot after this pass.
I like it. I like it. It's always more fun when you got to earn your way in.
So he was actually on the original entry list. So we've had 2 that weren't on the list running today. So he was one of the originals.
All right. Well, they've got him fired up and ready to roll forward.
So John Canelli, he'll be doing double duties this weekend in iTro Pro Mod 660 and the Pro Alcohol class in his funny car. So some history on this Camaro. It has run into the 560s in Top Door Slammer trim.
Here's some history on that Camaro. It's a Firebird.
You are correct. It's saying Camaro on our screen here. But you are 100% correct. It is a Firebird.
I'm going to write that down. Reinhardt was right.
Yep.
That happens like a while.
See, this is why you
every 3
sometimes...
months.
I shouldn't look at the computer screen when I'm reading out the details of the car, because if I'd looked at the overtaken live stream, I would have noticed that it's definitely not a Camaro. They might have that because I think his funny car might be a Camaro body.
So you talk about how, if you want to get the correct answer, say the wrong one.
Exactly. There you go.
Call a Camaro a Firebird or vice versa. Call a Challenger a Cuda or vice versa. There's a lot of those just little things. It's like you want to get somebody's attention. This is just a little thing that'll really get somebody's attention.
Anyway, well, he's run 560s in this Firebird, which you can clearly see now at the front end.
Well, 560s a quarter are definitely like 360, 370 to the eighth. So, and if he did change the configuration of the car, the transmission, the gearing, or anything else to run the 8th mile. How crazy is this? Think about this. Melanie Salemi, who is one of the big names in 8th mile pro mod racing over in the States, runs a manual transmission in her car. Torque converter with a manual transmission, a 7-speed.
7-speed, so
to run 8th mile.
And it's manual, so she's shifting herself.
Well, it's air shifted. But
air shifted, yeah.
But it's like, that shoots.
That's a lot of work in 3 seconds.
But it keeps the engine right in its sweet spot for the entire 660 feet.
We've actually had Melanie up here in the commentary box here at Willowbank Raceway.
Really?
Yes. Her hubby, John, has tuned some of the cars out here. Oh, that did not sound healthy at all there for John Canuli.
That car was not in low gear.
I was going to say, did you think it took off in top gear?
Yeah, it was definitely not in low gear.
So he rolls through for a 667 there.
That'll put a little heat in the clutch cannon. Well, they will have one more crack at it coming up. They're going to be the last thing down the racetrack tonight.
Yeah, so John's currently on the outside looking in. So we do have a bump spot now in Nitro Promo at 660. Ross Pavey is on that bump spot with a 543. And John Corneli on the outside looking to get into that field later on.
Pro Stock has pulled around the corner, so that means we're officially done with the 660 cars. Johnny Ricca, let's show off. Number 1 spot, Barry Plumpton. And number 2, John Zappia, 3rd. That is the three second players. Then it's going to be Rod Harvey at 408. In the number 4 spot, Steve Smith, 5. Stu Walsh, 6. Matt Abel, 7. And Russ Pavey rounding out the quick 8. And I do want to say a big thank you to Johnny and a big thank you to Barry. They both put up 200-mile-an-hour runs. I don't know about you, but I would have been very disappointed if I didn't get a 200-mile-an-hour run. I got 2 of them. And here comes Pro Stock, 400 cubic inches, clutchless 5-speed. Now when I say clutchless, you launch it with a clutch, but then you shift just by ramming the shifter handle back and forth. It's going to be Tyrone Tremaine, Next Gen Engineering, coming up in the left side. And here comes the champ, Rob Deckert, from Unique Body Smash. That's, by the way, Smash Shops is an awesome name. We should, that's something I'm going to lobby for, take back to the U.S.
Yeah, a lot of our repair shops are called Smash Repairs.
Yeah.
Yep. It's simple. It's telling you what they do.
Basic, simple.
Yep.
It's like car park. I don't know who decided it should be a parking lot. What is it? It's a car park. Perfect. All right, first shot at it for the Pro Stock guys. Conditions not too shabby out there right now when you're talking weather-wise. When you're looking at making horsepower, the correction factor right now, updating, 102. Density altitude, 214 meters, and that is...
that's good.
Pretty good for making power. Yeah, the headwind is not going to be the Pro Stock car's favorite thing in the world, but horsepower is not going to be your problem.
Well, the track record here at Willowbank Raceway is a 687.
690, 197 miles an hour. Tyrone right out of the box, just 3 hundo off the track record. The champ goes 697 at 194 miles an hour. And really the difference was all made up basically about in the first 60 or 100 feet.
Yeah, 60 foot. Tremaine was 998. Deckard was a bit off, 104. I know they've been trialling a few things with the setup of the car, and that's one of their goals this weekend is to get that first 300, 600 foot a bit quicker because they're down a little bit. And again, 104, that's slow in Pro Stock terms.
Yeah, I actually spoke to him a little bit yesterday, and he said they've got a different engine combination. It makes more power, but the power curve is in a different area. So they're trying to figure out exactly what the gearing needs to be, what the clutch setting needs to be to get the thing moving early. He said, we know we've got more power. We've just got to figure out now how to deal with the more power because it's a little bit of a different power curve.
Yep. And that's one of the challenges, and that's why the crew chiefs get paid the big bucks as well.
It's crazy in Pro Stock. These guys will change transmission ratios between runs, and you don't necessarily even change the whole transmission. You can just change second gear, or you can just change third gear as weather conditions and track conditions change.
Yeah, I think that pass from Tyrone Tremaine, that was killer in these conditions. 690, as you said, 300s off the track record here at Willowbank Raceway. Next up, it's going to be Tyrone's brother, Aaron Tremaine, 9-time champion, taking on Tony Polito in the Escort.
Who's the big brother?
That's actually a good question. I'm not too sure who's the older of the two.
Which one's been driving Pro Stock longer? That's probably the older brother.
Aaron, I believe, would be driving a little bit longer. They debuted similar times. I tell you what, if Aaron Tremaine wasn't around, Tyrone Tremaine would have just as many championships. He's been the bridesmaid many times, but Aaron Tremaine, yeah, he's in the conversation as GOAT for Australian Pro Stock these days. So we've just seen a 690. Tony Polito in the lane beside him.
I love the Tremainiac name on the side of Team Tremaine's machines. I also like the Ford Escort. We don't have a whole lot of Ford Escorts over in my part of the world that are doing this. And pro stock. Everybody that's still doing it has moved on to the Mustang.
Just final adjustments on the wheelie bars here for Polito. There's a tuning tool for these cars. They obviously want to launch as straight as possible.
Well, the wheelie bars actually drive the car straight. If you take a real close look at them, they are not even across left to right. They are staggered because as the car torques over, it's going to hit one harder than it hits the other, and you want to make sure that that measurement is just right. Or, as you said, it'll drive the car either left or right. Immediate problems for...
This is quick from Tremaine.
Tony. 688. 198 miles an hour. Take that, bro. So the Tremaines are 1-2, 688 and 690, but a 990 at the 60-foot timers. That is getting it.
When I seen 440 to half track from Aaron Tremaine, that's the quickest we've seen in the last week here. They were out here at the winter warm-ups testing, and no one went 440 to half track. So yeah, 688, 198 miles an hour from Aaron Tremaine. Polito obviously bombed the tyres there on the hit. But yeah, great lap, 100th now off that track record here at Willowbank Raceway. Aaron Tremaine goes to that #1 spot.
Yeah, Tony Polito might be down there right now trying to figure out what racetrack he's at or what planet he's on or what universe he's in. Because when those things go out there and shake that badly, it'll definitely rattle you in the cockpit of the car. So it's Tremaine 1, Aaron, Tremaine 2, Tyrone, and then the champ sitting in the #3 spot right now, and we were just getting started.
I've always wondered how much of a difference are the setups between Aaron and Tyrone's cars. Like, because obviously you want to try different things on both cars because you got an opportunity to try two different things and two different setups. So I've always wondered how close their setups are in each pass and how much they try, like what differences there might be between each car.
That would be an interesting note.
But pro stock guys don't tend to give you any sort of notes.
No.
They tend to be a secretive bunch.
Let's go down and check in with Benny on the starting line.
Thanks, Al. Just to clear that up, what you were talking about, the age of the boys. Yeah, Tyron's 2.5 years older than Raz. Where the confusion is that Raz was the first to start in the sport. Obviously, Kerry had been campaigning and altered for years, if you remember back into those days. But yeah, Tyron's the oldest and Az 2.5 years younger.
There you go. There you go. So Kerry is the dad. So he used to campaign in modified and super comp or competition eliminator in an altered.
So the little brother beating up on the big brother.
Pretty much.
Well, speaking on behalf of little brothers, I applaud that. Now, I didn't have a big brother. I had a big sister, but speaking on behalf of little brothers, I applaud that. Thanks, Benny. Appreciate you getting to the bottom of that for us.
Omar Sedmak now to take on John Barbagallo. Now, you may have seen this car a few times for Omar Sedmak in your years of calling racing in the NHRA.
Where'd it come from?
It's an ex-Erica Enders car.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Wow. Erica, who drove Dodges for about 2 years, and, well, let's just say that wasn't the greatest experiment that Elite Motorsports ever had when they attacked that program and just couldn't quite get the level of performance back. I noticed it took the eyelashes off of it. Erica's car, I don't know if you've ever noticed that or not, has eyelashes on the headlights. All of her pro stock cars do. JTS Racing. P5 headed, Hemi small block under the hood.
Yeah, John Barbagallo does his own power plants. As he mentioned before, the best dyno is the racetrack here at Willowbank Raceway.
Fact. Yeah, there have been a number of things we tried on the dyno that the racetrack didn't like at all.
It's actually Barbagallo's first appearance this season in Pro Stock.
I guess he was just waiting for the home game, huh?
Here's a Queenslander in the Ford Escort to take on Omar Sedmak in this brand new car for him. The JTS Racing Pro Stocker. He's also got Tremaine power on board.
Easy. And Omar's car was making a move out there about the 8th mile, give or take. Goes 699, 196 as he stays with it. Barbagallo goes 704 at 194 miles an hour. Both drivers solid, if not spectacular, to the 60-foot time. But the real telling number was a little bit further down the racetrack. Barbagallo was back about 400s when he got to 300.
Yeah, he went 452 to half track, and Sedmak was 447 to half track. So Yeah, Barbagallo obviously left a little bit on the front half of the racetrack there, 194 miles an hour. So speed was pretty much that's a 704 pass, 194 mile an hour. So they'll go back, have some homework to do, look at the data and see if they can improve on that 704. Sedmac was pretty solid, 100 to the 60 foot, 440 to half track, as we said, 447. So they're in the field. That's a solid banker for the team as we move on to the next pairing now of Daryl Steffen to take on Peter Mamone.
Daryl Steffen rolling in the Mustang over here on the left side of the racetrack. That didn't go well. Omar muffed the burnout over there in his Mustang on the right side of the racetrack. I thought after the first time they might push it back into the water and get the tires wet and try again. As a general rule, that the clutches do not like that. Sometimes you get away with it, but it's kind of like, fixing your watch with a sledgehammer. If you go up there and do a dry hop with a Pro Stock clutch.
So Peter Mamone, he was actually a late inclusion to Pro Stock this weekend, so he wasn't originally entered. We had Mario Polito was entered. He couldn't make it, so Mamone has stepped up, making his competitive Pro Stock debut here this weekend. He previously campaigned this car in the Super Comp ranks.
Great note. Looks like a Jerry Pickle built machine over on the right side. Rick Jones' car here on the left. A couple of the premier chassis builders stateside. I know that I'm probably the one doing this more than anybody here just because I live on the other side of the world, but the comparison between the Australian and American Pro Stockers is basically 100 cubic inches. And when you consider how quick and how fast these cars go, having 20% less engine under the hood is nothing short of amazing.
Yeah, you're 100% correct. There was an equivalent class in your competition eliminator to our Pro Stock cars. Don't ask me what the class designation was.
Be altered.
Yeah, with the small cubes.
Yep. Pete Mamone being pushed back off the starting line, by the way. Not even going to stage the car over in the right lane.
So Steffen here on a solo pass. Looks like they're getting on top of the clutch program here for Daryl Steffen. He goes 707, 195 miles an hour. So that's a good, solid pass there for the team.
Yeah, good place to start.
Yeah.
Good 102 to the 60 foot time. And you notice that he was dead idle when the tree flashed down. Looks like that's going to be the last car down the racetrack, as I see motorcycles right back there behind the water box. And that means it's going to be...
Yeah, six cars qualified so far at the moment here in Pro Stock.
And Aaron Tremaine, number one, whipping up on his big brother Tyrone, who's number two. The champ, Rob Deckert, sitting number three. Omar Sednak also in the 6 second zone. He is number four. And then Don Barbagallo and Daryl Steffen round out the 6 cars that took an official time. And we will see them again a couple of times tomorrow. It's motorcycle time, speaking Pro Stock wise. And the sun is just getting into the annoy Reinhardt phase of the evening.
Yeah, Pro Stock motorcycle here this weekend. It's Luke Crowley, one of the most competitive teams here in the last 10 years in Pro Stock motorcycle here in Australia, has gone over to a Buell. So he's been very successful on the old bike and now changing over to the Buell this weekend.
Which, for me, would beg the question, does he have an American contact that is helping him with R&D or at least advice, putting together the...
I'm not too sure. I'll have to stop in the pits and have a chat to Luke later on about the bike, but it's his debut this weekend.
Well, the Buells are the bigger engine. They are 160 cubic inches. And we're going down to Benny again real quick.
Just to round out that situation there with Peter Mamone, it's just caution. They just wasn't idling right, so decided to shut it down rather than take the risk of damaging something early in the weekend, guys.
Good call.
Yeah, it's better to be safe than sorry, and he's going to qualify in the field because it's only 7 entered in Pro Stock this weekend. So, and that's what you do. You know, if there's something not right, and go back to the pits and sort it out.
Think maybe the choke was stuck?
Possibly.
Well, I used to have that problem on my Mustang.
I remember a story actually of some guys, old guys, sitting at a shopping centre, just sitting out the front of a shopping centre. A friend of mine had a GTR XU1 Tirana, which your mate next to you can explain what that is later on, but it was interesting because he was just idling through this thing. It was just juiced, and and these two old guys go, pull your choke out. He actually pulled out the stick and showed it and said that they're no longer necessary.
Well, the one thing Alan does know is the Tiranas now, so we've seen a few of those.
Nice. I don't even know what you compare a Tirana to when it comes to, well, at least our earlier ones, the UCs and things like that. Like the LHs, a little bit more like a Chevy Vega or something like that, but not too much comparison.
Well, I think they're awesome. I'm getting used to the different makes and models of Tirana. I'm still light years from being an expert, but at least I'm a little closer than I was when I first showed up and went, what is that? All right, it's motorcycle time. Rolling in first, going to be Vanessa Rodman. On the left side, not Luke Crowley bike. And Sam Scarry over on the right side. We bring out a couple of Suzukis to kick things off. The highest RPM machines in drag racing.
What do they go to, RPM-wise?
14,000.
14,000, there you
Give
go.
or take.
It's one of the pro bike is one of those classes that my knowledge was a little bit limited on when I started commentary. I actually spent a day out in the shed with Luke Crowley, and he took me through everything through pro bikes and gave me a quick lesson on the pro bike scene. But Vanessa Rodman, she debuted in pro bike last year, qualified as well, 7:39 in her debut event in pro bike.
Well, basically, they are naturally aspirated, no power adder. They run on a spec racing gasoline, 6-speed transmission, and have at it. Wow. Sam's bike really porpoised. Vanessa's bike really laid down when she dropped the clutch. And he's going to go ahead and drive it on down, but this is going to basically be an 0 for 2. 1094, she was off the gas very early. And Sam's bike, you could see that thing porpoised when he turned it loose, where it jumps up, hits the wheelie bar, unloads, falls back on the nose, jumps up, does the same thing again, and well, you saw it right there.
Yeah, pretty much. And once that happens, it's once they abort the run, that's it. That they just have to roll off the throttle and come play again in Q2.
Yep, there ain't much you can do with it at that point.
Yeah, not like the cars where you can sort of pedal. The bikes are that's it. Once you're off the throttle, that's it for them.
Well, you can kind of. On the motorcycles, they call it chicken wing. It's not pedaling, because you think about what your arm does when you're out there.
True, I should say that.
It's a chicken wing.
Chicken wing.
And it can be done, but when you're first qualifying session and you get 2 more shots tomorrow and something happens that early in the run, it's like, look, let's not take a chance on hurting anything, because the transmissions don't like that.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
And when it's necessary, that's one thing, but.
I've just been told it's actually Luke's birthday today as well. Luke Crowley's birthday.
Is it?
If the messages I'm getting are correct and they're not setting me up.
Are you going to sing, or you want me to?
We'll leave that to the other boys. I think they said they're going to do the karaoke later on here as well.
Ah, okay.
Yeah.
I'm going to run and hide. That's what I'm going to do.
So next up will be Lockie Ireland on track. He'll be on a solo pass on the Johnny's Hog Shop Pro Bike.
Of course, I do know about half the words to My Country 'Tis of Thee. Maybe I could give it a shot. Is it okay if you just hum the parts you don't know?
See, Lockie Ireland, so he debuted a new bike at the Nitro Champs, and there's just to continue to develop this new package for the team. He's been campaigning in pro bike for a long time here in Australia. So Pro Bike this weekend had a large field entered. 10 entered in Pro Stock Motorcycle this weekend, so it's only an 8-bike field. 2 riders will miss out.
So Lockie Ireland rolling his way in. Thoroughgoods on the wheelie bar. Wow. So if you weren't exactly sure after the first one what porpoising is, we demonstrated it again. 765 the hard way with a 133 60-foot time.
Tell you what, his speed is pretty good though, 182 mile an hour.
Yeah, they get that thing to move. I mean, you should think, watch this again on the replay up on the big screen. They get that thing to move early. You should have 110 or better 60 foot.
And he probably picks up 5 to 10 mile an hour as well on a clean pass, so that.
Oh yeah,
that's
definitely
up there, yeah. That's got some potential, Lockie Island. I'm looking forward to see what he does throughout the weekend and if they can improve on that, which they should do once they get it clean off the start line. And that's one of the big challenges for Pro Bike is getting it off the start line. If they can get off the start line cleanly, then everything should be smooth down the track.
All right, getting ready to send a match 2 at a time now as we got them lined up side by side. Back in the water box. Going to be Callum Gadesi in the left side. Jason Lee in the right. Callum, Motorcycle Chassis Works machine out of Victoria.
Still looking for a first clean pass here in Pro Stock Motorcycle. Gadesi's really stepped up. He ran a personal best of a 7:11 last season in Pro Bike. So he's up to the top echelon here in Australian Pro Stock Motorcycle when you're talking the ETs. They want to get into that 7-0 zone this weekend here at Willowbank Raceway. Jason Lee in the lane beside him finished second in the NDRC Championship last season. That sun getting very awkward, especially for the likes of Callum Gadesi in that left lane here at Willowbank Raceway.
Yeah, that's what he was just signaling to the guys behind him. He's like, I can't see.
The thing is, you can't see the Christmas tree, but once you start moving, because you're looking down track, you don't look at the sun.
Right.
So it's just staging and launching is the issue.
There we go.
This is a good pass for Gadesi. 725, 186 miles an hour. He goes to that number 1 spot. Jason Lee goes 869, 150 mile an hour. So that was the cleanest launch we've seen so far, Alan, a 115 60 foot.
Yeah, for Callum, that definitely looked good. I mean, it looked solid, and it was very smooth on the early part of the run. Still a little bit of room for improvement, but as you watch again on the replay, not a whole lot wrong with that. Just got off clean. And that puts him currently in the number 1 spot. And just like that, we fire the next pair. What is a spider tilt tray?
Like a tow truck.
Oh, okay.
Tilt trays, yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yep.
Gotcha.
So that'll be that's who supports the team for Ryan Lemont. He's got support from Spiders Tilt Trays. And Paul Andrews with support from Andrews Automotive on his Suzuki. So Ryan Lemont, he's the only active competitive pro bike racer from Western Australia. So when you're talking Western Australia, it's about 4 days drive from here.
You got jet couriers on the side of that thing as well. I wonder if I could, get a private ride home. That'd be nice.
Possibly.
Stand at the airport and just stick my thumb
Have a
out.
chat to Brian later on.
It's like, if I need to, I'll pitch in $10 for gas or whatever.
That should cover it in this day and age.
Couldn't hurt.
So Paul Andrews on the Suzuki. You see the crew guys just make sure they're happy with where the bike is staged.
That's one thing about a motorcycle. It's the easiest thing in the world to aim. You just pick up the wheelie bars and move it over wherever you want it. It's also the most critical.
Yeah, so they usually pick either the left track or the right track from where the sedans have, been launching their cars all day through here at Willowbank Raceway. So it looks like he's gone the left track there for Paul Andrews.
Man, Stan just blew the tire off of that thing. And then a little smoke at the top end of the racetrack, and that's not a good sign on motorcycles or cars. Holy smoke, did that thing roll over fast?
Yeah, we missed the increase. It was a 117 60 foot, I think, for Paul Andrews. 736 ET, 168 mile an hour. Lemont, obviously, he had some issues there. We can see the replay here. So just watch the bike of Lemont to the left of the screen. So he had that porpoising as well. It was a clean launch for Paul Andrews.
Ryan's bike just absolutely spun the tire when he let the clutch out. That was rather strange.
But that smoke haze we see in the background, that's not usually a good sign of pro bikes.
That's not a good sign on anything.
Yeah.
Not on anything. And those don't look like pro stock motorcycles, so it looks like Callan's going to end up number 1 after 1. Paul Andrews 2.
I think that's Luke Crowley over there.
Yeah, there's the one more in the water box. I'm sorry,
So
I was looking back behind that, and those are the loud, obnoxious ones that are coming up after that.
So I'm looking forward to seeing Luke Crowley here on the Buell. You hear that note, the different note there on the Buell?
Yep, 160 cubic inch V-twin. These things still spin over 10,000 RPMs.
I might have to chat with Luke. I think Luke actually might have rode a Buell 10 or 15 years ago for another team here in Australia.
Okay.
So it might not be his first time on a Buell. I'll get that confirmed for us later on. But Luke Crowley, the man that has dominated Australian pro stock motorcycle here for the last 10 or so years, debuting the Buell.
Well, you know the story, right? I mean, if you want to stay on top, you got to keep innovating and you got to keep moving. If you stand still, somebody's going to catch up or run you over.
So he did. So I've just had it. See, people are listening. So he has this. He actually rode this bike 10 or 15 years ago. This Buell. So it is a debut, but it's also got some history with Luke on it.
No, that didn't work. He tried to bring the RPM up and it grabbed the clutch and drug him through. So he's going to get a number, but it won't be the one he wanted. 779, 144 miles an hour. And if you're watching close on the starting line, when he cracked the throttle to bring it up, it just drug the bike right through the beams. That's why he got the red light, and that's why he had the 130-something 60-foot time. So ran it on down to about 1,100 feet or so, and then clicked it off to 144 miles an hour. Callum ends up number 1, Paul Andrews 2, Lockie Ireland 3, Luke Crowley, even with all of those problems, ends up in the number 4 spot.
There's a lot of potential on that bike for Crowley, that Buell.
Oh, yeah.
It'll be good. It'll be fun to see where he ends up at the end of the weekend on that bike. And that brings a close to Pro Stock Motorcycle. We're now going to move into the Top Fuel side of things for the motorbikes. Top Fuel Motorcycle moving forward.
This is basically a bad idea on 2 wheels.
You will never get me on a motorcycle like this.
I would actually like to do a burnout.
Oh, okay, yeah, that's fair.
And how about we're going to start off with a 4-cylinder. John Zahara got the Suzuki.
So John Zahara, this bike has got 5-second potential. We've seen some really, really fast half-track increments from the bike. But the thing with Top Fuel motorcycles, it's all about, there's a whole racetrack, you know.
Yeah.
He's got the potential. It's running to the mid-6s. Corey Buttigieg on the Harley beside him. And it's cool that in Australia we put the Harleys and the multi-cylinder bikes in the same class. So obviously in America they're separated.
Well, I think it's a matter of inventory, right? You just got to...
See Zahara there, he's just put his hand up to block the glare of the sun. It's almost there. You can see he's just edging the bike forward. Yeah, into pre-stage. So Zahara issues instantly there for both riders there. Zahara lost power almost instantly there, and Buttigieg, same boat.
Yeah, I'm not sure with Zahara that wasn't a blower drive issue or...
Well, there's a bit of fluid under the bike there.
I mean, he cracked the throttle and that thing just absolutely quit.
Well, a lot of the times you actually hear the multi-cylinder bikes actually stall up in stage as well. That was off idle. So they'll bring the revs up.
I'll have another shot at it tomorrow.
Yep.
Corey ends up driving it on down. His bike drove over towards the center line. He was off the throttle very early, mid-13s. Just under 70 miles an hour down there, so 0 for 2. One thing about the motorcycle, I mean, they are wild and they are also very, very volatile. And trying to get one of these things to perform on a consistent level is probably the most difficult of any drag race machine to get to perform consistently.
I agree with you 100% there, because not only that, you're talking the tuning aspect side of things, but riding the bike and trying to keep it in the center of the track is an art in itself.
Yeah, I mean, there's a reason the guy that's been most successful is called Spider-Man, because as he goes down the racetrack, it's like you slake off one side and off the other side. And, you know, anybody who rides motorcycles knows that body language is kind of how you steer them. And with these things, especially if they're making any kind of a run, the front tire's not on the ground anyway. And you don't make an adjustment by, you know, leaning your body 2 degrees. You make an adjustment by hanging off the side like, you know, like the monkey on a
And you've got to do it early. You can't wait too long. Like, if it makes, you've got to be ready to move that bike.
Mm-hmm.
Otherwise, you're over the center line or onto the wall instantly if you don't catch it early.
Let's check in with Benny again.
Quick chat with John Zahara. He said they've been experimenting with some new electrics on the bike. He's fearing that's what it was. Just let it go on the line, nothing. So he's fearing electrics to go back and have a look.
That'll do it. Shut the ignition off. Anything's going to die.
Yep. And for the teams like Zara, they don't live close by the track, so it's it's a big drive just to do some testing for them. All right, next up we've got Denny Rickard to take on Ian Ashleford. I think it's time to stand up with you, Alan. Top Fuel Motorcycle qualifying session number 1.
Here's a fun little Nitro Harley fact for those of you that are mechanically inclined. Do you know how they lubricate the push rods and rocker arms?
No, I don't actually know.
They grease them in between runs. They do not run in oil. The push rods actually run external. They are outside of the engine.
Yep.
And so part of the between rounds maintenance is to grease up the push rods and rocker arms. And Danny Rickard is saying, I can't see.
Well, he's actually in full stage, so I'm not sure if he knows that.
I don't believe he does. Ian's bike does not sound happy, and down there put a cylinder out, but he is going to get, well, the fullest pull of anybody so far, 904 to 129 miles an hour. You could see Danny when he was staring at the tree, even though the bulbs were on, he was still looking back at the starter going, I can't see. And then once the tree flashed down, his bike went silent fairly quickly, rolls to a stop out there just past the 60-foot timer.
Yeah, the thing with Denny Rickard is he's coming off his first ever win at Top Fuel Motorcycle, and he did it off the back of consistency and making full laps on this bike.
So they pushed back the Adelaide Harley-Davidson bike.
I don't think Rickard realized he was in full stage.
I'm sure he didn't. I mean,
yeah.
He was still turning around looking behind him.
And the thing with Willowbank Raceway is, as a racer, as a competitor, and it's well known here with Willowbank, if you're not happy with the way the sun's positioned, you can say no, you can back out, and they'll wait. So Willowbank will wait. They'll have a sun break, and then they'll move on once everyone's happy.
Well, and I'm wondering if that's where we might be right now, because we've seen the last couple of motorcycles over here on the left side that said they weren't able to see it. As a general rule, I don't like clouds at the racetrack, but if we could just get one between us and the sun right now, that wouldn't hurt my feelings any. And it looks like they've fired up the right lane bike because, well, the sun obviously doesn't bother the right lane. You're looking away from it when you're coming in and pulling up to the tree.
That'll be Damien Martini, another one of these four-cylinder bikes. So when we're talking the potential to see a 5-second pass, so we haven't actually seen a 5-second run here at Willowbank Raceway on a bike.
Okay.
So we're still waiting for that elusive magical barrier here. And this bike has got the potential to do that.
I was there in Columbus, Ohio when the Spider-Man did it for the first time over in the United States. And let me tell you, he was jazzed. It had been something he had been chasing for a number of years.
I was calling the previous drag racing series here in Australia. So I travelled around for about 5 or 6 years, and so I got to call Chris Matheson a lot of times, and I wasn't there for the 5-second pass.
Oh.
I missed out, yeah.
There's a little architecture. I'm sorry, go ahead.
It hurt me. And I missed out on seeing the first 300-mile-an-hour run we had here at Willowbank Raceway as well by Jim Reed. I went home early.
Here's a little architectural note for those of you on the 4-cylinder bikes.
Yep.
If you think about the configuration on a normal motorcycle, they take the cylinder head, turn around backwards. So the intake is pointed forward, and that's why the blower is mounted forward just under the cowl, and that's why the exhaust now comes out the back, goes underneath the rider, and you can see the pipes coming out in the middle of the back fender. So how'd you like to know you're sitting on top of those 4 pipes?
It's spectacular at night with the nitro flames.
It definitely is that.
Damien Martini did some testing here at the warm-ups. Q1, Top Fuel Motorcycle, just been given the signal that it's a solo pass. Oh, wait there. It might not be a solo pass.
No, it definitely is. Here we go. Oh, and he shut it off early. That was on a really solid run down there at about the 8th mile or so. He shuts it off to only 170 miles an hour, 665. Going to come up on the elapsed time. We're still going to put him on the top of the heap. And
so I wonder if there might have been a bit of confusion here with our starter, because obviously with the multi-cylinder, the 4-cylinder bikes, they've got a long burnout procedure where they get pushed back. Where the Harleys, they tend to have a very short procedure. They don't want to get too much heat into the bikes. They have a short burnout and they go straight into stage. And I'm just wondering if that's happened here in the start. I hadn't realised that he was about to do a pass beside him, so he was waiting for the bike to move forward.
See, and I just assumed that they were running the right lane solo because they had decided that the left lane was sunblind, and apparently that was the wrong assumption.
See, yeah, so here, because we obviously run the bikes together, so those four-cylinder bikes, like, they will do that long burnout, and obviously the Nitro Harleys just do a short, sharp burnout, and then they roll into stage. So they tend to wait back, and they don't fire the bike up until they start seeing the other bikes get pushed back.
No, I understand.
Yeah.
I just, like I said, I assumed.
I was with you as well, mate.
No nuts. We're carrying on a tradition that started back at the Bend.
So you've just had an ice cream delivery up here into the commentary box.
Well, Wade was doing a walk and talk while we were doing a live broadcast on 7+, and I said, hey, you're by the ice cream shack. So he went over to the live broadcast, got the ice cream, brought it up to me. And he very kindly, and he took credit for it, so I'll give him credit for it, had them park the ice cream truck right behind the commentary box up here. So take it away. You can talk for a minute while I eat ice cream.
You can get your ice cream. And
kind of reminds me of Days of Thunder. Did you see that movie? I'm coming into pit. Not now, you're not. We're eating ice cream.
All right, so we are just about to move into our next bracket here, which should be, going by our schedule after Top Fuel Motorcycle, it will be Pro Mod. So Pro Mod is our heads-up 585 index class. So basically what that means is you can run any configuration you'd like, turbo, nitrous, whatever, supercharge. It's heads-up class, get to the finish line first, don't go quicker than 5.85 seconds, and you get the win. So that's the basic rules of Pro Mod that we're about to see shortly. We do have that other Top Fuel bike. I'm not sure if they're going to get a lap in. But we are just doing a quick rub of the racing surface in that lane that we saw Martini go down. He is our number one qualifier. Quick recap of the Top Fuel Motorcycle qualifying. Damien Martini was our number one qualifier at the moment, up to Q1, 665. Ian Ashford, number 2. Corey Buttigieg, number 3. Denny Rickard, number 4. John Zara running at the top 5 after Q1 here in Top Fuel Motorcycle qualifying. And looking at our schedule, we've got Pro Mod up next. Then we'll have Top Door Slammer, Pro Alcohol, Top Fuel, Nitro Funny Car, and finish off the night with our IHRA Pro Mod 660 class. So we've got plenty of action still to come forward here for the Gulf Western Oil Winternationals. So whilst we are just rubbing the track here and getting these cars ready, we'll hear a few words from our supporters here at Willowbank Raceway.
Street Machine is Australia's favourite car magazine, documenting the achievements of the hot car community with a fiery passion. And that includes drag racing, with the crew on deck this weekend at the Winternationals, covering everything from Top Fuel to sportsman racing. You can get a Street Machine subscription for yourself or a loved one from as little as $89, which includes free delivery to your door before it hits the shops. Get on it at streetmachine.com.au. VU4U is an iconic Street Machine project car, and it's just copped a massive restoration. It's plain, it's slang, and it sounds awesome. Valued at $75,000, it could be yours. Enter now at win.streetmachine.com.au. T's and C's apply.
This is an exciting time for Top Fuel Racing as we literally blast off on the Blast Australian Top Fuel Championship. What is Blast? Well, this guy's a good guy to ask. Lee Bartlett, the co-founder of Blast. What is Blast?
Well, Blast is what you think it is, what you expect it would be. It's the ultimate car cleaning ecosystem. So it's all wall mounted.
Yes.
And it's mounted in your garage, no setup time. Just pull up in your rig, your four-wheel drive, your car, your caravan, and start cleaning.
Marine too, right? You can do
Yeah,
boats?
boating. Yeah, absolutely, boating too.
If it's dirty, blast it.
Absolutely.
So vacuuming as well, you've got the
Yep.
chemicals as well for cleaning.
Yep, so it's about, the 3 stages of keeping your car clean. So vac, wall mounted, wet dry vac, with a 10-metre retractable hose. And obviously the wash, we've got a 30-metre hose in this machine, a 2,300 PSI, this thing is the perfect tool for not just washing your car, cleaning your driveway, cleaning the solar panels on your roof, cleaning your gutter, your caravan, your boat. This thing is a game changer. And then this is what car dealers use. These are the detailers. This is how they get that really good pristine finish on the car. It's dry your car with heat and air. So this is an Air Max car dryer blower. This is the ultimate car care setup.
So basically with Top Fuel, we're all about high performance, right? Nothing's more high performance than a Top Fuel car.
Yep.
This makes perfect sense.
Absolutely. For us, it's all about saving our customers time so they can get back to doing what they love, and every second counts. That's the same in car racing, right? And same in motorsport. Every second counts. So for us, it's the perfect match. It's the perfect reason why we would be supporting the Top Fuelers.
Bang Shift Automatic Shifters by Aeroflow Performance. A premium range of performance automatic shifters engineered for positive engagement, smooth operation, and precise gear selection when it counts. From tough street builds to dedicated race cars, Bang Shift delivers clean, confident shifts and total control, pass after pass. When precision matters, make every shift count. Upgrade to Bang Shift from Aeroflow Performance. See the full range now at aeroflowperformance.com. X-Pro Ignition by Aeroflow Performance. A complete range of high-performance spark plug leads, ignition coils, control boxes, distributors, and supporting components. Engineered for stronger spark, sharper throttle response, and total ignition control. From street builds to serious race applications, X-Pro delivers the spark your engine demands, with reliability you can trust. Don't leave power on the table. Upgrade to X-Pro Ignition from Aeroflow Performance. See the full range now at aeroflowperformance.com.
Street Machine Drag Challenge, presented by VPW, is the playground of Australia's toughest, genuine street cars. 300 plus competitors will drive over 1,300 kilometres across Victoria and South Australia, racing 5 days in a row. Drag Challenge is the ultimate test for any tough street car. Running from October 27 to 31st, visit dragchallenge.com.au for more information.
All right, we're back into it. So we're going to have one more run here in a Top Fuel motorcycle, Neville Smith. So there was a little bit of confusion on that lap here, so that they didn't realise he was in the lane beside Martini. So he's going to get his pass here on this Harley. I tell you what, Neville Smith did some great runs in testing the lead up to this event. Ran to the 6-second zone here only last weekend at the warm-ups on this Harley. They had it going really, really strong, and they did a few laps as well. So you can hear the bike. He's about to move forward. That's interesting. He's actually... So was it Neville Smith that ran before? Because normally with the pro qualifying, you get allocated lanes in your qualifying session. So he was in the left lane. So now he's gone over to the right lane.
Well, I'm going back to, I believe the sun might have been part of the problem there. And they decided, look, instead of hanging out and waiting, why don't we just put you over near the lane?
Done. So Neville Smith on this Top Fuel Harley, if he wants to get that number one spot in qualifying, needs to run better than a 6:65. Anything quicker than 9 seconds, he'll go to number 2. And he was really impressive at the warm-ups. He It was looking good to about 330 foot there. The wheel was up in there and they started mixing cylinder and rolls through for an 882, which is still good enough for the second spot in qualifying. It was good off the start line. It sounded all right. It sounded strong. The wheel was up.
Yeah, it did. It was a little bit lazy on the initial move, but then it picked the front end up about those 60 feet or so and carried it out there. And I thought, okay, this has got a shot at least dipping into the low 7s or high 6s. But then he shut it off down there, as you said, started making little weird noises. You know, when you've only got 2 cylinders and it's mixing those 2 up, that's a major problem. So should I go back to my valve spring story, or you got something else?
You can go back to your valve spring story if you want, mate. I was interested to hear the end of it.
So these engineers come over from Millmore to Houston, and the first thing we did was get on the Spentron machine, and I was a Spentron operator, and there's a whole other story behind that. But installed this sensor. We had to machine a cylinder head down so we can install the sensor underneath it, and we're running this thing. And they realized that the spring was just completely out of control. But after a couple of days of beating on stuff, they took all their data and all their information and went back to England. And then they called us about 3 weeks later and said, okay, we've crunched all the numbers, and I believe we've come up with, at least we've identified the problem. So the problem is, now for anybody that's any kind of mechanical guy or engine guy, try to picture this in your head. The problem is the camshaft is so aggressive that once the engine gets up to speed, the first coil of the spring is hitting the second one before it can move. And I'm sitting there looking at a valve spring going, what? It's like, you're telling me this is hitting that before? But they turned it over to their engineers and designed some new springs for us that they said would solve the problem. So they came back over, it's probably 4 or 5 months later, they came back over and they brought these new magic springs. And the first thing we did was we went back on the Spentron. And normally on the Spentron, if we run the thing 900 RPM, the spring would shatter before you could even get a reading out of it. So took the new spring, loaded it on the Spentron. I said, where do you want to start? The guy said, I don't care. You can't break it. I went, oh, yeah? So I turned the dial to 10,000 RPM, and I turned around and I smiled at him, and he said, what are you waiting for? So I backed it up to 9,500 just because. Hit the start button, and then bumped it up, had it running at 9,800 RPM, which normally was a 5-second test at best with our old stuff. And after about 20 seconds, he tapped me on the shoulder, and he said, you could take your hand off the emergency stop, my spring's not going to break. So we sat there and ran it, and it was like magic. And so after playing with this one on the Spentron for a little bit, we put a race motor on the dyno, made a couple of pulls, got us a good baseline, changed the springs, made a couple of pulls, it was half a horsepower. I mean, absolutely repeated perfectly. And checked, and everything was absolutely, couldn't be any better. Well, we went to Reading, Pennsylvania, which was the next race on tour, and at the time, Darrell Alderman and Mark Osborne were driving our 2 cars. We went to Reading, and it's like, man, these guys ain't going to know what hit them. We are going to just crush the life out of the pro stock field. And we ended up qualifying 12th and 14th and lost the first round with both cars. Made 5 runs, never changed the valve spring. And it's like, okay, you're going to have weekends like that. It just didn't work out. So we went to the next race. And same thing, both cars qualified bottom half, and both cars got whacked first round. So we went back to Houston, put all the engines on the dyno, and the engines were perfect. It's like, okay, well, let's go to the racetrack and figure out what's wrong with these things. So we took one of the cars and we went out to Houston, where we went and tested a lot and loaded the thing up. First Fred, it went like 684, 198 miles an hour. It's like, it's just not fast. And came back and checked everything over and sent it again. It went 683 at 198. Not fast. Now we've changed carburetors, we've changed ignition boxes, we've changed every electronical thing on the car. And David Nickens says, well, we got any of those old springs? It's like, well, yeah, I mean, we've got a couple boxes in the trailer, but the springs are fine. We're checking the springs are fine. There's nothing wrong with the springs. And he said, we changed everything else. Why don't we just try that? So we put the old springs on, went up, made 1 run. Car went 679 at 202. Came back with 2 springs down over 100 pounds and one that had an inner broke. And if we get time, I'll continue the story from there.
We are now moving into our first qualifying session of Pro Mod. So this is our heads up 585 index class. As I was talking about this class earlier, the basic rules are you can run any configuration you want in a sedan in this class. Just don't go quicker than 5.85 seconds.
Yeah, the level of competition here is just amazing. And as opposed to, I talked earlier about the way they do the Pro Mod stuff in America, trying to keep the parity in the category. They'll do weight, they'll do overdrive, they'll do boost, they'll do various things to try to keep nitrous cars and turbo cars and blower cars, whether it's a Pro Charger, whether it's a Screw Charger, whether it's a Roots Charger, all on a basically level playing field. And over here, they just say, hey guys, can't run faster than 585, have at it, do it however you want.
Yeah, it's just it's super gas on steroids.
Yeah, exactly.
Yep. So Neil Murphy in the Camaro to take on Adam Tassone in the Firebird. Tassone, I believe, he's leading the championship in Pro Mod.
Really? I keep getting a public safety message on my phone. Are you getting those too?
No, I'm not.
Okay. We got a Screw Charger over on the right side. We got a Roots blower here on the left side for Neil Murphy. And again, however you want to do it, just 585 is the magic number. Let's see how close we can get.
How's a 586 off the trailer at 241 miles an hour? Adam Tassone, championship leader, goes 586 off the trailer. Neil Murphy goes 612, 248 miles an hour. I think Murphy had a little pedal early on, but Adam Tassone, put your hands together, off the trailer, goes to the #1 spot. I'll let you say it, Al.
No. The first car down the racetrack. I mean, somebody's got to be #1 after one. You got to save it for special occasions. You know, you can't wear the stuff out. You can't wear the stuff out.
Can't wear the stuff out.
But no, he's not leaving a lot of room. Somebody's got 11 hundredths of a second if they want to sneak in and try to steal that top spot. And if you're Adam, that's pretty darn close to a mic drop coming right off the trailer.
That was at the last event, the Nitro Champs. The quickest pass in Pro Mod was actually a 586 with a 2 over the entire course of the event.
Really?
Yes. I've just seen it off the trailer.
And now we go turbo car racing. Here's the tail of the tape in Pro Mod. If it's got a flat hood and it's loud, it's a Pro Charger. If it's got a flat hood and it's quiet, it's a turbocharger. If there's a blower sticking through the hood, it's either a Roots or a Screw. And if it has a hood scoop, like a Pro Stock car, it would be a nitrous car. And I'm not sure if we've got any nitrous cars in the 585 bracket or not, but we'll find out.
No, Barry Plumpton was the lone.
He was it, huh?
Nitrous guy running in the 585 bracket, but he's obviously gone over to the IHRA 660 class. But Stu Walsh, this is his second car this weekend, so we've seen him in the new Camaro, the screw-blown Camaro. He's now in the turbo Camaro on track, and he's done very well here at the Winternationals in the past in Pro Mod. Lorenzo Galotto all the way from Western Australia in this Mustang. They're chasing their first 5-second passes. A lot of people
Did that thing just quit?
It looks like Walsh has just quit. And there's a lot of looking under the engine there for Galotto as well.
I mean, that thing was backing up from the burnout. They were lining him up. Everything, didn't see anything funny over here. I wonder if the guy backing him up saw a couple of drops on the racetrack and decided that maybe that was it, because he certainly didn't get signaled by an official to shut it off.
No, well, we'll see Stu Walsh back out later on in this class. But all eyes on Galotto now, the Device Project Group Mustang.
RW Equipment Consulting. That sounds like a job I could do. So what do you think? I think you should use equipment. I wouldn't do that by hand. Go get a weed eater or whatever you need.
Looking for his first 5-second pass. Can he do it here at Willowbank Raceway? Has run a best of a 6:01.
Shattered a tire, but it cleaned up. 6:01. Again. That thing, when it cleaned up and started moving out there, I thought, well, that's going to be a 5 easily. And I mean, like Maxwell Smart used to say, must it by that much.
When I saw the 401 at half track, I'm like, well, he's going to need a big top end charge if he wants that 5. But yeah, 601, they will put him into that #2 spot in qualifying. Yeah, 102 is a 60 foot. That gives him a baseline and something to work on. So there was a bit of fluid under the car here of Stu Walsh, so we can see the track crew there just doing a quick clean up.
Yeah, that was a whole lot more of a trail than we can see from up here. And it's apparently not fuel, because fuel would have evaporated by now. But okay, so back to the valve springs. So we put the old valve springs on the car and went 679 at 202. Came back, it's got 2 valve springs down 100 pounds, one of them that had a broken inner. It's like, yeah, but that can't be. I mean, it's just not possible. So it's like, okay, well, now at least we know the car is okay. So we put the magic springs back on, and we went back up and made another one, and it went 684 to 199 miles an hour. And we came back and we put the old springs back on and made one last run for the day and went 678 at 202. It's like, okay. The valve springs won't go down the racetrack. I have yet to find anybody who could explain that to me. Down quick to Benny.
We'll be back with episode number 5 of Alan's stories here shortly. Just circling off with Stu Walsh there earlier. Just circling off with Stu Walsh, that found some sort of oil leak. They're still not sure where that came from. So maybe a fitting during the burnout. That's all they know at this stage.
Thank you very much.
Okay, next up, Joe Gauchi in the Mustang for Profab. He's moving back here. So Joe, he's been running this Mustang for a little while now. He wants to get that number 1 spot. He needs to run a 586 with a 1 or better to a 5850. So he's got 11th hour window to get that number 1 spot.
The Profab machine.
So he was actually the one that ran the 586 in Sydney at the Nitro Champs.
Okay.
It is a work of art, this Mustang, for Joe Gauchi.
Well, I can tell you I like it. Kind of got that Eleanor look about it, you know?
Yes. Yep.
Did you ever see the original?
So it's funny you should say this. So when I race my dragster, before I go into stage, I do the let's go from gone in 60 seconds.
Did you ever see the original, the Johnny?
No, I haven't seen the original, just the Nicolas Cage one.
The original was a real low budget, like shot on the fly, oftentimes without permission. It is a cult classic.
Well, if you like Eleanor, you're going to like this car of Joe Gauchi's. Support from Carl Cox as well on the side of this car for Joe Gauchi. 101 to the 60 foot. Shoots out early, goes 602, 229 mile an hour. He was on a 5-second pass, probably a high 590 at the back door.
Yeah, looking at the 4 flat at the 8th mile mark, he probably wasn't going to go, I mean, unless it ran 260 miles an hour, he wasn't going to go to the 85 spot. But let's take another look at this one on the replay.
I'm thinking 98 or a 99 for Gauchi on this pass out the back door. It looked fairly clean. It was a nice straight run.
Yeah. Just clicked her off a little early. I go back to mopping over there on the right side of the racetrack, and just like that, we're
going to move now into top door slammer. So that's my cue to jump off, and you're going to hear from Wade Oncha for the first time this weekend.
Also known as the Ice Cream Man. All righty, we're going to finish cleaning up the racetrack, and then we're going to go top the door slammers. I believe they're going to take care of the right lane, and we're going to go side by side. Hi there.
Well, hello, Alan Reinhardt. Welcome to the Winters, mate.
Thank you.
Australia's big go. Can I say that?
Very good to see you again.
You too, mate.
I've been spending so much time over here, I'm starting to think I ought to get a P.O. box or something.
Well, you know, it can be arranged.
Yeah.
Beautiful conditions. I was just talking to John Zappia before, Alan. He was saying to me the air is cherry. So chef's kiss, apparently, is the latest thing you say about stuff like that. So Zap feels like the 59, that 559 with a 1, that is the national ET record for the door slammer side of things, could possibly go out the window. We know that basically Russell Taylor has been very, very close to that situation as well.
You actually think somebody's going to come up here and take that big a swing at it?
Yeah,
here
why
in the
not?
opening session?
Why not? I mean, we have 3 qualifying sessions. That's the interesting thing for us with this going down to a top 8 situation. Alan, in the past, like last year, we ran top 16. And as you know, with our all-run format, where we generally run every other round of the National Drag Racing Championship, it's there's not that same extreme pressure where you're going to get put on the trailer early. But in this case, the pressure is on in every one of these 3 qualifying sessions for top door slammer. And the points are very interesting. You've been at both the opening rounds so far, and I know before your first experience with us at Dragway at the Bend, you probably didn't have a lot of slammer culture in your brain, but then you hung out with us, and I think you were like, these are some cool cats and kittens.
No, there are some awesome automobiles, and the level of competition is incredible. I'm curious though, because the people that I've talked to, the championship conversation almost gets silenced a little bit this week, simply because everybody wants to win the Winternationals. You get to the point where it's like, okay, look, we've got time to worry about the championship later, and especially if you don't have that Winternationals trophy at home already, that almost takes precedence. It's like, let's change focus. Let's win this one race no matter what it takes, and then we'll go back to thinking about season-long championship later.
Yeah, and I think you're exactly right. There's so much prestige with this event, and as we know, Rob Harrington actually pulled off a giant killing upset here last year in the Monaro, a guy that normally would run 580s as a general rule, and you got guys like Russell Taylor who's run 559s, John Zappia's run 559s. They're thinking that 569 is going to be about the bump spot. So, Benny Bish, I know you're standing by. You do love your door slammers. Good to talk to you, mate.
Oh, absolutely, mate. I was a young guy hanging off the side of these fences as like a 12-year-old back in the Wild Bunch days. And so, one of the names that may have just cropped up back in those days, a guy in a little Gemini that just used to dart all over the place. Maurizio Fabrizio, welcome back to Willowbank. Mate, a tough field this weekend.
Yeah, 13 cars and... a bunch of them, I think I counted like 7 or 8 that can run 560s. So it ain't going to be easy.
It ain't going to be easy. I just had a little bit down the staging lanes. It's jam-packed. To see the big truck there, the tow vehicle. Is that something you bring with you, or what's the go?
Yeah. Llewellyn's gave us a new Silverado on Wednesday. Brand new, 95 kilometres it's done. So be glad to take that back to Sydney.
That's brilliant, mate. Okay, so as far as tough fields go, if there's anybody here for the first time this weekend, maybe you've heard all the fuss about the Winternationals. Well, what's all the fuss about? Why is that considered to be a tough field for you to break into?
Well, normally we've been running all-run format where you don't really have to qualify. Everyone gets to do 3 runs on race day. But being the Winternationals, it's elimination format. So we've got 13 cars. Only the fastest 8 will go through into racing. So the pressure's on.
It is absolutely on. This Winternationals deal, it's been good to you, and it's been a heartbreaker for you, hasn't it?
Oh, look, it's the toughest race of the year. Everyone wants to win this race. It's our Bathurst, So only one person can win it, and there are going to be 12 losers. So let's hope we're the winner.
Yeah, exactly right. Like they say, Wado, you ain't first, you last.
The cool part is that there's a nice little Subaru Brumby, Llewellyn Motors Subaru Brumby in the pits as well. I wonder whether Fab would like to swap that out instead of taking the Silverado. No.
He's asking whether you'd like to swap the Silverado for a Subaru Brumby from Llewellyn's.
No.
But thank you to Subaru for that, and it is still a great car in its own right, correct?
Come on, take your time, think about it.
No, I knew he wasn't. He's just tired. Anyway, it's good to have Fab here as always, Benny, that's for sure.
100%, mate. Part of the Australian drag racing, as you would say. And those days of the Gemini, we've just been referencing these names and trying to keep in mind our American guest in Alan. We said Tirana before. He's au fait with what Tiranas are.
I'm getting there.
Sure, he would describe an American, a nice Suzu, I guess, is what Morris is saying when it comes to Geminis. Yeah.
Gesundheit.
Yeah, possibly. So we'll leave you to take him through that later.
We'll see at some point whether Alan says how he cheers for somebody in America, because we did discuss the difference with that. It's what you find at the bottom of a tree, where you can use that term.
Yeah.
We have as well. Fab would well know. This is the 30th anniversary of Door Slammer. This is when we morphed 30 years ago. Fab.
30th anniversary of Door Slammer after the merge of Wild Bunch, and let's do something with this.
That's awesome, isn't it? Look, it's been a great class. People can relate to them because they look like real road cars, and they're just fantastic. And, put 3,500 horsepower engine in them. They've got a mind of their own.
Yeah, absolutely. You used to do a lot of passenger rides when you were driving in your own right. Who was the most memorable passenger that you ever had? Because you had Today Show and Sunrise and all those sorts of guys that you took down in the Monaro at the time. Was there any memorable ones that were really freaked out by it?
Oh, look, just about all of them hacked themselves, but one guy actually did.
Oh,
Packings off
wow.
on the run.
That wasn't Chad Naylon, was it?
He'd been out on the grog the night before, and yeah.
We do know one guy, Chad Naylon. It wasn't him.
Yeah, no. Chad loved it. Dean Neal chickened out, and he said, no, take Chad. And Chad was only 18 years old, but he loved it.
Hey,
Screamed
Benny,
a bit like a girl, but he was all right.
Benny, over your shoulder is the Pete Lovering car. The shoebox is there somewhere. Fab can tell us as well. That is the history of the category right there, Fab, because that is the original shoebox. That, Greg, there's some amazing footage of that car running alongside John Zappia here at the Winters years ago. So Fab would well know the shoebox over your shoulder is basically the original before Pete bought it.
Okay, so I have to play the role of interpreter here because he can't hear you. So, so he was talking about the shoebox, Pete Lovering shoebox. That is a picture of what it was like back in the day. It was, Captain Cuzzo and versus the 57, the Victor. And remember, when Camp Stanley came out, Tommy the Who, Howe. Gosh, with a Datsun 300 ZX back in the late 80s? Like, it was crazy. ZX, right? Yeah, it was too. ZX, not ZX. Sorry, Alan. Mate, they were cool days.
Yeah, that's it. And to see Greg and Cole's old car still running Four Slammer now, just unbelievable.
Yeah, sure is.
Still running 30 years later. I thought my car was old at 18 years, let alone that thing at 30.
Yeah.
It's incredible, isn't it? And that whole, I don't know if Alan can shed any light on this, but the whole term of shoebox has been sort of messed around over the years, hasn't it? Because people say, it's a 57 shoebox, but that's not actually where the root of the term came from. But man, American history, some Australian history out here, and gosh, here we are as a result of it 30 years later. It's
the car over your right shoulder is actually Alan's favourite in terms of, the pink Charger is not here this weekend, but there is the Lovering car, but that is the 37 Coupe that you're a big fan of, the A-Civil car of Ronnie Palumbo. And we're about to see a matchup. That's actually Steve Carlson off to the left, the cowboy from Yeehaw Racing, the Kiwi who ran with us in the Falcon Sprint last year as well. So, Benny, this is a cool matchup, Pete Lovering and Ronnie Palumbo, but this is the first of our 3 qualifying sessions.
Absolutely on the pressure. So, back to you guys, and Morris will go back to talking about the old times.
And the cameraman, if he shoots over towards the 4X sign over there, you can actually see the burnout bar and balcony. That is right there. That position right there is where Mark Allen's just wandering by, looking windswept and interesting. That spot there, you can upgrade your ticket for $50. There's a bar up there. If you go to the left, shoot to the left, keep going to the left, you'll see the bar there. So there is the bar, or the bar. We can get some very nice cold adult liquid refreshments. But what a view. I mean, you are right on top of it there, Al.
If there's a bar there and it only costs $50 to get in, do you have a wireless microphone that'll work over there? Could you run one over there? And,
You'll be talking about lots of cheering when you're up there, I'm sure of that. Let's take a look at this first pairing that we're going to see here, Alan, because we are into the 3rd round of the Australian Top Door Slammer Championship, and currently it's Russell Taylor just ahead of John Zappia. They each have a win apiece. Pete Lovering, we know it can run a 578. He was in the A final in Riverbend Nationals, and John Zappia was able to beat him there, but they had all sorts of issues at the Nitro Champs at his home round. They did a bit of testing before they came up, and they said their half track in their 60s are better than the car has ever run. So Pete, who is the Colonel, we know him, he's got an addiction to Kentucky Fried Chicken. He's the guy. Remember I told you he pulls up at the drive-through window and hands back the nuggets if they don't meet his satisfaction. He'll be up against Ronnie Palumbo, who has a 567 in the old Monaro that Morris Fabietti owns, but in the coupe, he's run a 573.
Now, I'm curious as we go back, as you heard him talking about down there, that this will be an 8-car qualified field, not the all-run that we're used to. So, again, does that change the mentality when you come in? Certainly in qualifying, let's make darn sure we're going to be a part of this thing first.
Absolutely. I think you've got to get a rundown, right? At this point, you need to get one all the way. Otherwise, what data are you really going to get from that? So I think to your point, Alan, I mean, I don't have to tell you how to do your job, but you're exactly right. Salem Matter is the guy that made his debut here in that beautiful 67, not 67, big difference for those kids that are playing at home. 67's way cooler. And Jack Danaher. Now Alan, the Corvette is for sale. It's True, I'm devastated to say it, Jack Danaher's Corvette is for sale.
Could we buy it?
If you and I can scratch enough money together from, I don't know, PWR or something like that, around 225 large, you can walk out of here
never mind.
with that thing complete.
Never mind.
So let's take a look at Pete Lovering in your left-hand lane. Good evening, Willowbank, and welcome to the Gulf Western Oil Winternationals, and that's history. The shoebox. And Ronnie Palumbo, that's a good skid. That's a good skid from Palumbo, Alan.
Yeah, I think that these guys are getting it after. I'm going to change my perspective a little bit. You know, I mentioned when you said this could be the time to go out and set the record, and I was thinking, I don't know, I'm thinking more baseline. But tomorrow, the weather's going to be very nice tomorrow, but the sun's going to be on a racetrack. It's going to be warmer. You're not going to have these conditions. So if you're going to roll into Willowbank and you want to set that record, I think now's the time to do it. I think you're right about that.
Ooh, you just never know. Pete Lovering, he started strongly in round one, got himself to the A final. The GRS towing at call shoebox up alongside the A civil entry, and the coupe is still coming back. Ronnie went almost to Queensland Raceway on the burnout, and he's rolling back. He was very quick here in the Fabietti car. Last year, great opportunity for him with Morrison, Mary Fabietti giving him that chance, and now saddled up to replace Nasser Matta, the boss man of the A Civil Group. His son Salim drives the 67, and it's time for our first look at qualifying. Lovering and Palumbo. A 578 is Pete's PB, and Ronnie's a 567, but in this car, a 573. God, I love drag racing.
I got to tell you, the more I look at that 55 Chevy, and I've seen this car a couple of times when I've been over here, I didn't realize that car's been on the racetrack for 30 years.
Correct. They lightened up the body on it last year. They made a couple of changes, and they lost their way a little bit when they did that. So Pete's gone back to KFC to restore the physical balance. We're good to go. Look at that Sky Slammer. 30-year anniversary here at the bank. Let's just start off with a good drag race, shall we? Both of them are kind of getting off at a 5, just looking at a 760 and a 683. They both got off it early.
Actually, very aggressive down low. You look at both of them are sub 1 second at the 60-foot clock, 967 on one side, 974 on the other, and then both of them started dancing around a little bit. The A Silva machine made a move towards the center line, and they both clicked them at about the same time, coasted through the top end.
I got to say, Lovering looked impressive. Thank you for that. Nice work.
No, I was hoping we'd go back and be able to see the short numbers because those cars both were aggressive early. And kind of interesting, we watched the 660 IHRA Pro Mods as we watch a replay one more time up on the big screen. Those cars tried to get aggressive and were struggling to get off the starting line. These guys both had a solid move. Again, 967 one side, 974 on the other to the 60-foot clock, but then couldn't carry the momentum through the middle.
Yeah, and we're going to see that varying, I think, throughout this run with the different teams that are working with those conditions. Salim Matter, first real full season for him in the A Civil 67 Mustang. And Jack Danaher in the striking 57 Corvette, the Wild Ink entry. Car is for sale. I don't want to see Jack go, but hopefully if he does, someone can purchase it and love it the way Jack does. He and his fiancée Tiana, a school teacher. And Salem, a very business-like, very short and sharp burnout. Look at that vet.
That bet is awesome. I don't believe that Solomon did the short burnout on purpose. I think he was looking to get after something better, but the tires bit back here, and he didn't have a whole lot of choice other than to just let it roll on out there. And whether or not that'll affect the run, we'll find out here in just a minute.
3 Matter brothers. There is the youngest, who I think is actually backing back the car right there. His mum calls him the precious one. He's the baby. That's Dad. NASA in the background just then. There is brother George. He's got the new Akubra. Went to Bathurst for some work and bought an Akubra. I think he looks a little bit... An Akubra. Or it's like a Bakhrubra, I think they say in Lebanon. But that hat is something a little different. Danaher has run a 595 before. Salem, a 571. It does things to me, Al.
I understand. And you weren't all that normal to start with.
Hell no, I'm not.
I do love that Corvette. If that thing's for sale, I cannot imagine it's going to be for sale long. Somebody's going to snatch that thing up in a hurry.
I kind of feel conflicted. I want him to hang around. He's good for our category. Budget racing team out of the Sunshine Coast. Palm View. Sounds exotic, doesn't it?
It does. Let's see if we get our first full pull here in Top Slammer.
Oh, no. That will be a no. Boy, that thing of Salem's, it turned hard left.
Yeah, one went left, one went right. Both of them got closer to the concrete than they wanted to be, and both of them took their foot off the gas. Jack got back on the throttle just to drive it on down and get clear of the top end of the racetrack.
It was a 958 at 60 foot for Salem. That thing really launched hard, but then it got out of the groove and headed to the left-hand side and had to lift as well. So maybe not quite as sticky as we were expecting. Mind you, we've had no fuel down yet. We've had no funny car down yet, so we haven't really glued the whole thing down.
No, true, but the first two cars that left the starting line, is at 967 on one side, 974 on the other, as you watch again on the replay, and I really thought, okay, here we go, right?
Yeah,
I mean, let the games begin.
Same. Daniel Gregorini up next, and as you would well remember, Alan, he was pretty spectacular in his qualifying run at the Nitro Champs, but ended up on his roof at the beach at the Nitro Champs in Sydney. Emilio Spinozzi, a 569, his PB this year. They've been coming down. And Daniel Gregorini, a 560. He always points out with a 1, just to make sure I know that it was nearly a 59. The Fuel Tech scratch and match entry. Has always had a passion for big skids. Now, Spinozzi made it into the B final, but they had a mechanical issue take him out before they were even able to fire the car. So Emilio, he wants redemption. And what a place to do it. What a great crowd on a Friday night. I'm told tomorrow she's going to be chockers.
Yeah.
Pretty well getting close to standing room only over the next couple of days. We know that Sunday will be close to a lockout if it isn't already. It is the Winters. Gregorini from Herne Hill in WA in the Camaro all-guy team. That's a strange thing to say if you didn't know that his wife has an all-girl team.
Yeah, not that there's any rivalry in the camp back there or anything.
No, Team Green and Team Orange.
So tell me this, are the Slammers going to do their typical everybody fire up at the same time tomorrow?
We're all in different places, unfortunately. It's such a busy, it's like the CBD of Brisbane here, so everybody's in different places. The Terra Civil entry, Michael Marriott, the Mad Professor, working on that car. The AS Social, Terra Civil, Chevelle. Sweet looking hot rod. Oh, there's no duds in Slammer.
No, there's definitely no dogs in Slammer.
You get Michael Marriott, bringing him in. Got about the most expensive backpack I've ever seen. It's like the Devil Wears Prada, Slammer backpack style. I'll show you later, blow your mind.
Okay.
He's got some style, does Michael. Hopefully, these guys are going to run a number. Like you said, let's get all the way down this road, shall we? Hey, Emilio! 564, hello! That's a PB, look at the boys. They're up and about, a 564. Put your hands together for Emilio Spinozzi, and the boys are amped.
That actually looked like it rolled the beam a little bit on the starting line as well. Might have been even quicker. It did go 966 to the 60 foot, so it didn't leave a lot. But it was certainly creeping just as the tree came down. Emilio goes to the number 1 spot. Gregorini, meanwhile, shuts off early, coasts down to an 1197. He at least, or 1187, he at least had the perfect seat to watch the scoreboard as Spinozzi put up that career best.
You know what was cool about that too? We just saw a shot of Aaron Deary from the John Zappia team in the lane behind, and he had this smile on his face like, that lane's good. Let's look at it again. Emilio just out of the hole and gone. What a run. It's about $1 million worth of coffee machine, that team. They do love their coffee, and look at the boys. They are up and about. Good stuff. Let's go to Benny.
Michael Marriott, I've seen you on the start line. Seen that much emotion.
That is unreal, you know. Unbelievable team, unbelievable driver to drive that car. Well done to Willowbank, to all the staff, and for giving us this racetrack.
Hello. An 11-time national champion.
Uh-oh.
Oh, that zinged. The Callahan car just zinged when it should have zagged.
Yeah, it definitely had some kind of disconnect in the driveline down there. Well, it's backing up, so apparently nothing in the driveline is physically broken.
Number 1 qualifier at the Nitro Champs for Crow Cams Australia. The Lucy Civil entry. Stunning race car. The Moitz entry. Callahan ran a 560 in every single run and still lost in the A. And what's going on with Zappia? Oh, well, it's just righted itself, I think.
I think he just wanted to see everybody run.
Well, they did that. John's already up and about with some of the complications they had earlier in Pro Mod. So, and they know that there's that rule as well with getting back into your spot to run within that 2.5 minute window. The Summit, Fuchs as in chooks, not in ducks. Striker, Monaro, that's Aaron Deary. Watch the way Aaron pumps on the bonnet here if we see it. He'll fire him up. He's actually a previous winner of Winternationals for Top Fuel Motorcycle. Keep your eye on the bottom of the screen to see whether Aaron does this or not. He'll bang his fist on the bonnet of the Monaro. They're waiting on Callahan.
Finishing up the wheelie bar set on both sides of the racetrack.
Look at him.
There you go.
Go, you good thing. He could bench press that car, I'm pretty sure. Aaron Deary has won the Winternationals on Top Fuel Motorcycle riding the Gorilla.
The Gorilla?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Robbie Zappia, John's wife, bringing him into stage. Jeremy Callahan. Can he go to number 1? Spinozzi, a 564. That is well inside his PBET.
I'm a little concerned about Callahan's car in the left lane, whether or not it's going to go into high gear when it's time, because again, it disconnected something in the burnout down here. Hopefully it won't do it under full power down there.
They got good form. Look at that. Boom. Well, at that point, it was wailing. Look at that. Hello? No shoots. So just watching at the moment, Callahan went to number 1, a 560 with a 2. That was an amazing run for him.
Zappia blew the snot out of that thing down there at about 1,000 feet or so. Watch this. As soon as they pull in the stage, watch this. Callahan goes to number 1. 258 miles an hour is pretty sporty down there on the top end speed as well.
It's a PB as well. He had a 560 with a 7 previously.
But for Zappia, this is going to be an expensive run. Watch as it gets down towards the top end of the racetrack. And there was stuff flying.
Boy, Callahan was just... Oh, you see the chutes actually come off the car.
It did. Did he get it stopped down there? It's almost impossible to tell. No, he did not. Looks like it ended up deep in the beach.
Oh, my goodness. So Callahan, 560 with a 2, his quickest ET. Spinozzi, a 564. Zapp still ran a 627 with that situation going on there. Ronnie Palumbo, a 683. Lovering, a 760 with a 1.
But we go from a moment of celebration to a tense moment now as we wait for word from the top end after Jeremy Callahan tore the chutes off the race car, and it definitely ended up kicking up a cloud of dust down there.
We'll see Brody Davies and Brody Zappia up in a moment as well. The two Brodys. Brody, of course, raced with his Uncle John last year in this event in the Monaro, and now driving for Morris and Mary Fabietti in the AC Delco GM entry. 21 years of sponsorship from Chevrolet, from GM and AC Delco with the Fabietti team. And Brody Davies, what a story. 595, was able to beat John Zappia at the Nitros on debut. The rookie, his mum was a gasser in Door Slammer as well. His dad, Gareth, is the crew chief on that hot rod. And it's a wicked-looking car, the Pennywise entry. Funny story, Alan, too. I took a few of the boys over to the Nibblefish. You know when you see people doing that on exotic islands where they put their feet in the water and the fish nibble away at the... well, they've actually got that here at the racetrack.
Really?
I have never seen one of those things at a racetrack in my life.
I can't say that I have either, but if you're looking to get me something special, I'd rather have another ice cream.
Well, the funny thing is I took Ronnie Palumbo, Brody Davies, Brody Zapier, and Rob Harrington over there to experience it, and we filmed it. And Brody Davies ripped his feet out of that thing so quick you would have thought there was a piranha in there, which I can't blame him because it didn't look like an overly fun experience. But you can have your feet nibbled here at the Winternationals, Alan. Don't tell me Australia's not unique.
Australia is unique. That might top the all-time weirdest foot thing that I ever heard at a drag strip, which goes back to a race in Las Vegas a number of years ago where Sally Martini, who was the pit goddess, took care of the parking. She was a goddess.
I get it.
In the background. And they came in and handed me a note one time and said, "Can you make this announcement, please?" And I read the note and I said, "You're kidding, right?" And they said, "Nope." And I said, "Sally Martini, would you please come to the tower for your pedicure? It's your turn." Well, race fans, we've got good news and we got bad news.
Yeah, so the best news is that Jeremy is out of the car and A-OK. Would you please put your hands together for Jeremy Callahan? I got to tell you, that shivered me to the core watching that, Alan. You've seen things like that before. The chutes just came, they did not deploy. They deployed. They just came away from the car.
Just tore them off the car. I mean, 258 miles an hour, and when they came off, they just literally ended up drifting down there in the wind and then landing on the racetrack. So, again, the good news, Jeremy's out. Jeremy's okay. There is, however, some not-so-good news.
About the chutes at the end, the nets at the end, which have been compromised, to say the least.
There are a couple of safety nets down there at the other end of the racetrack that are there specifically to arrest a car in a situation like that and make sure that the driver is able to get out and walk away. They did their job. They have, however, been knocked down, and it is not a 5-minute process to set them back up. So it is going to be a bit, and I do not have a solid time estimate, but I'm just letting you fans know this is not going to be a 5-minute, 10-minute deal. It's certainly going to be a little bit longer than that before we get it done. If I get a solid time estimate, I'll give it to you, but I just want to be as straight up with you as I can.
All right, so your foot story. I got a better one.
Well, no, the announcement was, Sally Martini, please come to the tower. It's time for your pedicure. And they actually had a guy in the tower doing pedicures, and so unbeknownst to Sally, they told her, "We're signed you up for it," and she came up and she went, "What was that all about?" It's like in that room right there. So, yes, you can get your feet nibbled has just trumped Sally Martini, come get your pedicure.
I've got a better one for you.
I'm sure you do.
So Benny Stevens, Top Fuel Motorcycle BAD A55 from Western Australia, moves to Mackay in North Queensland. Benny rides with a prosthetic leg. Okay, so an incident with a motorbike several years ago. Benny, pretty well from the knee down, has a prosthetic leg, which is for kids out there, is an artificial leg. So Benny is ripping, I'm sure everyone who was here remembers it, because he was ripping down the centre here, place is full, and he's tagged one of the timing boxes, and it's completely pulled the leg off its mountings, and it's down the racetrack. And I quickly said to the kids, that's not his real leg, because you have to imagine the horror of that. Benny was absolutely fine. He didn't come off the bike, but his leg did. So there you go. I've just weirded you twice.
I just had a Wizard of Oz moment. Like, first they took my leg off and they threw it over there.
So Benny was known for, and I hope he comes back to the sport because we really miss him, phenomenal full track wheelies, like just on it. And the big one-handed burnouts, and just a great character. So if you're just joining us for some reason on the stream, and I'm sure that Jeremy's lovely wife is back home watching as well back in Canberra. She's minding the fort with their tyre business back in Canberra. Jeremy Callahan just ran the quickest run of his life, a 5.60 with a 2. Very nearly in the 59-second situation. And unfortunately, the chutes have deployed and they've come completely clear of the race car, and he's gone in through the nets. And as a result, he's okay. That's the big news. Benny Bishop, I think you're standing by, and wow, my heart is still pounding. Oh, you're going to ask Brody about fish.
Well, that wasn't the first thing on my list, but I was more about this very, very quick rise to fame. There was a massive prediction, actually. We were speaking earlier with Morris Fabietti, and he had an incredible insight into your matchup. And he said, you know what, I know that Brody's going to win this. And
oh, wow.
And I was like, Oh, really? What? Oh, okay. So Brody Davies and Brody Zapier, it's great to see such young faces in Door Slammer, because I guess what we're used to is these professors that get in race cars and they just know how to tune them. But opening up the gate for this next generation, this is exciting.
Yeah, I think it's really good, you know. The young guys are really putting on a show as well. I mean, Brody's been killing it for a few years, Ronnie's been killing it, so it is good to mix it up, and, you know, we try to look professional while doing it as well, so it's exciting, you know. There's always got to be the newcomers that come through, and if we're it, we're here to do it.
Yeah, absolutely, and you're making the sport look good as well. Let's have a real snapshot of this career that has happened so quickly. Of course, Mum and Dad so loved in the pits, and you're sitting there watching it. Did you ever think that your opportunity would come so quickly to get in the big car?
Look, we spoke about it after Mum's accident, and I wasn't that interested, and you know, we kind of sat back for a bit, and we were just like, what else are we going to do? So we're like, let's go back to racing. And I was like, you know what, I will jump in the car and give it a go. And it was hard to get licensed, you know, rebuilding the whole car brand new, so it was a brand new car, and me trying to learn at the same time, so that was a bit challenging. But yeah, we made it happen. We licensed the Wednesday before the Nitro, Sydney Nitro Champs, and then ended up leaving there with a 595 car at 243, so very stoked.
Very stoked. I'm still stuck back at Mum and Dad talked about me driving the car, but I wasn't that interested. Now, how could you not be interested in an opportunity to drive a Door Slammer?
Oh, look, they're an animal, like these things. You have to respect them, and it's not a decision to just jump in one and think you can do it. So it was a big thing for me to back myself and go, you know what, I will give it a go and just try it. So.
Yeah, I like that. Now I'm going to get you, Brody Zapier, to jump in on this. I mean, you have absolutely grown up around the sport as well. And with Dad Rich there, always out the start line, he was always my favourite go-to when it came to comments and everything. But this idea of him sort of hesitating with the opportunity, was it the same for you?
It was a little bit different for me. I'd raced, obviously, juniors for 9 years, stepped up into Super Sedan, ran that for a year, ran Supercharged Outlaws for a year before I jumped into the Door Slammer. So I'd run every number from a 14 all the way up to a 6 before I jumped in the car. So for me, it was more just getting used to a new car, whereas I'd already gotten used to the feeling of driving, you know, a reasonably fast car. So it was a lot easier of a transition for me, and it didn't take me very long to get licensed, but I can see why, you know, jumping straight into one of these cars, I know I wouldn't be able to do it if I hadn't had the prior experience. So it really is, you know, hats off to Brody for how fast he did get licensed and how confident he is in the car with very, very limited experience. So
it is an interesting thing, because Brody touched on this idea of you've got to respect them, but then you touched on the idea that you've got to be confident in them as well. So how do you find that fine line between, okay, this thing could bite me, but unless I tell it I'm going to bite it, it will control me and I've really got to give it something?
Well, I found that line very quickly in Alice Springs at the Red Centre Nats. I pedalled the car a bit too close to the centre line and ended up in front of Daniel in his lane. So there is some times where you have to respect the car, and there are some times where you can put the car in its place, and it's really up to whether the track conditions are there, whether, you know, the car setup's there. You've just really got to read the car and read the room to see what you can do. So, you know, most of the time you like to err on the side of caution, but I don't know, I'm a little bit silly. Sometimes I'd rather get the car down the track. So, yeah, I mean, it's all good fun. It's all been good learning experience, and I got to do quite a few laps in Perth before we started travelling the national rounds. I probably got 40 laps under my belt before we did the series. So that really helped build some confidence and some consistency being on the same track over and over.
It's fantastic. How good are these guys? Put your hands together for the Brody and Brody show here. It sounds like a great podcast. That'd be interesting, wouldn't it? Getting all the insights on what's happening in the next generation of drag racing. Well, let's change gears then and change generations and have a chat to Gareth Davies. Dad, this little conversation around the dinner table, having a bit of KFC, and it's like, surely you and Shelley had a chat, and are we going to offer him this job?
I don't know if it quite went like that, but look, without lying, she wasn't that keen after her accident in him hopping in the car and doing it, but as she knows, since he's been in a pram, he's basically been at the track watching her and growing up around it, and, you know, he raced juniors for 7 years, and it was one of them. She looked at us and said, "How can I say no?" So yeah, and we were, believe me, shocked that he wasn't keen at the start. I mean, he didn't touch on it. And one of the big things was for him, and being a young guy like they are and kids today, one of the biggest pressures he had when we even spoke about it was his mates, putting. I'll pull that one back, but the way they were talking to him about, oh, your mum's gone on 570. What about like that pressure? People don't understand the pressure that does for a young kid hopping in a new car that he watched his mum wreck, and like she was severely injured in the car, and to take all that on board. And a lot of people don't understand. Brody tunes this car as well as drive it. He does like the whole fuel system in the car, the graphs on it, the whole deal. Like Paul Mahayat's been teaching him and guiding him for years, and Brody's picked that up and run with it. And like it's just always like it's always been. He was more of thought his career, because Michelle's was cut early, unplanned. He thought his career was really going to be a tuning point of view, and next minute he's driving it and trying to do the whole deal. So yeah, it was never planned this way.
It's staggering. And so fast forward to then a very successful licensing campaign, and then a very successful event straight after that. I mean, it doesn't get much better.
Oh, look, that honestly was, and it's what we needed as a family, as a team. To come back, the car was like kicking us in the nuts every single time we took it to the start line. We didn't know why. We finally found the problem with the car. I kept trying to tell him, similar to what I told his mum for years, I said, we know you can drive a car. We've got to be able to give you a car you can drive. We were struggling to do that with him. As soon as we gave him a car that could be driven, then he could obviously progress learning. It's hard to progress and get your driving right when you haven't got a car that will go down the track. So as soon as he got a car that he could drive, he progressed a lot quicker than... And I think that comes on the back of having 32 hits in the car. So, he'd presented to the start line 32 times. That's a lot of experience in itself. And when the car does a lot of dumb shit and changes and shakes and carries on, I said to him, you've had the hardest apprenticeship, getting out to where you've got. Hopefully from here on in, the rest will just flow, and it's been working so far.
Well, thank you for being a part of that big step of bringing the next generation through, because it really is important to the rest of the sport and for Door Slammer specifically as well, mate. Oh, look, 100%. We live and breathe Door Slammer. We're a Door Slammer family. There's a lot of other classes out there that we could run in, but for us, there's no question, mate. We're a Door Slammer, and people asked us all on our comeback journey, what are you going to run? What are you going to run? And from day one, it was always Door Slammer. That's so good. We really appreciate it. Insight, isn't it? It's a really interesting insight into just the conversations that we don't see at the racetrack, Wade and Alan, but those conversations that we see the occurrences then just come out of those conversations where it's just like, oh, okay, yeah, he's racing the Door Slammer. It's just like there's so much of a backstory to this stuff.
Absolutely, Benny. You're going to be thrilled tomorrow. Talia Pelt is coming down here tomorrow to be part of the Lisa Gregorini team. Yes. Queensland Sprint Car Race at Lady Racer. And I said, you want to come down and experience this with Lisa's team. They've never been to the drags before. The entire Pelt family have never seen it before. Likewise, Dylan Menz. Now, Dylan Menz is actually going to hang out with the Adam Murray team with Brett Emer, because Brett's an old Speedway guy, used to work for Rocket Industries back in the day when Sammy Walsh, Gary Brazier, those kind of drivers were sort of passing through the Rocket doors. So a couple of people that never experienced drag racing before, ever. And a talented guitarist too, by the way, Brett Emer. There you go. I knew you'd know that. I noticed the Top Fuel guys are wandering on the racetrack at the moment here as well. Alan Reinhardt, I can see Santa Junior down there, and also Santino and Brandon Cosbell is down there as well. And Benny's latched onto Junior by the looks of things. He wore a hat at the Nitro Champs. He wore a flatty hat, and I did a glitch. I've never seen him wear a hat in my life. And I think he did it on purpose. So I believe the hat is making an appearance tomorrow. The hat. We're hearing about the hat. You would hear what Wade's talking about, the hat. But let's just talk about drag racing. I know that's where you are far more comfortable chatting about. It's a cool breeze. I don't remember the winters being this cool at this time of night in the last few years.
I burnt that hat, by the way. Look, we haven't run in these conditions in a long time. We sort of got away from running at night, and part of the reason is just, the track gets really difficult. So, we'll just have to see how much longer that car's stuck down there and make a decision whether we're going to actually come.
Yeah, okay. All right, let's talk about this event. There's something just so special about it. I know it's so special to your family as well. What do you think it is about the winters that has lasted the test of time?
I think that
We're there.
We're back. Stage of this event, but also just the amount of cars that go down the racetrack here and the traffic that the racetrack gets, you just feel confident to be able to go up there and try and throw down every time. But it's a special place for the Raposada family, and we enjoy coming here.
All right, mate, I'll leave you get back to your research and development as we step back around here and have a little bit of a look around to see who else we can have a chat to. I'd be interested if Alan's still in on the conversation. He might be researching what Geminis are, and it's not a star sign, it's an old Holden model. But Alan, did you hear back in the day, did you hear the rumblings from down under when guys like Tommy Howe and Camp Stanley were coming down here and running in this wild bunch thing? Did you hear rumbles over in America?
I know he heard about Graham Cowan. I know you have great stories about GC, don't you?
Oh, yeah. Graham Cowan, got to know him a little bit when he was up racing in the States. That was really about the time that I was getting started with going in the NHRA. And there was a lot of stuff going on that I would hear about, but it almost didn't make sense.
Yeah.
You know, when you talked about what the Wild Bunch was doing down there and then what it morphed into, we didn't have anything in the States to compare that to.
Yeah.
So it was just, it sounded like just an outlaw offshoot of something that, again, I had nothing to compare it to, so I really didn't have a frame of reference.
Yeah, interesting, isn't it? Well, can I just tell you, because you've been giving lots of little anecdotes, can I throw one at you that's a really, really embarrassing one?
Embarrassing to who?
Embarrassing for me. I'm going to do this, make this real quick. So I was reminded of this. We had just come back from Alaska, and we were out the front of Dairy Queen, which is my favourite American export, or import. And it was being out the front of the Dairy Queen reminded me of a time I was at Indianapolis in 2010 with my mate Matt Nolte. And I was standing there, we were waiting for our order to come out, Alan, and I just started talking to this guy who had like a sort of a beat-up racer hat on, and I said, hey, man, you going to the races? He goes, yeah. And I said, oh, okay, cool. You sort of involved with any teams or anything? He goes, yeah, I got a couple of Pearl Mards. And I'm like, oh, okay, cool. Oh, well, down in Australia, we got Door Slammer. And he goes, you guys should be going a hell of a lot faster than what you are. I'm like, oh, okay. And then I sort of took a little bit of offense to that. So we started talking about, oh, well, you guys have got more overdrive, and I think your cars are lighter, and wow, and started talking about it. And he was like coming back at me, and I'm like, oh, okay, gosh, I'm feeling like a bit of an idiot there. And I said, anyway, my name's Ben. He goes, Brad Anderson. So, here I was embarrassing myself in a Dairy Queen. For those of you who are new to drag racing, Brad Anderson's probably one of the most respected mechanical engineers of the sport, and a very, very understated gentleman. But gosh, I reckon this pit would be full of Brad Anderson engineering heads and all sorts. So he's a bit of a legend in the sport, but you don't ever see his photo around, so nobody really knew what he looked like at the time. So anyway, that's okay, foot in mouth, but it was good to meet a legend when I was there anyway.
Alan, you've got your information on hand. I know you love checking out atmospheric conditions and the way that the air is changing, and temperature and track temp and all that sort of stuff. And right now you can see everyone's down there with the old sticker meters working out just how sticky this racetrack is. What can you tell me about the air right now?
Well, the conditions out there are great. It is a little bit chilly, and one of the things that Santo Jr. was talking about is, when the conditions get like this, it can make the track very tight. It can make the track very difficult to manage, and the horsepower is going to be easy. I mean, the correction right now is 1015. The density altitude is 118 meters. The problem is that it's cold, and I don't think I'm telling you fans out there anything that you don't know. 14.8 degrees. It feels even colder than that with the breeze. So, again, just how long it's going to take to get everything acclimated down at the far end of the racetrack before we can get back to it probably has a lot to do with just how many of the Nitro cars we're going to see. As Santo Jr. said, there may come a point where he says, you know what, we're not going to learn anything tonight. It's not going to do us any good.
You can just see Brett Emma down there at the moment talking with Brandon Gosbell and a bunch of the guys from Top Fuel. Ross Lamartina is down there wandering around. They're on a hat trick potentially at the moment as well. Let's go down to Benny Bish.
Yes, with Brett White at the moment. We just thought we would have a look. Alan often references a thing called the short time, or the 60-foot time, which in Australia, in metric, that's about 18.3 metres, 18.29 metres. Now, that short time, Brett White, probably doesn't make sense to anybody out there who's not into drag racing. But really, let's just go this way so we can hear our microphone. But that time, if you have a look, you could see like a little orange cube. It's just in front of the Christmas tree. That's that 60-foot time. Once they hit that, it registers on the timing system. Why is that short time so important?
Pretty much you want to see how fast the car's accelerating in the first 60 foot of the racetrack gives you a pretty clear indication how the track is and how you got your car set up. So the faster you can get there leads to faster you get to 330, faster you get to half track, and then I can keep the boss happy. She's got a...
Sorry, we just rolled out of that. What was that last part?
Well, if Meg gets the clutch settings right, we're all good. But it's my fault anyway if it doesn't. So.
Regardless of what you do, Meg, how good a driver is Brett? Does he do what you tell him to do?
He always does what I tell him to do.
Just regardless of whether it's racing or not. I guess the point is, for those of you who are like, oh, okay, how does that work? You can actually do math off that 60-foot time. We've seen guys, we've talked about this a lot before, Rob Tucker sitting here and he sees the 60-foot time come up on his phone and he can tell you what the ET is before the cars get to the line. It sets the tone for how quick you're going to get down the racetrack.
Yeah, it does. I mean, even driving the car, like, you'll know that it's left hard. You'll know by 60 foot if it's on its way. With the alcohol car, it's from the start line to about 150 feet. Yeah, that's a critical part for us, that if it's going to shake, that's where it's going to shake. But if it makes it through that point, we're leaving the start line at 7.5, 8,000 RPM. So, we're shocking the tyre pretty good to get it moving. So that's a really good indication of, if we've screwed it up or if we've got it right. And then in my case as a driver, and I don't come back and get yelled at if I don't swap feet right. So.
Okay, all right. You on your racing campaign at the moment, you feeling comfy?
Yeah. Look, we had a thing, Nitro Champs, it ran really good on the Saturday night. The Sunday we had a bit of rubber go through a nozzle on number 2 and torch the block. I've got to give a huge shout out to Wayne Newby. He went above and beyond to get that motor repaired so we could have a spare engine to come up here. But we serviced it, and we think we're in a good place. We're learning all the time. We're trying to get that 50 number that we know that's in the car. It just hasn't happened yet, but we're pretty confident that this weekend it'll happen, and keep justifying the expense when Meg sees the invoices that come in US dollars. So
exactly right. All right, so there you go. These guys are learning. We're learning. I don't think you ever stop learning in this sport, do you, boys?
We're learning at the moment how long it takes to change nets, which is extremely important that is a process that's not rushed. For people that are new to this game, Alan, it might have come out to check out drag racing for the first time. We saw Jeremy Callahan run an incredible number, just milliseconds outside the national record of a 5:59 with a 1 for John Zappia, and unfortunately the chutes deployed completely. They come detached from the race car, from what we could see in that replay. But the safety nets that run across the racetrack into the sand at the other end, Alan, how does that all work?
Well, it's something to arrest a runaway car down there and to try to get it stopped and save the person that's inside the car. I've talked 100 times about the fact that with a race car, going fast, not really that important. Setting records, not really that important. Winning races, not really that important. The single most important job a racing car has is to protect your occupant when things go wrong.
Yeah.
And the safety nets are a big part of that. When the car is not going to stop by itself, they catch it, slow it down, and then ultimately get the car stopped. We heard that Jeremy got out, was walking around under his own power, and appeared to be okay. That's terrific news. And we could probably run the rest of the night and never have a problem. But if somebody else gets in trouble and needs those nets and they're not there, then that could end in disaster. So you just simply can't take the chance. You have to take whatever time is necessary and get them set back up. And unfortunately, it is not an easy job. It takes time to get everything reacclimated down there. And once they do, they give us a thumbs up and we'll dive back into it. But it would be like, I've talked to guys in the United States 100 times about all the safety equipment. Have you ever seen anything that a funny car guy wears? Right? I mean, the thermal underwear, the fireproof underwear, and then the fire suit, and the gloves, and the helmet, and the boots, and the blah, 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 blah. You could drive a Nitro funny car in shorts and a T-shirt almost every time.
Yeah.
But the one time that you need all that safety equipment, you damn sure better have it. And it's exactly the same thing with the nets. You could run 1,000,000 cars down a racetrack and be fine. But that 1,000,001st car, you got to have it just in case. And so we'll take whatever time is necessary.
You can see Gareth Rogers down there, the crew chief for Morris McMillan, just walking, one of the full-time employees for the Rocket Aeroflow funny car race team. Gareth's just over in the right-hand lane right there, just walking. One of the many New Zealanders that has come out and found a family and found a home. And speaking of New Zealanders, I see Benny just tap one on the shoulder right now. A man who always has an immaculate hairdo, currently joint leader of the championship along with Josh Lay, Morris McMillan, who's now the CEO of Rocket Industries as well, and responsible for the tune of about 4 funny cars. So if there's a busier man on the planet, I have yet to meet him. But Morris is certainly a class act. He certainly knows everything about driving race cars. He used to race Door Slammer in New Zealand, actually.
So it's Morris.
Yes, correct. But no, you say it your way, because we did have a bit of a giggle about that with Morris. Your way sounds more exotic.
No, we'll just leave it at Morris.
It was the I'm a joker, I'm a smoker, I'm midnight Maurice, right? Is that where you got it from? Some people call me
I
Maurice.
glanced at the spelling, and in the United States, that would probably pronounce Maurice.
Yeah.
And so that's what I went with. And then anybody that knows Wade knows that if you make some mistake like that, you are going to be relentlessly beat over the head with it.
Well,
at least until the end of the weekend.
I just want you to be protected. I'm just trying to protect you, Al. You'd do the same for me.
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. I certainly would.
Either way, he's a class act, and that team, Funny Cars, going to be exciting this weekend. We've got 6 of them, including Luke Shepherd. Now, this is the good news. The Tim McCarthy Luke Shepherd car, they've got themselves into the big show now. They're into the program, which is cool. They've been trying to get some numbers that would give them confidence and the officials confidence that they can run in the field. So we're now going to see that Valvoline Tim McCarthy car run tomorrow and later on tonight.
I'm looking forward to that. We did see that car run down in Sydney a couple of times. They made some test runs. They were learning, they were working, they were licensing and trying to get up to speed so they could come out and compete. And it's good to see that experiment all went well and that they're going to actually come here and be a part of the show. Well, looks like we're going back down to...
Who are we going down to, Alan?
We're going down to Benny with more... let me tell you about... first time in history, anybody ever said that I heard, let me tell you about my most embarrassing moment at Dairy Queen.
Let's go down to Maurice. I like the way you say it. Some people call me Maurice.
Maurice.
Oh, jeez.
Morris McMillan, great to have you back. It's called the Nationals reason.
Yeah, it's because it's cold.
Yeah. Is it as cold as New Zealand?
That's why we moved over here.
It's a little chilly.
Yeah, it's a little chilly, just like a chili bean. Mate, it's an amazing event and all those different things. And this, I guess, is no surprise to anyone because the winter is never the same year on year, is it?
Oh, but that's what makes it so cool. Yeah. And it's, you had today how good the weather was perfect, sun was out, people here, it's a whole bunch of good fun. And then you just have an unfortunate accident like that, which puts the delay on things. But, it's racing, and as long as he's okay, that's all that matters. And, if they can get it fixed, we'll get out here and go as fast as we can. But making sure that the track and the facility and everything is safe for everyone, like the drivers, the cars, everything. As long as it's all safe, we'll be out here and hopefully put on a show.
X-Pro Nitro Funny Car is just growing and growing and growing. It's great for the fans, isn't it?
Yeah, it's really good, and there's 6 cars here this weekend, and they're all quality cars, and it's going to be some pretty good racing, I reckon. And the conditions were looking really good to, I guess, have a swing at it, and it's going to be a bit of a hero or zero moment for most cars, I think. But look, tomorrow's conditions look like they're going to be really good. Justin's done a wicked job with the racetrack, and sounds like ticket sales are pretty good. So hopefully we're running fast in front of a truck ton of people.
It's a nice way that you put that. All right, guys, we're going to go back to you. Morris is going to go and get a jacket on.
Thank you very much indeed, Ben. We're up here talking with Jason Hicks from PWR, actually, which I was just telling you is quite a phenomenal success story in the motorsport industry. Mm-hmm. They do all of the Formula One cooling technology, and you go into their shop, and it will blow your mind. I'm hoping at some point Keys might get out here and do that. The track conditions are concerning me. We did hear Santo Jr. just say before, we're not sure about how hard we want to run or what we want to do with this situation. So they're factoring into the safety and what they'll actually get from the run, right?
Well, and I also haven't heard anything recently about exactly what the track temperature is. There is a sweet spot where you want to run, especially the Nitro cars, right? The more power you're putting down, the more critical it is. And if you get outside of the sweet spot, 10 or 12 degrees, whatever, that's one thing. If you get outside of the sweet spot, 20 or 25 degrees, that's just a problem. And there becomes a time when the track temp and the conditions get to the point where there is no point in trying to come up here and run the car. it's not going to work out. You're going to end up spending a lot of money, potentially doing some damage, and you just have to kind of opt out. As of now, I haven't heard that yet, but that sounded like the concern that Santo Junior was having is that, depending on how long it takes, we could end up outside of our comfort area in the conditions.
And there's a lot of guys down there would know what that temperature is right now because everybody is wandering around doing that. So we may just find that out. So conditions, not necessarily ideal. I was kind of excited about him at the start of the door slammer session.
Yeah.
I thought even, John Zappia said, this is great air. We're going to be good here. But currently we are sort of halfway through this session. Jeremy Callahan, ironically, has the Crocams Australia #1 qualifier spotted. And bearing in mind we had 3 sessions, but that is solid. A 60, 560 with a 2 is solid. We saw Emilio Spinozzi set a PB. He was previously at a 569. To run a 564 is a giant leap, isn't it? And we're talking 1,000, 5,000ths of a second. It's like you can't even click your fingers, and yet it can be 2 years away.
Well, put it to you like this. It takes 200ths of a second to blink your eyes. So,
wow.
Yeah. And so if... One moment, please. There we go. My headset went out, but apparently the microphone's still working. Yeah, it takes 200ths of a second to blink your eyes. And typically speaking, 200ths, 300ths of a second increase on whether it's a personal best, whether it's a national record, whether that's a pretty big move. And Jeremy going down there and running basically 100th off the quickest run that's ever been made down here is like lick your chops time for the rest of the field, right? The problem is now obviously that we are in delay mode, and we'll just have to wait and see what it is that we come back to.
So this is your 3rd Australian racetrack, Alan. You visited the Taj Mahal of Top Fuel, the brand new dragway at the Bend, which is just cherry because it's brand spanking new, right? Mm-hmm. You then went on to the iconic and certainly very famous Sydney Dragway, and now we find ourselves at the iconic and very famous Willowbank Raceway. So you've effectively, we can't do West Australia this year because they're currently working on resurfacing the Motorplex, but every circuit has something a little different. But one thing I know you've noticed is the grass spectator banks.
Yeah, it's amazing. That's something that we don't have in the States at any track that I'm aware of, where the spectators can come out and just bring your lawn chairs, bring your blankets, bring your stuff, and set up on the side of the hill basically and watch the race. I think it's awesome. I think it is. I think it's a great concept, and I think that I wish there were some tracks in the United States that have it. I will tell you the one thing that I've seen down here, and it's exactly the same as the tracks in the United States. They're all different. The Bend, as you said, spectacular. It is just an absolute perfect show place. But I think it's kind of, you have to kind of wait and see what the history becomes, right? I mean, yeah. I've been in the States when Las Vegas was brand new, when Bristol was brand new. I was at the Motorplex very early on, and even though that place has been around for 40 years now, but the grand opening of Firebird Raceway in Phoenix, I've got to see a lot of those, and you go in and go, okay, yeah, everything's nice and everything's shiny and everything's great. There's no history. You don't.
Yeah, correct.
You walk into Maple Grove Raceway. You walk into Seattle. You walk into Indianapolis in the United States. You can feel the history of the place.
Yeah.
And it just takes time to develop that. And that's one of the things. And I talked about it earlier. Coming to Willowbank, I obviously the professional racers in the States that have come down here. We're talking, Tommy Johnson and Larry Dixon, and of course Jim Oberhofer and as a crew chief role,
yeah.
and the number of guys that have come over here and been a part of this that I've spoken to over the years. All really had glowing things to say about Willowbank, and it almost gets to the point where you go, okay, look, it just can't be that good, right? I mean, and then you walk in, and even my first time here, when I drove in and looked around, and you can kind of feel the history of the place, and I don't think that they oversold it. I think, if anything, that they undersold it, because seeing the number of cars that are in the pits, the number of competitors that are here, the spectators are here on a Friday, and I know that the rest of the weekend is going to be even busier. This place has the historic feel that it just takes time to develop, and since this place has been here long enough, it has developed it, and that's part of the reason. I think, the Winter Nationals is special because it's the Winter Nationals. The Winter Nationals is also special because it's run here at Willowbank.
Yeah, it's interesting too the way you can actually see the curve of the racetrack. Mm-hmm. You can see how it sort of arcs over, and the finish line is actually after the timing boards a lot of times as well. So there's a lot to take in as a racer at this place as well. But we've seen some of the gods of the sport here. There's a guy named Victor Bray that's in the crowd here tonight. He's going to help us out over the weekend with some door slammer commentary. And Victor would do a skid that would just about sometimes take you right past the timing boards. But that's the kind of local legend that was built around this place, I
understand. And I'm looking forward to meeting and chatting with Victor a little bit later on in the weekend.
Oh, yeah. What an icon of the sport. Anytime you mention Victor, people just go, oh, it's the king. You know, it is absolutely the king. Change in the run-up order, which is probably not surprising to you, Alan. We're going to finish Door Slammer, then go straight into Top Fuel and Funny Car, then Top Alcohol, then Pro Mod 660. So they're going to bring Nitro forward when we're talking about these conditions getting cooler and cooler. So that wouldn't surprise you.
No, it really doesn't. And again, you know, the nitro cars being more powerful, the conditions are more important. And, you know, there certainly gets to be a point with the alcohol cars as well where it's too much. But when you've got 4,000 horsepower, 3,500 horsepower, you've got a little bit broader window that you can deal with than when you've got 12,000 horsepower.
So I noticed lately the Drag Rate, the Bend, have been having movie nights where they've been basically using their giant screen for cars to pull up like it's a drive-in movie theatre. I would have to think that American Graffiti would have to get a run as one of those prime movies. I mean,
I hope so.
You and I would go down the rabbit hole on that one.
Yeah, we actually spent a little time doing American Graffiti trivia when we were back in Sydney a couple of weeks ago. But you know, there's a lot of interesting aspects of that movie. I mean, it is certainly not a true life story, but George Lucas came up with the idea for that movie from his real life. When he grew up, he grew up in the California Valley, and you know, the cruising culture, and that was a big part of it. I think one of the other things is, you know, if you follow NASCAR at all, Ray Evernham, who was Jeff Gordon's crew chief through most of his heyday and a number of his championships and most of his 97 wins, and he is a huge American Graffiti fan.
Yeah,
actually owns the car, the 1958 Chevy that Frog drove, and classic that, you know, like typical little known fact, and I love American Graffiti. During the course of the movie, they locked the keys in the car. And it's like, we got to shoot, we got to go, what are we going to do, what are we going to do? So they just smashed the window out of it. And for the rest of the movie, the window was down no matter what they were doing in the car. And when Ray found the car and restored it,
he left the window.
He broke the window.
That movie was filmed entirely at night. Pretty well, that entire film was based on their schedule and what time they could use and the available staff to film it. So you're right, that was all shot during the night. I actually visited Ray's incredible car museum and collection. He took me through in Mooresville in North Carolina and went through his collection of cars. And he told me about a phenomenal event in Wildwood, New Jersey, where they race on the beach side by side and do that drag racing stuff on the beach where the girl jumps and does the flag. And to this day, I want to get to it. It looks absolutely phenomenal. Folks, we're waxing lyrical here at the moment. We're hoping very soon we'll be getting back underway with the remainder of Top Door Slammer. Top Fuel will follow. Blast, Top Fuel, then X-Pro Funny Car, Nitro Funny Car will be up, then Top Alcohol and Pro Mod 660. So it seems like we're hurrying up to do nothing here at the moment, but there is frantic work, I'm sure, going on the deep end to get these nets repaired.
Yeah, they're doing everything they can down there to get it done as quickly as possible, but also as safely as possible. You simply can't cut corners down there because, well, if the nets hadn't been there, I shudder to think what could have happened to Jeremy running in there as fast as he was going. And should somebody else have a problem, we need to be sure that he has or she has the same nets, the same safety, basically safety net down there.
Yeah.
Just in case it's needed.
Absolutely. Can just see our team. A lot of the teams down there just trying to get as much track information as they possibly can. Tomorrow's huge, massive day for us tomorrow. And then Pauline Hanson. Now, I very much doubt you've met Pauline Hanson yet, but Alan, you are in for a treat. The redhead revhead of Australian politics, the One Nation party leader, they absolutely love her because she is one of those Aussies that just calls a spade and something shovel. And is very much about the old school way of thinking in Australia. So when Pauline rolls up, it's not very often a politician gets cheered in Australia. Pauline does.
I'm looking forward to that.
I can't wait for you to meet her. She's going to absolutely... Probably Australia's favourite, most famous fish and chip shop owner. And it was a drag racing model at one point. There's some images of her getting around where she was modelling with a couple of drag cars back in the day as well. So she will be here tomorrow to help kick things off. She's a great character and she loves her drag racing. Plus there's a flyover because there's an Air Force base just down the road from here at Amberley. Back in the day, we used to have, I would say F-111. I don't know if you would say it that way, but F-111 fighter jet would fly right down the drag strip over the top and do flyovers here. So you talk about the culture and their history, that's some of my favourite moments.
I like it. And I got to tell you, the modern planes I think are cool, but give me a good old Stearman, P-51 Mustang, something like that. I think those things are awesome.
So Midway and Battle of Britain and all that sort of stuff?
Oh, yeah. If you ever have a chance to get into Stearman, get into one, I promise you.
Okay.
Yeah.
We are doing track work here at the moment. You can see them basically prepping this racetrack here at the moment because we will have Top Fuel coming up very, very shortly after this. Interesting thing for the Rapisada team, they've got a 3-car operation here this weekend. Once again, Santo Rapisada enormously invested in this industry and in this sport. This event is actually the Louis Rapisada Trophy as well, which honours the memory of Louis Rapisada. So there's plenty of reasons the Rappers want to swing for the fences here.
And a big thank you to Santo because he is part of the reason that I am here as well. When the racetrack reached out to me and said, hey, we would love to have you come back over, be part of the Winternationals at Willowbank. What's it going to take? And we got to talking about it, and Santo got involved, and he said, hey, look, if there's a way I can help, then let me do it. And he is a big part of the reason I'm here, so appreciate that.
15 minutes is the call, folks. 15 minutes, and we'll be back racing. It gives you plenty of time to wander over to the Nibbly Fish and get your toes nibbled if you want to.
How long does that take?
Well, it was about 10 minutes, 15 minutes, I think, from the boys. I got the footage here. You wait till you hear Brody Davies. He squeals like a... Anyway, I'm just going to say it scared you. They're just like little electric shocks, these little fish just chew away at the soles of your feet. But I've never been to a racetrack in my life where they've had that. It's located near the staging lanes. Unbelievable experience, from what I could see. I was filming it.
You didn't take part?
Heck no. I mean, there was no room. It's in a bus. It's actually, the whole thing's in a bus. You sit in those little mini aquarium sort of tubs, and you sit there and they prep your feet and everything. It's quite the experience.
Yeah, there's nothing weird about that.
No.
Step into the bus and take your shoes off. Don't worry about it. It'll be fine.
It's well documented as well this weekend, Alan, that it takes a little while to get out of the venue, particularly tomorrow and Sunday, because there will be a sea of humanity here. So all I want to ask people in advance is to plan ahead for that, because it takes some time to get out. So just think about that going ahead. This team does a huge job. A small racetrack group of, like, it takes an army, right? You know how that works. And we have 500 teams jammed into every possible nook and cranny around this place, and that whole grandstand will be chock-a-block. So will the grass hill tomorrow and Sunday as well. So just be patient with people if you could, and we'll be back underway hopefully in about probably 12-13 minutes now with the resumption of Door Slammer. Whew, it's never boring.
No.
There's always something going on.
Definitely not.
So yeah, cool to see Phil Lamartina currently leading the Blast Top Fuel Championship with 2 wins from 2 starts. Unfortunately, our first round at the Sunset Strip in Mildura saw like a biblical style storm that rolled through. I was literally looking for a bloke in a wooden boat and a grey beard, but 2 of everything floating through just before we started the show. That got rained out. We went on to, well, Dragway at the Bend. Remember, we missed the first qualifying run for everybody because it was weather affected. So guys were just no data, no laps on the racetrack, no stickiness effectively from previous runs. So they kind of squeezed through. Kyle Putland, the West Aussie, got into his first ever A final alongside Phil. Phil torched some gear getting there, but a gold Christmas tree is a gold Christmas tree.
Well, the bottom line is he would have torched just as much gear if he lost. So once you get to that point, you might as well go home with the gold Christmas tree and your biggest share of the prize money. And then, of course, he came back in Sydney a week ago or a month ago, and repeated the feat. And it's interesting to note, I think, the Rapisada cars have been running very, very well. They just haven't quite had the Sunday luck to go ahead and close the deal out. And, well, it looks like Benny has captured another unsuspecting.
A fine young man he is that's standing with Ben, actually, as well.
Well, I can't even call him young anymore.
Yes,
he
you
was
can.
young
We all
back
need
in the
to.
day, but he's sort of like a mature-aged gentleman of much esteemed. Shane Phillips, welcome back to Willowbank. I don't need to say welcome. It's really your second home.
Oh, it really is. I'm here. Spent a lot of time here over the years and had a lot of fun both standing on the start line and in the car.
Yeah, absolutely. You and I have had some good moments together. Probably one of the best was this time last year. Just crazy. And I know it took you a while to sort of come to terms with just a massive breakthrough.
It was to get my first professional win in pro alcohol on the birthday at the Winternationals. in the quickest side-by-side pass in history in pro alcohol and fastest as well. Just you really couldn't cap it off in any better way, and it was the last run of the whole event too, so it was a really good way to sign off that whole event. And then obviously we ran the 2 cars last year, so I got to run against Dad, and it was just one of those weekends you kind of can't wrap your head around that it was that good. And number 1 qualifier, and he just ticked the box. There was nothing you could fault about that weekend.
Yeah. It's like it sets the bar now. It's like, can we do it that good ever again? Now, one of the things we've acknowledged every year that I've ever been involved is, hey, Shane, it's your birthday. You're at the Winternationals, da-da-da-da. Wouldn't want to be anywhere else. All of those different things. But it's just occurred to me, what the heck happened with Mum and Dad around planning when it came to you probably being born around Winternationals time? Is there a story behind that?
There was a little bit of planning. There was. But I actually... back then, the Winters was at the end of June, so my first race was when I was 2 weeks old at the Winternationals in 1990. Like, that was the first event. I was 2 weeks old. So my due day was actually June the 1st, and I was a little late, and then came just in time to go racing. So that's all I've ever known.
It is all you've ever known. You've never missed one either. See, there you go, Wade, 1990. That is not young anymore. 1990 is a long time ago.
No, it's not. 1990 is not that long ago.
You know what? I was talking to Steve Reed just yesterday, and I vividly remember they had a sponsor, a product, real sponsor called Start You Bastard. And I just remember, because that term has been used for years by angry Australian motorists when the car wouldn't start, the old Start You Bastard. And it became a legitimate automotive product. So I had great delight, as you can imagine, saying that on the PA. And Benny Bish, you would vividly recall the Newline Start Your Bastard entry of Steve Reed.
Absolutely.
It's an energy drink now. Did you know that?
I did not know that. All I can say is I've got a very undriven 79 Camaro that sits in my garage, and it's got a 305 in it because, thanks to OPEC, they put the 127 horsepower on the showroom floor back when those cars were available in 79. And the only way to get it going
is
that product. Just to say it. No, that didn't work. Spraying it did, though.
Oh, that's so cool. It's incredible to see that battle between the Phillips and Reed family continuing. Yep. And I got to say, both of them, both these Boone and that very nice young man that's standing right next to you. It's a great tradition. And how cool to have Benny Bray as well in the field here this weekend. So Pro Alky is off its head this weekend. I love it.
Yeah, absolutely it is, mate. And I'm going to go back and have a bit more conversation with these other guys that are hanging around here. There's a little bit of hand waving going on in the background too. Back to you.
Thank you very much, mate. Door slammer preparing. We just saw then.
I do believe the drivers have been told to get suited up and get back in the car. I'm looking over my shoulder and seeing guys starting to put helmets on and starting to button the fire suits back up. So,
bit of cranking going on there as well, which is always a good sign.
Yeah, just backing the Hemi down.
The two Brodies out there for this one. Brody Zapier and Brody Davies. What a great story, the pair of them. It was a problematic licensing process for Brody. It was actually Wayne Newby and Craig Burns that played a pivotal part in the rear end geometry of that Pennywise car that kind of got them back to having a more predictable setup and run. So very, very cool to see that story. I noticed on the right-hand lane over there, Stu Rowland walking around and Stephen Ham from the Russell Taylor team. And Russell, for some reason, always struggles in the first round of the championship when we kick things off at Dragway at the Bend. And he did struggle by his own lofty standards, did not make it to the A final, but he certainly did where he faced Jeremy Callahan in the final Nitro champs. Russell's come seemingly out of nowhere, Alan. Rookie season, he wins the championship and backs it up in his second year just to say it wasn't a fluke. He dominated here at this event the year before. Last year, he actually lost to Rob Harrington with that red light situation there, but he's just been phenomenal. He's run a supercharged Outlaw Tirana before that, but he's driven sprint cars, speed cars, Formula 500s, jet sprint boats, bit of everything, but he's bought a quality car and with two guys that are very smart, and he's been dominant.
Well, that's the way to do it. If you're going to go into a new sport, get good equipment, get smart people, and then learn at a much more accelerated rate. If everybody's coming in learning, it's going to take more time to get there. But if you've got 2 or 3 guys on your team that know the game, that's going to speed your process immensely.
I can't wait to see some Nitro candles. I'm a bit of a romantic, bit of candlelight, mate. Bit 11,000 horsepower candlelight coming up very soon for Fuel and Funny Car. But we are clearing the racetrack and preparing for the two Brodies. Let's have a look at them on paper here at the moment. Brodie Davies has a 595 to his name as a PB. His mum ran a 577 back in the day. Brodie Zappia ran a 576 for the most of last season, running with his Uncle John in the Monaro. He was mired in the 584, 585. It was a bracket car, but not necessarily the way you wanted it, particularly when you've got to run around at least 560s now to be competitive in Door Slammer. So Brodie has a 576 to his name. He knows he's going to have to step that up. And following will be Lisa Gregorini, who has run a 564 as her PB, and Russell Taylor a 559 with a 2/1/1000th outside John Zappia's best ever. So there's some juicy situations. And then you got the defending Winternationals champion, Rob Harrington, who's run a 581. Now, a 580, Alan, wouldn't be good enough any time on a normal situation to get a win at the Winters. Last year, he was around that 584 mark, 585 mark, and he won. You just sometimes have to put yourself in that position.
Well, you know, it's crazy. You don't want to get out of your comfort zone, and there's a lot of times. My mother used to play very competitive bridge all the way back to when she was in college, and we're talking like 1.6 million years ago. In college? Her college group played bridge and continued to play bridge until my mother was well into her 70s. They would get together twice a month, and they would get together and play bridge. And my mother told me something a long time ago that I've just stuck with me, you know, just some of those parenting advice. She said, if you have the cards to win, win. And if you don't have the cards to win, sometimes you can just sit back and they'll give it to you. But you don't overplay if you don't have the cards to win. And I've seen it in drag racing time and time again. It's like, you know, okay, well, you're running 560s. I don't know how to run 560s. My car's not going to run 560s. I can't run 560s. I know I can run 580. So I'm going to go out there and go down there. And if you make a mistake, I'm going to beat you. I don't have the horsepower to beat you, but that doesn't mean I can't win the race. And I've seen it time and time again. There was one of John Force's most famous wins in Phoenix, and this goes back 1.6 million years, but it's one of the things that I've never forgotten. John Force won a race in Phoenix, 4 rounds in Funny Car. The quickest car in the other lane, all 4 rounds, ran 11:62.
Wow.
Because John at the time had a dominant car, and he wasn't really running very well, but everybody that came up just shorted out against him. They came up and said, you know what, if I don't run a career best number, if I don't run a world record, if I don't do this, I'm not going to win the race. So they just all would come up and short out against him, and he ended up winning the race, having never made a clean run down the racetrack. So if you know I'm capable of doing this, I'm not going to get in trouble, go do it. And if your opponent makes a mistake, take advantage of it. But don't let your opponent get away with a mistake. If you go up there, try to get in over your head, and you end up making a bigger one.
So kids, bridge is like old ladies you know.
There you go.
Just so that they have a point of reference. Alan, there's been an update in what's going on with the program, and I'm not throwing you under the bus here, but I'm going to get you to explain the intricacies of why this might be happening. So we're going to go the rest of Door Slammer. Nitro Funny Car will run, but Fuel will not. And I think that call is based on the concern that the guys have with the fuel cars for adapting to these track conditions. And I know that there will be people going, well, hey, you know, if Nitro Funny Car is going to run, why won't Fuel run? But they are two dramatically different animals with the same horsepower, granted, but handling-wise and setup-wise, dramatically different.
Well, they're very different in the way they approach, especially coming off the starting line with funny cars and top fuel cars. And I hate it for you race fans that have been here all day and wanted to see this, and especially sitting here in the cold now while they were working on the nets. But I really think it's probably the wise decision. You know, there's a reason that the crew chiefs down there and the guys, they have a book. I know this will work. I know this won't work. And when you get into the conditions where it just won't work, there's no point in coming out here. You're going to spend a lot of money. You're going to waste a lot of time. You're going to potentially tear up parts. The funny cars just have different parameters. It's as simple as that. And so if they're still in the window where the funny cars believe they can safely run down the racetrack, I applaud the fact that they're going to come out and do it. And I don't think there's any shame whatsoever in the top fuel teams for deciding, look, these conditions are outside of our comfort zone. They're outside of where we believe we can safely run these cars down the track. So we're just going to pull back for the night. I think that's the wise choice.
And Alan, you don't have to hit the wall to wreck a race car.
No.
And we saw that in Sydney, right? Because Damien Harris got all sorts of discombobulated and basically bounced across the racetrack sideways on both sides of the lane and ended up drilling the chassis rail pretty hard on that left-hand side, and they pretty well killed the race car.
Not
It
was destroyed.
It didn't even have to hit the wall. So my point is probably, to play the long game for a fan experience, you could twist a car up and hurt it and be done for the entire weekend, and we've lost somebody from the field as well.
Yeah, you could. And I think, if the group got together and said,
which I'm sure
let's
it
not
was.
do this.
Yeah.
Because everybody out there understands, is there a possibility the car could go down the racetrack? Yes. Is there a good possibility? No. Is there a better possibility of doing some damage or causing a problem or something that's going to be difficult to overcome? And sometimes you just got to be smart. I mean, as much as I guarantee you, they want to put on a show for you fans. They want to come out here, and you've waited all day to see this. I guarantee you it's tearing them up not to do it, but it's still the wise choice.
And it's also another run that they won't get on these cars. So from a team perspective, right, although they may not get the data that they want to get, some of these guys need the runs, particularly after the Rappers had a pretty turbulent test session in Sydney Dragway during the week as well, so in the lead up to this. So they probably want the laps as well, but somewhere there is that common sense parameter.
And you get to the point where when you're dealing with conditions like this, if you come out and try to make a run, are you going to learn something that's going to help at any point? When's the next time you're going to be out when it's 11 degrees, 10 degrees, and you're trying to run with a track temp that is dropping down below your comfort zone? When is that data ever going to do you any good? And is it worth taking a chance on potentially hurting a race car or tearing up an engine or doing whatever else that could be massively expensive?
So just to repeat what's going on, folks, and we apologise for that, for any inconvenience it might cause you. Door Slammer will be completing their runs. We have 3 runs to go here. We'll move into Nitro Funny Car. Top Alcohol will follow as well, then Pro Mod 660. So it has reshuffled this situation, and when you look at the reason why all this is going on, I'm going to say, you know what? I'm glad. And the reason I'm glad is because Jeremy Callahan is okay, because that is always, first and foremost, our biggest concern. So Jeremy currently sits number 1 in Crow Cams Australia, qualifying for Top Door Slammer. I'm not sure what the race car is going to look like. I can only imagine that that's Jeremy done for the weekend.
Now, I'm asking because I don't know. If somebody has a spare car, has a car that can't run, could Jeremy stand on that time and come back in another car?
I would be surprised, but I'm happy to ask that question.
Okay. I know in the pro ranks in the United States, they can do that.
Wow.
If you tear up a race car, you can actually do it in between rounds. If you crash in round 2 and win the round, you can bring a backup car out and run the semifinals with it.
And I would think, just knowing Jeremy, that he would probably not do that just purely based on the idea that he wouldn't want to do that with someone else's hot rod, but it's a valid question that you're asking.
It is still the Winternationals.
Yeah, absolutely. And it is the 3rd round of the championship as well. We still have plenty more racing still to go. So we'll come back to you a little bit later on, Benny, but you can see there we're now messing with the lights, which means we are getting very much closer as Gareth Davies makes his way down to support his boy. Spare a thought for Mum. She's pretty nervous about the whole experience. Her Door Slammer career ended because of a race crash. But I think it just shows that when it's in your DNA, Alan, when it's in your soul, you can say you don't want to do it as much as you can say it. But if it's in your soul, it's in there.
Yeah, I mean, it's very difficult. And for families that have spent their whole life racing, you understand that you're playing a little bit of a dangerous game, and you understand that sometimes things can go wrong. But that doesn't make you stop, right? I mean, if you're a carpenter and you hit your thumb with a hammer, you don't change careers because you busted your thumb up. It's part of the job. You know that every once in a while something's going to happen that you don't like. But in a sport that you love and in something that you've poured your heart and soul in, you just simply have to keep going. And especially if you're running a family operation and your family is completely involved.
I think Justin Simpson is happy with this race surface at the moment. We're waiting on Brody Zappia in that right-hand lane for AC Delco. The creative ones, Tony Sewell is down here, a long-time supporter of Morris Fabietti and that team. That Llewellyn Chevy, that Silverado, is very, very cute, by the way. I know I shouldn't say cute, but that means I'm a Ford guy and I'm allowed to. But great support from Llewellyn's, which is very cool.
Weren't you just trying to trade for that Silverado a little bit ago?
Well, the Subaru Brumby is out there, and it's got Llewellyn down the side. So I figure Morris could take that home. If he's committed to the brand for Llewellyn,
right,
he's going to turn just as many heads in a Subaru Brumby.
Oh, well, yeah, and the Subaru's got personality.
Absolutely.
It's broke in. Any potential, new car bugs have been worked out, so we wouldn't, nothing to worry about there. And
I feel like Travis Pastrana has done a lot for the brand in the last 6 months as well, right? I mean, admittedly, that thing was... Did you see that footage? That was all shot in Australia. Like, Travis Pastrana is...
A lunatic.
Next level, yeah.
Yeah.
Good point. So I think we're about to fire, which is the exciting news. Just cleaning up this left-hand lane right now. Benny Bish, I think we've got you down there at the moment. No dew.
And people are saying at the moment out here on the track, yep, we've got the call. We're firing up. Are you happy about that, Willowbank?
Appreciate your patience, folks. That is for sure. Just saw the best legs in drag racing. Kevin Prendergast walking behind you just there.
Those legs have been a little battered and bruised. Just in the last half an hour, he just passed on to me, whatever you do, don't text and walk, because this ends up, and he showed a little bit of claret on his knee and on his hands. So,
I feel like we're really revealing a very sensitive side of ourselves to you tonight, Alan. Benny's come out with the Anderson story.
I can't help but think if you've got black and blue legs, maybe having your feet nibbled would help.
Well, you never know.
Okay. Yeah, no,
the fish nibbling.
Sure. Maybe this is a good opportunity for those of you who are new, for Alan to explain a little bit. There's a term they're using around here at the moment. Alan, is the air's really good. What does that mean?
Just exactly what it sounds like. Well, our correction factor right now is 101.2, which is the best we've seen all weekend. Density altitude, 72 meters, which is the best we've seen all weekend. And you were talking about the fact there's no dew. The dew point is 6.9 degrees, and the temperature out there right now is 13 degrees. So as long as you've got the separation there, 44 grains of water in the air, not a whole lot of moisture, no dew. And if there's no dew on the car, that means there's no dew on the racetrack, and that is very good news.
Do the dew. Rob Oberg, the legendary Queensland announcer, used to talk about mine shaft conditions.
Yeah.
That was always my favourite Oberg line. Hey, let's do this. Callahan currently number one. There is Brody Davies, the Pennywise entry. Gee, it's a sweet looking hot rod. Everything about this. They've got a new sponsor on board with Mainline as well. And Brody Davies and Brody Zappia, a pair of the new faces of top door slammer competition here on a chilly evening. It's not called the Summer Nationals, it's called the Winters.
Well, this is one of those times when the drivers will all be walking around in their fire suits, not because they think it makes them look cool, because it keeps them warm.
There's Daniel Gregorini in the background of the shot just there, Alan, who seems to have had some issues at Gain on that run earlier on. Let's hope that they can work their way towards that. Pair of Brodies. Interesting story with the AC Delco car as well. When Ronnie Palumbo ran that car for the very first time at Dragway at the Bend on debut, pulled a nice big skid in the first run and stuck it straight into the right-hand side wall and drilled it pretty hard. And his car owner has iconically and famously called him Hollywood. Nice one, Hollywood. But he went on that night, that weekend, to face Lisa Gregorini in the A final. They both had an issue at the lights and couldn't take the lights. In his first ever run, they went to Western Australia the next round and ran the final from the SA event, and Ronnie won on debut. So he hit the wall, missed the light on the A final, and went on to win a couple of weeks later in Perth. Drag racing's cool like that.
Yeah, just like I drew it up. Just like I drew it up. All righty, we all had to sit through and wait while our top-end team got the nets put back up, got everything taken care of down there. Let's make this wait worthwhile.
You got to think, too, for these young guys, maybe it's good that these young kids having to wait through that situation, and it'll teach them a little bit of temperament and a little bit of you can't control what you can't control, right? Brody Davies, a lot less seat time than that guy on screen. Brody Zappia with that 360-degree camera on the roof. They get some amazing shots out of that.
I love what Brody Zappia said, though, when Benny was talking to him earlier about his racing career. I mean, started with the juniors and stepped up the ladder. I don't believe having to sit back there and wait is going to bother him whatsoever. I mean, I think he's obviously been through this before, whether it's, okay, your class has been moved back or whether there's been a weather delay or whether there's whatever. When you spend your whole life at the racetrack, this is one of those, yeah, okay, we're used to this. It's happened before.
Morris Fabietti. Boy, Brody Zappia. Hello, Brody Zappia rips it through. Hello, that is a 566 for Brody Zappia, 599 for Davies, but B-Zap, that's a PB, and it bangs it straight into P3. Hello, that woke him up.
That was worth waiting for.
Yes,
566. Zappia goes to the 3 spot. Brody Davies at a 599. See a little bit of smoke down there in the shutdown area. Jeremy's still going to stay number 1, but after all that time, after all that sitting and waiting, and by the way, a tip of the cap to the guys, the starting line track crew, kept spraying out there, kept the tractor running out there, which helps keep a little bit more heat in the racetrack, making sure that the track would be in prime time shape when it was time to fire up and go, and I'd say it was. Watch again.
This was previously a 576 was Brody Zappia's PB.
Seriously? A
now,
10th?
yeah, it's been lowered big time. Well, we know this car can run in that 560 bracket because, well, effectively, Ronnie Palumbo has done that. Fabietti, you better smile, you cranky old man.
He said, old Betsy.
Old Betsy's done it. That run was just fantastic. Quickest run that car's ever made, and dedicated to Sam Fennick.
That's so cool, mate. What was the secret?
The air. No, look, the track, even though it's cold, it's sticky. The weather conditions are fantastic.
All right, best wishes for going on.
Thank you, guys.
So he's right in what he's saying, Alan, because Ronnie Palumbo previously ran a 567 in that car, and Bro's just gone a 566, and he will remind Ronnie Palumbo about that because there is a bit of banter.
Sure
I can assure you of that. Lisa Gregorini.
The two best parts about that, obviously, you know, anytime you run a PB is great. You go out there and run the quickest car, great. You're locked in the field. There is no way 566 gets bumped out. And no matter what happens tomorrow, pressure's off. He's going to be racing on Sunday.
Hello, Mr. Taylor. The OGL Royal Precision Lubricants SS, a mighty hot rod. He'll face Lisa Gregorini, a 564 for this gasser out of Perth, Western Australia. The scratch and match entry. Lisa was getting after it too in Sydney. She was starting to really nudge her PB as well, but she ended up in the beach early in the weekend for Nitro Champs. She has only run here once before. In the 3 years, this is their 3rd year. She didn't run here last year.
She's got those special guests coming out tomorrow as well, early during the weekend. How special would it be to bring them out here and say, oh, by the way, you're hanging out with the #1 qualifier, or you're hanging out with somebody that just ran a PB last night, or you're hanging out with one of the real hot rod cars. That would be high on my to-do list if I'm Lisa Gregorini.
Now, if Brody Zappia has just run a PB at a 566, you got to wonder what Russell Taylor has in his bag of tricks as well. Traditionally, Russell's first qualifying run is not his best. But I just got to think this could be something special as well. He's a gasser, no doubt about it. Stephen Ham and Stu Rowland playing dual crew chief role on that car. And the man out of Western Australia, in fact, a pair of West Aussies here. Russell's waiting. Incidentally, that word there is Coburn. Just in case you were wondering.
Coburn, yeah.
Sounds like an accident at the beach, doesn't it?
Got it. Yes, it does. Yes, it does.
So here we go. Lisa is in. Gregorini and Taylor. Boy, it's all kinds of exciting in qualifying 1 for Top Door Slammer. Oh, Lisa had to lift. Russell did not. Russell Taylor, it's not what he would be wanting from that, but he was kind of having to work that thing.
He did lift a little bit before the finish line. You can see the speed down only 196 miles an hour. Car was running very good early, 9:39 to the 60-foot clock, and I thought Russell was on his way to the top half of the field, but then it obviously went silent before it got to the finish line. Now remember, race fans, most of you guys, if you're regulars here, probably know this. I've been reminded a couple of times. The finish line is actually beyond the scoreboards
Correct.
down there, so it looked like he shut off at about the scoreboards, and that's what knocked the speed down as we take another look.
Just watching Lisa there too, the car sort of drifted towards the centre line. I think she, with her experience as well, even though she's only been in the game a short time, she's a very safe racer. Like, you'll never see her try and drive out of situations like that. She's currently in 9th. So if we were wrapping things up at this point, she would not be in the show. We're going to reduce the field to 8 by the time we get around to racing on Sunday for the Gulf Western Oil Winternationals. But Russell Taylor at a 6:02 right now. I did say to you, he never does his best run on his first run in qualifying. Coming up in a moment is the defending champion for Winternationals, Rob Harrington, the live wire. The Monaro has bad influence written down the side of it. And if you were in with the nibbly fish with Rob earlier today, the bad influence thing is well deserved. The guy would have fun at a tax convention. Benny.
Righto. Stewie Rowland, it almost feels like that was a waste of good air.
Yeah, 100%. Yeah, look, we've honestly looked like we've underestimated the track. We're a bit concerned with the temperature of the fast track tonight and great air, but yeah, we just missed it. Simple as that.
All right, Stewie Rowland.
Interesting. 939 to 60 foot. That's normally where you make the initial move, and as we talk. I hate when people burn out over my stories. When we talked earlier, you know, why the 60 foot is so important? Well, because simple physics will tell you objects in motion stay in motion. And the quicker you get that object in motion, it exponentially pays off down the racetrack. 939 to 60 feet is getting it.
See, physics, it seemed like a good place to hang out when I was at school. Turns out I was wrong. Inertia, velocity, right? All those cool things.
Absolutely.
I only survived chemistry because my chemistry teacher was a crew chief on a midget on a speed car racer at Claremont, and he took pity on me. This guy here has a PB of a 581. He gets up around power lines, this guy, for a living. Lives in Emerald in Queensland. He's a great character, no doubt about that. And this team would absolutely love. They dropped their PB down at the Nitro Champ, so they've been making some big inroads.
They're working on something there on the side of the injector that they're not happy with.
It doesn't sound great. Sound a little bit agricultural to me. Are they going to shut this down, or are they okay?
Oh, no. They're not going to shut it down.
A little bit of blower frost. No problem there.
No, that's typical. It might have been a little bit of a fuel thing. There's fuel lines that go into the back of that injector, or it might have been a vacuum leak, but either way.
It's clearing his throat now.
It looks like they're happy with it. Is that the shortest wheelbase car in Slammer?
Does look a little nifty, doesn't it?
I mean, if it's not, it's got to be on the list.
You can't imagine it'd be much shorter than the AC Delco Monaro of Fabietti and Zappia. I'll ask that question for you later.
All right.
So what can Harrington do? Right now, if you were going into the show right now, you'd have to run better than a 760, which you would certainly lean on the side of that happening. We've got 2 more sessions to run. The defending champ of the Winners wants to prove it's no fluke. The clutch car runs a 655.
You can see on the starting line, at least over here on the left side of the
Pro-Mod
racetrack,
660 to the lanes for
the 2
Q3.
front pipes, number 1, number 3, were both really wet on the starting line, and I'm thinking, well, they're going to clean up as soon as he dumps the, as soon as he dumps the clutch and smashes the pedal down, but they didn't. He hit the gas, and it still had 2 pipes that were certainly not firing clean, and it just kind of labored its way down there to a 655. But Jeremy Callahan going to end up on top, even though his car ended up through the net.
I'm looking forward to catching up with Jeremy just to make sure he's A-OK. Certainly one of the most respected and admired people in our pit area, just purely on personality and balance of character alone, let alone what he does in that immaculate Moit's Motorcars entry.
Now, race fans, remember, the next thing coming out is Nitro Funny Car. We're going to put down a little sticky stuff. Tractor's going to run back and forth a couple of times, so we'll have a minute or 2, and then it'll be Nitro.
Queensland's loudest horsepower parties unite for Northern Nats 10, July 23 to 26, 2026 at Springmount Raceway. Northern Nats and Tropical Meltdown join forces for 4 days of burnouts, drag racing, power skids, show and shine, live music, camping and more. There's almost $60,000 in prize money up for grabs. For tickets and event info, visit northernnats.com.au.
We can do better. Needs more boost. Whether you're running a business, working on the job, or prepping for your next pass down the strip, a Super Cheap Auto trade account gives you trade pricing on essential automotive parts and consumables.
Street Machine is Australia's favourite car magazine, documenting the achievements of the hot car community with a fiery passion. And that includes drag racing, with the crew on deck this weekend at the Winternationals, covering everything from top fuel to sportsman racing. You can get a Street Machine subscription for yourself or a loved one from as little as $89, which includes free delivery to your door before it hits the shops. Get on it at streetmachine.com.au. The U4U is an iconic Street Machine project car, and it's just copped a massive restoration. It's flamed, it's slammed, and it sounds awesome. Valued at $75,000, it could be yours. Enter now at win.streetmachine.com.au. T's and C's apply.
This is an exciting time for Top Fuel racing as we literally blast off on the Blast Australian Top Fuel Championship. What is Blast? Well, this guy's a good guy to ask. Lee Bartlett, the co-founder of Blast. What is Blast?
Well, Blast is what you think it is, what you expect it would be. It's the ultimate car cleaning ecosystem. So it's all wall mounted.
Yes.
And it's mounted in your garage, no setup time. Just pull up in your rig, your four-wheel drive, your car, your caravan, and start cleaning.
Marine too, right? You can do boats.
Boating, yeah, absolutely, boating too.
If it's dirty, Blast.
Absolutely.
So vacuuming as well, you've got the chemicals as well for cleaning.
Yep, so it's about, the 3 stages of keeping your car clean. So vac, wall mounted, wet dry vac, with a 10-metre retractable hose. Then obviously the wash, we've got a 30-metre hose in this machine, a 2,300 PSI. This thing is the perfect tool for not just washing your car, cleaning your driveway, cleaning the solar panels on your roof, cleaning your gutter, your caravan, your boat. This thing is a game changer. And then this is what car dealers use. These are the detailers. This is how they get that really good pristine finish on the car. It's dry your car with heat and air. So this is an Air Max car dryer blower. This is the ultimate car care setup.
So basically with Top Fuel, we're all about high performance, right? Nothing's more high performance than a Top Fuel car.
Yep.
This makes perfect sense.
Absolutely. For us, it's all about saving our customers time so they can get back to doing what they love, and every second counts. That's the same in car racing, right? And the same in motorsport. Every second counts. So for us, it's the perfect match. It's the perfect reason why we would be supporting the Top Fuelers.
Bang Shift Automatic Shifters by Aeroflow Performance. A premium range of performance automatic shifters engineered for positive engagement, smooth operation, and precise gear selection when it counts. From tough street builds to dedicated race cars, Bang Shift delivers clean, confident shifts and total control, pass after pass. When precision matters, make every shift count. Upgrade to Bang Shift from Aeroflow Performance. See the full range now at aeroflowperformance.com. X-Pro Ignition by Aeroflow Performance. A complete range of high-performance spark plug leads, ignition coils, control boxes, distributors, and supporting components. Engineered for stronger spark, sharper throttle response, and total ignition control. From street builds to serious race applications, X-Pro delivers the spark your engine demands, with reliability you can trust. Don't leave power on the table. Upgrade to X-Pro Ignition from Aeroflow Performance. See the full range now at aeroflowperformance.com.
Street Machine Drag Challenge, presented by VPW, is the playground of Australia's toughest, genuine street cars. 300 plus competitors will drive over 1,300 kilometres across Victoria and South Australia, racing 5 days in a row. Drag Challenge is the ultimate test for any tough street car. Running from October 27 to 31st, visit dragchallenge.com.au for more information.
You can spot them from a mile away. The ones who run Mickeys. They don't blend in. They don't back down. They build bigger. They drive harder. They win. Mickey Thompson isn't for everyone. It's for those who refuse to follow and choose to lead. Running Mickeys means something. It means you're part of a movement. Builders, racers, rebels. People who defy limits. Who set trends, not follow them. Who don't ask for permission. You want grip? You want guts? You want glory? Then you want Mickeys. Because if you're not running Mickeys, you're missing out on the most iconic name in tires and wheels. Born from American ingenuity, still American owned. Built for those who blaze their own trail. Mickey Thompson, for the bold, for the winners, for
Welcome to X-Pro Nitro Funny Car. What a vibe. Josh Lay and the birthday boy, Damon Payton, turned 30 years old today.
You think they're putting some fuel in those things? Look back under the lights.
Epic, isn't it?
Oh, I love it.
Brody Pilkington striding to the right of that shot just then, the crew chief for the Bang Shift Rockets entry. See, you taught me that.
Yeah. Pause for burnout.
Yeah. Doesn't the XTR car look sick? It is such a pretty hot rod. Have a look at that. the brand new tyre brand for Rocket Industries.
All day long, we've been talking about the headwind, the headwind, the headwind. Look out there right now.
Look how still it is.
0. No wind whatsoever. Man, you think these guys are pouring some fuel in those things? Holy smokes.
How good do they look under lights, by the way?
There will not be a dry eye on the starting line.
Josh Lay has a 393. Alan Reinhardt against Peyton, who's never run a 3. A 407. Wouldn't you love to see him blow the candles out on this one and get himself into the 3s? Is that even optimistic, realistic? I don't care. It'd be fantastic.
It would definitely be fantastic. I will be thrilled if we get both of them down the racetrack, flames up, past the scoreboards. You race fans have stayed out here and hung out, and you deserve to see a great show. I've got my fingers crossed. I guarantee all the crews are feeling exactly the same way. It is a chilly racetrack. The real key is going to be, are you aggressive enough? With a Nitro car in particular, you've got to be aggressive as the racetrack gets better, because if you come up soft, you're going to shake.
It took a little bit of extra time to get the Peyton car in. Boy, you think it's cold? The starter's even got the gloves, the multi-layered jacket. The only one wearing more clothes than him is Damon Peyton.
And not by much.
No. Here we go. The boys hammer down on the hood. I use that word hood for you, by the way.
I appreciate that.
It's tougher than bonnet, I got to admit. Sounds like what an old lady wears. Time to go. Funny car. Round 1 of 3. Yeah.
Yeah, both of them off the starting line solid, and both of them got out there and started rattling out there about 150 feet or so, and not a whole lot you can do with them other than take your foot off the gas. It still blows my mind that you're on the throttle for, what, less than a second?
Yeah.
And the car still gets to the finish line in less than 8 seconds, 90 miles an hour. Josh Lay, 762 at 90 miles an hour, and Damon Peyton right alongside him, 885 at 75 miles an hour. It's cold out there. It's going to be difficult.
Kind of like my wedding night. It's still the best 3 seconds of my life, Alan. When those things leave the line, it's just wild, isn't it? I love it. The noise, the violence, the anger.
Be curious to know if your wife felt the same way about the wedding night.
She's still coming to terms with it, I think. Josh Lay, 762 is nothing to talk about, but, well, they'll get some kind of data from that, won't they?
Yeah, definitely. The problem is...
She's my ex-wife, by the way. That probably explains it.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
Peyton runs an 885. I just like the challenge of playing verbal volleyball with you, Alan. I'm pretty sure when you first met me, you're like, what is this?
No.
And now 4 rounds later, you're probably still thinking that.
Nope, I'm all in. Let's go. Take the gloves off. Let's get after it.
2 more runs coming up, or 2 more rounds of competition. We're going to welcome to the crease, as it were. That's a cricket term that you don't even need to think about. Justin Walsh, fresh into the 3s with a 396. And not only that, Alan, we just discussed it, the quickest mile per hour, 326.7 mph. He stole the mile per hour record off Morris McMillan.
Yeah, they were pretty jazzed about that when it happened in Sydney about a month or so ago.
Yes, they were. Morris McMillan is the guy that owns the quickest ET, however, with a 392, and it happened right here at Willowbank.
We're getting both of them a boost down there at the other end of the racetrack, get them cleaning around the corner, and we should be ready to fire the next pair up.
Justin Walsh out of Ormo in Queensland, and Morris McMillan, the expat Kiwi who now lives in Sydney. That's a term you can probably Google because there's a few of them who followed that path over the years. He's the defending champion of the X-Pro Nitro Funny Car Championship. Josh Lay, however, is the joint series leader with Morris after the first couple of rounds. We had, of course, a round here, Alan, in January, but a storm blew right through the joint before round 2. A lot of the people from this venue looking around going, yes, it did, and cancelled the event out. You can see Graham Frawley just to the left-hand side of the screen. The Tommy Boy movie. God, I love that.
I got to tell you, I really love that boosted car. The way that thing looks, and especially under the lights.
Yeah.
Morris McMillan's machine. It just pops, you know what I mean? It just pops.
It used to be yellow. It was a big thing for GC to switch up the colour on it. It's very traditional. But mind you, the Hart's Paint Supplies car is pretty damn sexy as well.
It definitely is.
In fact, you won't find something that's not mean in this category. We've got Adam Murray, welcome back. and Luke Shepherd in our third and final run for X-Pro Nitro Funny Car. So far, well, it's nothing to talk about. Josh Lay, that won't last tomorrow. It might last tonight, but I'm not sure about tomorrow.
How's this for a fun fact? You see all that fuel floating around in the air out there? Those cars down there right now, at an idle, burning a gallon of fuel every 12 seconds.
That would change the balance of the car every second, right?
Pretty much.
So someone holds you out and hangs you out on the light, it changes a lot of dynamics.
3 or 4 seconds isn't terrible. You get much longer than that, though. Nitro weighs about 10 pounds a gallon. It's much heavier than gasoline is. And it's 5 gallons a minute at an idle. That's a gallon every 12 seconds.
Just watch Gareth Rogers lean in. Well, Justin Walsh is up and about. After a 396 in Sydney, he's feeling awfully good about life. Kind of exactly mirror image of what we saw in the first run.
Wash, rinse, repeat. They went out there about the same spot. Like I said earlier, you got to be aggressive. 825 comes up for Morris. Justin goes down at an 832. These cars have to spin the tires. It's as simple as that. And as the track gets so much bite in it, it makes it much more difficult to spin the tires. If the tires bite, they will shake. The wheels will wrap up inside the tire until, like stretching a spring beyond its capacity, the tires snap back. But they have to spin the tires all the way down the racetrack. And I know you've seen the graph. We've talked about it before. But a car on a good run, they'll lay a front wheel graph and a rear wheel graph. The rear wheels are outrunning the front tires all the way down to the stripe until the driver takes a foot off the gas and they come right back together.
Because imagine if it did get to that perfect storm, how quick the damn thing would go. If it did lock up.
Well, watching again on the replay, and again, you can see both of them just get out there and start shaking. But with as big as the tires are, if they're not slipping a little bit on the racetrack, as I said, they just end up wrapping up and then snap back and wrap up and snap back, and that's what tire shake is all about.
We still have Pro Alcohol to come after this next round, and then, of course, the IHRA Pro Mod 660 as well. So still a little bit more competition. Welcome back from the balcony bar and burnout situation earlier, by the way. It's a ripping spot. Have you checked it out yet? Boy.
You want me to go to the bar?
Well, good point, really.
Really? I mean, is that permission?
My challenge for the winters is I have to do what some would seem an incredibly ambitious project. I need to get Victor Bray off Bundy and onto methanol moonshine whiskey-flavoured caramel cola. What do you reckon my chances are? Bugger all. It's free, though. I'm giving it to him for free. It's got to give me something, right?
It's got to be helpful, yes, no doubt.
I'm pretty sure that Victor is a shareholder in Bundaberg Rum. Have you ever tried Bundaberg ginger beer, by the way, Alan?
I can't say that I have.
We've been drinking premixed cans in Australia since the 80s. So it's been a big culture. Bundy rum and cola on UDL cans back in the day was quite the thing.
Okay.
It's called fighting juice. You drink it, you get a little bit more ambitious, and Victor has made an absolute lifestyle out of it over the years. So I'm looking forward to trying. If I can get him on the methanol moonshine, I can retire. If he can swap out the Bundy and go methanol moonshine, we'll be laughing. A little bit of a clean-up in aisle 5 here at the moment, but I don't think it's going to take too much longer before we see Luke Shepherd in the field for the first time. The Tim McCarthy Luke Shepherd team, they've run a 4:25. They did that in Sydney, and they have just been learning and learning and learning with this race car. We welcome back Adam Murray from the Northern Territory. Great to have him back. His PB is a 4:09. That's not going anywhere tonight based on what we've seen so far. But it's good to see Adam. He missed the Nitro champs. He ran the first round in Adelaide, and we're really looking forward to seeing what he does this weekend.
Just waiting for the signal to go ahead and fire the next pair, and I still just want to see one set of flames go past the scoreboards. That's all. That's what I'm hoping for right now.
You've had your ice cream, and now you're getting quite needy.
Yes, definitely. I want it for the fans. Everybody that hung out through all of that downtime while they were restoring the nets and taking care of what they needed to do.
So there is the finish line. That's the bit that probably, it's a great shot of what we're talking about before, Alan, how the finish line is actually after the scoreboard. So a lot of people would think if you get to the scoreboards, that's where you shut off, but you can just see where the golf cart is positioned just there at the moment. That is actually where the finish line is. And we originally went for a quarter mile, right? That was the worldwide standard for Top Fuel, Nitro Funny Car and all that side of things, and then we went back to 1,000 foot. There was a bloke named Bob Shepherd, everyone called the Quarter Mile Smile, bit of a badass old Top Fuel racer, and has a bit of a connection with Luke Shepherd, as a matter of fact. But for the longest time, quarter mile was that side of things, and then it morphed into 1,000 foot. Alan, there had to be pushback initially on that concept, right?
Yes and no. I mean, it really all came together after Scott Coletta's accident in Englishtown in 2008, and the reality was that in the States in particular, a number of the racetracks that had been around for a long time that didn't have any room to expand. There simply wasn't the property, there wasn't any, and the cars were going so fast that there wasn't enough shutdown area. When the tracks were built and 200 miles an hour was a wow run, that was one thing. But then you fast forward all those years when the cars are going 310, 315 regularly. If everything worked perfectly, it wasn't a problem.
Yeah.
But when something didn't work perfectly, it was a problem. So the question became, okay, how do we slow the cars down without putting everybody out of business?
Yeah.
And if you come up and say, okay, guys, look, we're going to change the engine combination, you're putting everybody out of business. The Colettas, the Forces, the Schumachers, the teams that can afford it can do it. But there are a number of teams that would operate on literally like they would buy used parts, and hand-me-down parts is what kept them out there.
Yep.
And if there aren't any, then they're out of business. So the easiest thing to do was to move the finish line from 1320 back to 1,000 feet. That's 320 feet less to accelerate and 320 feet
more to slow down,
to stop.
Yep.
So it, in essence, extended the tracks. And then, of course, racers being racers, now 345 miles an hour at the 1,000 foot has happened twice. And it just, the quest for speed continues. Parts get better, tires get better, track prep gets better, and the cars continue to accelerate. Even though you keep thinking that, okay, they're never going to go any faster than that. Oh, look, they just did.
Absolutely. A lot of people got to keep records that they wouldn't have had before. And I'm just looking, that might have been the end of Nitro Funny Car. So my bad. You can jump back in. I'm sorry, mate. We just didn't run those last two cars in Nitro Funny Car. So.
Yep, my bad as well. I looked over my shoulder and I saw funny cars, and I just assumed it was the final two Nitro machines. So.
Yeah, I kind of looked over and thought, that looks like Daniel Reed. Maybe he's running Nitro Funny Car now.
Daniel Reed, that's the All-Star Batteries machine over on the right side. The folks at AC Delco et al. And Wayne Price, the KCK machine. Dodge Charger body machine here on the left side.
Want to know something cool this season, Alan? Daniel Reed is undefeated in Pro Hockey this season.
Right on.
So he's currently the points leader, obviously, undefeated, taking on Wayne Price. He's gone to the converter style in this funny car, so they're still getting a hang of things as a driver and as a team tuning the car.
It is definitely a process. Learn how to tune one, learn how to drive one.
Well, you think going from a clutch car to a button on the steering would be a little bit easier, but a lot of the drivers struggle with that changeover.
It's different, and that's the problem. If you've been doing one thing the same over and over and over again, it's just different. And, for anybody that's watched me driving around down here for the last couple of days, you can always tell when I'm about to make a turn or change lanes because that's when my wipers come on. I cannot train myself that the blinker lever is over here right now.
Here we go, first pairing of Pro Alcohol qualifying session number 1 in oversubscribed field this weekend. So 8 cars will qualify and race on race day.
First pair easing in. Here we go. RPM's rolling up on the clutch car. Price pulled in. That was really weird for Wayne Price because he pulled in. I don't know where that big hum came from. He pulled in, was at an idle when the tree came down, then brought the motor up, then let the button go. He was definitely out of sync, as we saw again on the replay. Just Wayne just looked like he was out of sync from the get-go.
Yeah, have a look at the 60 foots here. Yeah, Reed was 940 to the 60 foot. Price was a 9, and it's just gone off the screen. I think it was a 970. Yeah, it's very similar to the Nitro funny cars with where they went up in spin and shake here. So it's going to be a challenging session possibly for the teams because you don't really see Daniel Reed too often go up and shake in this funny car. They're a team that usually do a full lap, probably 8 out of 10 passes. We see the replay here. Daniel Reed, you can see the shake, the chatter marks are just behind both cars
Yeah, it's the same thing. Really cold racetrack, a lot of bite out there. It's just not in the comfort zone. It certainly should be easier to navigate in an alcohol car than it is in a nitro car, but that does not mean that everybody's just got the magic formula for this is what we do in these conditions. I mean, next to never do the cars have to run in these conditions.
Not really. They'd have some data here from the Willowbank at running in the Winter Nationals because we do have a lot of evening sessions over the years for these classes, but you're right. It's a rare occurrence for these guys. We're looking at the next funny cars now. Coming forward, it will be Chris Hargrave and Ben Bray. Ben Bray made a return to the Pro Alcohol ranks this year in the Century Batteries funny car. Chris Hargrave is actually coming off a runner-up at the Nitro Champs in Sydney.
Well, I can tell you this, if somebody can get out there right now and conquer this racetrack, I'm going to buy the first round.
Well, I'll tell you what, Chris Hargrave and Benny Bray, I know Benny hasn't been behind the seat of the funny car much over the last few years, but they are a team that do go from A to B, and they've done a lot of laps here at Willowbank Raceway. Chris Hargrave about to move forward as well.
I know the old famous saying about how it's a drag race, not a car show, but you guys might have the best looking funny cars on the planet over here.
You're right, actually. They are a couple of nice looking funny cars. I do like the artwork and then on the Middies funny car for Chris Hargrave. They've got that corporate support there from Middies Electrical. So he's been running in the low 550s, and the goal for this team is that they're winning a lot of races. Chris is a really good driver. He gets the whole shot in 9 out of 10 laps, but they want to get into the 540s. You know, that's the goal for the team. They want to step up in performance. And Benny Bray, well, he's been around. He's won a championship in Pro Alcohol. That was a long time ago. They got this funny car back out at the start of the year. The potential is there.
Right now, I think this would be kind of like in the slammer category, where we've got more cars than we've got spots. Anything that goes down the racetrack that you feel like is going to have you locked in the field, you know, you don't need to run a PB, you don't need to run a track record. You just need to get some kind of number on the board, and then the pressure will be off tomorrow. You can come out and start working on a race day combination instead of coming out tomorrow with the pressure of knowing that you still have not locked down your starting spot.
Yeah, if we look back at the first event of this year, Benny ran a best of a 564 at that event, but he had run into the 550s 10 plus years ago in this funny car. And I think this weekend, to make the field, you're going to need to run into the 550s, low 550s to make the 8.
You think so? You think it's going to be that fast out there?
I think it'd be mid 550s. So obviously, the conditions are going to be challenging tonight to get in the field, but by the end of Q3 tomorrow, I think you'd probably be wanting to run in the mid 550s.
I got to tell you, right now, if I run a 60 to a 65, I'm feeling pretty darn good about things. Even with a pedal, 5, 6, 7, 263 miles an hour. And for Chris Hargrove, a tip of the cap for getting back after it and getting down there.
That was a great lap from Chris Hargrave. With a pedal to go 67, that is really impressive. 972 to the 60 foot. Benny Bray was up and spin instantly on the hit there. But Chris Hargrave, he would have lost a 10th plus of a second with that pedal, with that 567 to recover and still go 263 mile an hour. Yeah, great lap from the team.
Take another look. What might have been, as you said, if he hadn't had to take his foot off the throttle out there for a split second and give it the old courtesy whack.
He almost got, that was a fair way out before he pedaled it.
Yeah, it was shaking a little bit, making a move over towards the wall. It might have been a case where he had to get his foot off the gas to get the front end back down to steer it back away from the wall. And if it got out there and was carrying the nose, it's very difficult to steer when your front tires are not in contact with the concrete.
So Chris Hargrave will go to that early number 1 spot. And I think you're right. If you can get any sort of A to B pass in this session, you're doing pretty well.
Yeah, and the 263 miles an hour, too, with the pedal job, that thing was pretty happy when it got down to the other end of the racetrack. So I think they've got something they can definitely work with going into tomorrow.
Yeah, lots of positives out of that for the Chris Hargrave team. Next up is going to be Andrew Searle in the funny car to take on the dragster of Darren Fry.
I keep forgetting that you guys run these things together.
Yeah, it's good. The parity is
I
really
was looking down
close.
there going, okay, we got 2 funny car singles, and then we got dragsters.
Yeah. Yeah, they've done really well with the parity in Australian alcohol racing. So the funny cars, the dragsters, are very close in performance. And we've also got the injected Nitro dragster here this weekend.
It actually used to be that way in NHRA as well. When NHRA used to run what they called Pro Comp, and that was just basically a catch-all for everything in this kind of realm. Even twin-engine nitrous oxide machines would run in Pro Comp, and then the inventory just got to the point where they could make full fields of both, and that's where they split. That's a guy that's putting down some rubber. And then it's gotten to the point now where the funny cars are really struggling, in most cases on my side of the country or my side of the world, to get a full field to come out. It's just simply between the expense and the schedule and the other things so it'll be interesting to see what happens going forward, but it almost feels like something is going to need to be done.
Yeah, here in Australian drag racing, the funny cars were really popular for probably the last 10-15 years, but the dragsters are starting to make a resurgence here. So that dragster at Darren Fry is actually the national record holding dragster. He's running to the 530s. He's run a best of a 557 though so far in the dragster.
Now I will say, to be fair, on the IHRA side of the fence, over on my side of the world, they run 8-car fields. NHRA runs 16, IHRA runs 8-car fields, and they have had full fields and solid competition in both funny cars and dragsters. Andrew had some kind of an issue down there, stopped short, and looked like they maybe pulled a plug out to bump the idle up a little bit. The Acme composite machine. You gotta love anybody that's got a Superman logo on the side of his car, don't you?
Yeah, I do. I'm a big fan of it. So Andrew Searle, he's running to the low 550s in this funny car.
I'm not sure they're happy down there with that machine just yet. A little de-icer being sprayed on the butterflies.
He actually has a PB 547 now, Andrew Searle, on that funny car. It's another converter style as well.
Well, whether they're happy or not, they're going to send it.
We can see Darren Fry there, the DS Fab Racing dragster, about to move forward. I spoke to the team earlier today. They just want a clean A to B pass. They were probably expecting to be on track about 2 hours ago, though.
Yeah. Whoa! 556, 253 for Andrew Searle. Nice job, guys. I do believe that's going to lock into the field. I can't promise that, but I do believe it. Darren Fry goes 571, only 192 miles an hour. That thing was really hustling, and it started wagging the tail pretty hard down there past the scoreboards. And Darren, I do believe, threw the chutes to save the car.
Yeah, he had a big moment down there just after 1,000 foot in that drag, so he made some big moves. And he did the right thing, pulled the chutes, and still ran through for 571. I missed the half-track increments for both those cars, but yeah, great lap from Andrew Searle, 556. The funny car's been living in that zone. And Darren Fry, he goes to the number 3 spot with a 571.
Think if we beg the computer operator upstairs, we get them to slow down just a bit?
I'm usually really good at capturing the numbers.
Well, literally, though, if the next pair is not entered, then we can roll the screen backwards instead of rolling it forward.
Yeah, we've got the replay here on screen. See Darren Fry bumping in the dragster. A great lap from the funny car, but that dragster made some big moves there across the finish line. And when you're traveling at like 400 kilometers an hour, you're covering probably just over 100 meters per second in one of those cars. So when you make a move like that, you've probably already covered 60 or 70 meters on track.
That's why you throw the laundry out, let it grab and straighten the car out, hopefully, and work out. Looked like it worked out in that case. Brett White in the left, Don Canulli in the right. Brett White, of course, is not driving the white car.
I just got that. That was good.
Okay.
Just took me a little bit. I'll pay that.
The Monte Carlo, a little help from Horvat Smash Repairs, New South Wales. John Canuli out of Hope Island here in Queensland. Hope Island sounds like the kind of place that they would have security to keep me out of. Like, excuse me, Mr. Reinhardt, stay on the other side of the street, please. Don't leave the sidewalk.
Yeah, so John Canuli, he's the current national record holder in funny car, has run a best of 5:35. But they've been struggling a little bit, so they're just trying to get on top of the tune-up and just... It's sort of like a golfer that's lost his swing. Just trying to find that swing again and get this funny car back down to the area that we know it can be. Brett White, on the other hand, they're coming up a bit of a challenging event at the Nitro Champs in Sydney. They're just looking for some consistency this weekend. They want to go from A to B. They want, get a PB or whatever, and go home happy with a happy car.
All righty, they've walked away from the white machine, and John Canuli just getting guided up into that pre-stage area. Last quick shot of de-icer, and it's off we go time. Pedal, shut off early and still goes 6:01. Not sure exactly what happened with Brett's car down here. He had that thing revved up about to the point where the shift light was coming on.
And when he dropped the clutch, it's sort of just nothing.
Might have broken the throttle cable. I mean, he was just idling down the racetrack, and you would think, I would think, at that point, at least you just squeeze the throttle a little bit just to drive it down and get it clear of the top end.
And you could see Canuli dragging through the beams as well. That's why he got that red light there. So the increments that we saw weren't really what the car was probably going to run, but yeah, they had to pedal it as well. So just a quick mop up there in the lane where Brett White was. Yeah, Canuli was a 1:17 60 foot, but he'd obviously dragged through the beam, so the timers had started. And we got Benny Bishop down on the start line. Benny, what have you seen down there?
I wish I had more info for you, just to round the story off, because while you were out getting a hot dog, we actually had a bit of a conversation with Meg and Brett about the little bit of banter between husband and wife about her doing the clutch settings and everything. I thought, well, so I went over to ask the question. She's like, I have no idea what happened then. So usually, most of the time, you'll be able to ask these guys and they're like, oh, I reckon this happened, or I reckon this happened. But the whole crew were just no idea. So a lot of mysteries. I guess we'll find out. Ready to report back tomorrow.
Sounds good. Appreciate you checking in and trying to find a story for us, as Steve Carpenter is going to be in a solo on the dragster.
Yeah, the rookie Stephen Carpenter in this dragster. It is the state of the art. This dragster has got the best of everything. Even has an onboard starter.
Really?
Yep.
Why?
Why not?
Wait. Why haul that extra 15 or 20 pounds down the drag strip if you don't need to?
So Stephen Carpenter here in the dragster. Looks like he's just struggling to get it into reverse at the moment.
That was going to be the next thing I asked, does it have reverse? At this point, it would look like the answer might be no. Now, do you know, is this a clutch car or a converter car?
It's a converter car.
It's a converter car? Okay.
Tie drive.
It is still not moved under its own power. The only little bright semi-ray of sunshine I can think of at this point is at least there's nobody in the other lane that's sitting here getting hot wondering what the heck's going on over there.
But he's getting hot though, sitting there doing that, all the idling. And looks like they're going to push the dragster back.
It is still running, so we'll see what they decide to do when they get it back here. Just because it won't go backwards doesn't mean it won't go forward. Yes, while it is building some heat, the alcohol cars certainly don't build heat nearly as quickly as the nitro cars, nor do they burn the volume of fuel. but that's a long time.
Well, the crew are getting their workout in today, pushing that dragster back. It's leg day for the crew.
That'll help stay warm. Well, it looks like they're lining him up. They are going to at least attempt.
I think they're going to do a run here. Stephen Carpenter in the dragster. So he debuted this dragster here at Willowbank Raceway the start of the year.
You realize if this thing goes out there and runs 5:38, then nobody's ever going to back up again. I just went out there and squared the tire at about the 60-foot mark, and he's going to idle her on down from there.
Yeah, 100 to the 60-foot there for Carpenter. Yeah, I spoke to the team because he's still a rookie, and they were just looking for a full lap as well, like a 570 or 580 again for the team, but they roll through for a 15-second pass. And so far, quick recap of the field at the moment in Pro Alcohol. So Andrew Searle, #1 qualifier at the moment with that 556. It's going to be tough to beat in this session.
Yeah, I think you're right. Chris Hargrove with the 567 that went down pedaling it. It's got top speed so far at 263 miles an hour. And Darren Fry certainly had the potential for a better run. When you see 571, you go, eh. When you see 192 miles an hour, you know there was a lot left on the table down there if that thing hadn't started dancing around, got out of the groove.
Yeah, well, we have a bump spot now with Stephen Carpenter, #8 with that 1552, and Brett White on the outside looking in. And we've still got another couple of funny cars here to come forward. And it's going to be Luke Marsden and Shane Phillips. So Luke Marsden's got a new body on his funny car this weekend.
And just like that, they come to life.
It's actually an ex-Nitro funny car body, this one on Marsden's
really
car, yeah.
Is it an old John Force body or a Bob Tasca body? Or?
Tasca, I believe.
Okay. Not a whole lot of guys out there that are running the Fords these days.
Yeah, so it's a little bit lighter than his old body and a little bit better aerodynamically as well.
Interesting, because the Nitro bodies have got certainly more downforce built into them, even without the big tailgate on the back of them. But lighter is certainly going to be better.
You had a Monte Carlo on it previously. So Shane Phillips in the Camaro running for Chili Bins. So actually they got a new combo in the funny car this weekend. It's actually the combo they have his dad's altered.
Oh really?
Yes. And the altered went 540s. But it's actually run 530s in the funny car though, in his dad's funny car back in the day as well.
530s is still pretty rare air in an alcohol funny car, no matter what side of the planet you're on or what track you're on or what conditions you're on. If your career best is in the 530s, you've put together a pretty darn good run.
See, Luke Marsden's already here. They're just watching Shane Phillips' final adjustments. Moving forward, Luke Marsden in the silver funny car, Shane Phillips in the red funny car.
Final pair, we've got the 660 Pro Mods rolling around the corner.
Synchronized drag racing right there.
Yeah, just about like the Nitro cars. Both of them got out there 150 feet or so, rattled and shut off, and from that point it was a coast. Martin goes 10:38, 80 miles an hour. 11:24 for Shane Phillips at 73 miles an hour. And we've only got a couple of drivers that are going to be smiling. Andrew Searle sitting number 1, Chris Hargrove 2, Arian Fry 3, John Canoli 4. Luke Martin made it in with that 10-second run for the moment anyway. Wayne Price is in, Shane Phillips, and Daniel Reed at 12:69. That'll be the bump when we print the final sheets out for tonight. And that'll be what everybody's having to work with going forward tomorrow with 2 more qualifying sessions to set the 8-car field. We going down to Benny?
Yeah, Gary Phillips, we've seen a lot of what we just saw then. Can you explain to the crowd what's going on? Are we just underestimating this racetrack?
No, I don't think so. It was just we got a whole different combination, and that's actually the motor out of the altered, and that's the first time it's been down there. So there's a lot of things that are different. Yeah, the track's pretty good. The good thing about it is there's no dew at the moment. It's perfect, you know. Yeah, it was probably weak shake.
Yeah, okay. Despite the fact that there's no dew, it's still pretty chilly, right?
Yeah, too easy. Thanks, Benny.
It's a nice little plug there for the chili bins. Now we move into the final qualifying session here for the ITRA Pro Mod 660 class. Quick recap of qualifying so far. Russell Pavey is on the bump stop with a 5:43. Johnny Ricker, who's up first here, he's our number 1 qualifier, went 3.66 seconds. And he'll be taking on Stu Walsh, who's our number 6 qualifier in this pairing.
Yep, Johnny Ricker's got low ET. He's got top speed so far. Made a brilliant run earlier in the day. Let's see if he can back it up now out here in different conditions. I'm going to tell you, I really feel like this is a situation where your margin of error is not very big, but if you hit it, the potential for performance is huge.
You're right, yeah, you're right. That tuning window is very, very tight at the moment for these teams. But yeah, the payoff is huge. It is mineshaft conditions that we spoke about earlier tonight. Johnny Ricker and Stu Walsh about to go through the burnout process now.
Density altitude is 34 meters now. It's a 1009 correction factor. So just getting better and better by the minute. It's all a matter of whether or not you can put it down to the racetrack.
Stu Walsh backing up here. Johnny Ricker is through his burnout process. He's keen to go.
Who do you think feels comfortable right now? Steven Smith and above, or do you think that 410 could be?
I'm just looking at the front of Stu Walsh's car. There's definitely some sort of leakage there. So he's been shut down. So he's going to, unfortunately, he'll be backed out here and won't get a run completed.
I don't think that 443 would, I'm not real confident in that. Let's just put it that way. Staying in.
Well, Walsh obviously can't improve now. So Smith, in theory, is safe.
Yes.
It's anyone's game here because of the track conditions. It could bring anyone into it, really. So Johnny Ricker, this will give us a good indication. Oh, 9.25 to the 60 foot for John Ricker. Rolls through for a 5.13. Obviously, you can see the chatter marks down there around the 60 foot mark. I'm just looking at from our vantage point here in the commentary box. Yeah, 9.25 to the 60 foot. That is aggressive.
It is. There is such a thing as over-aggressive, though.
Yeah.
Because you've got to be able to keep the load. You've got to be able to keep the thing humping along. And yeah, 925 is very aggressive, but it didn't make it a whole lot further than that.